Los Angeles, 2008. Evening. On the set of Batman. Cut. With the director's command, the day's filming concluded. A woman clad in a tight suit and adorned with a mask strode briskly towards the exit of the filming area. It was the actress portraying Catwoman. Upon stepping outside and surveyed her surroundings, seemingly in search of something, her eyes brightened upon spotting a luxury vehicle parked by the roadside. Once inside, her gaze landed on a young and handsome man in the back seat, and she spoke in a tone reminiscent of playful affection. "My dear, it has been far too long since you last came to see me. And you know well that maintaining the company's operations is no simple task." With that, Suemo offered her a bouquet of flowers. As she accepted the flowers, all her grievances vanished in an instant, replaced by a sweet smile as she nestled into Sumo's embrace. "Thank you, I adore them." Suemo wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The vehicle was partitioned and soundproofed, ensuring the driver could not perceive the activities in the rear. As Suemo pressed a button beside him, the car began to move slowly. "Host detected. System binding in progress." A mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Sumo's mind. Holy cow! Suemo, who had been enjoying the moment with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, exclaiming in astonishment. After 2 decades of waiting, the golden finger had finally arrived. Indeed, Suemo had traversed through realms. More precisely, he had been reincarnated. Born into a Chinese family in New York, he initially believed he had been reborn in 1990s America until the appearance of Stark Industries on television illuminated the truth. He had been reborn in the Marvel Universe, the very world teeming with villains, each with a penchant for attempting to annihilate all of humanity. Each adversary more formidable than the last. Let's not even mention Thanos, the director of the Population Control Committee, who was bent on eradicating half the universe's inhabitants, or the celestial beings slumbering deep within the earth. The local villains on Earth alone are countless, each eager to bring about humanity's demise. For instance, the formidable Magneto. This world is not only populated by superheroes, but also by mutants, including the X-Men, led by Professor X, and the Brotherhood established by Magneto. The sole piece of favorable news is that, based on the information he has gathered over the years, this world belongs to the cinematic universe. Compared to the comic universe, the cinematic realm is undoubtedly far safer. His parents once operated a moderately sized film company. However, 5 years prior, they both tragically perished in a car accident. Upon taking over the family business, Suemo, utilizing his memories from his past life, produced a series of cinematic masterpieces yielding considerable wealth. He subsequently invested this fortune wisely. Now he could be considered one of the wealthiest individuals in America. Suppressing his excitement, he began to communicate with the system in his mind. A few minutes later, he grasped the situation. Although the system is now bound, it is yet to be activated. To activate it, one must hasten to marry, and the greater the potential or strength of the chosen partner, the more advantageous the novice rewards upon activation will be. Marrying a woman of formidable strength? In an instant, a flurry of names danced through Sumo's mind. When it comes to the Marvel Universe, there are indeed many powerful women, yet only a select few stand at the pinnacle. Ultimately, 4 names remained in his thoughts: Doctor Strange, Phoenix, Scarlet Witch, and Captain Marvel. Undoubtedly, these 4 constitute Earth's mightiest quartet. Given that the rewards are variable, Suemo naturally aims to secure the highest tier of rewards. First and foremost is Doctor Strange. As the supreme sorcerer, her strength is indisputable. Had she not perished, Thanos would never have had the chance to snap his fingers. He would have been reduced to mere fragments. Regrettably, setting aside the issue of her age, one must consider whether Suemo could accept her. Even if he were willing, her consent would be paramount should he dare to broach the subject in front of her. Even with her composure, it is likely she would not hesitate to obliterate him. This option is a definite pass. As for Phoenix, according to the original storyline, she should have already met her demise at Wolverine's hands by this point, however. This is a world of convergence, and Suemo cannot be certain. Yet even if she were alive, he could never choose her. After all, she lacks control over the energy within her, and being near her would be akin to holding a ticking time bomb. One day, an uncontrollable surge could leave him utterly annihilated. Another pass. This leaves only Wanda and Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is currently off somewhere in the cosmos, embodying a superhero. Pass. Thus, the sole remaining choice is Wanda. The fully awakened Scarlet Witch, with her chaos magic, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of power within the Marvel realm. Even before becoming the Scarlet Witch, she was capable of tearing apart Thanos with her bare hands. Had she transformed into the witch before Thanos' arrival, he might have ended up as nothing more than a gem delivery person, promptly dispatched after a single order. At this moment, Pietro and Wanda are still two ordinary individuals residing in the small European nation of Sokovia. With the leverage of financial prowess, it would be quite simple to manipulate the situation. Without a doubt, this is the most fitting choice. Having made his decision, Suemo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He reached for his phone and dialed number. Boss. A sweet voice echoed through the phone. Avery, have Sauron and the others assemble at the base tomorrow morning. Understood, boss. Secretary Avery acknowledged, then continued, Boss, regarding the assets in America, aside from the film company and Stark Industries stocks, we have essentially divested entirely. Additionally, concerning your proposal to acquire companies in China, I've sent the relevant information about major companies there to your email. You can review it at your convenience. All right. Noted. After Suemo nodded, he ended the call. In the Marvel Universe, remaining in America without any special abilities is undoubtedly a foolish choice. After all, most significant events transpire here, particularly in New York, regarded as the epicenter of cosmic occurrences. Suemo had long desired to leave. Regrettably, his parents had insisted on staying. He could hardly disclose to them that an alien invasion was imminent in a few years. If he were to utter such a statement, their immediate concern would not be whether to agree or not, but rather finding him a reputable mental institution. Yet, he could not abandon them. However, following his parents' passing, Suemo seized the opportunity during a few years of relative calm to amass considerable wealth. As Tony Stark assumed the mantle of Iron Man, the grand events of the Marvel Universe officially commenced, prompting him to initiate his plan to depart from America. If one were to identify the safest place in this world, it would undoubtedly be Hua Country. Aside from the unavoidable threat of Thanos' snap, remaining within the borders of Hua Country offers a semblance of safety. After hanging up the phone, Suemo cast his device aside and fell into deep contemplation. Once the system is activated, he would need to revise his future plans accordingly. Chapter 2. Coercion and Temptation. 3 days later, at a mansion by the Hudson River, a helicopter descended slowly. Moments later, a blindfolded figure was escorted down from the helicopter by several armed female mercenaries. The leader, Soren, approached Suemo. Boss, we have brought her back. Suemo nodded and then led the way towards the villa. A few minutes later, in a room within the villa, 2 female mercenaries removed the hood from Wanda's face. With a look of terror, Wanda surveyed her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze on Suemo. Who are you? What do you want? Enough. You may leave now. Suemo instructed the 2 mercenaries before taking a moment to appraise Wanda. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Elizabeth Olsen from the films of the past. But the woman before him appeared even younger and more beautiful. After all, according to the timeline, Wanda had just turned 18. Wanda Maximoff, born in eastern Sokovia, lost her parents in a terrorist attack at the age of 8, leaving only her and her brother, Pietro Maximoff. Upon hearing Suemo recite her history, Wanda's expression shifted. Regaining her composure, she inquired, Why have you kidnapped me? What is your purpose? Suemo closed the file in his hands, smiling at her. Ms. Wanda, I hope you understand that my intention in bringing you here is devoid of malice. Devoid of malice? A trace of derision crossed Wanda's face as she tugged at the tightly bound ropes around her. Is this what you call a lack of malice? Sighing, Suemo chose not to respond to her question. Instead, he produced a dagger and approached her, slicing through the ropes binding her. Wanda, whose powers had yet to awaken, was merely an ordinary girl, and Suemo felt no apprehension regarding any threat she might pose. In truth, I brought you here solely to propose a transaction. A transaction? Wanda rubbed her aching arms, eyeing Suemo warily. Indeed, Suemo nodded. I am somewhat familiar with your circumstances in Sokovia. You work in a CAF, while Pietro delivers pizza. Together, your monthly living expenses amount to no more than 2,000 euros. It seems your life is quite challenging. That hardly concerns you, Wanda retorted. Suemo glanced at her before continuing. The terms of our transaction are straightforward. You marry me. and your brother Pietro will acquire enough wealth to live comfortably for the rest of his days. Of course, you may refuse. However, I cannot guarantee the safety of the two of you in such a case. Upon hearing Sumo's thinly veiled threat, Wanda's expression darkened. You are shameless. Observing the fury etched upon the other's countenance, Sumo merely shrugged indifferently. Think what you will. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Wanda's nature. Should she find herself utterly alone at this juncture, matters would indeed become rather complicated. Given her temperament, it was likely that she would refuse his terms even unto death. However, alas, she still had her kin, Pietro, which rendered her vulnerable. Admittedly, his approach might seem somewhat unscrupulous, yet he remained unfazed. First, he must activate the system. Madam Wanda, I grant you 5 minutes to contemplate. I trust you will reflect carefully, for your decision could irrevocably alter the lives of both you and your brother. With that, Sumo fell silent, reclining against the chair's backrest with an air of composure. For him, this was indeed the most fitting course of action. After all, he could not afford the luxury of nurturing a bond with her, setting aside whether he even had the time to do so. Who could tell if he would be the type to capture her fancy? He was no paragon of virtue, radiating an aura that rendered all women eager to embrace him without hesitation. Should she prove disinterested, he could not afford to linger indefinitely. Time was of the essence. Let us not forget, there remained merely a decade until Thanos snapped his fingers. Unfamiliar with the system's capabilities, he could not ascertain if he could enhance himself sufficiently to confront her within that time frame. Thus, it was imperative to activate it as soon as possible. Moreover, this could potentially yield benefits for Wanda. If one were to trace her original life trajectory, it would appear she was destined to be a tragic figure. Sensing the moment was ripe, Sumo straightened in his seat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. So, Madam Wanda, do share with me your final decision. Wanda lifted her head, her eyes blazing with resentment as she regarded Sumo. Why must it be me? That, you need not concern yourself with. Sumo had no intention of divulging anything regarding the system. A secret remained a secret only when it was known to none. Upon hearing his reply, Wanda exhaled deeply. I will acquiesce, but you must uphold your end of the bargain and spare Pietro. Ultimately, she found herself compelled to yield to his formidable presence. From her recent experiences, it was evident that he belonged to the echelon of the powerful. As mere orphans, she and Pietro had little recourse against such an adversary. In this society, wealth equated to unbridled power. Should she resist, the likely outcome would be their inexplicable disappearance from the world. Had it been solely her fate at stake, she might have chosen to fight to the bitter end, yet with Pietro in the equation, submission was her only option. After all, Pietro was her sole remaining family. You need not worry, I am a man of my word, and I shall not renege on my promises. Sumo assured her hastily upon witnessing her agreement. That very afternoon, Pietro was also brought to this place. In the opulent living room of the villa, Pietro gazed at Wanda, who was adorned in a luxurious wedding gown. With a look of utter disbelief. Are you jesting with me? He exclaimed. It was unfathomable for him to comprehend that Wanda, who had never had any dealings with men, suddenly declared her intention to marry, with the wedding set for the very next day. Even more astonishing was the fact that her betrothed was a wealthy individual residing over 2,000 kilometers away in America. Upon entering the estate, Pietro felt he might have lost his way within the sprawling grounds had it not been for the guidance of a servant. After pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Previously melancholic while trying on wedding dresses, Wanda's face brightened with a smile upon seeing Pietro. I only decided just now, which is why I'm telling you. This was the rationale she had meticulously prepared. She understood Pietro's temperament well. If he were to discover the truth, it would likely exacerbate the situation, making it preferable to keep him in the dark. However, Pietro remained incredulous. How did you two even meet, considering the distance? Just as Wanda was about to concoct an explanation, Sumo entered the room. Upon spotting Pietro beside Wanda, a smile spread across his face. Hello, you must be Wanda's brother, Pietro. And you are? I am Sumo, Wanda's boyfriend. You may call me Sue. Faced with the tall, handsome, and genteel Sumo, Pietro felt a sudden wave of self-consciousness. Years of living in the lower strata had rendered him somewhat at a loss. After a moment, he slowly raised his right hand. Hello. Half an hour later. The reality before Pietro compelled him to accept the situation. Initially, upon hearing Wanda's revelation over the phone, he had been convinced that she was being deceived by some scoundrel, prompting thoughts of rushing over to confront the individual. However, that notion had long since been banished from his mind. Sumo, who stood before him, was not only youthful and handsome, but also exuded an aura of affluence. By any measure, he seemed devoid of any motive to deceive Wanda. A con artist typically seeks either financial gain or sensual gratification. The former was evidently impossible, and if the latter were the case, there was no need for such elaborate arrangements. Having just witnessed the wedding preparations within the estate, he realized that with such wealth, one could easily attract any number of beautiful women. Chapter 3. Rewards. Star Tower. The following morning, a grand wedding unfolded within the manor. Wanda, adorned in a resplendent white gown, traversed the lengthy red carpet that stretched for hundreds of meters. Her mind was a blank canvas, and even at this moment, she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Had she truly wed a man she had met for less than 2 days? A fleeting glance at Sumo revealed a truth she could not deny. Disregarding his character, he was indeed a suitable match for marriage, youthful, handsome, and affluent. Alas, he was a scoundrel. With a sigh, Wanda resigned herself to her fate. She had little choice left. Both their parents having passed, the entire process had been considerably streamlined. After the vows and the exchange of rings, they proceeded to the moment of the kiss. As Sumo leaned in, her heart raced, and she clutched her bouquet tightly. A brief kiss marked the official conclusion of the wedding ceremony. Hey, Sue, I was initially perplexed about what drove you to hastily embrace the grave of love. Until I beheld the lovely lady by your side, it seems your decision was not misguided. Tony, holding a glass of champagne, emerged from the crowd. It was unavoidable. Not long ago, he had declared, I am Iron Man, in a public forum, and since that moment, he had become the center of attention wherever he went. As for his presence at Sumo's wedding, it stemmed from the time Sumo capitalized on the low stock prices of Stark Industries when Tony announced the closure of its weapons development division. Following Obadiah's demise, Sumo had acquired substantial shares from the family of the former executive, ultimately securing 30 of Stark Industries and becoming the second largest shareholder, just behind Tony's 39. Moreover, prior to becoming shareholders, the two had shared a mutual affinity for philately, capturing the attention of nearly every prominent model and celebrity across America. Their bond deepened rapidly after they became partners in the business, and they soon became close friends. Upon seeing Tony, Wanda's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Noticing her gaze, Tony's face bore a hint of confusion. Forgive me? Have we met before? Sumo, now aware of Wanda's expression, felt a shift in the atmosphere. It was evident that Wanda's parents had perished due to weapons crafted by Stark Industries. Encountering Tony, the current head of the company, naturally elicited a less than favorable response from her. Swiftly, Sumo reached for her left hand, offering a soothing gesture before turning to Tony to explain, of course not. Trust me, she is merely reminded of some painful memories. Yet, it was clear that this was not the moment for such explanations. After a few vague reassurances, Sumo quickly led Wanda in another direction, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications before activating the system. Therefore, it is prudent to keep Wanda at a distance from the other party. Wanda obediently took Sumo's hand and walked away, casting her gaze upon his profile. It seems you are quite familiar with him? She inquired. Well, you should know that I hold shares in Stark Industries, acquired after the closure of their weapons division. He replied. Wanda nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from saying more. Last night, someone had indeed provided her with a brief overview of Sumo's various details, a fact she was well aware of. After the two departed, Tony observed their distant figures and shrugged. Bad memories? He murmured, quickly dismissing the thought as he turned his attention to a tall, confident figure approaching. Hey, Jenna. Later that evening, in the bridal suite atop the villa, Wanda sat nervously upon a mattress valued at over $1 million. With a creak, the door swung open. Sumo noticed her hands anxiously fidgeting with her wedding dress. You seem a bit tense, he remarked. I. Wanda's face betrayed her anxiety. Moments later, a chime echoed in his mind. Host is married. The devouring exchange system has been activated, granting the devouring starry sky technique. The marriage partner is bound to Wanda, activating the passive skill, eternal uniqueness. Instantly, a torrent of memories flooded Sumo's consciousness. An hour later, he glanced at Wanda, who had succumbed to sleep from exhaustion, and began to silently organize the information swirling in his mind. By now, his intellect was imbued with various cultivation techniques and secret arts from the devouring starry sky realm. Ranging from the gene original energy cultivation method to the fundamentals of mentalism, the 9 calamities secret canon, the severing of the Eastern River, and the elemental art. Encompassing a vast array of knowledge, he was no stranger to the cultivation system of this world. The levels commenced from apprentice, progressing to planetary, stellar, and cosmic. The strength was formidable. Even at the pinnacle of the apprentice level, basic fist strength could approach 1,000 tons, capable of obliterating a multi-story building with a mere strike. Suppressing his inner excitement, Suemo began to communicate with the system in his mind. After a brief exchange, he took a deep breath, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. His gaze then fell upon the passive skill. Eternal uniqueness. The activated system partner, Wanda, will exist as the singular entity within the multiverse, and including the host. Both of their life trajectories will be frozen in time, impervious to alteration by any external force. With an understanding of the skill's implications, Suemo comprehended its dual nature. In essence, this skill ensured that his beloved Wanda became the sole representative of the multiverse. This notion pleased him immensely. The uniqueness of the Marvel Universe led to an abundance of parallel realities, each containing similar individuals whose life paths diverged. Just as every multiverse harbored a Suemo and a Wanda, he felt indifferent, though the Suemo from other universes bore his likeness. They were ultimately not the same person. Unlike Wanda, who was considered his wife, if the Wandas from the multiverse were to marry and bear children with others, it would evoke a profound sense of betrayal. The system's capability effectively prevents such a scenario from unfolding. Another aspect of this passive ability is that the life trajectories of the two individuals cannot be altered. No one can traverse time to reach their past timelines, thereby altering their paths or inflicting harm upon their former selves. This also mitigates the risk of someone traveling back to their weaker moments to eliminate them. One could assert that this passive ability alleviates any lingering concerns he may have. The functionality of the system is rather straightforward. By defeating villains, one can accrue points, which can then be exchanged for various items in the system's marketplace. Shall I activate the novice gift pack? The system's voice resonated once more within Suemo's mind. Activate. Suemo eagerly intoned. His willingness to resort to threats and temptations to wed Wanda was solely for the sake of this gift pack. Given Wanda's chaotic magical potential, the rewards he receives should indeed be of a high caliber. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Star Tower Enhanced. Chapter 4. The Super Soldier Serum. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Suemo was initially taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of elation. This was a renowned treasure from that world, and one of the most formidable artifacts possessed by the Lord of Luo City during the latter stages. Before Suemo, a diminutive 9-layered black tower materialized instantaneously. As the tower appeared, it flickered and vanished into his forehead. Instantly, information about the Star Tower flooded his mind. Star Tower enhanced a fusion of defense, soul protection, ceiling, offense, and palace. Its original height reaches an astonishing 100 million light-years. With the ability to alter its size at will from hundreds of billions of light-years to the minutest particle of dust. Within, it nurtures countless supreme treasures, sealed stars. Each as large as a sun, imprisoning enemies within, rendering them unable to escape. 100 million light-years? If memory serves correctly, the original height of the Star Tower was merely 9 light-years, and the sealed stars were only considered precious treasures. Now, with its enhancement, the Star Tower not only boasts a grander stature, but all internal sealed stars have been elevated to supreme treasures. Suemo speculated that the augmented capabilities likely extend beyond these. The level of the Star Tower has probably surpassed that of Divine King artifacts. However, to fully comprehend its other aspects, mastery over it is required. Regrettably, Suemo was still far from being able to wield it. Even preliminary operation necessitated reaching the realm of a domain master. Nevertheless, the Star Tower was not entirely devoid of utility. It is important to note that this world is rife with various mutants capable of reading and altering others' memories. As a treasure imbued with soul protection, the presence of the Star Tower in his sea of consciousness means Suemo need not worry about his memories being read or modified by those mutants. In simpler terms, the reward of the Star Tower could be likened to the Star Tower Plus Pro Max Ultra S version. While Suemo was still astonished by this reward, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The system mall has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 points. A list of exchange options, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of items. A-class throwing knife, required points, 10. Infinite bullets Barrett, required points, 500. Black God set, required points, 60,000. Telepathy, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Magnetic field control, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Heavenly escape shuttle, tier 3 telekinetic weapon. Required points, 1 million. God splitting weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons, required points, 50 million. Suemo scrolled down the list. The various treasures and abilities that appeared next made his heart race with desire. The Black Prison Tower, the Radiant Aurora Lake, the Chaotic Golden Wings. The Power of the Phoenix, Chaotic Magic. However, the string of zeros following the prices quickly brought him back to reality. Moreover, he found the Star Tower listed among the items. Stellar Tower, unique, God King level weapon, required points, 1 quadrillion. Upon seeing this staggering figure, Suemo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Although he was uncertain about the number of points he would acquire upon vanquishing the antagonist, it was evident that amassing such points would not be a trivial endeavor. In this light, it appeared that he had struck a remarkable bargain. Suemo spent over half an hour perusing the exchange list. The plethora of items dazzled him. However, he only possessed the 1,000 points gifted by the system, rendering most items beyond his reach. System, please display only the items I can redeem. At his command, the array of goods in the marketplace diminished significantly. After another thorough examination, Suemo's gaze settled upon a particular item in the store. Super Soldier Serum, a modified version akin to that of Captain America, with no risk of failure upon use, promising to elevate one's physical capabilities to the pinnacle of human potential within a week. To practice the techniques residing in his mind, he needed to reach at least the threshold of a quasi-warrior, which required a punching force exceeding 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Unlike the body altered by the RR virus in that other world, achieving such a level through sheer self-discipline in this realm was akin to chasing a mirage. However, this Super Soldier Serum could directly assist him in attaining that standard. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Super Soldier Serum, consuming 1,000 points. As the system's voice faded, a silver syringe materialized in Suemo's hand. Glancing at the still sleeping Wanda beside him, he rose and made his way outside the bedroom. In the gym on the 2nd floor of the villa, Suemo sat cross-legged on the floor, bare-chested. Taking a deep breath, he pierced the syringe into his arm. As the liquid coursed into his veins, his muscles tensed violently, a fierce pain radiating through his body, yet it remained within tolerable limits. After more than half an hour, as the pain gradually subsided, Suemo relaxed his clenched jaw and slowly opened his eyes. Lowering his gaze to his exposed torso, he was greeted by a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were perfectly aligned on either side of his midsection. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his flawless silhouette, incredulous at the transformation. Previously, although he exercised regularly, he could only be deemed fit. There was no comparison to the sleek muscularity he now possessed. Furthermore, his skin had lightened several shades, and it seemed that even his height of approximately 1.8 meters had increased by a few centimeters. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. System, open the attribute panel. Instantly, a translucent screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. He glanced at the information displayed upon it. Name, Suemo, age, 20, strength, 600 kilograms, speed, 20 meters s, ability, none, points, 0. Gazing at the series of figures on the attribute panel, Suemo was left astounded. Indeed, the Super Soldier Serum lives up to its reputation. Having just been administered, the effects are already palpable. It is important to note that this refined serum, designed to enhance safety, does not unleash its full potency all at once. Following the initial injection, there is a remarkable surge in physical capabilities, which will subsequently progress in a gradual manner over the course of 1 week. One cannot help but wonder what level of enhancement will be achieved after this period. A glimmer of anticipation sparkles in Suemo's eyes. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to assume that once the serum's effects are fully absorbed, attaining the prowess of a junior warrior will be well within reach. At that juncture, he shall commence his training in genetic primal energy. Closing the system panel, Suemo rose and made his way to the gym's shower. The intense pain following the injection of the Super Soldier Serum left him drenched in sweat, rendering him a sight of disarray. As he washed up, his mind began to wander. The system accumulates points through the elimination of adversaries. Given this, his prior plan to return to Huagua seems rather impractical. When it comes to adversaries, the abundance in the land of the free, America, is significantly greater. Moreover, he had inquired with the system and learned that these adversaries need not be personally dispatched. Indirect methods will also yield points, albeit at a reduced rate. Therefore, it becomes imperative for him to gather a group and establish a faction, thereby maximizing the speed at which he acquires points. In his possession are several mercenaries with sufficient loyalty, all of whom he had recruited over the years from various special forces upon their retirement. In the marketplace, aside from the super soldier serum, there exist numerous methods to elevate individuals to the level of quasi-warriors. The most efficient method in terms of point expenditure involves the consumption of beast meat, which gradually enhances physical strength and speed. The beast meat is remarkably inexpensive, allowing 30 kilograms to be exchanged for a single point, making it ideal for these retired soldiers. However, he must devise a strategy to ensure that they do not betray him once their strength is augmented. Although these individuals currently exhibit unwavering loyalty, the emergence of disloyalty is an inevitable consequence of increased power. Additionally, Su-Mo discovered an intriguing ability in the system's marketplace, dimensional teleportation, which allows the opening of a portal to other universes, facilitating travel across them. With such an ability, he would no longer need to fret over the source of his points. In the multitude of parallel universes, the number of adversaries is virtually limitless. He could even establish factions across various universes to assist in accumulating points. Regrettably, acquiring this ability demands a staggering 100 million points, a sum that will not be easily amassed. Chapter 5. Blocked after formulating the subsequent plan. Su-Mo closed his eyes and began to sift through the vast array of martial arts techniques in his mind. He intended to select a secret method that would enhance the amplitude of his force. Fortunately, these techniques floated in his consciousness like luminous orbs, accessible only when Su-Mo chose to inspect them. Otherwise, the sheer volume of information would have overwhelmed his mind long ago. After several minutes, he selected a technique known as Thunderblade. While referred to as a blade technique, it was essentially a method of exerting force. Thunderblade is encompassed within ninefold Thunderblade, and after modifications, it is divided into 36 tiers. Each tier, once mastered, doubles one's force. Upon completing all 36 tiers, one could unleash a force 36 times their original strength. In other words, with his current strength of 600 kilograms, mastering the first tier would enable him to exert 1,200 kilograms of force. If he were to master all 36 tiers, his output would soar to 21,600 kilograms. Such is the power of technique. Moreover, this method is not restricted to blade techniques or attacks. It can amplify the force exerted by any part of the body. With no sword at hand, Su-Mo began to practice by transforming his hand into a blade. He dedicated the entire night to this practice. It proved exceedingly challenging. As he gazed out at the faint light breaking through the window, Su-Mo couldn't help but sigh. Despite an entire night of training, he had yet to grasp the first tier of Thunderblade. However, he remained undeterred. After all, a technique capable of doubling his strength would hardly be mastered in a single night. He would have found it hard to believe if it were so easy. Rising to stretch his body, he felt invigorated, perhaps due to the super soldier serum. Even after a sleepless night, Su-Mo felt remarkably alert. An hour later, in the dining hall, a massive table was laden with an array of dishes. Wanda looked astonished at the dozens of breakfast options before her. "I had the kitchen prepare a little of everything, not knowing your preferences," Su-Mo explained, noticing her expression. Upon hearing this, Wanda's eyes flickered with a hint of gratitude. But the memory of last night's frenzy, coupled with the lingering discomfort she felt, quickly extinguished that sentiment. How insincere. With a blank expression, she selected a plate of toast and fried eggs and began to eat in silence. Su-Mo reached for a napkin to wipe his hands and then produced a bank card from his pocket, offering it to her. "This card contains $100 million. It would be more appropriate for you to deliver it to Peter." With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment at the figure mentioned. Such a staggering sum. She and Peter barely earned 2,000 euros each month. This amount was equivalent to 3,000 years of their combined salaries. Though reluctant to admit it, Wanda was acutely aware that even selling herself would not fetch such a price. What could Su-Mo possibly desire by bestowing upon them $100 million? Is it truly possible to harbor affection for oneself? Such a notion must be fiercely expelled from her mind. She herself remains indifferent to matters of wealth. Yet Peter is entirely different. With these funds, he ought to be able to lead the life of his dreams. Although Peter is merely a few minutes her senior, the inherent differences between genders have rendered her a caretaker to him throughout their lives. Typically, Peter heeds her every word. One might imagine he would be so exhilarated upon receiving this money that sleep eludes him. With this thought, the resentment she felt towards being compelled into marriage began to dissipate somewhat. After a moment's hesitation, she softly uttered a word of gratitude. As Su-Mo was making his way towards the door, he paused momentarily upon hearing her words before continuing his exit. It seems that Wanda indeed cares deeply for her family. Suemo concluded to himself as he stepped outside. In a secluded town situated over 100 kilometers from New York, Suemo halted his vehicle in front of a two-story villa. The mercenaries he had assembled each bore some criminal record to varying degrees. Thus, he had chosen to place them in this remote location. There were a total of 9 individuals. Typically, they resided in the Golden Triangle, but this time they had come to America due to Wanda's affairs. In the backyard, Suemo regarded the 9 individuals standing in a row, 7 men and 2 women. In the forthcoming period, you will be assigned to Hell's Kitchen, integrating yourselves into various gangs. Your objective is to incite conflict among these gangs. Upon hearing Suemo's peculiar directive, confusion spread across the faces of the 9. However, out of a sense of discipline, none dared to voice their doubts. Boss, the leader of the group, Soren, stepped forward. What level of conflict do you envision? Suemo cast a look of approval in his direction. This is precisely what I was about to elaborate upon. The more intense the conflict, the better, ideally a fight to the death. Noticing the group nodding in understanding, Suemo led them to the rear of his vehicle and opened the trunk. Inside lay an orderly array of black suitcases. In a short while, the suitcases were distributed among the 9. This contains your initial capital, $2 million each. Remember, by any means necessary, at least 1/3 of the scum in Hell's Kitchen must perish within a month. Understood. They nodded in agreement. Suemo waved his hand. All right. Let us depart. The identities you will assume and the gangs you will join are contained within your suitcases. As they vanished from his sight, Suemo let out a sigh. There are still too many constraints in this world. One must remember that this realm is not solely inhabited by the Avengers and X-Men, but also by the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, of Kamartosh. Should matters escalate excessively, it would be all too easy to attract their attention. Otherwise, one might consider planting a few mushroom bombs in the small days, as it is likely to yield a sufficient amount of points. Given his current financial capacity, procuring a few mushroom bombs does not seem an impossible endeavor. However, such actions could potentially expose him to the scrutiny of various factions. For the time being, he must keep this notion to himself. With this in mind, Suemo's gaze shifted once more toward the dimensional teleportation within the marketplace. With this ability, he could venture into realms devoid of high-level combat power and plant one there. Reflecting on this, Suemo shook his head and departed in his vehicle. On a mountainous road leading from the town to the Manhattan district, Suemo drove slowly. In an effort to avoid drawing attention due to his meeting with the mercenaries, he casually chose to drive an ordinary Ford. Just as he passed through a dense thicket, a police car suddenly emerged, pursuing his vehicle. Ultimately, as Suemo approached a cliffside road, the police car accelerated and abruptly intercepted him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to apply the brakes in time. Nevertheless, the car swerved precariously, nearly colliding with the nearby mountainside. Chapter 6. Please don't come any closer. As the police car came to a halt, 2 officers stepped out and approached Suemo's car window. Upon noticing the presence of an Asian individual inside, the middle-aged officer exchanged a glance with his partner, and a hint of arrogance flickered across his face. Get out of the car. Suemo's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Yet he cast a sidelong glance at the firearms holstered at their waists, responding instead with an innocuous smile. Certainly, clearly pleased with Suemo's acquiescence. The middle-aged officer retrieved a citation from his pocket. The speed limit is 80. You are exceeding it. Are you aware? Suemo's expression shifted. In America, speed limits are typically measured in miles. 80 miles per hour equates to approximately 129 kilometers per hour. Driving at such a speed on this winding mountain road? Absurd. Unless one had a death wish. The young officer, observing the change in Suemo's demeanor, wore a smug grin. Kid, if we say you were speeding, then you were speeding. That is final. Of course. Suemo nodded nonchalantly. Issuing a citation is your prerogative. He extended his hand, signaling for the citation to be handed over. Engaging in a dispute with them here served no purpose. They had clearly deduced from his Asian descent and the car's appearance that he was not affluent, and they were undoubtedly seeking to exploit the situation for extortion. If he wished to retaliate, he could devise numerous methods after departing. Seeing Suemo remain composed rather than flustered, the middle-aged officer's expression shifted to one of disappointment. However, Suemo did not contest the citation but rather accepted it with ease, leading the officers to perceive him as a pushover. After exchanging glances, the young officer spoke again. Kid, this isn't as straightforward as it seems. With that, he returned to the police car, rummaged through it, and soon reappeared before Suemo, displaying a figure on the citation. Take a good look. Your speed exceeded 100. According to New York state law, You face 30 days of imprisonment and a fine of $600. However, you can easily avoid the 30 days of jail time. Suemo could only laugh incredulously at their blatant audacity. Yet, it was evident from their practiced routine that this was not their first encounter of this nature. If that were the case, these two could indeed be classified as antagonists. With that thought, he glanced along the road in both directions. It was midday, and given the secluded location of this small road, it was rare for anyone to pass by, resulting in an occasional sighting of a solitary vehicle. Oh, and what must I do? He regarded the officers with a playful glint in his eye. The middle-aged officer, sensing Suemo's lack of understanding, lowered his voice to offer a suggestion. Just $2,000, and this incident can be forgotten. What do you say? He believed wholeheartedly that Suemo would comply. After all, no one desires to confront those who relish soap-dropping antics within the confines of a prison. A month of incarceration could very well cast a lifelong shadow. Indeed, the reality unfolded precisely as he envisioned. Suemo nonchalantly retrieved his wallet from the car and handed over $2,000. At that moment, a resounding roar emerged from behind them. The three turned simultaneously to witness the silhouette of a black pickup truck materializing in their line of sight. The vehicle approached with astonishing speed, zipping past them in a blur, the rush of air creating a cacophony against their clothing. As the thunderous music from within the truck faded into the distance, the young officer's speed radar emitted a buzzing sound. The trio glanced at the device, which read 103. Suemo regarded the two unmoving officers with a smirk. Was this not a case of speeding, of reckless driving? The young officer scoffed and pressed a button on the radar, resetting the displayed value to 0. What did you say? I didn't see anything. The middle-aged officer snatched the bills from his hand. Damn it, you'd better be wise. I have the final say here. With that, both officers erupted into laughter as they sauntered back to their patrol car. Suemo observed their entry into the vehicle, maintaining a stoic expression as he approached the rear of his own car and opened the trunk. Inside lay a large black case. Upon opening it, he revealed a lightweight sniper rifle. In this land of freedom, firearms are essential for personal protection, and nearly every citizen with a gun permit keeps one in their vehicle for unforeseen circumstances. Suemo was no exception. Not only did he possess a sniper rifle, but he also had a handgun and a rifle in his car. Swiftly assembling the sniper rifle, he cast a glance down the road, noting the absence of other vehicles. Cradling the assembled weapon, he assumed a perfect shooting stance. At this moment, the patrol car had barely traveled 300 meters. For someone who had practiced shooting for years, this distance was practically a matter of precision. Aiming through the rear window at the young officer behind the wheel, Suemo decisively squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous bang, a burst of red and white erupted from the distant patrol car, sending it spiraling out of control. The road wound along a mountainside. On one side stood a rock face, while the other dropped perilously into an abyss of 70 to 80 meters. After losing control, the vehicle first collided with the mountainside, then rolled several times, precariously halting at the edge of the cliff. At this point, nearly half of the car dangled over the precipice, seemingly on the verge of plummeting. After firing, Suemo paid no heed to the unfolding chaos. Instead, he swiftly disassembled the sniper rifle, returning it to its case before leisurely resuming his seat in the driver's position and starting the engine. Half a minute later, he pulled up beside the patrol car. The officer behind the wheel, having been shot in the head by Suemo, was undoubtedly beyond saving. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged officer, after enduring a complete somersault of his vehicle, remained conscious and had managed to slowly extricate himself from the wreckage. He had crawled to the center of the road, yet his service weapon, once secured at his waist, had vanished, presumably flung away during the tumult. Although he had narrowly escaped peril, his injuries were grievous. Traversing a mere 5 meters seemed to have drained the last vestiges of strength from his body. Now, having fled from danger, he lay flat on the ground, eyes shut, gasping for breath. It was only upon hearing the approaching footsteps that he slowly opened his eyes, beholding the grinning figure of Suemo, whose smile resembled that of a malevolent demon. A look of terror spread across the man's face. Please, do not come any closer. Chapter 7. Apologies. No parking here. The man scrambled away from Suemo in a state of sheer terror. To him, the figure before him appeared nothing short of a demon. Observing the panic etched on the man's face, Suemo responded with a benevolent smile. Officer, why such a fearful expression? I assure you, I'm a good person, he exclaimed. You see, lying in the middle of the road like this, you risk encountering speeding vehicles, which could easily result in an accident. Allow me to assist you back to your car. Without waiting for a response, Suemo seized the man by the throat, effortlessly lifting him up. He then deposited the bewildered officer back into the police vehicle. For someone with nearly a ton of strength, this task was trivial. The middle-aged officer seemed to comprehend Sumo's intentions. No, please, spare me. I'll return all the money. The man trembled as he fumbled through his pockets, producing the American dollars he had just extorted from Sumo. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, tears and mucus streamed down his face, mingling with the blood that marred his features, eliciting a look of disgust from Sumo, declining the offered bills. Sumo instead produced a lighter and slowly ignited the money held in the man's trembling hands. Since you have such an affinity for dollars, allow me to assist you in storing them, he uttered, leaving the man bewildered by his cryptic words before shutting the car door. I'm sorry, officer, but parking is prohibited here. With that, Sumo raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the vehicle. The already precarious car teetered dangerously before plummeting over the edge of the cliff. A deafening explosion resonated below as Sumo calmly returned to his own vehicle. Just as he started the engine, 2 notification sounds echoed in his mind. Points 30. Points 40. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. As long as he engaged in nefarious deeds, the system would classify him as a villain. The points accrued from the 2 individuals varied, which he could understand. It seemed the system determined the points based on the moral values of the victims. In the village gym, Sumo delivered a punch to the sandbag before him, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the bag burst apart under his immense strength. After a week, the super soldier serum had been fully absorbed. System, open the attribute panel. Instantly, the familiar screen materialized before him. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 4,620 kilograms, speed, 68 ms, abilities, none, points, 512, with a formidable strength of 4.5 tons. Although the serum had been modified to eliminate its dangers, its efficacy was not significantly different from the original. Judging by this, Captain America's physical capabilities should also fall within this range. As for the points, Soren and his companions had long been entrenched within the ranks of the Hell's Kitchen gang. During this time, instigated by their actions, several large-scale bloodbaths had erupted, from which these points were derived, contributed by the scum eliminated during the chaos. This also encompassed the points acquired from the 2 police officers dispatched by Sumo. The incident involving the 2 officers had, under Sumo's suppression, stirred little commotion. After all, the monetary gifts he had bestowed upon New York's politicians were not meant to be squandered. Seated cross-legged upon the floor of his room, Sumo diligently perused the gene primordial energy cultivation method in his mind. In truth, once his strength surpassed 900 kilograms, he had the capability to commence the cultivation of gene primordial energy. The reason he had refrained from immediate practice at that time was the consideration that a martial artist experiences a tremendous enhancement during their inaugural cultivation of gene primordial energy. The greater the strength, the more significant the improvement. However, in that world, without the cultivation of gene primordial energy, one could only achieve a maximum strength of approximately 1 ton through training. Any further enhancement would prove exceedingly arduous. Yet, under the influence of the super soldier serum, Sumo had directly elevated his strength to that of a high-level warrior. It remained uncertain to what extent this first cultivation would elevate him. The apprenticeship level is divided into 3 stages: warrior, war general, and war god. Each stage comprises initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. The transition from a novice warrior with a punching power of 900 kilograms to an intermediate warrior with a punching power of 2,000 kilograms results in a doubling of strength with each subsequent level. The standard for an advanced warrior dictates a punching power exceeding 4,000 kilograms and a speed surpassing 60 ms. After a brief moment, Sumo exhaled deeply. The contents of the secret manual had become second nature to him. The essence of cultivating gene primordial energy lies in absorbing the stray energies of the universe to enhance oneself. The initial step in this cultivation is to first perceive this energy. Following the instructions within the manual, he assumed a posture of 5 hearts facing the heavens and gradually closed his eyes, striving to attune himself. As time elapsed, he remained motionless, as if pressed by a pause button. For the first half hour, Sumo felt nothing. However, he remained unperturbed, as the manual indicated. It was exceedingly difficult for beginners to sense cosmic energy, with many taking a month to achieve this. Thanks to his tranquil disposition, after an hour, he entered a wondrous state in which he could perceive a unique energy permeating the air around him. He sensed it. A surge of excitement coursed through Sumo. This must indeed be the cosmic energy described in the manual. Regrettably, overwhelmed by emotion, he abruptly withdrew from that extraordinary sensation. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. Having experienced it once, the following attempts would surely be simpler. Focusing his mind, he recalled the previous state and once more closed his eyes. With heightened concentration, it was not long before he re-entered that remarkable state, feeling the omnipresent energy surrounding him as he reflected upon the teachings of the manual. The subsequent step involves guiding this energy into one's own body. Upon contemplating this, a stirring sensation arose within him. The energy surrounding his body, as if drawn by an invisible force, gradually converged towards him, flowing into his being. The influx quickened, and once inside, the energy dispersed to various parts. Eagerly absorbed by the parched cells within him, akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. A warm sensation enveloped him, almost lulling Suemo into slumber. Just as he reveled in this state, a figure swiftly approached from the corridor outside the gym. Wanda, his newlywed. Her face was etched with a look of distress. Yet, upon reaching the gym's entrance, she found herself torn with indecision. Suemo had previously instructed that once he entered, no one was to disturb him. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from knocking on the door and instead waited anxiously, her concern palpable. Chapter 8. Junior Warrior 2 hours later. Suemo slowly opened his eyes and rose from the ground. As he did so, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body. A transparent panel reappeared before him. Name: Suemo. Age: 20. Strength: 10. 360 kilograms. Speed: 96 ms. Ability: none. Points: 512. Upon observing the columns of strength and speed, a look of astonishment crossed Suemo's face. In his first training session, his power had more than doubled, reaching a staggering 10 tons. This achievement met the criteria for a junior warrior. Not only had his strength and speed increased, but his entire physique had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Even his sensory abilities had multiplied several times over. The flow of air around him and various subtle sounds were all within his perception. The ticking of the clock on the wall resonated in his ears like a thunderous bell. At that moment, his gaze shifted, and he turned towards the door. Someone was outside. He hurried to the entrance and opened the door. Standing there, having waited for over 2 hours, was Wanda, her complexion somewhat pale. A hint of confusion crossed Suemo's face as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Suemo, Wanda rushed forward, grasping his arms, her eyes glistening with moisture. Peter is in trouble. In Hell's Kitchen, within a private building, in a dimly lit room, Peter sat bound to a chair, her body marred with bruises. "Boss, this is the person I was telling you about." A frail black man facing Peter spoke, addressing the figure seated by the window. The bald man, who had been gazing outside, stirred at the mention of her name and rose from his chair. It was only then that Peter noticed his towering height. Nearly 2 meters, and his imposing physique. The man scrutinized Peter, still tied to the chair. "Have you verified her identity?" "Boss, we have already checked. She just arrived from Western Europe not long ago, apparently because her sister married a wealthy man and came into a fortune," the small black man hastily explained, handing a report to the bald figure. The muscular bald man examined the document with great seriousness, and a look of shock crossed his face. $100 million? That's right, boss. With this money, we will have enough to cover this year's dues. Fisk, also known as Kingpin, regarded his subordinate with an approving glance. Well done. After praising his subordinate, Kingpin approached Peter. "Madam, we merely seek wealth. Surely, you wouldn't want to perish before you even have the chance to spend it? You can kill me if you wish. Wanting my money is futile." Peter retorted defiantly, revealing an expression of indifference to her dire situation. Wanda initially had no intention of accepting the funds given by him, considering his character. However, she later reflected on the fact that someone like Suemo, a wealthy individual, rarely remains committed in the long term. In the event that Wanda and her partner were to divorce someday, this could serve as a safety net for her. Throughout this time, she had not touched a single penny of that money. In the Manor's living room, Suemo and Wanda sat together. Was it possible that the other had ventured to a place devoid of signal? No, that was implausible. In her anxiety, Wanda's voice trembled slightly. Ever since childhood, Peter had always informed her in advance whenever he needed to leave. Such a scenario was simply unfathomable. He certainly would not be in any trouble, right? Gazing into Wanda's hopeful eyes, Suemo could only offer a few words of comfort. "Do not worry, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. We will have news by tomorrow morning at the latest." However, it was evident that his reassurances had little effect, as Wanda's emotions remained largely unresolved. At that moment, Suemo's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of his secretary, Avril. "Boss, we have news." Half an hour later, a vehicle sped towards the Clinton district. "Why don't we contact the police?" Wanda inquired anxiously from the car. Do you believe that if we call the police, Peter would survive? Suemo retorted. Given the Mafia's customary practices, if the New York police were involved, the likelihood of Peter surviving was exceedingly slim. Moreover, their adversary was the formidable Jean Bing, whose capabilities placed him beyond the ordinary. The car halted 2 streets away from the Mafia stronghold he had identified. Wait for me in the car, Suemo assured Wanda with a reassuring glance before stepping out. Upon hearing his words, Wanda's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the past, they had always relied on themselves during crises, and in that moment, she even felt that marrying him might not be such a bad idea after all. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, she voiced her concern. Be careful. She understood well that accompanying him would only serve to hinder him. Suemo did not turn back, but waved his hand in response. Standing at the entrance, he touched a bracelet on his wrist. His confidence in rescuing Peter stemmed from his belief in his own ability to return unscathed. With his current prowess as a novice warrior, ordinary firearms posed minimal threat to him. With his heightened reflexes, dodging bullets was hardly a challenge. The only concern lay with energy-based weapons, as this world was rife with advanced technologies that could yield unprecedented innovations. Nonetheless, the bracelet on his wrist was specifically designed for such circumstances. It had cost him 200 points. This bracelet could autonomously generate an energy shield when under attack. According to the system, it could withstand even a nuclear explosion for up to 2 seconds. The only lamentable aspect is that this item is a disposable commodity. Soon, Suemo arrived before a multi-story building. At present, the influence of the Mafia was confined to Hell's Kitchen and had yet to expand to dominate the entirety of America. The headquarters was merely this modest edifice before him. Suemo cast a glance at the balcony on the 2nd floor, then gracefully leaped, grasping the windowsill, and executed a swift somersault into the room. Oh my God! Damn! Upon reaching the balcony, Suemo beheld a tangle of 7 or 8 figures within the room. You left me out of the fun. All of you are doomed. As the glass door of the balcony swung open, his silhouette flickered through the room in an instant. Points 50. Points 60. After dispatching several gang members within, Suemo opened the door and ascended the stairs. With his reflexes and speed, the gang members scarcely had time to utter a word before he dealt with them. Chapter 9. Hell's Kitchen. Jean Bing's operations proceeded remarkably smoothly. Until he reached the 6th floor, he remained undetected. To be precise, all who had encountered him had already been dealt with. At this juncture, Suemo entered the 7th floor. From the last gang member he encountered, he learned that those kidnapped by the Black Hand were held in this very level. Thus, upon entering, Suemo began to inspect each room systematically. He rendered unconscious anyone who was not Pietro. There was no other choice. If he allowed even one to escape, it would only take moments for his whereabouts to be exposed. Upon opening another door, Suemo was taken aback as a short-haired woman clad in a tight suit slid in through the window via a zip line. Upon landing, she executed a swift roll and stood up, locking eyes with Suemo, who had just opened the door. When he recognized her face, he was momentarily stunned. The Black Widow? Natasha, upon spotting Suemo, charged towards him, evidently mistaking him for a member of the Black Hand. Before he could utter a word, a long leg aimed a kick at his face. He instinctively raised his hand to block her leg, and with a slight exertion of force, Natasha was sent staggering backward. Fearing the disturbance would alert the gang members within the building, Suemo stepped into the room and closed the door. At that moment, Natasha lunged at him again. Having learned from her previous encounter, she realized that the individual before her possessed extraordinary strength, making it impossible for her to resist. She had already equipped herself with 2 black batons. Unfortunately for her, Sumo's reflexes and speed, having reached the level of a warrior, were far too swift. Before she could react, he had thrown her onto the bed. Stop. I'm not a gang member. I infiltrated here just like you. Before she could rise, Suemo hurriedly explained. As Natasha sprang up from the bed upon hearing this, she retracted the batons in her hands. She had been puzzled as to why he had not shouted or attempted to flee, but instead chose to close the door, initially thinking he was confident in his ability to subdue her. Now, the truth dawned on her. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Once convinced that he was not affiliated with the gang, Natasha regarded him with curiosity. My friend has been kidnapped by them. I'm here to rescue him. Suemo did not hold back the truth. Although S-H-I-E-L-D was not without its flaws, Natasha possessed a strong sense of justice. In such circumstances, it was likely he would become an ally rather than an adversary. It appears my intelligence was not mistaken. As she spoke, Natasha produced an identification badge. I am Natasha, affiliated with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, here to investigate the Black Hand's kidnapping and extortion activities. Suemo. After introducing himself, Suemo turned to head outside. I advise you to leave quickly. You want to be able to handle the people inside. Before departing, Suemo offered a word of caution to his companion. Although Natasha possessed formidable combat skills, she found herself at a disadvantage against the physically superior Kingpin, who embodied the pinnacle of human strength. It's none of your concern, Natasha stubbornly retorted before following Suemo out of the room. This floor housed only a few chambers, and soon, Suemo discovered Pietro in a corner room. Natasha had seemingly vanished. At that moment, Pietro was bound hand and foot, his face marred by bruises. A clear testament to the suffering he endured for refusing to relinquish his money. Sue? Surprise flickered across Pietro's face as he recognized Suemo entering through the doorway. What brings you here? Of course, I'm here to rescue you. Suemo stepped forward to untie the ropes binding him, just as he intended to lead Pietro away. He paused, his expression shifting. Wait. Thanks to his exceptional physical prowess, he could discern the commotion outside with clarity. In the corridor, a group of armed figures burst forth from the stairs, swiftly encircling the door. The door was kicked open from the outside, and the gang members outside wasted no time unleashing a hail of gunfire into the room. In an instant, the entire chamber was enveloped in gunpowder smoke. As the assailants reloaded, a figure suddenly darted out from the swirling smoke. The silhouette moved like a fleeting shadow, flickering in the corridor. When it came to a halt, the gang members, their heads twisted at impossible angles, slowly collapsed to the floor. Pietro, who had followed Suemo closely, witnessed this astonishing scene. His face initially reflected shock, quickly transforming into excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, that was simply incredible. Sue, is this what they call martial arts? Enough chatter, let's move." Suemo gestured for him to follow as they hurried down the stairs. As Pietro was still an ordinary person, a stray bullet could easily claim his life. Thus, Suemo prioritized getting him to safety. The two descended together. Just as they exited the building, they encountered a burly, bald, middle-aged man waiting outside. Impressive. The man clapped his hands and removed his suit jacket. To have fought your way through my men, you have my respect. But if you wish to take him away, you must first seek my permission. Suemo sized him up. Judging from the man's distinctive massive physique, he surmised that this was none other than Kingpin, the underground ruler of Hell's Kitchen. You leave. This one is mine. He instructed Pietro to inform him of Wanda's vehicle's location. After a moment of hesitation, Pietro nodded and hurried towards the street where the car was parked. Given the speed with which Suemo had dispatched the gunman, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. He was acutely aware that at Suemo's speed, if he disregarded his own safety, no one could possibly detain him. Remaining here would only serve to burden others. Without my permission, no one is to leave. Jean Bing observed Pietro's desire to escape, a cruel smile creeping across his face. In an instant, he lunged toward Pietro. Despite his seemingly corpulent physique, his movements were remarkably swift. However, compared to Suemo, he was still far from quick. As soon as he made a move, Suemo had already positioned himself in front of him. Your opponent is me, Suemo declared, then launched a powerful kick, sending Jean Bing crashing into the opposite building. His massive form created a gaping hole, 2 meters in diameter, in the wall. Peering through the openings, it appeared to lead into a bedroom. On the bed within, a man and a woman, entangled together, hastily attempted to dress, their faces etched with terror as they fled through the hole. Pietro, having run a few meters away, turned back at the sound, his gaze fixed on the large hole in the wall. Staring in bewilderment, he muttered to himself, "What? Is this guy some sort of superhero with his underwear worn on the outside?" Chapter 10, Rampage quickly, move. Suemo exclaimed, noticing Pietro frozen in place. He was uncertain whether his strike would be lethal. Remaining stationary could easily embroil them in the ensuing clash between the two combatants. Oh, right. Pietro, spurred by the reminder, no longer hesitated and vanished in an instant. Inside the building, Jean Bing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face marred with crimson streaks, revealing a look of horror. The recent blow had nearly fractured his ribs. Even if they remained intact, cracks must have formed. His internal organs seemed to have sustained considerable damage from the overwhelming force. This marked the second occasion he had encountered such a crushing situation, aside from that mutant abomination. Taking a deep breath, Jean Bing painstakingly retrieved a small syringe from his sleeve. This was a concoction developed in a secret laboratory by his subordinates, capable of fully unleashing one's latent potential, enhancing physical capabilities by 5 to 6 times. However, the technology was not yet perfected, and once the effects wore off, it would inflict irreversible harm on the body. Surviving this encounter would likely mean spending the remainder of his life in a wheelchair, originally intended as a trump card against the mutant. He found himself compelled to use it now, otherwise he might not endure the night. Resolute, he plunged the syringe into the inner thigh. Outside, Suemo, sensing the silence within, stepped forward into the building. Based on the previous engagement, he estimated the opponent's strength did not exceed 2 tons. Yet, to reach such a level through mere human training was a testament to exceptional talent. Despite the opponent's inferiority, Suemo remained vigilant and harbored no intentions of underestimating him. Upon entering the room, Suemo immediately spotted Jean Bing, trapped beneath a pile of debris. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick aimed at ending the confrontation. Just as his foot was about to connect, Jean Bing's skin glimmered with a crimson hue, and he suddenly sprang upward, evading Suemo's strike with remarkable speed. Several times faster than before. Realizing the shift in dynamics, Suemo cautiously retreated from the room, with Jean Bing following closely behind. At that moment, Jean Bing appeared somewhat monstrous. His skin had turned a deep red, with some areas even rupturing, allowing trickles of blood to seep from the wounds. This was dire. Suemo quickly understood that the opponent had likely consumed a substance that inflicted severe damage upon himself. In a world rife with advanced technology, the emergence of such drugs was hardly surprising. Emerging from the shadows, Jean Bing wasted no words and lunged directly at Suemo. He was acutely aware of the time-limited effects of the drug. If he failed to subdue Suemo before it wore off, he would be the one to perish. In an instant, the two figures collided once more, this time no longer in a one-sided domination but rather an evenly matched contest. Even the drug-enhanced Jean Bing exerted a formidable pressure on Suemo, compelling him to rely solely on a slight edge and speed to engage with his opponent. In terms of combat experience, there remained a discernible gap between him and the seasoned Jean Bing. After all, less than half a month ago, he had merely been an ordinary individual. It was indeed a fanciful notion to think he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the battle-hardened Jean Bing in such a brief span of time. Realizing that mere fists would not suffice to subdue his adversary, Suemo reached out, and a weapon resembling a Tang Dao, crafted from a special alloy, materialized in his grasp. The system he possessed boasted an infinitely expansive storage space, albeit restricted to items exchanged within the system. This battle blade, a product of his efforts in the system, had cost him 300 points and belonged to the Cold Moon series, a fourth-tier weapon capable of withstanding the full force of a novice war general without incurring damage. Jean Bing's gaze flickered with a hint of trepidation as he beheld the sudden appearance of the battle blade in Suemo's hand. Suemo advanced, gripping the blade tightly, and swung it forcefully at his opponent. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Jean Bing's skin, Suemo felt an unexpected resistance. The edge of the blade was firmly ensnared by Jean Bing, who wore a pair of gloves forged from an unknown metal, capable of withstanding the blade's strike, revealing itself to be no ordinary alloy. A cruel smile graced Jean Bing's face as he declared, "Now it's my turn." With that, he clenched his right fist and struck fiercely at Suemo. With the battle blade captured, Suemo, left with no choice, clenched his left fist in response. A tremendous roar echoed as Jean Bing remained steadfast, while Suemo was sent tumbling back to his previous position. Observing his trembling left hand, a grave expression settled on Suemo's face. Conservatively estimating, he gauged his opponent's strength to be around 12 to 13 tons. Although the skin on Jean Bing's body cracked with each movement, it appeared he could endure for quite some time yet. Without granting Suemo a moment to recuperate, Jean Bing's imposing figure reappeared before him. The two resumed their entangled struggle, the streets reverberating with the sound of their combat. Unlike their previous encounter, the roles had reversed. Jean Bing relentlessly assaulted Suemo, who, leveraging his opponent's strength, constantly sought to create distance while engaged in battle. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining his grip on the battle blade, he might have already succumbed to defeat. This cannot continue. A flicker of urgency ignited in Suemo's eyes. He sensed the gradual numbness creeping into his arms, a consequence of their relentless exchanges. If this persisted, he feared he would soon be unable to withstand Jean Bing's onslaught. With their speeds comparable, escape seemed increasingly difficult. The only solution now was to master the first tier of the Thunderblade technique. Achieving this would double his striking power, elevating it to 20 tons. At present, the formidable Kingpin's strength does not exceed 15 tons. At this moment, two figures rushed towards him from a distance. Only upon nearing did they realize that these two were none other than Wanda and Pietro, the sibling duo. Pietro was armed with a submachine gun, while Wanda brandished a Remington shotgun. Given her ordinary physical constitution, she appeared somewhat breathless after their hurried run. However, there was no time for them to catch their breath. They immediately aimed their weapons at Kingpin, who had separated from Sumo, and pulled the triggers. Upon seeing them, Sumo's expression shifted. "What are you two doing back here?" he exclaimed. He understood, while that firearms posed little threat to him and Kingpin at this juncture. "I came to rescue you. I cannot abandon you," Pietro explained, bracing himself against the recoil of the gun. Wanda nodded in agreement. The two had been observing from a nearby vehicle, ensuring that they could swiftly escape if Kingpin detected them. However, upon witnessing Sumo gradually losing ground, they could no longer remain passive. They seized their weapons and charged forward. Having witnessed the speed of Sumo and his allies, they chose their firearms based on the ability to hit their targets effectively. In truth, their choices proved wise. Under the barrage of the submachine gun's fire and the extensive range of the shotgun, despite Kingpin's quick reflexes, he was struck multiple times in an instant. Although the damage he sustained was minimal, the accompanying pain ignited his fury. "You seek death," he roared. And with a swift movement, he lunged towards Wanda, who was nearest to him. Chapter 11. Magneto and the Brotherhood. As Sumo observed the Russian Kingpin heading towards Wanda, his expression shifted dramatically. "Get away." He swiftly positioned himself in front of Wanda. With all his might, he swung his battle blade, and in a moment of urgency, the technique for the first level of the Thunderblade emerged in his mind. A spark of enlightenment illuminated his heart. Instinctively, a surge of strength surged through his right hand once more. The speed of the blade increased by 60%. Kingpin, who had initially been confident in his ability to withstand Sumo's attack, now wore a look of horror as he realized the change. No. The blade struck fiercely against his neck, right before Kingpin's widened eyes. With a sound akin to slicing through tofu, the blade glided effortlessly. Kingpin's expression froze in an instant. Subsequently, his head slowly detached and fell to the ground. Kill the antagonist, earn 10,000 points. The system's notification resonated in Sumo's mind. Immersed in the joy of mastering the first level of the Thunderblade, Sumo's eyes brightened. Indeed, he was worthy of being the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, capable of matching hundreds of mere minions. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Wanda approached from behind. Upon hearing her voice, Sumo's gaze flickered, and his countenance suddenly turned pale, his body weakened, and he began to topple backward. Sensing this, Wanda hurriedly reached out to support him. "What's wrong?" Sumo leaned against her, gazing at the concern etched on her face, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued." Although he had activated the system, Sumo did not forget the chaotic power that resided within Wanda. The awakening of that chaotic energy was unpredictable. Should it awaken suddenly, he could not be certain of her attitude towards him. After all, he had previously threatened her and taken away her first experience. It was evident that she held some resentment against him. Now, with such a prime opportunity to enhance their rapport, he certainly would not let it slip away easily. Witnessing Sumo risking his life to rescue her and her brother, a warmth surged within Wanda's heart. "Thank you. I'll help you back." As she spoke, Wanda began to assist Sumo towards the direction of the car. Just then, an explosion echoed from behind them. A dark figure shattered through the window, crashing to the ground. The three turned to look. Natasha clutched her back, slowly rising from the ground. "Damn it, my back." Before Sumo and the others could grasp the situation, a man, even more robust than Kingpin, emerged from the building. He wore a metallic helmet. Casting a glance at the decapitated Kingpin, his furious gaze landed on Sumo and the others. "Did you kill him?" Damn you bastards. Now where am I supposed to collect my money? If I can't collect the money, then..." The man rambled on, lost in his own thoughts. Upon witnessing the scene, Sumo turned to Natasha beside him, gesturing with his hand to convey a silent question. "Where did you encounter this lunatic?" Natasha shrugged her shoulders, clearly as perplexed as he was about the origin of this madman. After muttering to himself for a while, the man's gaze returned to Sumo and his companions. "Since you have killed him, I shall escort you back to report," he declared. With that, he stomped his foot forcefully against the ground. A thunderous rumble ensued, causing the very earth beneath him to heave as if a subterranean dragon stirred, rolling ominously towards Sumo and his group. Startled by the spectacle, Sumo exclaimed, "Run." Immediately, he seized Wanda and Pietro by the hands, propelling them away from the impending danger. Natasha, witnessing this turn of events, also shifted her expression and darted off in another direction. The man, clad in a helmet and seemingly lacking in mental acuity, pursued Sumo with fervor. However, Despite his ability to shake the ground with a single step, his speed appeared woefully inadequate, barely reaching the limits of human capability. Although Suemo was burdened with 2 companions, he swiftly outpaced the man. Settling into the back seat of a luxury vehicle, Suemo exhaled deeply. Judging by the destructive power exhibited by the man earlier, his strength must exceed 50 tons, clearly beyond Suemo's current capacity to confront. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the implications. Low intelligence, immense strength, and a helmeted visage allowed Suemo to deduce the man's identity. The only individual fitting this description was the formidable red tank, Cain Marco, who had acquired the powers of the malevolent deity, Sidorak. Yet, how did he find himself within the sanctum of Kingpin? Reflecting on the man's prior statements and considering Kingpin's recent frenzied acts of kidnapping and extortion, it became evident that he was in service to some organization. The Brotherhood of Mutants? This was the only group that came to mind, as Red Tank had previously associated with only a few organizations, and this was the most likely to engage in such nefarious activities, regardless of the organization. Suemo realized he had likely come under their scrutiny. It was imperative that he elevate his own abilities swiftly. With this thought, Suemo retrieved his phone and dialed Soren's number. Kingpin is dead. Spread the news and incite chaos among the gangs of Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, on Nak Island, approximately 300 nautical miles from New York, stood a small isle of a few square kilometers, home to the headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Within a building on the island's eastern shore, Red Tank faced an elderly man seated at the head of the table. The elder, adorned with a metallic helmet, was none other than the infamous Magneto. Kingpin is dead. What of the money? Red Tank inquired, though Eric displayed little concern over Kingpin's demise, viewing him merely as a tool for amassing dollars. At this revelation, Red Tank's expression froze. I don't know. Eric was not surprised by the answer. With a resigned gesture, he waved his hand at the other person. Never mind, you should go back and rest. Aware of the other's rather unstable mental state, he recognized that within the Brotherhood, only the Red Tank remained capable of firmly suppressing Kim, undeterred by any underhanded tactics. To that end, he had specifically assigned another mutant to accompany him. After the incident at the Golden Gate Bridge, he had been injected with the mutant cure, which resulted in the loss of his abilities. Without him, all remaining members of the Brotherhood were being hunted by the government, scurrying like rats in the sewers. It was only after he regained a portion of his powers that he was able to reunite them once more. Eric turned his gaze towards a young girl seated in the corner, engrossed in her computer. Investigate what exactly is going on. No problem, just give me some time. The girl replied with a confident smile, her fingers flying swiftly over the keyboard. Chapter 12. Redemption of the Spiritual Core. For a period of time following the demise of Jean Bing, compounded by Sauron and his cohort's instigation, Hell's Kitchen descended into chaos. The echoes of gunfire and sirens reverberated throughout the area incessantly, day and night. However, the government remained indifferent, for the deceased were merely members of the local gangs, and they would prefer to see such scum eliminated entirely. That morning, in the estate's villa, Suemo emerged groggily from his bedroom. In the living room, Wanda, clad in her pajamas, busied herself in the kitchen. Hearing sounds behind her, she turned to find Suemo stepping out, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. You're awake. Suemo approached and embraced her from behind. Why are you cooking today? You could leave these tasks to the servants, but I want to do it myself, she replied, playfully swatting his hand away and casting him a mock glare. All right, go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Fine. Suemo relented and exited the kitchen towards the bathroom. Ever since he saved Pietro, their relationship had advanced remarkably. Wanda seemed to have fully accepted him. It must be noted that women like Wanda, who grew up starved of affection, are particularly susceptible to emotional gestures. A single act of kindness can prompt them to respond with immense gratitude. Moreover, in her eyes, Suemo had risked his life to rescue Pietro. Upon Suemo's return to the dining room, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Gazing at the buns and rice porridge, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Did you make this? Of course. Wanda gathered her hair. I heard from the servants that you only enjoy Chinese cuisine, so I decided to give it a try. It's my first attempt, so I'm not sure how it turned out. It looks delightful, Suemo praised, captivated by her sweet smile. Indeed, disregarding the rewards from the system, if one were to select the most suitable partner from the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. After all, her lifelong dream was simply to have 2 children and live a tranquil life in a cozy town. This aligns perfectly with the traditional Chinese ideals of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Most importantly, she remained so approachable. Seated at the dining table, he took a bite of a bun filled with beef. Surprisingly, it tasted quite exceptional. By the way, why haven't I seen Pietro around lately? At this inquiry, a hint of helplessness crossed Wanda's face. He found a job in Queens and rented an apartment. Now he works during the day and spends his nights studying that manual you taught him. It's been quite a while since he last came home. If I had visited him a few days ago, I would have thought he had been kidnapped again. Suemo felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation as well. Despite the financial assistance and the job and housing he had arranged for Pietro, he remained steadfastly unwilling to accept any of it. The funds, after his rescue, were resolutely returned to Suemo. In his own words, he had initially accepted the money due to a lack of understanding of Suemo, intending to provide Wanda with a safety net. However, after the recent events, he had come to trust Suemo completely. Thus, the necessity for such a safety net had vanished. He felt entirely capable of sustaining himself without relying on Suemo's assistance. Suemo could only sigh in appreciation of this brother-in-law's commendable character and his dedication to martial arts. Consequently, Suemo entrusted him with the gene original cultivation method for further study, knowing that many terms were unique to Huaxia and would require time to comprehend. Additionally, he provided a substantial portion of beast meat for him to consume gradually, enhancing his physical prowess. Once his strength reached that of a quasi-warrior, he would be ready to commence his training. Nevertheless, these were merely contingency plans. Suemo still preferred that Wanda and her companion awaken their abilities along their original path. With the chaos magic and speed they possessed, their strength would be more than sufficient for self-defense. In the gym, Suemo perused a document in his hands. This was a compilation of information collected by Soren regarding the various factions within Hell's Kitchen. Due to the disturbances initiated by their group of 9, nearly all the gangs had suffered significant losses, with major factions seeing their numbers halved, while some smaller gangs were entirely eradicated. Hell's Kitchen had entered its safest period in over a decade. Opening the system panel, he observed the point tally: 31,960 points. This was the accumulation achieved during this period. The death toll among gang members in Hell's Kitchen had reached over 1,000 due to the turmoil. As these deaths were indirectly caused by him, the points earned had substantially diminished. In the past couple of days, his points had nearly ceased to grow. However, this amount was still sufficient to significantly enhance his strength. He accessed the exchange list in the marketplace, where a plethora of mutant abilities dazzled his senses. Storm. Gain the ability to manipulate the weather. Points required: 30,000. Teleportation. Instantly move to any previously visited location. Points required: 30,000. Sand manipulation. Control sand freely, with the ability to transform oneself into sand, rendering immune to a degree of physical attacks. Points required: 30,000. Clone. Generate up to 100 clones, controlled by the original body. Damage sustained by the original can be transferred to the clones. Points required: 30,000. Overwhelming confidence. Acquire an immense sense of self-assurance, unrivaled in heaven and earth, with the side effect of developing spikes on the body. Points required: 100,000. While these abilities were impressive, mutant powers derived from the X gene were too easily countered. Even the formidable Magneto would become an ordinary person if hit by a mutant cure. In contrast, the strength derived from cultivation was fundamentally different. Do not fear restraint. Your potential far exceeds that of these mutants. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suemo's gaze shifted. Mental core. Capable of merging within the mind, autonomously releasing mental energy, and ascending to the rank of a mental mage. The mental energy contained within can elevate the host to the pinnacle of a war god. Required points for exchange: 30,000. This is it. In an instant, Suemo made his decision. After deducting 30,000 points, a dark golden orb materialized in his hand. The orb, about the size of a soybean, appeared almost ethereal. Following the system's guidance, Suemo pressed the orb to the center of his brow. In an instant, the orb vanished from his grasp. Suemo felt a sharp pain surge through his mind, and his vision blurred. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a vast expanse of white. Not far ahead, a palm-sized black tower was slowly rotating. It was the stellar tower he had previously acquired. Chapter 13, The Mentalist and the Realm of Consciousness? Suemo pondered. After all, he had witnessed the star tower being absorbed into his forehead. At this moment, he also noticed that the recently vanished dark golden sphere was now floating above the star tower. Before he could comprehend the situation, the dark golden sphere seemed to be stimulated, gradually accelerating its rotation, emanating a thick mist of ethereal energy. Mental energy? According to the system's explanation, the quantity of mental energy released by the mental nucleus is closely related to one's physical strength. Currently, his martial prowess was at the level of a junior warrior. His mentalist strength could at most exceed his martial prowess by 2 levels. This meant that the mental nucleus could directly release mental energy, elevating his mentalist strength to that of a senior warrior. After pausing for just a moment in the realm of consciousness, Sumo's awareness returned to his body. No sooner had he returned than an excruciating pain engulfed his consciousness like a tidal wave. He gritted his teeth, enduring for less than a quarter of an hour before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Even after he lost consciousness, the release of energy from the dark golden sphere in his mind did not cease, continuing to enhance his mental power at an astonishing rate. Time passed. Though he was unaware of how long it took, the speed at which the mental nucleus released mental energy began to slow, gradually stabilizing. After a slight tremor of his fingers, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Did I just faint? Wait, what is this? A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The reason was simple. Everything within 100-meter radius, the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze, was vividly clear in his mind. He could perceive the maid cleaning in the villa, water pruning plants in the garden, and even the delicate patterns on the wings of butterflies fluttering among the flowers. This sensation was utterly sublime, as if the world lay entirely within his grasp. Of course, he was fully aware that this was merely an illusion. Retracting his perception, Suemo focused his gaze on a dumbbell on the rack opposite him. With a mere thought, the dumbbell seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and slowly floated into the air. Is this what mental telekinesis feels like? Next, Suemo scanned the various machines in the gym, and one by one, the equipment he focused on began to levitate. Within half a minute, the gym resembled a scene in outer space, with all the equipment, including treadmills and bench presses, floating in the air. Even at this moment, Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Open the attribute panel. After returning the items to their original places, Suemo silently commanded. Name: Suemo. Age: 20. Strength: 15. 360 kilograms. Speed: 118 ms. Mental power: 61. 600 kilograms. Ability: none. Points: 1. 960. First, his physical strength had increased from 10 tons to 15 tons. It appeared that the enhancement of mental power would likewise elevate his physical attributes. Shimu had long anticipated this, showing little surprise on his face. It was not until his gaze fell upon the telekinetic power section that astonishment flickered in his eyes. 61 tons. Observing this figure, Shimu was taken aback. This was already more than 4 times his physical strength. It is noteworthy that the strength standard for a novice warrior is merely 64 tons, and now he was not far from that benchmark. Taking a deep breath, Shimu's mood gradually settled. As a mentalist, if he were to encounter the Crimson Tank again, he was confident he could effortlessly vanquish his opponent. After all, mentalists have the ability to fly. Although telekinesis cannot directly affect the physical realm, one can soar through the air by standing atop weapons. With this thought in mind, Shimu reopened the shop, intending to select some weapons. However, after merely a glance, his expression soured, and he promptly closed the shop. The prices were exorbitant. With his current points, he could scarcely afford even a few basic throwing knives. His mental prowess was now strikingly close to that of a novice warrior. Thus, he required at least the 7 series throwing knives for his arsenal. Yet, each of these knives demanded 500 points, while the 9 series knives, suitable for peak warriors, required a staggering 1,000 points each. With all the points at his disposal, he could not even purchase 2. Presently, he possessed the ability to manipulate 4 throwing knives simultaneously with precision, which alone would consume 4,000 points. Lower-grade throwing knives were not unusable. However, when he exerted his full strength, they were prone to damage, becoming mere disposable tools. Just imagine the force of 60 tons concentrated upon a single throwing knife. If the material was inadequate, even a slight encounter with something of greater hardness could render it useless. Wait. Suddenly, Shimu recalled something and inquired of the system in his mind. What would the vibranium and adamantium of this world equate to if forged into throwing knives? 9 series. The system's emotionless voice reverberated in Shimu's mind. Upon hearing this response, Shimu's eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, at the Brotherhood headquarters, a group entered a circular hall, pushing a box towering over 2 meters high. The hall was filled with mutants. Magneto, Eric, descended from a seat at the front. He brushed his hand across the box's exterior. Is this where all the dollars collected by Jean are stored? Indeed. A blonde youth accompanying the box nodded. He then pressed a switch on the box, which slowly opened to reveal it was meticulously filled with stacks of US dollars. The total amounted to $500 million. Insufficient, far from enough. Magneto Eric gazed at the mountain of money before him, his expression unyielding, as he grimly remarked, "We are still far from the financial requirements needed to fulfill our plan." At this point, Eric paused in contemplation, turning to gaze at the hacker girl in the crowd. I recalled the last individual who had slain Jean Bing. He also appeared to be a wealthy magnate. The hacker girl nodded in acknowledgement, with deft keystrokes upon her laptop. She summoned a dossier. Sue Mo, the CEO of Fox Entertainment, is simultaneously the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. He possesses stakes in nearly every prominent business in America, although he has recently divested most of his holdings. Nevertheless, the total value of his assets exceeds a staggering $100 billion. Upon hearing the girl's revelation, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the surrounding individuals. Most of these mutants hail from the lower echelons of society, and such a colossal figure naturally left them utterly astounded. However, a faint smile graced Magneto's face. With the support of such an individual, we shall no longer have to fret over financial matters. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and a metallic knife and fork suddenly soared from an undisclosed corner of the room, hovering gracefully above his palm, spinning slowly. I believe you would be quite inclined to back our cause as mutants. Of course, all of this hinges on the full restoration of my abilities. Chapter 14. Black Market Merchant and Saber-Toothed Tiger. African Coast, Salva Giant Dock. In a dismantling yard where a fleet of dilapidated vessels lay anchored, a helicopter descended slowly. Suemo, enveloped in layers of clothing, stepped down from the helicopter, casting a puzzled gaze towards the distant sounds of gunfire emanating from the ships. Had someone arrived before him? This was indeed the location where Ultron procured vibranium, and here, the black market dealer Ulysses possessed vibranium smuggled from Wakanda. It was, at present, the most accessible source of vibranium. In truth, for weapon crafting, adamantium is more suitable than vibranium. Vibranium possesses energy absorption properties, making it more adept as a material for armor. Conversely, adamantium is virtually indestructible, rendering it the optimal choice for weaponry. For throwing knives, adamantium would undoubtedly be the more fitting option. Alas, the formula for adamantium vanished along with Stryker's acolyte base, making its recovery a daunting task. Suemo had no choice but to settle for vibranium. With this thought in mind, Suemo hesitated not a moment, his figure flickering as he soared towards the vessels. Within the bowels of the ship, the diminutive Ulysses, flanked by his guards, eyed a middle-aged man in the distance with trepidation. The man's hands had transformed into two enormous tiger claws, droplets of blood falling from their tips. On the ground behind him lay two lifeless bodies. Though the man bore several gunshot wounds, they were rapidly healing. The bullets were being expelled, accompanied by the resonant sound of bullets clattering to the ground. A mutant? Observing the scene, Ulysses stealthily retreated a few steps, scanning the surrounding gunmen, and found a modicum of reassurance. I believe I have made myself exceedingly clear. If you desire vibranium, you must pay. The mutant opposite him, however, was evidently unwilling to entertain this suggestion. His lowered head gradually lifted, wild eyes fixated on Ulysses. Recognizing the hostility in that gaze, Ulysses swiftly realized that negotiation was futile. With a wave of his right hand, he commanded, "Eliminate him." Upon issuing the order, Ulysses turned and retreated. The surrounding gunmen hastily pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrential hail of bullets. When the smoke cleared, the mutant's figure had vanished. In a chamber located on the lower deck of the ship, Ulysses clutched a handgun, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Accompanied by a few armed guards, this room concealed all the vibranium he had pilfered from Wakanda over the years, worth billions. He could not possibly allow such a fortune to be seized by his adversaries. When the gunfire outside ceased, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Were they dead? He gestured to one of his subordinates, who tightened his grip on his handgun and stepped towards the door, intent on investigating the situation. However, just as he reached the door, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the door was violently thrust inward. The gunman, who was about to make his exit, was knocked to the ground by the metallic door, blood oozing from his orifices, a sight that suggested his demise was imminent. Eager to evade the door, Ulysses glanced towards the entrance, where the very mutant he had encountered moments ago was standing. Following a barrage of gunfire, Ulysses suddenly felt a searing heat at his neck. As the bloodied claws of his adversary pressed against him, the surrounding gunmen, clutching their wounds, gradually succumbed to the floor. "Vibranium! Hand it over!" roared the mutant man with a primal growl, and Ulysses had no doubt that if he failed to comply, his throat would be slit in an instant. Wait, I'll give it to you. Ulysses hastily pressed a button on the wall behind him and entered a password on the subsequent keypad. A metallic door slowly slid open, revealing a descending contraption akin to an elevator, inside of which lay blocks of vibranium encased in transparent containers. All the vibranium is here, totaling 136 kilograms. Upon sighting the precious metal, the mutant shoved Ulysses aside, who quickly retreated from the entrance. The mutant paid him no mind, instead approaching to inspect the vibranium, subsequently stowing it into a bag before striding towards the exit. Just as he reached the threshold, a figure plummeted from above, crashing onto the ground. Observing the scene within the cabin, Suemo exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not arrived too late. As he scanned the room, his gaze fell upon the worn visage of the mutant, with hands transformed into massive claws, causing him to momentarily freeze. As the wounds on the man's body rapidly mended, several bullets were expelled from the gaping injuries. Saber-toothed tiger? A name flickered in his mind. With that appearance and formidable regenerative abilities, Suemo quickly deduced the identity of the mutant. How could he possibly be here? However, after a fleeting moment of confusion, Suemo realized that this was indeed a tangible world. If a red tank could coexist with gold, then the presence of a saber-toothed tiger seemed scarcely extraordinary. Step aside, growled the saber-toothed tiger, fixing his emotionless gaze upon Suemo. Sensing the lack of sentiment in his eyes, Suemo speculated, has he been controlled? With that thought, he resolved not to waste further words. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The saber-toothed tiger barely had time to register the movement before a fist, as large as a sandbag, manifested before him. A tremendous force surged through him. The saber-toothed tiger felt a tingling sensation across his face, and then, propelled like a rocket, he crashed through several layers of steel before ascending into the air. With his formidable physique and unparalleled healing abilities that rendered him impervious to firearms, Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, was nearly an insurmountable existence compared to an ordinary person. Alas, he had encountered Suemo, the formidable physical prowess. When confronted with Suemo's immense strength of over 30 tons and velocity exceeding 100 meters per second, pales in comparison. Ulysses, accompanied by his cadre of gunmen, arrived at the threshold of the room, only to witness the unfolding scene, a look of astonishment crossing his face. And who might you be? Suemo chose to ignore the inquiry, stepping forward to retrieve the bag that the saber-toothed tiger had left behind, glancing inside. Upon confirming that it contained the sought-after items, a faint smile graced his visage. Hey, mate, that belongs to me. You ought to return it promptly, Ulysses exclaimed, observing Suemo's actions, clearly intent on the vibranium as well. Return it to you? I seized it by my own merit. Why should I give it back? Suemo retorted with unwavering confidence. Taken aback by this response, Ulysses found himself momentarily speechless. My friend, it seems you failed to grasp the gravity of the situation before you. I suggest you wise up. With that, he waved his hand, and the muzzles of his subordinates' guns were swiftly aimed at Suemo. If you know what's good for you, relinquish what you possess at once. Suemo slowly turned to face the assembled group, recognizing that, aside from the vibranium, these individuals held significant utility for him as well. After all, these were potential points. Chapter 15, The Vibranium in Hand, the secret base. Just as Suemo was preparing to take action, a resounding bang echoed as the figure of the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, leapt from the side, charging towards him. Suemo swiftly raised a leg and forcefully kicked him away. Victor flew through the air like a sandbag, crashing into a nearby cabin. In less than 2 seconds, however, he emerged once more, full of life. Suemo shook his head. Indeed, the self-healing ability was somewhat troublesome, but did he think that would thwart him? Before he could make his next move, Ulysses, who had been overlooked, displayed an expression of anger. Damn it, he shouted, swinging his right hand fiercely. Open fire on them. Following his command, the group of subordinates hesitated, glancing at the two figures in the distance. His assistant, standing beside him, hesitated before quietly asking, Boss, which one should we shoot? Ulysses, furious, slapped him across the face. Of course, shoot them both. They must die. With his orders given, the gunmen ceased their hesitation and pulled the triggers without delay. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the cabin was engulfed in smoke and chaos. The bullets aimed at Suemo all hung suspended in the air, less than a meter away from him. Meanwhile, Victor found himself riddled with several bloody wounds. Enraged, Victor let out a furious roar, abandoning Suemo to pounce on the gunman. Seeing this, Suemo swiftly intercepted Victor. You want to claim my kill? Get lost. His right fist collided with Victor's face while 4 throwing knives shot forth from his back, transformed into mere shadows. Darting through the cabin under the influence of his telekinetic power. The moment his hand made contact with Victor's skin, 2 forces naturally transmitted from his arm to his fist. Merging together, 30 tons of strength erupted upon Victor's face in an instant. Boom. Victor's visage exploded in Sumo's grasp, and his form vanished, swallowed by the depths of the cabin. Meanwhile, the throwing knives entered the crowd, and the gunmen fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in droves. Points 80. Point 60. The system's notifications rang incessantly in Sumo's ears. Within 10 seconds, all the assailants lay lifeless on the ground, blood gushing from their slashed necks, staining the floor crimson. The bloodless throwing knives hovered beside Sumo, crafted from titanium alloy, more than sufficient to deal with these ordinary men. Sumo approached the sole survivor, Ulysses, who was paralyzed on the ground, horrified by the hellish scene surrounding him. Demon, you are nothing but a demon. Thank you for the compliment. As a token of my gratitude, I shall send you to reunite with your subordinates. Upon concluding his words, Sumo extended his hand, grasping the opponent's neck with a gentle yet firm grip. A sharp crack echoed as he dispatched the antagonist, earning himself a bounty of 2,000 points. He perused the system panel, and after eliminating all the arms dealers, his score accumulated to over 6,000 points. This indicated that in less than a minute, he had garnered nearly 5,000 points. Closing the panel, Sumo approached the saber-toothed tiger that had just been sent flying. Despite its face being obliterated from the previous strike, based on its prior regenerative capabilities, this setback was trivial for the creature. Indeed, the cabin was devoid of its presence. It seemed the tiger had realized it could gain no advantages in Sumo's grasp and fled. Anticipating this, Sumo remained unperturbed as he collected the vibranium from the cabin and exited. Once aboard his helicopter, Sumo retrieved a tablet. After a brief manipulation, a map materialized on the screen, displaying 2 pulsating dots, one red, representing his location, and one blue, indicating the saber-toothed tiger's position. During their encounter, Sumo had discreetly affixed a compact tracker to Victor. It became apparent that the points awarded for defeating stronger adversaries were significantly higher. Ordinary individuals yielded only a handful of points, while formidable foes like Jin Bing could equate to the worth of nearly 100 ordinary individuals. The dazed expression of the saber-toothed tiger suggested it had likely fallen under the influence of a mutant with psychic abilities. Such mutants were scarce, and those capable of subduing the saber-toothed tiger were even rarer. Furthermore, it was evident that anyone capable of such feats could hardly be considered a champion of virtue. This implied that eliminating the opponent would yield a substantial reward in points. More importantly, with the Star Tower residing within his consciousness, Sumo was practically a nemesis to those possessing mind control abilities. Before long, he observed the blue dot accelerating rapidly across the screen, swiftly departing from the African continent and heading towards America. Sumo's private jet took off shortly thereafter, pursuing the direction of the blue dot. Hours later, the blue dot came to a halt. Sumo scrutinized its location, which was nestled within a mountainous region of Florida. To evade detection by the opponent's aircraft radar, Sumo's private jet had just entered American airspace. However, he had no intention of approaching the target via the jet. Instead, it landed at the nearest airport. Half an hour before landing, Sumo had already disembarked. On the outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains, an aircraft gradually descended onto a platform situated on a hillside. Moments later, the saber-toothed tiger and a middle-aged man emerged from above. They approached the mountain wall, where a massive alloy door embedded within the rock face slowly began to open. Upon entering the interior, one traverses a lengthy corridor leading to an expansive laboratory. The walls of the laboratory are entirely composed of glass, behind which lie a series of cramped chambers reminiscent of prison cells. Each room is occupied by a bizarrely shaped mutant, all of whom are restrained upon metallic surgical tables, surrounded by several figures clad in white coats. Most of the mutants lie in a comatose state, oblivious to their surroundings. Only a few of those remaining conscious exhibit vacant, numb expressions. After navigating through countless alloy doors, they find themselves before an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. What a failure. The elder glares furiously at the 2 individuals before him. Useless, utterly useless. You cannot even manage this minor task. Forgive me, Dr. Phil. The middle-aged man murmurs an apology in the face of the elder's wrath, while the saber-toothed tiger standing nearby appears utterly dazed. Witnessing the tiger's stupefied demeanor only fuels Dr. Phil's fury further. He advances to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks, only ceasing when his fists begin to ache, panting heavily as he sinks into a nearby seat. Without equipment crafted from Edmund alloy, there is no way to transfer the self-healing factor into my body. No, there must be an alternative metal. With that, he rises and strides purposefully toward the laboratory. Chapter 16. The mutant research base. Before Phil could exit the room, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the space. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to gaze at the surveillance footage on the wall. There, atop the mountain where the base was situated, he beheld a figure, shrouded in heavy layers, descending from the sky. It was him, indeed, the middle-aged man, trembling at his side. Let out a startled cry upon recognizing the familiar silhouette on the screen. Upon hearing this, Phil felt an unexpected surge of joy. Are you implying that the vibranium is in his possession? Precisely. The middle-aged man nodded in affirmation. It was he who had wounded the saber-toothed tiger and seized the vibranium. Phil's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Quite audacious, to steal the vibranium and still dare to approach. Realizing the implications of this revelation, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the saber-toothed tiger. Moments later, he retrieved a locator no larger than a soybean from his pocket, his face betraying a hint of dread. My apologies, Doctor, it was my oversight. No. Phil shook his head, asserting, you have done exceptionally well. With that, he pressed a button on the wall, instantly amplifying the blaring alarm throughout the entire base. Armed soldiers surged forth from various rooms, converging towards the entrance of the facility. Outside, Su Mo, having just landed atop the mountain and gradually approaching the base entrance, immediately spotted the soldiers rushing out. Discovered? Observing the rapidly assembling troops, Su Mo quickly concluded that there was no need for further games of hide and seek. With a mere thought, the soldiers who had just stepped outside suddenly felt an overwhelming force wrenching their firearms from their grasp. In an instant, the weapons soared into the air, aligning themselves as if in formation, their barrels now aimed at their former bearers. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers were gripped by panic, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. Yet, their speed proved insufficient. No sooner had they turned than the triggers of those weapons seemed to be pulled by an unseen hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid gunfire echoed through the corridors, interspersed with anguished cries. Once the magazines were emptied, the armed forces within the base were almost entirely vanquished. Subsequently, Su Mo stepped into the base, for flying daggers emerging from behind him, swirling protectively around his form. The researchers, already aware of the base's breach, transformed into combat units, each brandishing weapons aimed at the entrance. As footsteps grew increasingly audible, Su Mo entered the laboratory. Upon crossing the threshold, his gaze pierced through the transparent glass surrounding the lab, observing the various mutants confined in the adjoining rooms designated for experimentation. Live studies on mutants? Su Mo furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing with a frigid intensity as he regarded the distant researchers. The moment the researchers laid eyes on Su Mo, they simultaneously squeezed the triggers. Regrettably, Su Mo's reflexes were equally sharp. His telekinetic force enveloped the group of researchers. In the fleeting moment they squeezed the triggers, the barrels of their pistols appeared to be constricted by an unseen force, converging towards the center. In quick succession, the thunderous sound of gunfire erupted. The room was filled with anguished cries. Simultaneously, the flying knives that swirled around Su Mo hurtled towards the individuals sprawled on the ground. Within less than half a minute, tranquility descended upon the room. This scene was vividly captured on the surveillance monitors adorning Dr. Phil's office walls. Dr. Phil stood rooted in disbelief. Magneto? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A look of incredulity crossed his face. From both stature and physique, the figure before him bore no resemblance to Magneto. Furthermore, as far as he knew, Magneto had seemingly lost his mutant abilities. While ordinary individuals might remain oblivious, it was no secret among them that Magneto had been injected with a mutant cure. A devil. It had to be a devil. At that moment, the middle-aged man still present in the room collapsed to the floor, emitting a piercing scream. This cry jolted Dr. Phil back to reality. Shut up, he barked, before swiftly moving to the back of the office. He retrieved a small briefcase from the corner safe and hastened towards the rear exit of the base. The situation was clear. If he did not flee now, he might never escape. As he reached the doorway, he turned and commanded Sabretooth, "Follow me." Without hesitation, both he and Sabretooth departed together. Every ounce of effort he exerted was aimed at acquiring the healing factor within Sabretooth's body. He certainly would not abandon him. The middle-aged man, now aware of his surroundings, scrambled to his feet using hands and knees. "Doctor, take me with you," he implored, chasing after the departing figures. Get lost. A gunshot rang out, and the middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood. At this point, the area near the door of the base was devoid of any human presence. Entering the base, Suemo merely cast a cursory glance around. Could this be a secret Hydra base? The array of researchers and the well-armed soldiers within the facility led Suemo to this conclusion. Without pausing, he flickered and surged deeper into the base. Upon witnessing the entirety of the compound, Suemo realized that his earlier assumption was evidently flawed. This was clearly a clandestine organization dedicated to mutant research. His presence had been exposed, and with the annihilation of the armed forces within the base, the likelihood of the base's leader opting for escape was high. It was imperative to intercept them before they could flee. Within half a minute, Suemo navigated the corridors to a small platform situated behind the mountains. At that moment, Sabretooth stood before a zip line extending towards the foot of the mountain. In the distance, it appeared that someone was gliding downwards on a zip line. Noticing the saber-toothed tiger, which had similarly attached a harness and was preparing to depart, Suemo focused his mental energy. Regardless of how fiercely the saber-toothed tiger struggled, the zip line remained utterly unmoved. It was at this moment that the saber-toothed tiger detected Suemo's presence behind it, letting out a fierce roar before tearing off the harness and lunging towards Suemo. Having already discovered the enemy's lair, Suemo had no intention of showing mercy. Furthermore, with the master of the base making a hasty escape, he had no time to linger. Double the effort. Amplify mental energy. His right hand, clad in a metallic glove, clenched into a fist and smashed toward the opponent. Mental energy could not directly affect the physical form. It would simply pass through upon contact. To facilitate the enhancement of his psychic powers in flight, he had specially crafted a suit of armor made from metal, with a physical strength of 15 tons. Doubling that yielded 30 tons, augmented by 61 tons of mental energy. At that moment, the force behind his right punch approached a staggering 100 tons. In the instant he struck, a tremendous blast echoed across the platform. His fist, swift as lightning, collided with the saber-toothed tiger. The creature momentarily halted, its body seemingly frozen in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Then, like a punctured balloon, it erupted violently. Score, 12-0-0-0. The system's voice resonated in his mind. However, there was no time to assess. He leapt forward, pursuing the direction of the zip line. Chapter 17. Armor and Storage Ring. At the foot of the mountain, Dr. Phil found himself suspended on a zip line, landing in a clearing amidst a dense forest. Just as he unfastened the hook from his harness, an abrupt sound akin to air being sliced apart echoed from the sky behind him. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of a familiar figure rapidly approaching. "Damn it!" Dr. Phil exclaimed in exasperation, hastening toward a wooden cabin situated in the clearing. Moments later, a rugged off-road vehicle roared forth from within, skidding out after a sharp turn in the opposite direction of Suemo. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Dr. Phil caught sight of the figure drawing nearer at an alarming speed. In a fit of desperation, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. However, despite the vehicle's impressive capabilities, it was evident that it could not compete with an aerial unit in this terrain. At that moment, Suemo was less than 50 meters away. Dr. Phil retrieved a handgun from the vehicle, extending his left arm out of the window to shoot at Suemo in the sky. Unfortunately, the bullets posed no threat to Suemo, who effortlessly evaded them. Distracted by the pursuit, Dr. Phil failed to notice a fallen tree obstructing the road ahead until it was too late. With a jolt, the vehicle, hurtling at nearly 150 kilometers per hour, collided with the tree and took flight. After a series of rotations, the car soared into the thicket beside the road, ultimately resting against a large tree. Shaking his head vigorously to clear the dizziness, Dr. Phil was met by Suemo, who had now caught up, hovering slowly before the wrecked vehicle. Observing the bloody visage of Dr. Phil in the driver's seat, Suemo's lips curled into a slight grin. "Sir, this is not an ideal parking spot." With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the car tumbling down from the tree. "No," Dr. Phil cried out in terror as he felt the sensation of weightlessness. At that moment, the vehicle was suspended at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and if it landed incorrectly, he feared it would be the end for him. Yet, just as the car was about to make contact with the ground, an unseen force cushioned its descent. Suemo guided the vehicle down gently with his telekinetic abilities. Approaching, he pulled off the mangled door and yanked Dr. Phil from the driver's seat, casually tossing him onto the ground beside him. "Shall we begin your introduction now? Or would you prefer to endure some torment first?" I'll speak. Overwhelmed by the series of harrowing events, Dr. Phil hastily began his self-introduction. As he recounted his tale, Suemo gleaned the man's identity. His name was Phil Andrew, a former researcher under Strick. He had narrowly escaped the destruction of Lake Akeley due to his absence from the base during the recent cataclysmic battle. In recent years, he clandestinely developed a technique capable of transferring the healing factors from the body of a saber-toothed tiger. Subsequently, he devised a plan to capture one of these formidable beasts and utilize the remaining vials of control serum to subdue it, with the intent of transferring its healing factors into his own body. This transfer technique required the elusive adamantium alloy. While he possessed the formula for this alloy, he lacked a crucial component, vibranium. After extensive investigation, he discovered that it was in the possession of Ulysses, which led to the events that had transpired earlier. "Do you have the formula for adamantium?" he inquired. "Indeed. Furthermore, I have gathered the other metals necessary for its synthesis. In the previous laboratory, all that remains is vibranium, and we can directly forge adamantium," the other party hastily explained, clearly hoping to demonstrate his worth in order to secure his own survival. A smirk crept onto Sumo's lips. Although he had misjudged the situation and failed to encounter the anticipated telepathic mutant to earn points, acquiring the adamantium formula was not a futile endeavor. He promptly contacted Avril, instructing her to transport the vibranium that had been left on the private jet. Meanwhile, he hoisted Phil and soared towards the location of the previous laboratory. The following day, an aircraft descended gradually from the Appalachian Mountains, swiftly vanishing into the sky. Moments later, a violent explosion reverberated from the site. Within the cabin, Suemo surveyed the complete suit of armor crafted from adamantium and vibranium before him. Unlike Tony's suit, his ensemble, entirely forged from vibranium, was more aptly termed armor. The suit was a sleek, dark hue, streamlined in design, devoid of any electronic components. With his telekinetic abilities, he had no need for powered assistance systems. The primary functions of this armor were protection and facilitating his telekinetic manipulation. 16 blades, fashioned from adamantium, adorned the sides of the armor's legs and arms. In addition to these flying knives, he had also forged a close combat weapon, a combat knife, similarly constructed from adamantium, which was equipped with a custom sheath affixed to the back of the armor. Opening the system's marketplace, he noted that his points had surged to 27,000 after a series of fierce battles. He began to browse for storage equipment within the marketplace, and soon a list materialized before his eyes. Storage ring F grade contains 1,000 cubic meters of space, required points for exchange, 3,000 points. Storage ring E grade contains 1,000,000 cubic meters of space, required points for exchange, 20,000 points. Storage ring SS grade contains 1,000,000 cubic kilometers of space, required points for exchange, 300,000 points. Domain Master World D grade refined from the Domain Master's small world, with a space diameter of 100,000 kilometers, capable of storing living beings, required points for exchange, 1,000,000 points. Divine Kingdom Crystal D grade formed from the remains of an ordinary immortal strongman, refined by the Divine Kingdom, with an internal space diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. Required points for exchange, 10,000,000 points. The various storage items in the list made Sumo's heart race with desire, not to mention anything else. Merely the D-grade Domain Master World could encompass the entire Earth, given that the Earth's diameter is just over 10,000 kilometers. However, the points required for exchange soon brought Suemo back to his senses. After some contemplation, he decided to redeem only an F-grade storage ring. With his current limited points, it would be wiser to invest in enhancing his strength. Moreover, the items exchanged through the system could be stored within the system space, and the 1,000 cubic meters of storage space would suffice for the time being. The dimensions of the space were 10 meters in length, width, and height, allowing for the accommodation of over 100 ordinary family cars. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an F-grade storage ring, consuming 3,000 points. Chapter 18. Agent Hill. As the system's prompt faded, an unremarkable ring materialized in his hand. The ring was merely a simple circular band, its material indiscernible. Upon adorning his finger with the ring, he directed his mental energy to probe its essence. Upon contact, he instantaneously sensed a cubic space measuring 10 meters in all dimensions, a realm whose shape could be altered at his whim. Excellent. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. With a gentle wave towards the armor beside him, it vanished into the storage ring. By the time Su Mo returned to his residence, the hour was nearing midday. Just as he stepped into the villa, a servant approached to report that a person claiming to be an FBI agent was visiting. FBI? A flicker of confusion crossed Sumo's face. His only previous encounters with the FBI had been limited to cinematic portrayals, where they would issue warnings at the onset of films. Meeting a real agent was indeed a first. Minutes later, in the reception room, Sumo found himself seated across from a tall woman. Dressed in a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her graceful figure, her hair was neatly pinned back, and her striking blue eyes regarded Sumo with a hint of curiosity. Hello, I am Maria Hill, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. She had anticipated Sumo to be a towering figure, with arms as thick as a thigh, given the details she had on him. After all, it was well known that he had dispatched the muscular villain, Kingpin. Yet, she had not expected to encounter a man of such balanced proportions and fair complexion. After their handshake, a glimmer of recognition appeared in Sumo's eyes. No wonder he found her somewhat familiar. Upon hearing her name, he recalled that she was the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., second only to director Nick Fury. In that instant, everything fell into place. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned of his confrontation with Kingpin through Black Widow Natasha. He surmised their intent was to persuade him to join their ranks. As anticipated, her opening words confirmed his conjecture. Mr. Su, I am here on behalf of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics to extend an invitation for you to join us. Hill presented a folder of documents to Sumo with utmost seriousness. Sumo accepted the materials, casually flipping through them before discarding them onto the table before him. He chuckled lightly, fixing his gaze on Hill. Why would I forsake a life of affluence to risk my life battling villains? Ms. Hill, I do not consider this a prudent proposal. Hill, unfazed by Sumo's refusal, understood his perspective. Were she in his position, she too would be reluctant to join such an organization. With a smile, she retrieved a tablet from her bag and opened a video, presenting it to Sumo. After you finish this, I believe you will reconsider. Sumo's expression shifted as he reached out to take the computer from the other party's hands, studying it intently. The video depicted a grand hall filled with various mutants, seemingly engaged in a discussion. The angle of the recording suggested it was surreptitiously captured by one of the mutants. Above the hall sat an elderly man adorned with a metallic helmet. Magneto, the Brotherhood. In an instant, Sumo surmised that this was indeed an internal scene of the Brotherhood. What they were deliberating upon was how to induct him into their ranks, with their primary motive being the vast wealth he possessed. Upon concluding the video, Sumo's countenance darkened. He was not particularly surprised by the involvement of the organization behind Jean Bing and Red Tank. He had suspected it beforehand. However, he was puzzled as to why they were so desperately seeking substantial funds. Were they plotting some grand scheme? Initially, he had no intention of intervening if they caused trouble. The X-Men would naturally thwart them. Yet, since they had targeted him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Fortunately, he had received advance notice. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly fallen into their trap. How about joining us? We can assist you in dealing with these individuals. Agent Hill continued to persuade him. Perhaps you mean to assist yourselves. Sumo retorted. The mutants were indeed a threat, and S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to remain passive, as their very foundation was established to counter such anti-human organizations. While they claimed to be helping him, their true intention was merely to utilize him against the mutants. Agent Hill showed no surprise at Sumo's insight into their motives. Rather, she regarded him with earnestness. This makes no difference. They do pose a threat to your safety. Do they not? Sumo pondered for a moment before meeting Hill's gaze. Indeed, you are not mistaken. However, regrettably, I do not intend to join any organization. But we can collaborate. Oh, what form might this collaboration take? Hill inquired, taken aback. This time, I can ally with you against these mutants. In gratitude for the intelligence you provide, I will lend my hand once to assist you with a troublesome issue. Of course, should our collaboration prove fruitful, we can continue such exchanges in the future. For every piece of information you provide that I require, I shall assist you once. Through this experience, Sumo recognized the significance of intelligence. Had Agent Hill not approached him, he might have faced unforeseen disadvantages. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had nearly devolved into a serpent shield, it was undeniable that their information network regarding various factions remained formidable, aside from the dubious intel concerning Hydra. Moreover, this arrangement posed no detriment to him. Those individuals that S.H.I.E.L.D. must contend with are, in all likelihood, far from virtuous. He finds himself compelled to deal with these individuals in order to accrue points. Consequently, he can not only resolve these matters with the assistance of allies, but also remain entirely unconcerned about the aftermath. It is, indeed, a twofold benefit. Upon hearing this, Hill on the opposite side shook her head. For this matter, I must consult our superior. Of course, Suemo nodded, permitting Hill to exit the room with her phone in hand. In less than 10 minutes, Hill returned. A pleasant collaboration. From now on, I shall be your sole point of contact. No one in S.H.I.E.L.D., apart from myself and the director, will be privy to your information. By the way, someone will soon deliver materials concerning the Brotherhood of Mutants. After bidding Hill farewell, Suemo sat in contemplation. He was now under the Brotherhood's scrutiny. Since they intended to take action against him, he would not remain idle. Although the power demonstrated by the formidable Magneto in the cinematic universe could shift nuclear submarines weighing thousands of tons, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. After all, his telekinetic abilities allowed him to manipulate nearly any object, and his physical prowess far surpassed that of his adversary. Moreover, he possessed a formidable weapon to counter them. With this in mind, Suemo ascended to the study on the uppermost floor of the villa. Approaching the bookshelf, he pressed a hidden button concealed behind a book, causing the shelf to slowly slide aside, revealing a room of approximately 30 square meters. Stepping into the chamber, he beheld walls lined with an array of firearms: Desert Eagles, M500 revolvers, AKs, Remington shotguns, Barrett sniper rifles. Each of these was a testament to Suemo's collection over the years. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he stored the weapons within a storage ring. Once finished, he approached a half-height low-temperature freezer at the back of the room. Opening the chest, he found, aside from several specially designed firearms, a meticulously arranged array of square magazines. He casually retrieved one and opened it, revealing not bullets, but a series of tiny syringes. Chapter 19. Consuming the heart of the Millennium Willow, he retrieved a syringe filled with a pale yellow liquid. This substance, acquired 2 years prior through unconventional means by Suemo, was a remedy for mutants. As an ordinary individual, he had prepared some contingencies against mutants. This elixir, when combined with his psychic abilities, proved to be an absolute bane for them. He stored the 1,000 syringes from the box into his storage ring. Having previously tested it with a watch, he confirmed that time within the ring remained static, alleviating any concerns about deterioration. With this in hand, he felt invulnerable to any mutant threats. Just as he finished organizing these items, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. "Darling, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Suemo's gaze shifted. It did not seem to belong to Wanda. After all, although their relationship had significantly improved, she had never referred to him in such an endearing manner. Stepping out from the weapons storage room, he was greeted by the sight of a tall figure standing by the desk, beaming at him with a smile. "Wait, how did you end up here?" As he recognized the person, Suemo rubbed his eyes, astonishment spreading across his face. The individual before him was none other than his former girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Noticing the expression on Suemo's face, Anne chuckled softly and approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Why can't I be here?" Before he could finish, Anne leaned in closer. "Don't be like that. My wife is downstairs." "Isn't that even more thrilling?" When they eventually made their way downstairs, half an hour had passed. The three of them sat around the dining table. "I heard some FBI agents were looking for you. What happened?" Wanda casually inquired as she sipped her soup. "Oh, it's nothing. Just some routine inquiries regarding Peter," Suemo replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of divulging anything about S.H.I.E.L.D. She was merely an ordinary person now, and it was best to keep her uninvolved in such matters. Pausing for a moment, Suemo glanced at both women and feigned indifference as he inquired, "You two, you do know each other from your company, right?" Wanda looked at him curiously. "Of course. I mean, how did the two of you end up together? And it seems your relationship is quite amicable." Earlier upstairs, he had been sidetracked by, and before he could ask his burning questions. Only now did he voice his curiosity. "Oh, Anne and I met at the company," Wanda replied, casting a glance at him. "Is that so?" Suemo nodded. "Not long ago." Wanda had grown weary of spending her days at the villa and had requested Suemo to arrange a position for her at the film company. He had not anticipated that they would become close friends. If he were to believe that and had not orchestrated this, he would be utterly incredulous. However, at this point, it seems rather tardy to express any further sentiments. Just then, a silky sensation brushed against Suemo's leg beneath the table. Lifting his gaze, he found Annie winking at him. This little enchantress, indeed, Following an exhilarating and tense lunch, Wanda escorted Annie out. Throughout the afternoon, Annie had been subtly provoking him, as if she had awakened some peculiar trait. He forcefully dismissed this notion from his mind. Moments later, Suemo observed Wanda returning. I fear you might need to temporarily retreat for a while. Although the Brotherhood's objective was primarily his assets, it was improbable that they would act against Wanda and the others. Nonetheless, Suemo felt it prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Noticing Wanda's puzzled expression, he proceeded to elucidate the situation regarding the Brotherhood. I apologize. It is our actions that have led to such troubles. A hint of regret crossed Wanda's face. It's nothing. After all, you have already compensated me. A teasing glint flickered across Sumo's face, though he had not initially captured her heart but had nonetheless won her over physically. It proved that winning someone's heart could indeed unlock special avenues of interaction. Hearing this, Wanda's cheeks flushed instantly. I shall tidy up upstairs. Suemo sighed in relief as he watched the red car disappear from view. Subsequently, he made his way to the gym on the top floor. He had cleared all the various equipment from the gym, transforming it into his practice space. To thoroughly resolve the troubles posed by the Brotherhood, he needed to elevate his strength swiftly. After redeeming a storage ring, he still had over 20,000 points remaining. Opening the mall list and searching for items to enhance his prowess, he began to peruse the selections one by one. Heart-shaped grass. Consuming it slowly improves one's physical qualities. Points required for redemption, 300 points per plant. Dragon blood, made from the heart's blood of a king-level dragon beast. Its use can enhance physical qualities by 2 to 4 times. Effective for apprentices, points required for redemption, 5,000 points. Millennium Willow Heart, Spirit of the Flora. Containing immense life energy, consuming it can significantly enhance one's physical qualities and cellular vitality, boosting recovery capabilities. Points required for redemption, 18,000 points. Azure Wave Essence, consuming it greatly enhances mental prowess. Points required for redemption, 100,000 points per drop. Crimson Flame Fruit, consuming it significantly enhances physical qualities. Points required for redemption, 100,000 points per fruit. The plethora of available treasures left Suemo quite dazzled. However, glancing at his points, he realized there were not many options. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo sat cross-legged on the ground, a long, green crystal, over a meter in length, floating before him. Was this the Millennium Willow Heart? He examined the crystal closely. Its outer shell was remarkably hard, and within, a green liquid seemed to flow. Suemo glanced at the instructions for its use. The method involved shattering its rigid exterior and consuming the liquid contained within. He retrieved a blade forged from Edelman alloy and deftly traced a line across the crystalline shell, creating a slender fissure. Observing the viscous liquid surge forth from the crack, Suemo hesitated not a moment. He brought the crystal to his lips, allowing the green, gelatinous fluid to flow into his mouth. A fragrant aroma reminiscent of verdant foliage enveloped him. As the liquid coursed down his throat and entered his body, he felt a refreshing essence unfurl within him. With this invigorating sensation surging through his being, his physical prowess began to ascend. Simultaneously, the dark golden orb in his mind commenced a rapid rotation, emanating pure mental energy that was absorbed by his brain, enhancing his psychic abilities. The two energies harmoniously coexisted within him, swiftly augmenting his strength. Alongside this enhancement, Suemo sensed a unique energy gradually permeating his body, instilling a profound vitality that resonated through him. Is this what one refers to as life energy? As this essence infiltrated him, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being. Amidst this soothing experience, his abilities soared, an exquisite delight beyond measure. Chapter 20, The Pinnacle of the God of War. The pursued White Empress. The entire process lasted for over 2 hours. As the acceleration came to a halt, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a layer of dark brown impurities clung to his skin. After cleansing these impurities, he felt rejuvenated as he returned to the training room. He accessed his attribute panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 93. 560 kilograms. Speed, 386 ms. Mental power, 387. 600 kilograms. Special ability, none. Points, 6. 160. Excitement gleamed in Sumo's eyes. With a physical force of 93 tons and a mental power of 387 tons, he had achieved an increase of more than 6-fold compared to before. Additionally, the ancient Willowwood Heart bestowed him with enhanced recovery capabilities. With this in mind, He retrieved a throwing knife and lightly grazed it across his arm. A dull sound reminiscent of a blunt knife slicing through leather echoed as a faint white mark appeared where the adamantium knife passed. Witnessing this, Suemo paused, astonished. Well, though he was aware that the so-called enhancement of his body was comprehensive, he did not expect his defensive capabilities to reach such an extraordinary level. He had merely made a light stroke, yet it was based on his strength exceeding 90 tons. Even with intentional restraint, the force was still several hundred kilograms. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even steel would likely yield like tofu under such pressure, yet only a faint white mark remained on his skin. At this level of defense, it seemed that even a sniper's bullet would not be able to injure him in the slightest. Calming his exhilaration, Suemo gradually increased the force applied to the knife. Only after exerting nearly 2 tons of strength did he create a slender gash on his skin. However, before blood could flow from the wound, the skin on either side of the cut rapidly closed, astonishingly quick under his gaze. This recovery ability. Sumo's eyes sparkled. The speed of recovery was far superior to what he had observed in the saber-toothed tiger. This was extraordinarily monstrous. It could be said that the ancient Willowwood heart had amplified his combat prowess by over tenfold. Moments later, a figure shot out from the villa at an astonishing speed. Sumo's current flying velocity exceeded Mach 2, approximately 700 meters per second, translating to a speed of around 500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at a mountain range over 100 kilometers away in New Jersey. Barely half a minute after Suemo took flight, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Nick Fury's office, Agent Coulson hurried in. "Director, we have a major crisis event." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression shifted. The last time he encountered such urgency was when Tony donned his armor to battle Ironmonger in the skies of New York. Coulson handed him the tablet he was holding. An unidentified flying object, traveling at high speed, was spotted above New York. Nick Fury scrutinized the data on his tablet. Tumak? Tony Stark? No, he had just received word that Tony was at a seaside villa. Since the revelation of Tony's identity as Iron Man, he had naturally become a primary focus for S.H.I.E.L.D., with his location being tracked almost around the clock. This was precisely why Coulson was able to deduce that the flying object was not Tony. Nick Fury swiped the tablet, observing the flight trajectory of the unidentified object. Wait, this location, could it be him? The object's starting point was alarmingly close to Sumo's villa by the Hudson River. Fury was nearly certain that this unidentified flying object was related to Suemo. However, he had no intention of disclosing any information regarding Suemo. Over the past few years, he had sensed that certain factions had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was prudent to keep some information confidential. It might one day serve as a crucial trump card for himself. With this thought, he passed the tablet back to Coulson. Delete this incident from the records and pretend it never happened. Coulson, taken aback by the directive, displayed a momentary look of surprise. Yet, his training as an agent compelled him not to question the director's orders. He nodded and exited the room. Nick Fury gazed at the closed door, silently reflecting. It appeared he needed to reassess the strength of his adversaries. Meanwhile, Suemo, clad in armor, floated before a rocky cliff in the mountains. He intended to test the limits of his strength. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist and struck the cliff with tremendous force. With double the exertion, coupled with approximately half of his telekinetic power, nearly 400 tons of force collided with the rock. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the mountains. A massive spiderweb pattern radiated from the center of his fist upon impact. As Suemo retracted his fist, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Debris cascaded down the cliff, and moments later, a colossal crater, over 100 meters in diameter, emerged. In the dense forest below, countless birds took flight in alarm. Nodding in satisfaction, he acknowledged that his physical strength could easily surpass both Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, even Spider-Man's most illustrious feat, stopping a moving train, only required a little over 50 tons of strength. Just as he was about to attempt telekinetic control over flying knives, a faint ripple emanated from the cyclone surrounding the Star Tower in his mind. Simultaneously, distant gunfire echoed from the forest. Suemo paused. This was the first time the Star Tower had manifested a disturbance since he acquired it. After waiting a moment without any further anomalies, he exhaled. Given his current capabilities, he was still far from being able to activate the Star Tower. He turned his gaze toward the distance. The sound of gunfire emanated from a dense forest located a full kilometer away from him. due to the obstruction of the trees. The precise situation on that side remained unclear. After a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly moved in that direction. Moments later, Suemo concealed himself within the lush branches of a tree, gazing towards a nearby clearing. A group of towering robots, each standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall, surrounded a woman clad in white with flowing golden hair at the center. The woman appeared gravely injured, clutching her left shoulder, which was stained with a significant amount of blood. Upon glancing at the encircling robots, a flash of fury ignited in her eyes. In an instant, her skin transformed into a dazzling diamond, and she surged towards the direction Suemo had come from. The White Queen? Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Suemo's face registered astonishment. This ability was indeed remarkable. As far as he knew, only the White Queen possessed such a unique power of diamondization in this world. The robots surrounding her were most likely the infamous Sentinel robots. Considering the fluctuations from the Star Tower earlier, Suemo quickly pieced together the situation. Besides her diamondization ability, the White Queen, like Professor X, also possessed telepathic powers. The earlier disturbances from the Star Tower were likely due to her attempting to reach out to him. After all, the commotion he had caused was significant enough for her to notice. As for her intentions, Suemo speculated that she might be seeking help or attempting to manipulate those nearby to assist her in fending off the Sentinel robots. The White Queen, charging towards Suemo, was intercepted by the robots. After a moment of transformation, the exterior of these robots morphed to reveal diamond-like skin akin to that of the White Queen. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Suemo felt a wave of astonishment. No wonder the mutants had been driven to desperation by these Sentinels. This ability was indeed grotesquely powerful, capable of effortlessly replicating various mutant powers. Almost any mutant could be countered by the corresponding ability. The White Queen navigated through the ranks of robots, desperately attempting to break free. Hidden among the trees, Suemo contemplated his course of action, to save or not to save. Without any hesitation, he made his choice. The White Queen possessed alpha-level mutant abilities, making her an excellent ally for establishing a force. With her capabilities at his disposal, he need not worry about betrayal from his subordinates. Although the telepathy ability could be exchanged for merely 30,000 points in the marketplace, Suemo had already inquired with the system. The abilities acquired through such exchanges were only in their nascent state. This meant that upon obtaining the ability, one would be at the initial stage and would require time to master it gradually. Given this time, he would be better off honing his skills in the arcane arts of a psychic illusionist, as that would ultimately prove to be more potent than mere telepathy. Chapter 21. The surrender of the White Queen. Having made her decision, Suemo no longer hesitated. Given the circumstances in the open area, the White Queen was at imminent risk of perishing at the hands of the Sentinel robots. Despite her diamondized form significantly enhancing her defenses, it could not withstand the onslaught of the Sentinel robots, which were several times her size. Following yet another collision, the White Queen could no longer endure. Her body propelled backward by an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the two Sentinel robots behind her transformed their right hands into colossal conical weapons, lunging toward her. At that moment, the White Queen, suspended in midair, became acutely aware of her perilous situation. However, after enduring multiple impacts with the robots, her body had succumbed to complete numbness, leaving her unable to control her flight backward. It's over. This thought flashed through the White Queen's mind. Her most formidable ability, a telepathic prowess rivaling that of Professor X, proved utterly ineffective against these machines. Moreover, the replication of her diamondization ability rendered her devoid of any chance to overcome the robots. Resigned, she opted to close her eyes. Yet, after what felt like 5 or 6 seconds, she sensed no pain. Gradually, she reopened her eyes to behold a figure clad in black armor standing beside her. The arm of the Sentinel robot that had thrust toward her was gripped firmly by this individual, remaining unyielding despite the robot's exertion. As Suemo clenched the pointed weapon with both hands, the two diamond-formed Sentinel robots collided violently, shattering into a myriad of fragments. Subsequently, Sumo's figure flickered throughout the open area. In less than half a minute, the 10 or so Sentinel robots scattered into debris. Witnessing this spectacle, the White Queen's eyes brightened. The very robots that had driven her to the brink of despair seemed like mere children in the hands of her savior. Devoid of any capacity for resistance, she was saved, with a sense of relief. The diamondized skin that she had sustained through sheer will began to revert to its normal state. Her body suddenly felt heavy, and it was only then that she realized she had been floating in midair. Once her form returned to normal, she crashed down onto the ground. a sharp pang of pain coursing through her shoulder wound eliciting a low groan from her lips. Having dealt with the robots, Suemo turned to regard the White Queen, who was gritting her teeth in agony, and removed his helmet. This was not an intentional act on his part. While he had successfully manipulated her diamondized form with his psychic powers, they were unable to support her once she reverted, merely passing through her body. The White Queen gazed upon Sumo's visage, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the individual capable of vanquishing those Sentinel robots would be a youth in his 20s, struggling to sit upright from the ground. She looked at Suemo earnestly and spoke, "Thank you. Gratitude must be expressed beyond mere words. Can you still stand up?" After saying this, Suemo observed the other party struggling to prop herself up with her arms, only to fail twice. Suemo let out a sigh, stepped forward, and lifted the White Queen from the ground, his form shifting as he soared into the distance. Brooklyn, New York. In a seaside villa owned by Suemo. With a muffled groan from the White Queen, the bullet lodged in her shoulder emerged from the wound. Tear the clothing around the injury. Suemo opened the medicine cabinet and retrieved some medication and bandages. "I don't think we need to go through all that trouble." As she spoke, the White Queen removed her shirt, leaving only her undergarments. "Is this more convenient?" Sumo's expression momentarily faltered as he gazed at her, then shrugged. "As long as you're happy." Seeing Sumo's reaction, the White Queen smiled faintly. After bandaging her up, Suemo settled down across from her. "You're lucky. Your internal organs weren't harmed, but you will need some time to recuperate." The White Queen lay back on the sofa, tilting her head to scrutinize Suemo. "It seems you know me?" As a telepathic mutant, she possessed a remarkable grasp of micro-expressions, far surpassing that of seasoned psychologists. Although she had been unable to sense his thoughts, the way he looked at her led her to conclude that he must know her. Suemo did not respond but gently waved his hand. A bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses flew out from a nearby cabinet. He caught them and poured a drink for both. "It doesn't matter. The reason I saved you is simply that you hold some value for me." The White Queen's expression remained unchanged. As a figure who once stood just below the Black King in the Hellfire Club hierarchy, she understood that he would not take such risks for no reason. Clearly, her worth was what motivated him to act. At that moment, the pain from her shoulder wound had diminished after the application of medicine. She rose from the sofa and approached Suemo. "Am I useful?" Her hand gently brushed against Sumo's face, a seductive smile gracing her features. "Is it the kind of usefulness I think it is?" Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to rest in the villa, Suemo ascended into the air. The White Queen stood by the villa's window, watching as Suemo vanished into the sky. Earlier, in the jungle, her telepathic abilities had failed to perceive his presence. She had just made 2 more attempts, with the same result. It was not like Professor X, where one could sense the other's existence but was thwarted by a mental shield. Suemo's presence was entirely undetectable. By comparison, his ability was far more terrifying than that of Professor X. Moreover, from their recent encounter, it is evident that he possesses not only an extraordinarily robust physique, but also the ability to manipulate his thoughts. Among all the mutants she is aware of, there appears to be no one more formidable than he. This realization is what compelled her to decisively choose submission. As Suemo soared through the sky, he reflected upon the information he had gleaned from the White Queen. Several years ago, Emma Frost had come under the scrutiny of Bolivar Trask's Mutant Research Corporation. After a few confrontations, she recognized the futility of contending with the Sentinel robots and subsequently opted for a life of seclusion, evading their relentless pursuit. However, she was taken by surprise when, not long ago, an unforeseen incident led these robots to track her once more, culminating in the earlier scene in the jungle. Suemo understood that the primary reason the adversary had been able to locate her so effortlessly was due to the pressure exerted by the Sentinel robots. Without her own sanctuary, it was likely that Emma would soon find herself ensnared as a subject in a mutant research laboratory, inevitably as a specimen for experimentation. Chapter 22. Saratown, Vampires, New York State. On a rural road leading to the town, Suemo sat relaxed in the passenger seat of an ordinary Ford sedan, slowly closing the documents in his hands. "You seem utterly unfazed." Hill, the driver, inquired with a perplexed expression, observing Suemo's calm demeanor. God knows how shocked she was after reading the contents of those files. This was the legendary vampire. Upon hearing her, Suemo smiled at Hill. "Trust me. Among the adversaries you will encounter in the future, the horror of this creature doesn't even rank within the top 10. The documents he held detailed accounts of vampires. Their presence here was, of course, Suemo fulfilling his promise to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. for the past 6 months. Tourists in a small town in New York State had been mysteriously disappearing. The count had now reached over 100 missing individuals. SHIELD had dispatched several agents to investigate, but each had met the same fate as the tourists, vanishing without a trace. Even an 8th-level agent sent last week had similarly lost contact. In desperation, Nick Fury had to utilize the one opportunity Sue Mo had promised to lend his assistance. Upon receiving this news, Sue Mo set out with Hill. The agents who had met misfortune here were not entirely devoid of findings. One agent had sent a final message before disappearing, containing only 3 words: vampires. Sue Mo was well aware that the vampires in the Marvel Universe could be considered a rather feeble lot. Not only were they vulnerable to sunlight and silver, but their combat prowess was merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary human. Even an average person, armed with a silver blade, could likely slay several unarmed vampires in a desperate struggle. Such fighting capability could only be deemed fodder in a world teeming with superheroes. Given Sue Mo's current strength, it was likely that even if he stood there and allowed them to bite him, they would struggle to inflict the slightest harm. Conversely, these vampires represented a vast opportunity for points. If he could locate their lair and execute a thorough cleansing, it would likely yield substantial rewards. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of a hotel in a place called Saratown, nestled in the northeastern part of New York State. Saratown was renowned for its ancient castles and hundreds of historic buildings, making it a popular tourist destination. As the number of visitors increased year by year, the town gradually evolved into a bustling community with nearly 100,000 permanent residents. Sue Mo alighted from the car, removed his sunglasses, and gazed at the distant conical castles and the historic architecture surrounding them, a smile gracing his face. The scenery was quite pleasant. It was indeed a fitting place for tourism. Hill exited the vehicle and, with some effort, retrieved 2 slender boxes from the trunk. Casting a glance at Sue Mo, she remarked dryly, "Did you really think we came here for a holiday?" Despite being a highly trained level 9 agent, she felt a twinge of trepidation when confronted with the legendary vampire. Unlike Sue Mo, who appeared to be at ease as if on a leisurely holiday, she found it difficult to maintain such nonchalance. Upon noticing her unease, Sue Mo offered her a reassuring glance. He then surveyed the somewhat dilapidated inn before them. "Is your budget constrained to such an extent?" While it was not necessary to stay in a 5-star hotel, this was rather inadequate. Sue Mo pushed open the peeling weathered door and glanced back at Hill, who was carrying 2 heavy suitcases. "Perhaps it's time to consider a new manager. I would gladly offer double the salary." Though Hill was merely an ordinary human, her exceptional skills in management and logistics rendered her invaluable, ensuring that her subordinates were well taken care of. "Very well. If you have such a notion, I will make sure to contact you at the earliest opportunity." Sue Mo took no offense at her dismissive words as they approached the reception desk. "Excuse me, sir, we would like to book a room." A moment later, the 2 entered a room on the 2nd floor, their belongings in tow. Numerous SHIELD agents had mysteriously vanished in this very location, indicating that their adversaries were exceedingly vigilant. Naturally, they could not reveal their true identities. Instead, they masqueraded as a couple on vacation. They had only booked 1 room. Hill placed the 2 suitcases on the bed and entered a password on the keypad atop one of them. With a hiss of escaping air, the suitcase slowly opened. Sue Mo peered inside, immediately recognizing that it likely contained weapons designed to combat vampires. While their efficacy remained uncertain, the presence of weaponry undeniably instilled a sense of security. After speaking, Hill handed one of the suitcases to Sue Mo. Upon receiving it, he examined the array of weapons within. The first was a silver long knife, seemingly crafted from a silver-infused alloy. He waved it gently, and a corner of the wooden headboard gradually splintered away, the cut remarkably smooth. One must admit, SHIELD possessed some impressive weaponry. With a subtle motion, the long knife vanished from his grasp, and he continued to gaze into the suitcase. Hill, witnessing the spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. She then reached out to grasp Sue Mo's right hand, where the knife had just been, glancing around in search of the weapon. But to no avail. Doubting her own eyes, she rubbed them in disbelief. "Could it be that I imagined it? Where did it go?" Sue Mo gently moved his right hand, and the long knife reappeared in his grasp before vanishing once more. You could interpret this as a unique ability. Having witnessed Sue Mo's impressive display once again, Hill finally regained her composure. "My goodness, this is utterly astonishing. Are you perhaps a mutant?" You could say that." Sue Mo, feeling no desire to elaborate further, casually replied, and his gaze returned to the contents of the suitcase before him. In addition to the long knife, the box contained 3 other items, a specially crafted handgun capable of firing silver bullets, accompanied by 100 rounds of ammunition, several grenades emitting a faint purple glow, and a substance resembling a spray sunscreen. The handgun and bullets were unremarkable and were promptly stowed away, while the grenades were easily deduced to be specialized devices designed to release ultraviolet light. However, the last bottle that resembled a sunscreen spray left Suemo somewhat perplexed. Turning to the side, he glanced at Hill. "What is this?" Having regained his composure, Hill promptly began to explain. "This is a skincare spray containing silver elements. According to what they say, applying this spray will render vampires utterly disinterested in you." Suemo countered, "How does this differ from garlic water?" Hill paused, taken aback by the question, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "The only distinction might be that using this spray will not cause ordinary people to regard you as an outcast." Chapter 23, The Castle. Traces of the vampire all equipment was entrusted to Suemo, while Hill embarked on a quest to trace the remnants left by previous agents, leaving Suemo alone in the inn. After all, the investigation was the responsibility of these agents, and Suemo merely provided martial support. Once the others departed, Suemo, finding himself with little to occupy his time, ventured out of the inn and began to meander through the quaint town. It was early May, the peak of the tourist season, and the streets were bustling with travelers bearing backpacks. It seemed the government had successfully suppressed the reports of missing tourists, Suemo mused. Otherwise, after hearing of such a significant number of disappearances, it would be inconceivable for so many tourists to remain. Wait, a sudden realization struck him. If there were no hidden forces obstructing matters, it was unlikely the government would have chosen to conceal such news. After all, with hundreds of individuals involved, merely silencing their families would be an arduous task. Why would the government engage in such a thankless endeavor? This suggested the possibility of high-ranking officials being implicated. Indeed, for those in power, the allure of immortality was undeniably tempting, despite the drawback of being unable to bask in sunlight. When faced with the choice between death and mere avoidance of light, no one would care about such a trivial flaw. Suemo wandered through the town like an ordinary tourist, aimlessly exploring. Hours passed, and as darkness began to envelop the landscape, he found himself in the vicinity of the ancient architectural complex. This area was vast, occupying nearly half of the town's expanse. The several castles at the heart of this complex were private properties, inaccessible to the public. As Suemo stepped onto a path leading toward one of the castles, he was intercepted by guards. Not wishing to press the matter, he turned away and, once out of sight of the sentinels, a suit of armor materialized around him, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he darted toward the castle. If any location in this town could be associated with vampires, it was undoubtedly the castles before him. After all, from the films he had watched, vampires were typically depicted as inhabitants of such fortresses. However, reality seemed to dim his expectations. After inspecting several castles, he found no sign of the pallid vampires he had envisioned, aside from a few maintenance staff. With nightfall complete, he could not ascertain the true nature of these individuals based solely on appearance. His only recourse was to test each one. The method was quite straightforward. He utilized the vial of liquid containing silver particles that Hill had given him, spraying it upon them. If any were vampires, they would surely react. The outcome was evident. These individuals were merely ordinary people. It was not until he approached a castle located at the center of the complex that a scream echoed from a room at the top of the fortress. Something was amiss. A thrill of excitement coursed through Sumo's expression. In a swift motion, he floated outside the window of the room from whence the cries originated. Peering inside, he beheld a young girl bound to a chair. Before her stood an elderly man, his hair mostly turned gray. At that moment, the old man was tugging at the girl's clothing, and it was evident that her attire had been nearly torn away, leaving her clad only in a delicate white lace undergarment. Had this scene unfolded in a film, one might have expected a gallant hero to emerge at such a critical juncture. In that case, Suemo would have surely cursed the hero's ancestors. Yet, in this reality, Suemo chose to intervene. A pistol laden with silver bullets materialized in his grasp, aimed directly at the old man within the room, and he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, a gaping wound appeared on the old man's head, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Elimination of the antagonist, points 80. Not even a vampire? Suemo sighed in disappointment as he observed the blood oozing from the wound. With a slight movement, he entered the room through the open window. Extending his hand, he deftly threw a flying knife that severed the ropes binding the girl. During this act, the knife inadvertently grazed her skin. Yet she seemed utterly oblivious to it. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive, Suemo mused internally. Put on your clothes. I shall escort you away. He then positioned himself at the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. Since he had not encountered a vampire, he intended to depart swiftly. Hill would soon be returning. He wondered if she had made any discoveries. Upon seeing the flying knife, the girl's eyes reflected an unusual glimmer. When she heard that he would take her away, she did not hasten to don her clothing, but instead approached Suemo. Are you a mutant? Suemo inquired coldly, observing the girl before him. This doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Noting his lack of denial, the girl grasped his arm with both hands, pleading fervently, please, save my sister. I will agree to any condition you set, as long as you can rescue her. Suemo, however, remained unmoved. I can take you to the police station. You should seek their assistance with this matter. Doing good and saving lives? Such responsibilities lay with the police. As for the simple act of rescuing someone, he found it inconsequential. Yet, he had no interest in donning the mantle of a superhero. Tears welled in the girl's eyes upon hearing Suemo's refusal. I have already reported to the police, but they have done nothing, and instead, have used this situation as leverage. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the old man. He is the chief of police. Suemo was taken aback by her explanation. Truly, in the land of the free, the chief's actions were rather audacious. Not only did criminals face repercussions, but even those who came to report crimes were not spared. Who took your sister? They are not human, but rather creatures resembling vampires. Upon hearing her words, Suemo's expression shifted. Are you suggesting she was abducted by vampires? At this, the girl's eyes rekindled with hope, and she hastily wiped away her tears. I cannot ascertain whether those creatures are indeed vampires, but they bear a striking resemblance to the vampires portrayed in films. Half an hour later, Suemo escorted the girl back to their hotel. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Hill, who had just returned from outside. Noticing Hill's puzzled gaze fixed upon the girl trailing behind, Suemo urged, let's discuss this in our room. He led the way upstairs. Once inside their room, Hill first produced a compact device to scan the area, ensuring there were no eavesdropping devices before inquiring, what is this? Suemo recounted the events that had transpired. Where was your sister taken by those creatures? Hill turned his attention to the girl. In a bar called the Irish Pub. The Irish Pub, is it located in the eastern part of the town? The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Observing Suemo's look of confusion, Hill explained. I discovered some information left by the agents earlier today on the streets, indicating that these individuals went missing in this area. Wait. Suemo gazed at Hill in bewilderment. Don't you agents communicate via messages or calls? Why resort to such primitive means of conveying information? Hill shrugged. I am not entirely certain. The fact remains that once those agents arrived here, they swiftly lost contact, with only one agent having sent out a message pertaining to that information about vampires. Chapter 24. The vampire emerges at the Irish Bar, located on a street in the eastern part of the small town. This thoroughfare is adorned with a myriad of neon lights. Women clad in revealing attire sit beneath the glow, awaiting the arrival of patrons. Occasionally, a passerby approaches to inquire about prices before leading these women into the rooms at the back. Suemo strolled along, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. What? Are you interested? Hill teased, observing his wandering gaze. Is your interest something that S-H-I-E-L-D would reimburse? For a moment, Hill was at a loss for words. Yet, she understood that both were merely jesting. A billionaire tycoon would hardly be swayed by such commonplace offerings. Soon, the pair arrived at the entrance of the Irish Bar. While the exterior appeared somewhat dilapidated, the interior revealed a hidden world. The entire bar was situated underground. Upon entering, they found the place bustling with patrons. What shall we do next? With over 100 individuals milling about in the dimly lit space, distinguishing vampires from ordinary people proved impossible. Hill faltered at Suemo's inquiry. We can't possibly ask each one individually. Observing her expression, Suemo sighed. Never mind, allow me to handle this. With that, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a spherical object, the ultraviolet grenade from the earlier box. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on the grenade and hurled it into the air above the center of the bar. Close your eyes, he commanded Hill sharply before turning away from the grenade's trajectory. Hill's eyes widened in shock at Suemo's actions. In such dim surroundings, even a mere human would likely suffer blindness for weeks from this. Wait, She called out, but it was too late. The grenade had already been thrown. Without hesitation, Hill mimicked Sumo's movements. She turned and closed her eyes. Boom! A moderate explosion reverberated from the grenade, followed by an intense burst of light emanating from the blast's epicenter. Instantly, the dim bar was illuminated as brightly as day. Cries erupted from all directions. Eliminated antagonist. 160 points. Eliminated antagonist, 210 points. A series of notifications flooded Sumo's mind. The points gained from dispatching vampires were exceedingly generous. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In fact, under certain circumstances, these vampires were easier to eliminate than ordinary individuals. Yet the points awarded were multiple times greater than those for humans. As Hill opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of nearly everyone in the bar sprawled on the ground, clutching their eyes and wailing in agony. Sumo shrugged at Hill's gaze. Do you have a better method? However, the collateral damage is rather extensive. Hill remarked in disbelief. Rest assured, these individuals will recover swiftly, and they are classified as collateral damage in the counterterrorism efforts. Consequently, they shall be granted a considerable period of paid leave, which amounts to no real loss. Perhaps, they may even express gratitude towards me for this. Having said that, Sumo did not await a response but dashed toward a specific direction. With the power of his mind, the surrounding scenery vividly materialized in his consciousness. Amidst the explosion of the grenade, a dozen vampires concealed within the crowd were reduced to ashes. Only 2 vampires, having adeptly evaded the blast by retreating into a nearby corridor, managed to escape the calamity. Nevertheless, they too suffered burns from ultraviolet rays. At that moment, one vampire, unharmed as he was sheltered in the corridor, assisted another as they fled deeper into the passage. Upon hearing Sumo's explanation, Hill's face displayed a hint of resignation. He then shook his head and pursued Sumo's retreating figure. In the corridor, the 2 vampires with scorched skin emitted cries of pain as they fled. The charred areas of their skin hissed, releasing wisps of white smoke. To heal their injuries, they required ample fresh blood. Although the hall was teeming with vibrant humans, they were not foolish. The deployment of ultraviolet grenades, specifically designed to target vampires, clearly indicated that they were the intended prey. Should they dare to re-enter the hall, they would likely meet the same fate as their companions, turning to ash before they could replenish their strength. As they ran, the trio heard the sound of measured footsteps approaching from behind. With each step drawing nearer, Sumo's silhouette emerged at the corridor's end. Observing Sumo appear almost instantaneously behind them, the unscathed vampire pushed the other 2 forward. Hurry, I will hold him off, she exclaimed, turning to face Sumo, baring her sharp fangs and unleashing a fierce roar. Come on, boy. I intend to drain every drop of blood from your body. With that, she lunged at Sumo. Just as she leaped before him, he gently waved his right hand a few times. The female vampire screamed in agony. Crashing to the ground before Sumo, her arms and legs contorted into an unimaginable shape. Even as she lay on the ground, the female vampire defiantly opened her mouth wide, hissing at Sumo. So, you claim to be quite the bloodsucker, Sumo retorted, producing a handgun loaded with silver bullets and thrusting it into her gaping mouth. As he observed her limbs gradually regaining their normal shape, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, the female vampire was reduced to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. Defeated the antagonist, points 180. Sumo holstered his pistol. You certainly have a knack for it. My handgun can only last 3 seconds. Having dealt with her, he continued his pursuit of the remaining 2. From the recent encounter, it is apparent that my initial assumptions were not misplaced. These vampires are indeed a feeble lot. I had merely exerted less than 1% of my strength, and they were already incapable of mounting any resistance. The 2 wounded vampires, upon hearing the anguished cries and gunfire from behind, displayed an even more profound expression of terror. Simultaneously, footsteps echoed once again in the corridor, a sound that weighed heavily upon their hearts, rendering them nearly breathless. After all, the vampire that had just attempted to obstruct the onslaught had barely lasted half a minute before being vanquished. Combined, the 2 of them were unlikely to be significantly stronger than their adversary. In a state of panic, they disregarded their injuries and sprinted with all their might towards the end of the corridor, hastily diving into the elevator. Their hands frantically pressed the close button. As they watched the elevator doors gradually begin to close, they both exhaled in relief. Just as the last sliver of space vanished and the elevator was about to commence its ascent, the door open button suddenly illuminated. The closing elevator doors swung open once more. Their hearts, which had momentarily plummeted, soared back to life. They hurriedly pressed the close button again. As the doors began to shut, the open button glowed once more. Damn it! The two found themselves on the brink of collapse. If I manage to escape, I shall ensure that I locate the elevator installer and tear him to shreds. You may not have that opportunity. Sumo's ghostly figure materialized outside the elevator doors. Chapter 25. The trapped Sumo stepped into the elevator. Driven by an instinct for survival that compelled two vampires to muster their courage and leap forward. However, after a few exchanges of blows, the harsh reality dawned upon them, and they quickly subdued. Lifting one vampire off the ground, Sumo demanded, "Tell me, where's your lair?" "You." With a swift motion, Sumo withdrew his blade from the vampire's chest, watching as the creature disintegrated into ash before his very eyes. He then seized the other vampire. "I'll tell you. Our base is located beneath this bar." The vampire hastily confessed before Sumo could utter a word. He then pressed several buttons on the elevator panel in a rhythmic manner, revealing a hidden compartment from which a button marked B2 slid out. Just then, Hill arrived from behind, catching the tail end of the vampire's revelation. "I seem to have arrived a bit late," she remarked. "No, your timing is impeccable," Sumo retorted before plunging his knife into the vampire's chest. Upon pressing the newly revealed button in the elevator, a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the elevator descended for a full half-minute. This confirmed for both that the so-called B2 level was at least 100 meters below the first basement. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a dimly lit chamber. In the expansive hall, measuring several hundred square meters, stood over 100 figures. Among them were several bound young women, their wrists slashed, blood flowing freely from their wounds. It seemed as if a grotesque gathering was taking place, with surrounding vampires taking turns approaching the girls. A few of the young women had already succumbed to blood loss. Hill stared at the disturbing scene before her, a palpable sense of discomfort washing over her. Remarkably, perhaps due to the secluded nature of the location, the assembled figures were caught off guard, remaining oblivious to the arrival of the two intruders. It wasn't until half a minute later that two vampires near the elevator noticed Sumo and Hill stepping out. Upon seeing the duo, the male and female vampires exchanged glances of recognition before launching themselves at the pair. At this moment, Hill could no longer restrain herself. She drew her pistol from her pocket and fired twice, dispatching the two vampires with precision. The thunderous gunfire echoed throughout the subterranean space, startling the assembly of vampires who halted in their tracks and turned to face the newcomers. As they beheld Agent Hill wielding her firearm, realization dawned upon the vampires, prompting them to roar in fury and charge forward. Sumo, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming scene, quickly positioned himself behind Hill, gazing at the furious figures rushing towards them. He seethed, "A wretched pack of scoundrels. Your dark deeds shall be exposed." With that, an ultraviolet grenade materialized in his hand, which he hurled into the fray. Moments later, blinding light flooded the entire area. Exposure level 1000. Almost instantaneously, the vampires were scorched by the light until they were reduced to ashes. When the brilliance faded, nearly all the vampires in the space had vanished, leaving only a few quick-witted ones who had sought refuge behind the supporting pillars, thus escaping their doom. Hill let out a sigh of relief. "After this mission, I believe I shall require some psychological counseling. Perhaps what you truly need is an outlet for your emotions." With that, Sumo handed the silver blade to his companion. Hill grasped it and charged directly towards the surviving vampires. Although these vampires had managed to survive, the intense light in the room had still seared their skin. At that moment, they posed almost no resistance to Hill. In less than 5 minutes, these vampires were entirely turned to ashes. Sumo was the first to stride towards the passage opposite the hall. Following the corridor to its end, he found yet another elevator. Here, the security was indeed quite tight, with no survivors left. Sumo drew his battle knife forged from adamantium and swiftly demolished the elevator doors. "Wait here for a moment. I will descend to assess the situation." With that, Sumo leaped into the dark abyss of the elevator shaft. Lightly landing atop the elevator, he carved an opening beneath his feet and descended into the cabin. Exiting the elevator, he found himself in a corridor barely 10 meters long. At the end of the corridor stood a metal door. As he approached the door, it automatically swung open, revealing the scene beyond. In a dimly lit hall, a circle of pallid vampires sat surrounding a central altar where a girl of about 17 or 18 was bound. The girl resembled the one he had previously rescued from the ancient castle. Suemo instantly surmised that she must be the sister of that girl. Observing the circle of vampires around her, it appeared they were engaged in some form of ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo switched to his specially crafted handgun, raised it, and unleashed a flurry of precise shots. Although he was unaware of their intentions as adversaries, it was imperative to mindlessly thwart whatever they aimed to accomplish. However, it was clear that these vampires held a certain status within their kin, their power far surpassing that of the ordinary vampires outside. With agile leaps, they dodged the incoming silver bullets. Subsequently, this group of vampires revealed their sharp fangs and charged at Suemo. Yet he remained unfazed. Extending a finger to trace a gentle arc in the air, the bullets that had missed the vampires curved back and sped towards them, at least doubling in velocity. The unsuspecting vampires were instantly pierced by the bullets, turning to dust. Just as Suemo was about to step onto the altar, his gaze froze. A flying knife shot from his hand, severing the ropes binding the girl, and she was pulled away from the altar by the weight of her own garments. The girl, previously in a state of unconsciousness, gradually regained her senses amidst the turmoil. She gazed vacantly at Suemo, who was supporting her. "Who are you?" Noticing that she seemed relatively unharmed, Suemo gently set her down. "I am here at the behest of your sister to rescue you." Upon hearing this, confusion washed over the girl's face. "Sister? My parents have only one daughter. Where could a sister possibly come from?" Sumo's expression shifted in surprise, only to be overtaken by a grim realization. "This is bad," he exclaimed, grasping her and preparing to flee outside. Yet, it was already too late. The surrounding walls were swiftly enveloped by a surge of dark energy. A woman, strikingly similar in appearance to the girl beside him, descended slowly from the air. It is too late to escape now. Chapter 26. The Dark Witch. Agatha. As the woman descended slowly, her appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. By the time she landed a short distance before the two, she had become a middle-aged woman clad in a black robe, appearing to be in her 50s. "Who are you?" Suemo inquired cautiously, observing the enigmatic figure before him. It seemed evident that she was a witch, and at that moment, he was most reluctant to confront such a mysterious adversary. These individuals possessed an array of bizarre abilities, potentially leading to situations beyond his capacity to handle. Noticing Sumo's expression, the woman revealed a hint of a smile. "Me? I have lived for so long that I have nearly forgotten my original name. Let me think for a moment." A flicker of nostalgia crossed the witch's face. After a brief pause, she suddenly recollected herself and exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, I've remembered. You may call me Agatha." "Agatha." Sumo's demeanor shifted dramatically. He was certainly familiar with the name, as Agatha could be regarded as one of the most formidable dark sorceresses in the Marvel Universe, who had once sought to seize Wanda's chaotic power. Although she ultimately failed, her prowess in dark magic was undeniable. "Are you responsible for the disappearances in this town?" he demanded. "Of course not," Agatha replied, shaking her head. "To be precise, it was these wretched vampires who did it. My sole target is this little girl. However, she has become unnecessary to me now, as I have found someone far more suitable." With that, Agatha's gaze fell upon Suemo, and without warning, she unleashed her attack. A sphere of dark energy shot from her hand, hurtling towards him. Suemo swiftly evaded to the side, simultaneously releasing several flying daggers from his person. In the instant he maneuvered, a violet portal materialized in his path. He had no time to dodge and was engulfed by the portal. To his astonishment, the portal led him merely a few meters away to the very center of an altar. "This is bad." Sumo's expression shifted as he immediately attempted to flee from the altar. However, Agatha, having anticipated his move, conjured a transparent energy barrier that enveloped both him and the altar. With all his strength, Suemo struck the barrier with a powerful punch. After a violent tremor, a web-like crack appeared on the surface. Yet, in an instant, the fissure mended itself. Witnessing this, Agatha's expression shifted from surprise to delight. Indeed, this body is not only long-lived, but possesses a robust physique that rivals the Hulk. By taking possession of this body, I need not worry about aging for centuries and can compensate for the frailty inherent to wizards. Excellent. Excellent. Haraha. Agatha erupted into manic laughter. Upon hearing her words, Suemo immediately grasped the situation. Wizards, much like sorcerers, despite their formidable strength and diverse array of techniques, were not without their vulnerabilities. However, life expectancy cannot be significantly altered by such means. Even someone as formidable as the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, must draw upon the powers of the Dark Dimension to extend her lifespan. Likewise, the sorceress Agatha is no exception. From her words, it is evident that she cannot prolong her life in the same manner as the Ancient One. Instead, she has resorted to an alternative method of extending her existence. This method is the act of possession. Wait a moment. Suemo suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that you, a woman, wish to possess this man's body? Agatha's laughter ceased abruptly. Fear not. Once my soul enters your body, I will transform your physique to resemble my own. Good heavens. You, a woman, aspire to inhabit a man's body. It is utterly outrageous. What is most intolerable is that she intends to reshape his body to reflect her own. At this moment, Agatha had commenced the possession process. The altar beneath Suemo's feet was illuminated with deep purple patterns, and Agatha began to levitate above the altar, uttering a series of complex incantations. Witnessing this scene, Suemo no longer held back. Previously, he had merely relied on his physical strength to create cracks in the protective shield. With the addition of mental force, shattering the barrier was not a daunting task. Immediately, he donned a layer of battle armor on his arm. Suemo propelled himself upward, his fist, imbued with hundreds of tons of force, struck fiercely against the top of the shield. The sound of a bursting bubble echoed. The shield could not withstand even half a second before dissipating into purple energy. Suemo, undeterred, charged toward Agatha in midair. Agatha, engrossed in her incantation, clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, and a flicker of terror crossed her face as she attempted to evade to the side. However, her speed paled in comparison to Suemo's. In nearly an instant, his fist was about to collide with Agatha. In a moment of peril, deep purple energy surged from Agatha, forming another protective shield around her. Yet, the shield shattered almost instantaneously before Agatha's hopeful gaze. Suemo's fist struck her without impediment. No. A shriek erupted as Agatha's frail body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Before Suemo could gather himself, a black shadow surged forth from the blood mist, directly entering his forehead. Where Agatha once stood, a book radiating black energy began to levitate. This was evidently the dark grimoire under Agatha's control. In less than 5 seconds, the dark grimoire transformed into a stream of light, following Agatha into Suemo's forehead. The moment Agatha's soul entered Suemo's body, his gaze became vacant. As he lost control, he plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, given his current physical condition, a mere drop of 10 meters was negligible. Even a fall from a height of several hundred meters would inflict minimal harm upon him. After Agatha's body was destroyed, the dark energy enveloping the entire hall gradually dissipated. Hill's figure burst through the grand doors, rushing inside. Upon seeing Suemo lying on the ground, Hill hurriedly approached to assist him. The girl, who had been hiding nearby, also rushed forward to lend her aid. What happened? She inquired, placing her hand on Suemo's nose to check for breath. Hill turned to the girl and asked for an explanation. The girl recounted the events that had transpired in the hall. Upon hearing this, Hill's expression changed dramatically. Damn it. The witch has possessed him. In an instant, she grasped the gravity of the situation. What should we do? What should we do? Despite her usual composure when confronted by the most ruthless of criminals, Hill now felt a surge of panic. She had no experience dealing with such mysterious entities. Chapter 27. The God of the Underworld. Zizaran, what does it matter if you destroy my physical form? You remain powerless to thwart. Agatha's soul surged into Suemo's consciousness with a hint of arrogance in her voice. However, upon beholding the star tower at the center of his mind, seemingly situated in another realm, her voice faltered abruptly. The aura emanating from the star tower sent shivers down her spine. She cautiously scrutinized both the tower and Suemo, who stood beneath it. Young man, you have indeed taken me by surprise. I did not anticipate such a treasure residing within your body. With this proclamation, Agatha waved her hand gently, summoning the dark divine book into her palm. Yet, it was all in vain. Nothing can withstand my power. With the dark divine book in her grasp, Agatha regained her confidence. Suemo assessed the pitch-black tome radiating dark energy in her hands. He recognized it as merely a replica of the dark divine book, albeit one that mirrored the original's contents almost entirely. At times, excessive pride can be a grave folly. I hope you remain so defiant in the moments to come. After uttering these words, a pure wave of dark energy emanated from the dark divine book, transforming into tendrils that slithered towards Suemo, her gaze filled with pity. Submit your soul willingly. Agatha understood the might of the dark divine book better than anyone else. It not only contained all the dark magic conceived by Zizaran, but had also evolved into a formidable artifact through the passage of time and her prolonged interactions with numerous dark sorcerers. Under the book's influence, her ability to unleash dark magic was augmented in both speed and potency. As the dark energy surged forth from the tome, the Star Tower, suspended above Sumo's head, seemed to stir. The swirling vortex of the ninth layer outside the tower trembled slightly. A peculiar wave of energy appeared to emanate from another dimension, sweeping toward Agatha and the Dark Divine Book. The tendrils that had emerged from the tome vanished, as if obliterated upon contact with this energy. Agatha's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. With a flourish of her hands, she summoned forth more dark energy from the book, transforming it into additional tendrils to counter the energy released by the vortex. However, these tendrils could not even slightly impede the advance of the energy. In the blink of an eye, it reached Agatha's position. No. With a wretched scream, Agatha's soul, like the tendrils, was utterly consumed within Sumo's consciousness. Once the energy swept past, only the Dark Divine Book remained, gently floating in place. Observing the tome left behind, Sumo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was not surprised that the Star Tower could crush his opponent. After all, it was at least a weapon of divine rank, incapable of being thwarted even by a mere witch. Stepping forward, he extended his hand, eager to claim the Dark Divine Book for himself. Although the devouring system possesses formidable combat prowess, it finds itself somewhat inadequate when confronting these magical adversaries in the early stages. Should it gain mastery over the Dark Divine Tome, it would undoubtedly rectify this deficiency. This tome stands in contrast to the Trinity Book of the Emperor of Wisdom, embodying the pinnacle of magic within this realm. Yet, just as Sumo was about to reach out for the Dark Divine Tome, the celestial tower at the very heart of his consciousness trembled, and the tome, as if summoned by some unseen force, transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the tower. At the very moment the Dark Divine Tome merged with the celestial tower in a shadowy dimension, the vast and boundless god of death, Zizaran, abruptly awoke. My power. In that instant, he felt a swift extraction of his strength. So rapid was the process that within the span of 2 breaths, a tenth of his power had already been siphoned away. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was indeed followers employing dark magic to borrow his power. As the god of death and the creator of dark magic, all who wield it must tap into his strength to successfully unleash their spells. However, this comes at a price. Once they utilize his power, they become slowly eroded by it until ultimately consumed, their souls being the very source of their strength's evolution. No, this cannot be. Zizaran instantly dismissed this possibility. Even if millions of the mightiest dark sorcerers unleashed their magic simultaneously, the rate of consumption could not be so extreme. With no time to ponder, Zizaran hastily cast a spell, attempting to halt the leakage of his power. After all, at this rate of energy extraction, he would not last even half a minute before being completely drained. Should that occur, he, the god of death, would become a subject of ridicule in the demon realm for being extinguished by the very power of his followers. In an instant, Zizaran's expression shifted dramatically. No, it is impossible. He let out a frenzied roar. In his recent attempts, he discovered that no matter how he tried to sever the connection with the source, the rate of dark energy loss from his body remained unchanged. This unprecedented situation sent his mind spiraling into confusion. His own dark magic, which depended on his magical energy, should be subject to his will. Yet, what was happening now? Even in the absence of his consent, the energy was pouring out uncontrollably. This was not borrowing. This was outright thievery. With a furious shout, Zizaran, as one of the oldest of the 4 ancient gods, quickly regained his composure. The immediate priority was to preserve his own life. With that thought, he conjured a vast purple magic array around his colossal form composed of dark energy. An endless tide of dark energy surged toward him, replenishing the strength he had lost. At present, he finds himself in a realm forged over countless years, an underworld teeming with dark energy, which he can directly absorb. As this energy surges wildly into him, he manages to tenuously sustain the flow of his own internal energy, maintaining it in a precarious state of equilibrium. With the situation momentarily stabilized, Zizaran seizes the opportunity to reach out to the myriad realms beyond. Cursed fiend, do not let me find you, for I shall ensure your soul endures 1,000,000 years of torment in the flames of hell. Time becomes an indeterminate expanse as he finally exclaims, found you. An exhilarated sound escapes Zizaran's lips as his consciousness descends into the world inhabited by Sumo. With his formidable abilities, he can effortlessly inhabit the body of any being within this realm. Once he takes possession, he can unleash a mere fraction of his power. Yet, he harbors no illusions that this state will suffice against foes who forcibly siphon his energy. At the foot of Mount Dagash, within the Dark Temple, dark energy spills forth from intricately carved rock walls, coalescing in midair to form a black tome, the original Dark Scripture. Simultaneously, a black spatial portal begins to unfold within the cavern. Under Zysorn's command, the Dark Scripture swiftly vanishes into the newly opened portal ahead. Chapter 28. The two dark tomes in the subterranean depths of the bar. Su-mo gradually regained consciousness. After the copy of the dark tome was absorbed by the astral tower, he had attempted various means to retrieve it, all in vain. Reluctantly, he had to concede defeat. After all, strictly speaking, Agatha had also been extinguished by the astral tower, making her part of its spoils. Upon seeing Su-mo awaken, both Hill and the young girl were taken aback, stepping back a few paces to distance themselves from him. Hill, in particular, drew her pistol, aiming it squarely at Su-mo. "Who are you?" The soul of the witch had already entered Su-mo's body. They could not be sure whether the person before them was indeed Su-mo or the witch who had successfully usurped his form. "Rest assured, the witch has been utterly annihilated," Su-mo replied listlessly. As he watched the dark tome slip away from his grasp, a sense of melancholy washed over him. "How can you prove that you are truly yourself?" Hill did not lower her weapon at his simple assertion. Faced with such a specific inquiry, Su-mo pondered for a moment before ultimately shrugging in resignation. "All right, how would you like me to prove it?" Hill found herself at a loss for an answer. After a brief contemplation, she finally spoke. "What color was my clothing when we first met?" As she spoke, perhaps due to the exertion that had left her overheated, she casually removed her outer jacket, revealing a form-fitting tank top beneath, showcasing her impressive physique without reservation. Su-mo couldn't help but steal a few glances, though they were purely appreciative. Concurrently, he recalled the details. His enhanced mental faculties afforded him a memory retention capacity far beyond that of an ordinary person. "Black." Hill nodded in acknowledgement. "For the time being, I shall trust you." With that, she turned and began to stride toward the exit. "We should leave this place swiftly, before any other vampires arrive." Su-mo observed her retreating figure, following a couple of paces behind. "Is it really that hasty? You just take my word for it?" He had expected a lengthy explanation, yet Hill had only needed this brief validation to be convinced. Hill glanced back at him. "That has nothing to do with the answer you provided." As she donned her outer garment again, she elaborated, "You inadvertently glanced at my chest 6 times just now. I hardly believe a witch would be interested in my physique." At her words, Su-mo was taken aback, silently admiring her perceptiveness. What an intriguing approach. She truly is a professional operative. "However," he added, "yet, I still think, Ms. Hill, that you might be a tad hasty. Perhaps further verification is warranted." The group took the elevator back to the bar's lower level. Following the earlier events, the bar was now deserted. Just as they were about to depart, a spatial portal slowly opened in the air beside them. The dark tome, manipulated by Zysorn, flashed and vanished into Su-mo's brow. "Here again?" Su-mo could only utter a moment of complaint before closing his eyes and fainting once more. Fortunately, Hill reacted swiftly, supporting him. The girl who had been rescued assisted Hill in placing Su-mo onto a nearby chair. After a brief hesitation, she turned to Hill, pondering whether he had opened a bookstore within his mind. Hill, upon hearing her, felt a sense of helplessness within such a short span. One witch and 2 tomes had already infiltrated Su-mo's consciousness. Perhaps, within the sea of consciousness, upon the dark tome's entry, it wasted no time and surged directly towards the position of the Star Tower. As the distance closed, Zysorn could increasingly sense the flow of his power gravitating towards that location. The closer he drew to the Star Tower, the larger it appeared in his eyes. Yet the space between them seemed to stretch ever wider. "Damn it, what is this thing?" Feeling his controlled dark tome growing increasingly insignificant before the Star Tower, Zysorn realized that if he continued, he might never reach the tower before him. Gritting his teeth, Zysorn commanded the dark tome to retreat. At this moment, he clearly understood that the opponent's strength surpassed his own. Continuing forward would likely cost him this fragment of consciousness as well. Noticing the adversary's intent to flee, the Star Tower finally exhibited a reaction. A beam of light shot forth from the tower's pinnacle, illuminating the dark tome. No, as if snow were melting. Zysorn's consciousness clinging to it was instantly obliterated. The authentic dark tome, left behind, transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the Star Tower. Beside them, Suemo watched this scene with quiet astonishment. Judging from the ancient appearance of the Dark Tome, it was easy to deduce that it was indeed the genuine article. According to the timeline, the one capable of freely controlling the Dark Tome at this moment was likely the god of the underworld, Zysorn. Was this god of the underworld truly so petty? Did he pursue someone merely for having glimpsed his counterfeit tome? Yet what of Agatha, who had perused it for over a century? Unable to grasp the crux of the matter, Suemo decided to disregard these thoughts and approach the Star Tower directly. Come on, let us negotiate. You have two nearly identical tomes. Could you spare me one? Even the counterfeit will suffice. I am not picky. Yet, the Star Tower before him seemed utterly indifferent. Standing before the tower, Suemo attempted to communicate, reasoning that it was a treasure already recognizing him as its master and should grant him some respect. However, it became evident that whether it was his lack of stature or the absence of any intelligence within the Star Tower, after a lengthy discourse, it showed no sign of response. Left with no choice, Suemo could only retreat from within. Kamatage, in the center of an ancient hall, upon a circular dais, hanging in the supreme sanctuary is the most powerful artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. The moment Zysorn activated the Dark Grimoire, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, emanating a surge of magical energy that radiated outward. This is troubling. The expression of the old Wang, standing nearby, changed dramatically. Before he could signal, a portal opened, and the figure of the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, emerged. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the Eye of Agamotto to encircle her neck, forming a seal with her hand as streams of information flowed into her consciousness. Moments later, Ancient One gradually opened her eyes. The anxious old Wang approached her. What transpired? Ancient One gently returned the Eye of Agamotto to its pedestal. The momentary sensation of the presence of the god of death was detected by Vishanti in this world, using the Eye of Agamotto to alert us. The god of death? At the mention of this name, a flicker of concern crossed old Wang's eyes. One of the four ancient gods, Zysorn, who is exponentially more powerful than Dormammu. Indeed, Ancient One nodded. Unfortunately, the presence was only sensed for an instant before it vanished from Earth. It remains uncertain whether it departed or concealed itself. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the mural depicting the New York sanctuary carved upon the temple wall. It seems the entire Earth is on the brink of chaos. Chapter 29. The enigmatic sorcery of the underworld. Damn it, you scoundrel. The entire world trembled in response to Zysorn's furious roar. It was no wonder he was enraged. He had ventured to confront his adversary bearing the Tome of Dark Enchantments, only to find that a portion of his very essence had been obliterated in the encounter. This inflicted a degree of harm upon his corporeal form as well, severing the connection he once shared with the Dark Tome. It was not until half an hour later that the tumult of the underworld began to subside. It was not that Zysorn had calmed, rather, the gravitational force within him had doubled in intensity. The rate at which he absorbed energy paled in comparison to the veracity of his opponent. If this continued, he would soon be drained entirely. From their recent clash, it became evident that the Dark Tome, under the adversary's control, possessed almost no capacity for resistance. Even though only a fragment of its consciousness was attached, one could only speculate that had the roles been reversed, it would not have been so effortlessly vanquished. This indicated that the strength of his opponent was unequivocally superior to his own. Engaging directly in a desperate struggle was futile. A contest of equals was one thing, but his current state would merely lead to his demise. Thus, his only recourse was to exert every ounce of his strength to frantically siphon energy from the underworld. While his own reserves remained critically low, he estimated he could sustain this endeavor for several months, hoping desperately that his foe would cease before he was completely drained. When Suemo awakened, he found himself relocated to a vehicle outside. "You're awake," exclaimed the girl who had been rescued, her face alight with joy. Suemo surveyed his surroundings, realizing that they were the only two occupants in the car. "Where's Hill?" he inquired. "Over there." The girl pointed in a specific direction. Following her gaze, Suemo noticed that the bar was now encircled by police vehicles, with Hill engaged in dialogue with the lead officer. The girl seemed genuinely intrigued by Suemo, as this incident could be perceived as a heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. Through her introduction, he learned her name, Gemma Simmons. Raised in New York, she was currently pursuing a doctorate in chemistry at the State University of New York. She had come to Saratown for a vacation, only to encounter such unforeseen events. "May I contact you in the future?" Simmons asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Feeling the warmth of her hopeful gaze, Suemo found it difficult to decline and nodded in agreement. They exchanged phone numbers, and just then, Hill entered the vehicle. "It seems we will only need 2 rooms for the night," he remarked, teasingly. Suemo chose to ignore the jest and instead posed a serious question. "What about the remaining stragglers?" Hill shook his head in response. "At present, there appears to be no effective method to eradicate these vampires entirely. It seems rather improbable. However, one might surmise that after this incident, they will likely exhibit more restraint in the future." Upon hearing this, Suemo nodded in agreement. The population of vampires in this world is exceedingly vast, rendering complete eradication an unattainable task. As long as a few remain uncaught, it will not be long before they spread once again, much like a horde of zombies. Yet, it seems that in the recesses of his memory there exists a spell within the Dark Grimoire capable of annihilating all vampires in one fell swoop. After all, if his recollection serves him correctly, the origin of vampires is intrinsically linked to the Dark Grimoire. This connection also elucidates how Agatha is able to manipulate these creatures. Regrettably, the Dark Grimoire has been absorbed by the Star Tower. Otherwise, should he master it, he could potentially eliminate all vampires at once and garner a substantial amount of points. He opened the marketplace to check the price of the Dark Grimoire. 50 million points. Well, it is simply impossible to amass such a sum in the near future. Hill parked the vehicle outside the inn and then mysteriously produced a confidentiality agreement, handing it to Simmons. Signing this document entails a vow of silence regarding all that transpired during this event. Simmons accepted the agreement but did not hastily open it. Instead, he inquired, "I am curious about your organization. Are there any prerequisites for joining, and might I be considered for membership? You wish to join us?" Hill seemed taken aback by the question. "Indeed, in 2 months, I shall be awarded a PhD in chemical physics," Simmons quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Hill's eyes. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., beyond operatives like themselves who are part of the combat units, there is also a pressing need for various researchers and logistical personnel. A PhD in chemistry is indeed a rare asset for S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment of contemplation, Hill replied, "Consider it carefully. If you are truly interested, return with me to headquarters tomorrow. Is that truly possible?" Upon hearing this, Simmons cast a furtive glance at Suemo before leaping up in excitement. However, it seemed she had forgotten she was seated in the vehicle. With a resounding thud, Simmons clutched her head as she bent down. After a night's rest, the 3 set off early the next morning, departing from the small town. In Brooklyn, New York, the White Queen reclined languidly on a chaise longue by the large window on the 2nd floor. "It appears you have been faring quite well lately," Suemo remarked playfully as he entered the room. Upon hearing his voice, the White Queen turned to face him. "Indeed, aside from a bit of boredom, there is nothing particularly amiss. Trust me, in the time to come, you shall long for such a tranquil existence. It seems I shall be of service soon." "Of course." Suemo nodded and approached her. "However, before that, your abilities require further enhancement." With a flick of his wrist, several sheets of paper materialized in his hand, which he subsequently handed to the White Queen. Inscribed upon them was a particular technique he had selected from the depths of his mind, specifically tailored for the cultivation of mental strength, illusory magic. This technique belongs to the lineage of mentalists and illusionists, encompassing methods for honing mental prowess such as divine forging, which enhances one's mental capacity, dream induction, which enables the creation of illusions, and the cultivation methods of soul seals. The soul seal, as the foundation of the illusionist discipline, serves as the powerful root of their capabilities, allowing them to dominate all sentient beings. Any creature endowed with intelligence can be subjugated by the soul seal. In Sumo's perspective, given that they both belong to the realm of mental energy, the White Queen's telepathic abilities bore resemblance to those of illusionists, and her talent could be deemed exceptional. There was no reason she could not master these arcane techniques. Of course, the contents recorded were only half of the complete work. However, this was already sufficient for Emma, the White Queen, to engage in extensive practice. Curiously, she accepted the sheets from Suemo, skeptical that mere textual information could significantly bolster her power. After casually glancing through a few lines, her expression brightened and her demeanor grew increasingly earnest. As she delved deeper into the material, her breath quickened, and a flush of excitement colored her cheeks. "Good heavens, this is truly astonishing. Is everything inscribed here genuine?" Upon finishing the reading, the White Queen gazed at Suemo with eyes aglow. "Naturally, I have no intention of deceiving you with such dubious material." "Oh my goodness." The exhilarated White Queen appeared somewhat incoherent. Subsequently, She draped her arms around Su Mo's neck, her face alight with joy. My dear, there are portions of this that I find rather perplexing. Might we retreat to a more private setting to discuss further? Su Mo, upon hearing this, cast a glance towards the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. I believe this place is quite suitable. Chapter 30. The Codex of Gods and Demons. Amplification of psychic power. After Su Mo imparted his knowledge, Emma eagerly entered the room to practice the secret technique. Meanwhile, Su Mo made his way to another villa situated less than 2 kilometers away, where Wanda and Pietro resided. The decision to place the White Queen here was also motivated by the need to protect Wanda and her companion. Through her telepathic abilities, Emma could monitor everything happening in this vicinity at any moment. Upon entering the villa, Su Mo observed Pietro outside on the grass, performing frog jumps while carrying a barbell. After nearly a month of training and nourishing himself with the flesh of fierce beasts, Pietro's strength had surged to over 800 kilograms, nearing the threshold of a martial artist. Despite hoisting a barbell weighing more than 200 pounds, he moved with remarkable ease. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pietro's eyes lit up upon catching sight of Su Mo. He promptly tossed the barbell aside and embraced Su Mo. Hey Su, you're finally back. Su Mo chuckled and patted Pietro on the shoulder. It seems your progress has been quite significant. At this remark, excitement danced across Pietro's face. It's simply unbelievable. Do you realize how strong I am now? Over 800, almost 900 pounds. My running speed is nearly 20 meters per second. If I were to compete in the Olympics now, I would be collecting gold medals effortlessly. Seeing Pietro's animated gestures, Su Mo smiled softly. No wonder he was eager to compete in the Olympics after awakening his super speed. It appeared that ambition was deeply ingrained in him. Calm down, Pietro. You must understand that according to the training methods I provided, you are still not even at the entry level. All right. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Pietro gradually composed himself. By the way, Wanda is in the backyard, he indicated. Su Mo nodded. You carry on. He then proceeded towards the back of the villa. As he entered the garden, he found Wanda diligently pruning the branches with a small pair of scissors. Su Mo approached from behind without her noticing. It was only when he wrapped his arms around her waist that Wanda was startled. Almost dropping the scissors onto him, she turned to discover it was Su Mo. Relieved, she lowered her hand that held the scissors. If you do that again, I can't guarantee that the scissors won't accidentally stab you. Su Mo, unfazed, replied that even if the scissors did fall, they could not harm him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a bouquet of roses materialized in his grasp. Wow! Wanda exclaimed, receiving the unexpected flowers with a delighted smile. Is this magic? Of course, Su Mo shamelessly admitted, then proceeded to tidy up Wanda's somewhat disheveled hair. I apologize for putting you through this ordeal, having to hide away in this place. After listening, Wanda revealed a faint smile. Not at all. I actually find this lifestyle quite enjoyable. Tending to the flowers and plants each day without the burden of financial worries is a significant improvement compared to our previous life in Sokovia. Rest assured, this situation will not last long. After spending a night resting in the villa, Su Mo returned to the estate. Sitting in the gymnasium of the estate, he first opened his attributes list. Name, Su Mo. Age, 20 years. Strength, 103, 560 kilograms. Speed, 390 ms. Mental power, 408, 600 kilograms. Special abilities, none. Points, 34, 160. After a period of time, thanks to the spiritual core in his mind, his strength, speed, and mental power had significantly improved. After slaying hundreds of vampires, his points had once again risen to over 30,000. However, he did not plan to redeem these points for the time being. Repeatedly using the spirit of flora and fauna could enhance his strength considerably, but it could only reach the pinnacle of a war god. Breaking through to planetary level was utterly impossible. Moreover, it was not suitable to recklessly use the spirit of flora and fauna to enhance his power in a short span. Instead, he would be better off accumulating enough points to directly redeem treasures that could facilitate his breakthrough. Such treasures were not rare. With spirit essence, scarlet flame fruit, condensed light grass, heavenly thunder liquid, any of these could elevate his martial prowess straight to planetary level. The most affordable, with spirit essence, required just over 50,000 points. With a mere 20,000 points remaining, he believed it would not take long to gather them. Since he did not plan to redeem treasures for the moment, his path to strength enhancement would rely solely on increasing the amplitude of his power output. Currently, Su Mo had cultivated the Thunderblade to the 3rd level with a power amplitude of 3, allowing him to exert double his original strength. His mental power amplitude had reached 6, enabling him to simultaneously control 6 flying knives, each maintaining its maximum force. Comparatively, the enhancement of his mental power was somewhat easier. For the secret art of mental power, he had chosen a technique called God and Demon Compendium. The compendium contained a total of 99 intricate dimensional illustrations of gods and demons. With a thought, the 7th illustration appeared in his mind. The illustrations became increasingly complex as one progressed. This 7th one depicted a humanoid figure with wings, its entire form intricately woven from strands of mental power. After a moment of earnest observation, Suemo released his mental power, transforming it into golden threads that intertwined and combined in the air before him. Before long, half of the god-demon figure materialized in the void. As the strands of mental power multiplied, Suemo felt increasingly strained. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he could no longer maintain the complex strands in the air, and the entire mental projection of the god-demon dissipated with a resounding boom. Suemo sighed deeply. After a brief respite, he resumed his ethereal sketching in midair. The hallmark of successful cultivation was the ability to depict the entire form of the divine demon within a minute. The passage of time in training was often tedious. For the following period, Suemo immersed himself in the villa, continually enhancing the amplitude of his mental power. After nearly a month, he had directly amplified his telekinetic strength to 12. Moreover, the relentless consumption of mental energy during this process could be regarded as another form of cultivation. His mental intensity was steadily increasing. Presently, his telekinetic force had reached an astonishing 432 tons, with the simultaneous manipulation of 12 daggers. The cumulative impact could exceed 5,000 tons. It was time to decisively eliminate the threat posed by Old Juan. Suemo stood on the villa's balcony, and with a flicker, vanished into the sky. Chapter 31. Magneto and Mystique. Nestled approximately 300 nautical miles northeast of New York lies Nak Island, a secluded isle where the nearest land is over 80 nautical miles away. Consequently, the permanent residents are few, with the sole township housing a population of merely a few thousand souls. On the far side of the town, by the sea, stand dilapidated structures, their exteriors cloaked in moss. These edifices were once a private prison, abandoned over a decade ago. Since whispers of hauntings within the prison have circulated, the island's inhabitants rarely venture near this forsaken place. At this moment, within a watchtower of the prison, a mutant with pale blue eyes stands vigilantly, scanning the distant waters. His expression momentarily shifts as he spots a yacht slowly approaching from afar. However, he brushes it off. Despite the island's isolation, it is not uncommon for yachts owned by the affluent to grace these waters. Typically, a mere display of power is enough to send these cautious, wealthy patrons fleeing. Contemplating this, the man picks up his walkie-talkie. "Mike, a yacht is making its way towards us. Let us give them a taste of our strength." On the shore, in a modest wooden cabin, a young man of dark complexion hears the transmission and a smile of excitement breaks across his face. "Don't worry. I'll ensure they have an unforgettable experience." Setting down the walkie-talkie, he steps outside, glancing at a distant white speck on the ocean surface. With a slight grin, he takes a running leap into the water. As he enters, the currents bend to his will, propelling him swiftly towards the yacht. On board, Suemo and the White Queen lounge beneath the sunshade on the deck, each cradling a glass of champagne. "It seems a little fish is swimming towards us," the White Queen exclaims, taking a sip of her drink, her face aglow with delight as her gaze shifts beneath the surface. "Do you mind if I experiment with my newly acquired ability on him?" she inquires. "Feel free," Suemo responds, a faint smile gracing his lips. After considerable practice, the White Queen's illusions have significantly improved. Most notably, she has successfully condensed her first soul seal, a milestone that allows her to bind a permanent servant to her will, no matter how vastly superior their strength may be. Regrettably, the process of forming a soul seal is extraordinarily arduous. It took her a full month to achieve this, even with her inherent telepathic abilities. This soul seal is, of course, intended for Magneto, which explains Suemo's prolonged wait of over a month. Ultimately, for Magneto, the quantity of flying knives he commands holds little significance. Even decades ago, he effortlessly manipulated submarines weighing thousands of tons. As long as Magneto is prepared, even controlling 100 flying knives would likely have minimal impact on his adversaries. His telekinesis primarily serves the purpose of surprise. The notion of controlling others through soul marks was conceived after careful deliberation, as it presents an optimal strategy to counter Magneto. Given that the opponent dared to scheme against him, Suemo would naturally not let them off lightly, rather than extinguishing their life. This method of permanent enslavement aligns more closely with his interests. With Sumo's consent, the White Queen's eyes gleamed with a silvery light. Within less than half a minute, a loud explosion erupted from the water beside the yacht. A man named Mike leaped forth, crashing onto the deck like a lifeless fish. Once Magneto is subdued, this individual could be considered one of our subordinates, potentially useful in the future, the White Queen elucidated. As the executor of the plan, she was well aware of Sumo's intentions. Currently, there are 138 mutants on the island, the majority of whom are of level 3 or below, with only 4 possessing notable combat capabilities: Magneto, the Red Tank, Fireman, and Bone Spike. The White Queen, Emma, relayed the information acquired from Mike's mind. Bone Spike. Sumo's expression momentarily faltered. He was familiar with the first 3, but this Bone Spike was an unfamiliar name. Bone Spike can generate bony protrusions from his wrists, utilizing them as projectiles or close combat weapons, the White Queen explained with a smile. Sumo's face revealed a dawning recognition. He seemed to have some recollection. However, this ability, in truth, hardly surpassed that of an ordinary person wielding a firearm. The fact that such a power was considered elite within the Brotherhood speaks volumes about its decline. At that moment, mutants stationed in the lookout tower noticed the yacht nearing the shore, and the Mike who had gone to intercept it was suddenly unreachable. A sense of unease swept over them, prompting them to dash towards the main building. Yet, after just a few strides, one of them collapsed, fainting. Within the highest tier of the prison, Magneto, adorned with a helmet, stood before a special cell. Raven, I acknowledge my previous mistakes. I implore you to set aside your hatred and join us once more in the struggle for the future of mutants. Inside the cell before Eric sat a short-haired woman with pale skin. She sat on the bed, gazing out with an emotionless expression. I do not wish to be abandoned again after proving to be of no use, she replied. Eric hastily responded, Raven, listen, that was never my intention. Without your powers, staying with us would only bring you harm. However, Raven, confined within her cell, evidently did not believe the words of her counterpart. A sardonic expression graced her visage. Is that so? Then I must have truly misjudged you. Raven, Silence. Upon witnessing the other's shameless attempt at a rebuttal, Raven emitted a fierce roar. Her countenance gradually calming as her gaze turned icily toward Eric, who lingered beyond the door. Kill me, or one day, I will twist your head from your shoulders. As she spoke, her skin rippled and transformed, ultimately resembling that of a middle-aged man. Your mother perished at my hands. Do you not yearn for vengeance on her behalf? You. Eric observed as Raven assumed the likeness of Black King Shaw, incessantly mocking him. He struggled to suppress the fury boiling within. Raven, one day you will comprehend that all my actions are for the continuation of mutants. With that, Eric swept away. In the confines of her cell, the shapeshifter Raven resumed her true form, her eyes coldly fixed upon the vanishing figure of Magneto in the corridor. Just as she descended the stairs, the silhouette of Firestorm approached. Eric, it has been a long time. Chapter 32. You know nothing of power. On the shore, Magneto gazed at the approaching yacht, his expression wavering. The other mutants stood 10 meters behind him. It is worth noting that he had previously approached the White Queen multiple times, seeking to persuade her to join his Brotherhood. After all, the only thing his Brotherhood lacked was a telepathic mutant like her. Should she choose to join, many of his aspirations would be effortlessly realized. However, on each occasion, she had unequivocally declined his invitation. Now, with the White Queen approaching of her own volition, he did not presume that she had acquiesced to his prior requests. Nonetheless, he harbored no concern regarding any potential threat she might pose. Although his powers had not yet fully returned, he felt secure with the portion he had regained. With the helmet of Black King shielding him from psychic intrusions, he had no fear of the White Queen's telepathic abilities, even if she managed to control all the other mutants. He was confident in his ability to counteract her influence. After all, among those remaining, the strongest was the Red Tank, who, like him, was immune to psychic manipulation. The advantage lies with me. Before long, the yacht docked at the shore. To his surprise, 2 individuals disembarked. Leading the way was a young man, with the esteemed White Queen following closely behind him. Who is this? Seeing the figure of Suemo in front, Eric cast a puzzled glance at the White Queen, but she offered no introductions. Standing before them, Suemo smiled gently. Mr. Eric, I've heard you are in dire need of funds, and I thought it prudent to come and offer my support. After all, an investment must allow the investor to witness the project and its potential returns. Upon hearing Sumo's words, The expressions of those accompanying Magneto shifted simultaneously. Not long ago, they had been contemplating how to compel him to relinquish his assets. And now he had come to their doorstep, clearly with unfriendly intentions. Yet, the countenance of Magneto remained unchanged as he stepped forward, confronting Su-Imo directly. "Young man, do not presume that because Emma stands by your side, you can strut before me with impunity." Su-Imo responded with a soft smile. "Oh, is that what Mr. Eric considers arrogance? Then what do you call this?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Sumo's right foot shot out like lightning. Magneto had no time to react, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen as overwhelming force propelled him backwards, toppling several individuals behind him before he crashed violently against a nearby coconut tree. After rebounding, he collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Looking for death. Seeing Sumo's aggression, the red tank immediately shifted his body and charged towards him. Meanwhile, the fire wielder, Alidus, who had initially intended to intervene, extinguished the flames in his hands and turned to rush towards Magneto. Su-Imo gazed at the oncoming red tank. Raising his right hand as a layer of vibranium armor materialized around his arm, slowly forming a fist. Diamondization. He turned to Emma, offering a brief warning before pivoting and striking. Threefold power enhancement. Boom. His fist collided with the shoulder of the advancing red tank, unleashing a surge of 300 tons of force. In an instant, the red tank's body exploded into countless fragments of flesh. Meanwhile, Magneto, having been assisted to his feet by firemen, hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and distanced himself from his opponent. He could not ascertain whether this was truly fireman or a version controlled by the White Queen. If the latter took advantage of his momentary lapse, he would undoubtedly find himself at the mercy of the White Queen, like a fish on a chopping board. Upon observing Eric's movements, Fireman S' expression stiffened. "I'm sorry, Aldaris. I must remain cautious, especially after being manipulated by the White Queen without your knowledge." A grim smile crossed Aldaris' face. "I understand." Just then, accompanied by a resounding crash, a metallic helmet landed at their feet. It was only at this moment that they turned their gaze towards Su-Imo. What they beheld was a horrific scene of carnage within a radius of several dozen meters, drenched in blood, causing their expressions to change drastically. A series of terrified screams erupted from the crowd of mutants as they found themselves directly in Su-Imo's line of sight. The remnants of the red tank were splattered across their bodies, despite each of them possessing at least a few lives in their hands. They had never encountered such brutality before. "No, he is a demon." With the female mutant's anguished cry, panic ensued, triggering a chain reaction. The cries of despair continued to resonate as more than a third of the mutants collapsed under the shocking scene, clamoring to flee. Observing the mutants scatter, Magneto's expression gradually cooled. "You must leave. I will handle this situation," he instructed Fireman, wiping away the blood from his mouth as he slowly ascended. "Choosing not to eliminate me will be the most foolish decision you ever make," Magneto declared coldly from his elevated position. He then spread his arms wide, manipulating the magnetic field around him, which began to shift dramatically. Within mere seconds, a formidable magnetic sphere formed around him, securing his safety. His gaze then settled on the White Queen behind Su-Imo. "Emma, though I do not know what benefits you have been offered, it is not too late for you to abandon him and join the Brotherhood." The White Queen smiled and shook her head. "I fear you will be disappointed." Upon hearing her rejection once more, a chill settled over Magneto's countenance. "It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation before you. Once I have dealt with this young man, you will undoubtedly reconsider your stance." At that moment, Su-Imo diverted his gaze from the system panel. To his astonishment, merely eliminating the red tank yielded him over 20,000 points. Presently, he was a mere 3,000 points away from redeeming the wooden doll spirit. "It appears you are convinced of your impending victory." Su-Imo raised his eyes towards Magneto in the sky, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Magneto regarded Su-Imo with an air of indifference. The power within one's body is ultimately limited. It is the mastery over the forces of nature that constitutes true supremacy. You remain entirely oblivious to the extent of my capabilities. No sooner had he spoken than countless metallic objects within a kilometer radius began to levitate, drawn into the magnetic field. Now, allow me to elucidate the chasm that separates us. Chapter 33. The Magneto Incident. At the moment Magneto unleashed his power, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury hurried into the command center. "Can anyone tell me what is happening?" Coulson, with a swift motion, activated his tablet, which projected the scene onto the colossal screen in the war room. The footage revealed the unfolding events on Knack Island. Director. It appears Magneto is engaged in a conflict with others. Zoom in on the footage. Commanded Nick Fury, and the image magnified. Yet, the island was now enveloped in a formidable magnetic field under Magneto's control. Aside from the indistinct silhouette of Magneto soaring through the sky, the specifics of the situation remained obscured. Director, while the conflict is occurring on the eastern side of Knack Island, it could potentially impact the residents of Knack Town. What are we waiting for? Contact Professor X immediately. He understood that relying on the ordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to confront a mutant of Magneto's caliber would be exceedingly challenging. Unless they deployed some form of large-scale weaponry, the situation could spiral out of control. With this thought in mind, his desire to assemble a specialized emergency team intensified. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. In a classroom. As I usually explain, Professor X, seated in his wheelchair and addressing the children, suddenly paused mid-sentence. He slowly turned his gaze toward the door. Sure enough, moments later, Beast Hank burst through the door. Professor, we have a situation. A few minutes later, a fighter jet ascended from the academy. Inside the aircraft, Storm, piloting the jet, lamented. Damn it, it seems the government's antidote, developed by Jimmy, is rather unreliable. Jimmy, the boy capable of nullifying the powers of nearby mutants, had remained at the academy after his rescue. Logan, known as Wolverine, sat in the cabin, a cigar clenched between his teeth. I told you, we should have crushed that kid's heart when we had the chance. Born in 1832, Logan was nearly 2 centuries old, making his disdain for Magneto understandable. After several encounters, he had found himself utterly overmatched by Magneto's abilities, often left at his mercy, fostering no fondness for the mutant. Enough, Logan. This is not the time for that discussion. Professor X interjected gravely. We must focus on how to stop him. Beast Hank adjusted his glasses, hesitating before retrieving a plastic gun from his backpack. Should we give him another shot then? Good grief. Logan shifted his weight away, distancing himself from the absurdity. To him, this object was scarcely distinguishable from poison. A single strike could very well cost him his life. How do you still possess such a thing? Hank shrugged his shoulders. It was preserved from the last Great War. I thought perhaps one day it might prove useful. On Nak Island, Suemo observed the swirling metal around him, his eyes revealing a hint of awe. The title of Master of the Scene was indeed well-deserved. Even without his abilities fully restored, he could create such extensive impact. In the sky, Magneto gently waved his right hand, causing countless pieces of metal to coalesce into a colossal form. Conservatively estimated, it weighed over 1,000 tons. Magneto regarded Suemo on the ground, a victorious smile gracing his face. I wonder if you can withstand this strike with your power. However, Suemo remained unfazed. His lack of intervention was a testament to his confidence in overcoming his opponent. A mutant like Magneto, akin to a sorcerer, wielded formidable control over metal. Powerful enough that even when he advanced to a planetary level, it was challenging to fully suppress him. Yet, he bore a significant flaw, his body and reaction time. Even with his current physical prowess, at full speed, Suemo was agile enough that as long as he bore no metallic items, his adversary could not harm him in the short term. Moreover, as long as Magneto remained within the range of Sumo's telekinesis, subduing him would be effortless. Magneto's helmet was his finest weapon. Gazing at the floating Magneto, Suemo slowly extended his right hand. You were celebrating too soon. With that, he gently clenched his fist. The moment Magneto perceived Sumo's movement, he hastily commanded the massive metal block in the air to hurtle towards him. Unfortunately, it was too late. As Sumo's palm closed, Magneto felt a surge of excruciating pain at his head. The helmet, designed to block psychic powers, instantaneously transformed into a constricting cage. Damn it. How is this possible? Magneto's expression shifted as he clutched his helmet, desperately attempting to remove it. Yet, it was evidently futile. Under Sumo's telekinetic grip, the area beneath the helmet around his neck began to constrict, narrowing to the width of his throat. The helmet, crafted by Black King Shaw, was designed to thwart Magneto and contained not a trace of metal, rendering him incapable of using magnetism to control its contraction. As Suemo intensified his telekinetic force, Eric felt as if his head might explode. Kid, you've won. Let us sit down and discuss. He suppressed his fury, acknowledging the precariousness of his life in Sumo's hands. Though he was compelled to relent, he secretly vowed to rend Suemo into pieces once he extricated himself from this predicament. Discuss? Not a chance. Suemo had no intention of negotiating, instantly amplifying the telekinetic pressure on the helmet. Despite being ensnared, he maintained an air of superiority. His intentions were not to engage with himself, but rather a result of the prevailing circumstances. Moreover, throughout the course of Magneto's existence, he has never been one to honor his commitments, instead of promises. Suemo placed greater trust in the reliability of soul imprints. As his psychic power intensified, pain swiftly engulfed Magneto's consciousness. Ultimately, after the helmet had constricted to a certain extent, a wretched cry escaped Magneto's lips, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The surrounding magnetic field, now beyond control, erupted into chaos in an instant. The metal objects that had been suspended in the air plummeted to the ground, including the colossal mass of metal that Magneto had commanded. Although Sumo's psychic energy was insufficient to lift the metal block, maneuvering it through the air posed no challenge. Guided by his mental force, the metal block traced a parabolic arc before plunging into the distant sea. Subsequently, his psychic power directed Magneto's body to descend before the White Queen, Emma. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the helmet swiftly returned to its original form, detaching itself from Magneto's head. The remainder is now entrusted to you. Chapter 34. The joining of Mystique. The silvery light in the White Queen's eyes gradually faded. Of course, she nodded, gesturing towards a group of dazed mutants slowly approaching. These are the mutants you instructed me to select, those whose crimes are severe enough to warrant a lifetime in prison. Well done, Suemo praised, his gaze falling upon the mutants. While he dealt with the Red Tank and Magneto, Emma had been diligently using her telepathic abilities to read the memories of these mutants, aiming to identify those who had committed heinous acts. To Suemo, these mutants, who were barely even at level 3, served only one purpose: to convert into points. He felt no burden in eliminating them. Several throwing knives darted through the group of mutants under Emma's control. In less than 10 seconds, Suemo amassed over 20,000 points. The White Queen then began to cast her soul seal, glancing at the unconscious Magneto on the ground. The silvery light in her eyes reignited, growing stronger with each passing breath. Once the radiance reached its peak, a pale blue mark shot forth from her forehead, briefly glinting before embedding itself into Magneto's brow. In a moment, a pattern flickered on his forehead before vanishing once more. At that moment, the White Queen slowly opened her eyes. Did it succeed? Of course, she replied enthusiastically. This sensation is simply marvelous. I can effortlessly perceive any of his thoughts and even manipulate his every decision. It is entirely different from the superficial control I had before. Suemo nodded, fully aware that the type of control previously employed by the White Queen and Professor X was akin to a temporary possession, a forceful commandeering of another's body. In contrast, the soul seal represented a deeper level of manipulation, directly influencing the essence of a person's soul. Magneto would retain his consciousness, yet would unconditionally obey her commands, even to the point of sacrificing himself without hesitation. Now, let us awaken him and take our leave. With that, Suemo seized one of Magneto's legs and tossed him into the nearby sea. As Magneto splashed into the water with a thud, the White Queen quietly remarked, "Actually, I could awaken him directly. Is that so? It seems unnecessary now." Moments later, Magneto's figure emerged from the water, gradually descending near the two, his gaze complex as he regarded the White Queen and Suemo. At that moment, the animosity he held towards them had nearly evaporated. The White Queen glanced at him. "Eric, wait for us on the ship." "Yes, my master," Eric replied, bowing his head, picking up his helmet, and heading towards the yacht. After casting the soul seal, this helmet had become entirely redundant. In many ways, the soul seal was not only a means of control, but also a form of protection. The soul mark of the White Queen will likewise safeguard Magneto's mind, preventing any intrusion from those with telepathic abilities. This secret art has been meticulously refined over countless epochs by innumerable powerful beings. Suemo does not believe that anyone in this world could decipher it, at least not on Earth. Once Magneto entered the cabin, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the nearby woods. These were mutants meticulously selected by the White Queen, still possessing some utility for them. Among them were, of course, Fireman and Raven, who had previously been confined in a cell. Upon sensing Raven's presence within the structure, Emma promptly reasserted control over Fireman, instructing him to bring Raven out. "I hope you will keep your promise," Raven declared to Emma as she led the way toward the yacht. Suemo watched this scene with astonishment. Emma quickly interjected to clarify, "Mystique, I believe you have heard of her name. Trust me, her contributions to us will be significant." Suemo nodded. He had indeed heard of her. In his past life, Mystique was renowned as the most coveted woman, without exception. After all, her ability to transform into anyone's likeness offered undeniable advantages. However, the significant role that the White Queen referred to was certainly not of that nature. Suemo had previously mentioned to the White Queen his intention to establish an organization dedicated to hunting down evildoers. Although she was unaware of his motives, the White Queen was unconcerned. In her view, since Suemo intended to pursue this, all she needed to do was execute it. Furthermore, Raven's abilities were exceptionally suited for assassination and intelligence gathering. Pondering this, Suemo inquired, "So what did you promise her?" The White Queen chuckled softly. "It's nothing of great consequence. The person she despises most is Eric. I merely agreed that every now and then she could torment Eric for an hour, until her anger subsides." Upon hearing this, Sumo's expression momentarily faltered. Indeed, to wield hellfire for such an extended period, Emma was no soft-hearted individual. With the Soul Mark's control over Magneto, even daily torment would not incite his betrayal. Allowing Raven to vent her frustrations posed no real loss. Let us proceed. Professor X and the others should be arriving shortly. Suemo glanced at the time and made his way toward the yacht. The White Queen looked back at the island, a glint of light flashing in her eyes as she erased the memories of the remaining mutants on the island before following Suemo aboard the yacht. The yacht had scarcely departed for 10 minutes when a fighter jet slowly descended onto the island. Soon, the figures of Professor X and his companions emerged from the aircraft. "My goodness," Bobby exclaimed, staring at the dozens of mutant corpses strewn across the clearing. "We are too late." Professor X closed his eyes, sensing the situation before speaking. Given his abilities, even within the confines of the X Academy, this all should have been well within the range of his psychic perception. Yet, from beginning to end, he found himself utterly incapable of sensing the consciousness of any individual upon this island. In simpler terms, his previous impressions indicated a complete absence of human presence on this isle. However, the reality was evidently quite different. It was clear that another telepath, akin to him, had disrupted his perception. Now, with the departure of this interference, he swiftly penetrated the minds of the surviving mutants. Yet, as he had anticipated, there was not a trace of memory regarding the recent events within their minds. Storm surveyed the devastation, noting that nearly a third of the island lay in ruins. It appeared that Eric had encountered a formidable adversary. I am eager to ascertain his whereabouts. I can hardly contain my desire to teach him a lesson. Logan, wielding a plastic gun seized from Beast, approached Professor X. He realized that Eric was no longer on the island. It was reasonable to conclude that he had been abducted, given the current state of affairs on the isle. Chapter 35, Death Island. The plan regarding Professor X and his companion speculations, Suemo remained indifferent. At this moment, he sat aboard a luxurious cruise ship, listening to Eric expound upon his ambitious vision of establishing a kingdom for mutants. According to him, his relentless pursuit of substantial funding aimed to create a sanctuary for their kind. The location had already been determined, a cluster of islands in the Atlantic Ocean. However, the actual execution might prove more complex than anticipated. While construction could unfold gradually, the foremost necessity lay in establishing a formidable defense. Thus, he had identified a channel through which to procure several mushroom bombs from the Bear Country. After enduring a series of setbacks, Eric had come to the realization that sheer brute force alone would not suffice to fulfill his aspirations, prompting him to consider a more circuitous approach. Upon hearing his grand scheme, Suemo could not help but admire Magneto's unwavering dedication. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo acknowledged that although Magneto's ideas might be somewhat naive and unlikely to materialize, situating their organization's headquarters on the islands was indeed a commendable choice. Moreover, Eric had managed to acquire the islands through some means. They lay approximately 1,000 nautical miles east of America, named the Death Isles. The moniker stemmed from the treacherous reefs surrounding the area, which had formed a natural shipwreck zone. The main island of the archipelago spanned over 2,000 square kilometers, ample space for the construction of various facilities. Aboard the yacht, Suemo and his companions sailed steadfastly towards the east. Hours later, they arrived within the vicinity of Death Island. With Magneto's adept control, the yacht docked smoothly at the main island. The main island presented an elliptical shape. Lush greenery adorned the landscape, where several structures crafted from pure metal stood, evidently the handiwork of Magneto. Upon entering one of these metallic edifices, they were greeted by towering stacks of US dollars. This constitutes all the funds I have amassed over the past 2 years. After deducting the cost of the island, only this remains, a total of $1.6 billion. In response, neither Su Mo nor the White Queen displayed any notable change in expression. Setting aside Su Mo's fortune of hundreds of billions, even the White Queen, who once held sway over the Hellfire Club, managed her finances in terms of billions, rendering this sum of billions unimpressive. Su Mo stepped forward to grasp a bundle of bills. Thanks to Magneto's abilities, the room maintained an excellent seal, effectively insulating it from the external humidity. Now that they had resolved to establish a stronghold on the island, numerous preparations were in order. The island's construction seemed manageable. Magneto had already conducted assessments prior to purchasing the land, discovering an abundance of metal deposits beneath the surface. With his powers, establishing a steel manufacturing base on the island would be effortlessly achievable. The remaining tasks involved recruiting research and logistical personnel. This task is rather straightforward. Instead of going through the complexities of recruitment, it would be far more efficient to abduct a group from those underground organizations. With the assistance of the White Queen to recondition their minds, they could be transformed into the most loyal subordinates. Tossing a stack of dollars back into his hands, Su Mo glanced at a girl with twin ponytails standing behind him. She was one of the mutants they had brought back, possessing the rather unremarkable ability of moving at 3 times the speed of an average person. However, she held another identity, a notorious hacker known online as Shadow. Her most illustrious achievement was infiltrating the SHIELD network and replacing Nick Fury's profile picture with that of a black boiled egg. Surely, I'll provide you with the general locations of several underground organizations. Could you ascertain the precise coordinates of their bases? Shirley confidently patted her private airfield. Of course. No problem. Su Mo nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Raven, the shapeshifter. Document all the information you possess about the headquarters of the Sentinel robots. As this island serves as our stronghold, we must enhance our defenses. These Sentinel robots would be an excellent choice. Their capabilities far exceed mere confrontations with mutants. Each robot possesses the abilities of several mutants, rivaling even the level for mutants like Emma in combat strength. If we gather a sufficient number, not only can we defend this small island, but conquering the entirety of America would pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Raven's expression grew troubled. I do not believe we are capable of taking the Sentinel headquarters. It is equipped with various weapons specifically designed to combat mutants. Even Emma's telepathic abilities would not be able to penetrate the base. Rest assured, you need not worry about that. I have my own methods. Just focus on compiling all the information you know. Seeing Su Mo's earnestness, Raven reluctantly nodded. This is quite simple. I can have it ready for you by tonight. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Mo finally turned his attention to Eric. Your next task is to establish the main structure of the base first, and then lead the others to salvage the sunken ships near the island. He could not fathom Magneto's previous logic. Why leave such a vast treasure trove like the island unexplored while relying on the Mafia for financial gain? It is worth noting that this island is referred to as Death Island due to the countless hidden reefs within a radius of hundreds of nautical miles. This very reason has led to an innumerable amount of shipwrecks in the area, including those from centuries past. These wrecks are veritable treasures. Salvaging even one ship filled with riches or antiques would far surpass the earnings of these gangs over several years. With that thought, Su Mo turned to a mutant named John standing nearby. The salvage operations will largely depend on you. John had previously been left unconscious by the White Queen and abandoned on the ship, yet he had now found his moment of great utility. Magneto can only salvage metal ships and objects. The rest relies on him. Upon hearing this, John nodded eagerly. After learning of Su Mo's plan, the mutants were filled with excitement. Unlike Magneto, they merely wished to live in a tranquil, undisturbed place, and this island undoubtedly presented itself as an ideal sanctuary. Moreover, considering Magneto's submission, it was clear that Su Mo's strength was formidable enough to protect them. Naturally, they were all brimming with enthusiasm. Once everything was arranged, Su Mo instructed Emma to oversee the overall coordination and proceeded to a cliff on the edge of the island. Manipulating flying knives, he carved out a small chamber of over 10 square meters in the rock face before swiftly stepping inside. His points were sufficient. It was time to ascend to planetary level. Chapter 36, Planetary Level Warrior. Space freezing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Woodya Essence, consuming 52,000 points. As the system's voice faded, a crystal, the size of a fist, materialized in his hand, accompanied by an unusual fragrance that permeated the cave. Is this the Woodya essence? Suemo gazed at the luminous white crystal in his palm, his eyes alight with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he brought the crystal to his lips. With a gentle bite, the outer shell fractured, releasing a pure white liquid that flowed into his mouth. A powerful aroma of rice exploded upon his tongue. Before he could savor it, the liquid swiftly coursed down his throat and into his stomach. Once he consumed all the liquid within the crystal, he felt an intense warmth radiate from his abdomen, which then began to spread throughout his body. In no time, Sumo's entire form resembled a boiled shrimp, his skin flushed. Sensing this transformation, he crossed his legs and initiated the gene origin energy cultivation method. Instantly, the heat within him surged as if seeking an outlet, flooding into his muscle cells. A series of crackling sounds emanated from his body, accompanying the strengthening of his physique. Simultaneously, the dark golden sphere within his sea of consciousness began to release vast amounts of mental energy. Once unleashed, the energy swiftly dissipated within the sea of consciousness, causing Sumo's mental strength to burgeon rapidly. Time became an abstract concept. Eventually, the sphere in his mind shattered with a resonant pop, dispersing into countless tiny particles that melted away like snow. At this moment, the energy of the mental core had been entirely absorbed by Suemo. This signified that his mental prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of a war god, reaching 1,000 tons. However, even though the enhancement of his mental strength had plateaued, the energy from the Woodya essence continued to refine Sumo's physical attributes. Dark substances began to exude from his pores, gradually enveloping his body. After an indeterminate period, his exterior was cloaked in this black material, while a rumbling sound resonated from within. As the energy meticulously transformed Sumo's corporeal form, the surplus energy coalesced towards his lower dantian, compressing and condensing at its core, until it reached its zenith. A miniature sphere, akin to a tiny planet, emerged at this locus, gently rotating like a celestial body. With the formation of this sphere, all energy within Suemo was wholly absorbed. In this moment of tranquility, Suemo, with closed eyes, slowly opened them. A fleeting silver glimmer sparkled in his gaze. Rising gradually from the ground, sounds of resonance echoed through his being. With closed eyes, he turned his vision inward and beheld the slowly rotating sphere in his dantian. Is this the hallmark of entering the planetary level? As a thought crossed his mind, waves of gravitational force emanated from the miniature planet, lifting Sumo's body from the ground. Unlike before, this time he did not rely on any mental energy. As if guided by an innate instinct, he wielded miniature celestial bodies to manipulate the gravitational and magnetic forces within a certain radius. It was this extraordinary ability that allowed him to soar through the skies with the grace of a fish in water. Moreover, upon reaching a planetary level, he had transcended the need for respiration, granting him the freedom to navigate the vastness of space. This was indeed one of the hallmark abilities of a planetary being: liberation from the shackles of a planet. System, activate the attribute panel. In an instant, a familiar screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 1,320 tons. Speed, 1,300 ms. Mental power, 1,000 tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 34,420. Firstly, his physical strength had surged by several magnitudes, escalating from a mere 100 tons to over 1,000. This formidable strength rendered him nearly invincible on Earth. With a mere flick of his fist, he could effortlessly demolish a building exceeding 30 stories. His speed surpassed 4 Mach, and that was without the enhancement of mental power. With it, he could likely exceed 5 Mach. One should not underestimate this Mach increment, for as speed escalates, the challenge of enhancement grows exponentially. Given that air resistance increases multiplicatively, as anticipated, his mental power remained at the pinnacle of a war god. To transcend further, he would require a unique technique to reform and concentrate his mental energy anew. However, this was merely a matter of time. He was confident that it would not be long before he too would ascend to the status of a planetary-level mentalist. What startled Suemo the most was the emergence of this unique ability. Although warriors similarly absorbed cosmic energy due to their physical constitution, the attributes of the energy they absorbed varied. Consequently, upon breaking through to the planetary level, they acquired various abilities stemming from these differing energy attributes. The diversity of energy attributes was vast, and even among the same attribute, the awakened abilities differed significantly. The ability to freeze space was evidently a spatial power. Yet, It seemed that the attributes documented within the techniques did not encompass the spatial attribute. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo could only attribute this anomaly to the differences between worlds. The absence of spatial abilities in that realm did not preclude their existence in this one. Determined, Suemo resolved to experiment with this newfound ability. He closed his eyes and attuned himself, only then realizing an inexplicable sensation of dominion over the surrounding space. With a thought, he slowly opened his eyes. Within a 100-meter radius, it appeared as though time had come to a standstill. Even the air ceased to flow. The sounds of the ocean and distant birdsong faded into silence. Stepping out of the cave, Suemo's gaze sharpened. Within his line of sight, the world within that 100-meter expanse seemed to have detached from reality. Seabirds soaring through the air and the water beneath appeared as if they were frozen in time. Utterly immobile. It was overwhelming, truly, overwhelmingly powerful. Suemo let out a gasp of astonishment. At this moment, he began to grasp the implications of this extraordinary ability. It enabled the surrounding space to remain in a state of stasis. Unless one possessed the power to rend the fabric of space, it was nearly impossible to move even a fraction within this realm. Only he could traverse freely. Naturally, Suemo could also expend energy to reinforce the frozen space. The magnitude of this reinforcement increased in tandem with the enhancement of his own strength. This ability bore a resemblance to the power of time stoppage, however. The distinction lay in the fact that, once this ability was enacted, individuals within this domain, though unable to move, retained their capacity for thought. At that moment, Suemo felt an unsettling emptiness within him. He promptly dispelled this ability. In light of its formidable power, the energy consumption it necessitated was equally immense. In an area encompassing a radius of 100 meters, he estimated he could only sustain it for a brief span of a dozen seconds. Exhaling deeply, Suemo was suddenly overwhelmed by a pungent scent that invaded his nostrils. Observing the impurities expelled from his body, he sprang into the sea with a decisive leap. Chapter 37, Star Tower. Star Princess. After soaking in the seawater for half an hour, Suemo finally cleansed himself of the grime. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a colossal shark swimming toward him from a distance. In this wild marine expanse, the presence of sharks was hardly unexpected, despite the shark's astonishing speed. To Suemo, it appeared to move in slow motion. Feeling the energy within him gradually restoring, Suemo flicked his fingers gently. A small energy sphere, roughly the size of a soybean, shot forth from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated the shark's body, having ascended to the planetary level. Unlike the apprentice stage that relied solely on physical combat, he was now capable of projecting his inner energy to launch attacks. Upon entering the shark's body, the energy sphere detonated with a thunderous explosion, instantly reducing the shark to mere fragments. At that moment, Suemo suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the star tower within his consciousness. Before he could react, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a technologically advanced hall. The hall was as vast as a football field and took the form of a regular pentagon, with a massive metallic door on each wall. At the center stood an open control console. Could this be the interior of the star tower? Suemo quickly deduced his location. At that moment, countless beams of light coalesced in midair, ultimately forming the figure of a young girl. She had an oval face, flowing silver hair, and was clad in a leather outfit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her slender waist and long, elegant legs comprised nearly 60% of her silhouette, resembling a character straight out of a comic book. Her perfect form seemed as if every inch had been meticulously measured. Once her form solidified, the girl gracefully descended to the ground and approached Suemo, circling around him with a beaming smile. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with my appearance?" Before Suemo could respond, the girl noticed his gaze and continued, "It appears you were quite pleased." Following her words, a melodious laughter akin to silver bells rang out. Humans are truly fascinating. They get their hearts racing merely over appearances. It was only then that Suemo found his voice. "You are." The girl seemed to realize her oversight. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Star Princess, an intelligent life form of the mechanical clan. Serving as the spirit of the Star Tower, or perhaps the control center, would be a more fitting title. Your ascension to the planetary level has unlocked a small portion of the Star Tower's capabilities." Hearing this, Suemo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Master, please follow me." With that, Star Princess turned and strode in a particular direction. This location, at the pinnacle of the Star Tower, served as the control center and also the residence of the tower's master, outfitted with various auxiliary training rooms. As she spoke, Xingji paused before a door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Sumo, without a moment's hesitation, followed her in. After all, he was the master of the Star Tower. It was unlikely he would encounter any danger within. Upon entering the room, it felt as though he had stepped into a corridor suspended in the cosmos. This space led to the simulated combat chamber, where one could freely engage in battles with various opponents. Naturally, all combat occurred within a virtual environment, eliminating any concerns about sustaining harm. The master could certainly try it out later, as it would significantly enhance his combat experience. After this, she continued to guide Sumo into the next room. This was the lounge. One room after another was introduced. Finally, Xingji brought Sumo to the last room. This was the training chamber, where time could be accelerated during cultivation, though given the master's current strength, he could only withstand a maximum of tenfold acceleration. Upon hearing this, Sumo's heart stirred. So, as my strength increases, the rate of time acceleration within can also be enhanced. Indeed, Xingji nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. In here, the time acceleration could reach up to 10 million times. At this revelation, excitement flickered in Sumo's eyes. Despite having reached the planetary level in just over 2 months, the cultivation speed in the later stages was far from swift, often requiring decades or even centuries to comprehend the laws. With this time-accelerated training chamber, there was no doubt that his cultivation speed would see a remarkable enhancement. By the way, at that moment, Xingji clapped her hands suddenly. With a gentle wave of her right hand, they found themselves on a massive platform. The platform seemed to be set amidst the boundless starry sky. As they looked around, they beheld countless orbs resembling stars scattered throughout. Noticing Sumo's gaze fixed on those celestial bodies, Xingji explained, "This is a secret realm within the Star Tower. There are innumerable such secret spaces throughout the tower, and what you see are the sealed stars. Given your current strength, you are temporarily unable to control them." Sumo nodded in understanding. According to the system's explanation, each of these sealed stars had reached the level of a supreme treasure. With his current planetary strength, he could hardly harness even the lowest tier of treasured artifacts without exhausting himself. Under Xingji's guidance, they arrived at the center of the platform. At the very heart stood an altar, upon which 2 obsidian-like pillars of light ascended into the void. These pillars emanated from the 2 dark divine tomes. At this moment, the appearance of the tomes had undergone a dramatic transformation. The pages were no longer made of paper, they seemed to be entirely composed of gathered black energy. The 2 pillars were channels of ceaseless dark energy flowing into the tomes. "What is this?" Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. Xingji chuckled softly. "Upon first sensing these 2 tomes, I immediately discerned significant issues within their contents. While the magic inscribed therein proves quite useful to the master at present, it harbors considerable peril. This is a point of clarity for Sumo, as it is well known that those who practice the dark scriptures invariably succumb to the insidious erosion of their minds by dark energy." At this juncture, Xingji revealed a knowing smile. In essence, this magic entails the user clandestinely infusing a form of special energy while drawing upon another's magical power, thereby corrupting the spellcaster's psyche. Hence, with the master's well-being in mind, I contemplated the idea of directly lending sufficient magical energy to sustain millennia of spellcasting, purging the nefarious energy from this power and storing it within the tomes. Consequently, when the master employs magic, it would be akin to harnessing the tome's inherent potency, devoid of any lurking hazards. Chapter 38. Zisoan, the Superpower Bank? Upon hearing the account from Star Princess, Sumo's expression brightened with joy. Initially, he had presumed Star Princess to be an ordinary intelligent life form akin to Babata, but it now appeared that the reality was far more complex. It was evident that the god of the underworld, Zisoan, was not a fool. He must certainly have sensed Star Princess's utilization of his power. At this juncture, 2 possibilities emerged. The first was that the magical energy borrowed by Star Princess was merely a trivial matter to Zisoan, prompting his indifferent demeanor, thus leading him to refrain from severing the flow of power. However, gazing at the immense torrent of magical energy before him, reminiscent of the Milky Way, this seemed highly improbable. If such energy were insignificant to him, he could likely overturn the court of life and assume command himself. Therefore, only the second scenario remained plausible. Zisoan was indeed aware of the situation, but found himself utterly incapable of intervening. Sumo was nearly certain that the truth lay here, especially considering the previous encounter with an unknown entity wielding the true Dark Divine Book. which had been swiftly subdued within his mind. At that moment, he had felt some confusion, but in retrospect, it was clear that it was Zisoan's futile struggle. With this thought, Sumo's gaze fervently scrutinized Star Princess. Noticing his attention, Star Princess feigned a coy demeanor. "Master, what do you wish to do?" After a moment of hesitation, Sumo refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, the teasing expression on Star Princess's face made it evident that she was intentionally provoking him. Following a light, melodic laugh, Star Princess withdrew her gaze, clearing his throat. Sumo sought to mask his embarrassment. "What I meant to inquire is, what level of power do you possess?" Upon hearing this, Star Princess's laughter gradually subsided. "In truth, my strength is not particularly significant to you, Master, as I am unable to leave the Star Tower to assist you. My role is limited to helping you control the Star Tower against the enemies that invade your consciousness. You simply need to understand that in this world, no one can enter your mind and leave unscathed." At this revelation, Sumo inhaled sharply. "Is that so? Then once I fully master the Star Tower, will I not be invincible?" It took a full minute for Sumo to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. At that moment, Star Princess had already ascended to the altar ahead, reaching for a dark divine book resting atop it, leaving another behind to continue absorbing dark energy. The magical energy contained within this tome should suffice for you for quite some time. Once it is depleted, we shall simply switch it for another. Swiftly returning to Sumo's side, she offered him the dark divine book. Sumo extended his hand to accept it, once again astonished by Star Princess's might. To wield the power of one of the four ancient gods, Zisoan, as a mere power bank was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, after absorbing a vast amount of dark energy, the two tomes of the dark scriptures had become nearly indistinguishable. After enduring the baptism of energy for such a long time, even the most ordinary paper could transform into a formidable artifact. Upon entrusting the dark scripture to Sumo's hands, the Star Princess gently waved her hand. A drop of blood seeped from Sumo's fingertip, and in a flash, it vanished into the dark scripture. The tome emitted a fierce black radiance, which then swiftly entered Sumo's brow. "This is the way. From now on, this book will not only be the source of your magical power, but will also significantly enhance your casting speed and the potency of your spells." In the underworld, Zisorn's massive form was now reduced to less than half its original size. After the Star Princess removed one of the dark scriptures, Zisorn, who had been feeling a sense of despair, was nearly brought to tears of joy. Slower, it has slowed down. The echoes of Zisorn's exhilarated roar reverberated throughout the underworld. It was known that, given the previous rate of absorption, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely be drained completely in no more than a month. During this time, he had attempted countless methods to sever the unknown entity's absorption of his energy, yet to no avail. The once mighty multi-universal deity of the underworld was driven to desperation. Fortunately, the rate of absorption had now decreased by half, allowing him to absorb energy more swiftly than it was being siphoned away. With just a little time, he would be able to recover. In his excitement, Zisorn lost track of how long it took to compose himself from the fervor. Channeling his magical energy with all his might, the dark energy of the underworld coalesced into a massive vortex, drawing toward his position. Meanwhile, Sumo had emerged from the Star Tower and returned to the cave he had carved into the mountainside. He retrieved the dark scripture to study it. Although the entire tome had transformed into an energy state, the inscriptions of the spells remained intact. As he opened the dark scripture, a series of peculiar symbols appeared before his eyes. After gazing at the symbols for a moment, the characters on the pages flew forth, morphing into streams of information that surged directly into Sumo's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the contents inscribed within the tome. The first spell recorded on the initial page was none other than the portal. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Sumo exhaled deeply. If he recalled correctly, the remarkably gifted Dr. Strange had taken quite some time to master this spell. He wondered how his own magical aptitude would fare. Revisiting the information in his mind, Sumo resolved to give it a try. With his left hand forming a seal and his right hand gently tracing a semicircle, a portal crackling with black sparks gradually opened not far in front of him. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Sumo's eyes. He never anticipated that on his very first attempt, he would successfully cast the spell. However, upon further reflection, he soon understood. Generally speaking, the casting of magic by a mage or sorcerer is intricately linked to mental prowess. The stronger the mental capacity, the greater the innate magical talent. Sumo, at this moment, stands as a pinnacle mentalist of the war god level. His mental strength far surpasses that of an ordinary individual, exceeding it by thousands of times. It is thus entirely reasonable that he could successfully cast a spell on his first attempt. As the spatial portal slowly unfurled, the scene on the other side came clearly into Sumo's view. It appeared that the portal had opened into a steamy bathroom. Through the hazy mist, a smooth silhouette emerged before his eyes. The delicate, fair skin and the ethereal beauty emanating from the warmth of the steam would surely evoke gasps of awe from anyone fortunate enough to behold it. Upon witnessing this, Sumo's expression faltered, and he hastily attempted to cast another spell to close the portal. Should the woman on the other side catch sight of him, he would undoubtedly be branded a pervert. However, perhaps due to his inexperience with casting spells, what was intended to be a closure resulted in the portal expanding at an accelerated pace, almost instantaneously widening to a degree sufficient for a person to pass through. The woman, currently bathing, seemed to have sensed the peculiar disturbance behind her. After all, the size of the portal, combined with the stark temperature difference, had made the flow of air quite conspicuous. Feeling the chill behind her, she gradually turned her body. Her gaze met Sumo's, and in that moment, he realized that it was too late to close the portal now. Would you believe me if I said it was unintentional? He thought to himself. The woman, upon noticing the bizarre portal and Sumo standing behind it, displayed a look of terror on her face, accompanied by a scream that sent her scuttling into the corner of the bathroom. It was not that she was unwilling to escape. Rather, the portal was positioned right at the entrance, effectively blocking her only means of exit. She found herself with no avenue of escape. Chapter 39. The Hydra base. Listening to the piercing cries from the other side, Sumo felt momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the spatial portal before him began to close gradually after losing the support of his energy. As he observed the slowly sealing portal, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In New York, Sky stood in the bathroom, still shaken, gazing at the closing spatial portal. She reached for a garment hanging nearby, draping it over herself to conceal her stunning curves. Cautiously, she approached the entrance, her hand brushing against the threshold. A look of incredulity crossed her face. How extraordinary. Could that have been magic? No, it must have been an illusion. Surely, it's a sign that she needed to stop staying up late. In a cave on the island, Sumo wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. His initial intention was to open a portal leading to the villa where Wanda and the others resided, but it seemed that things had gone awry. To prevent a recurrence of the incident, he waved his hand, and the dark grimoire materialized before him once more, prompting him to delve deeply into its records concerning spatial portals. After thorough study, Sumo took a deep breath and gently waved his right hand again. As sparks flickered, a portal opened before him once more. On the other side of this portal was a familiar scene, the bedroom of the seaside villa. Seeing this, Sumo's expression brightened. Success. As the portal expanded to a height suitable for a person, he stepped through. On the other side, he found himself in the bedroom of the seaside villa. He opened the bedroom door just in time to see Wanda stepping inside. Upon seeing the suddenly opened door and Sumo standing behind it, Wanda paused, her expression momentarily perplexed as she tilted her head to glance into the room. Wait a moment. I distinctly remember that there was no one here when I just stepped out. How did you get in? Sumo chuckled softly. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. What matters is that we have not seen each other for a long time. Is there anything you wish to do? Wanda's cheeks flushed at his words. With a startled exclamation, she found herself swept up in Sumo's arms, the door closing and locking behind them automatically. During this time, Pietro, unable to venture outside and spurred by the rapid enhancement of his physical abilities, had become a fervent enthusiast of weightlifting. He spent most of his days in the gym downstairs. After 2 or 3 hours, Wanda, her face flushed, nestled against Sumo. So, are you saying that we can go out freely now? Of course. The previous seclusion was for your safety, which is why you were placed in this location. Now that the crisis is past, you are free to go out shopping and exploring. With Sumo's affirmative response, excitement blossomed on Wanda's face. While she greatly enjoyed their secluded life, prolonged isolation inevitably led to a sense of boredom. After a moment, she bit her lip, hesitating before speaking. Darling, I wish to attend university. Sumo reached out and gently caressed the smooth back of his companion. Why did this thought suddenly arise? Although he cherished this way of life, he often felt it was a mere squandering of time. He yearned to seize the moment and learn something new. What do you think? Due to the fact that both Wanda and Pietro were orphans, they had abandoned their studies after finishing high school to fend for themselves. Naturally, I support you. Do you have a university in mind? I will arrange everything. Sumo had no objections to this. After much contemplation, Sumo still believed that relying on the Mind Stone to aid in awakening her abilities was a more reliable option. But there were still 3 to 4 years until Loki brought the Mind Stone to Earth. During this time, allowing her to experience university life would be a splendid choice. Really? Thank you. Hearing Sumo's strong support for her aspirations, Wanda excitedly pecked him on the cheek. Your reward is rather perfunctory, isn't it? What would you like instead? Perhaps we should continue. No. Death Island. Sumo and the White Queen stood atop the highest peak of the island, holding a tall, cylindrical metallic device that was more than a person's height. This contraption was hardly larger than the one on the ship. Could it really have such an extensive range? The White Queen queried, looking at the device with curiosity. Of course. Sumo nodded. What he held was indeed an optical cloaking device, capable of generating illusions within a certain radius. Once operations commenced on the island, it would be easily captured by satellites. To facilitate this, Sumo had exchanged the device from the system, spending over 10,000 points in the process. Cautiously, he placed the device on the ground and pressed the activation button. Instantly, a drill extended from the base of the cylindrical device, piercing forcefully into the rock below. Subsequently, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the top of the device, ascending hundreds of meters into the air before dispersing in all directions. Moments later, the island, along with the vast surrounding waters, was enveloped in a transparent light membrane. The membrane flickered and then vanished entirely. However, at that moment, anyone looking towards the island would find that all traces of people and structures had disappeared. Just as Sumo and his companion returned to the newly established villa at the center of the island, Sherry approached them, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Although she appeared as if she had not slept all night, her spirit was remarkably high. We have located the first Hydra base. As she spoke, she displayed the screen of her computer to the two. There were segmented monitoring images visible on the screen. From the footage, it was evident that this base was situated atop a snowy mountain, and the architecture bore a sense of age. Sumo immediately recognized it as the very Hydra base where Wanda and Pietro had awakened their powers. Sherry then typed a few commands on the keyboard, switching the view to a map with a red dot clearly marking the location of the base. It is indeed located in Eastern Europe, Sokovia. Emma, it seems we must embark on a journey to Eastern Europe. With a nod of agreement, Emma affirmed her willingness to serve. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo gently waved his hand, and a portal materialized beside them. He stepped through first, followed curiously by the White Queen, who cast a glance at the portal crackling with dark sparks before entering. Upon their emergence, the two found themselves on a diminutive island, scarcely a square kilometer in size. Upon seeing this, the White Queen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Sumo. The more she interacted with him, the more she discovered that he was akin to a treasure trove, constantly revealing astonishing abilities. Not to mention the tome he had imparted to her, The Secrets of Illusions, which had doubled her overall strength in a remarkably short span of time. His own array of capabilities was nothing short of prodigious. With a robust physique coupled with psychokinetic abilities, he was immune to her mental powers. Now, he had unveiled this enigmatic teleportation skill. The allure of a mysterious man invariably piques a woman's interest, and even a formidable woman like the White Queen was no exception. Were it not for the current circumstances being somewhat inappropriate, she might have already ensnared him completely. Chapter 40. The insightful Baron of Tesla, bring Eric over here. Upon hearing Sumo's command, Emma reluctantly withdrew her gaze, which had been fixated on the distant horizon. Only then did she notice that, in the sky above, Magneto Eric was hovering, a massive vessel comparable to a luxury cruise ship gradually emerging beneath him. Clearly, they had commenced their operations in accordance with Sumo's strategy. In Sumo's estimation, the presence of the White Queen alone sufficed to entirely seize control of the Hydra base. After all, it appeared that there were no formidable combatants within the base, merely an array of conventional weaponry and an assemblage of ordinary individuals. Faced with the psychic prowess of the White Queen, they would be rendered utterly defenseless, lacking any specialized countermeasures. However, Sumo's objective was not to annihilate the base, but rather to appropriate it entirely, encompassing not only the researchers and soldiers, but also the diverse arsenal of equipment contained within. This raised a pertinent issue, the necessity of transporting all these assets back. While Sumo was perfectly capable of managing this himself, why should he exert himself when he had subordinates at his disposal? After all, subordinates exist to serve. Eastern Europe. Sokovia. Nestled upon a mountain, the Hydra base. A spatial portal gradually opened amidst the trees halfway up the slope. Sumo and his companions stepped through the portal, glancing up at the ancient edifice atop the mountain. Sumo turned to Emma. The rest is entrusted to you. Of course. The White Queen nodded, stepping forward with a surge of silver light in her eyes. In less than 10 seconds, the corners of Emma's mouth curled into a slight smile. Found you. Prior to their departure, Suemo had informed her that the base's leader was a man named Strack, and that controlling him would enable them to smoothly dominate the Hydra base. The room in the southeast corner of the top floor. No sooner had the White Queen spoken than another spatial portal materialized before the three of them. Once they traversed the portal, they found themselves in the very room Emma had described. The chamber resembled an office, and within it stood a middle-aged man with short hair. Appearing dazed as he lingered by the desk, Suemo approached and seated himself in the chair behind the desk, casting a discreet glance at the White Queen. Emma nodded, and with a snap of her fingers, the man seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Noticing the sudden appearance of the trio, his expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively retreated a few steps, his demeanor cautious as he scrutinized them. Who are you? Why are you in my office? Simultaneously, he concealed his right hand behind his back, feeling the hard object within it, his mind resolute. Then, with swift precision, he drew his gun, aimed, and fired. In the span of a mere second, Baron Tesla K had executed a series of actions, convinced that even the most formidable mercenaries could not surpass his speed. He held firm in his belief that his adversaries would be unable to react in such a fleeting moment. Indeed, his predictions proved accurate. The three individuals displayed no attempts to evade, allowing the bullets to pierce through their foreheads unopposed. As Tesla K surveyed the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a round of applause resonated throughout the room. In an instant, the scene before him dissipated like a mirage, and the deceased trio reappeared, standing once more in their prior positions. The applause emanated from a young man seated nearby. Witnessing this spectacle, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tesla K's forehead. How could this be? I distinctly. His worldview was profoundly shaken. Suemo regarded the bewilderment etched on his face, a faint smile emerging. It was undeniable that employing Emma's abilities against these ordinary individuals amounted to a dimensional assault. Even prior to mastering the illusionary demon's secret art, Emma could effortlessly manipulate them at will. How much more so now, having honed her skills? Given a year or two for further development, it was likely that even Professor X would struggle to unravel her illusions. In comparison, Emma, trained in the illusionary demon's secret art, was akin to a seasoned medical doctor compared to a barefoot practitioner. It was not that Professor X lacked talent. Rather, the disparity lay in their realms of comprehension. One relied entirely on self-exploration, while the other benefited from the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors over millennia. The two were utterly incomparable. Are you perplexed by the fact that we have seemingly returned to life after having died? Suemo inquired. Your gun still has bullets. You may attempt to shoot again, and perhaps this time, you might indeed succeed in killing us. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tesla K gradually regained his composure. As a senior member of the Hydra organization, he was not entirely ignorant of individuals with supernatural abilities. The calm demeanor of his adversaries led him to conclude that firing again would yield no different outcome, and might even provoke their ire. Realizing this, Tesla K decisively discarded his firearm. Since you did not eliminate me at first opportunity, I must still possess some utility for you, he declared. Now tell me, what do you wish for me to do? After listening to his words, Suemo nodded in approval. Truly, he was impressed by the high intelligence of an individual capable of discerning the subtleties of the Mind Stone. His decisiveness was indeed remarkable. Having quickly grasped the situation and made a choice advantageous to himself, it is quite simple. I require you and your entire base to work for me henceforth. Agreed. Without the slightest hesitation, Tesla K acquiesced. Suemo was well aware that he could not genuinely trust the man as submission, yet it mattered little. With Emma present, she is immediately aware of any ulterior motives others may harbor. Moreover, her abilities possess an additional function, subtly influencing the thoughts within others' minds. This power differs from soul imprinting, as it quietly alters a specific notion, such as one's loyalty to an organization. Much akin to the brainwashing methods employed in pyramid schemes, through prolonged psychological intervention, she can unknowingly indoctrinate individuals. The Hellfire Organization's remarkable growth can be largely attributed to her invaluable capability. Under Emma's influence, these individuals will soon transform into fervent devotees of the organization. Subsequently, under the command of Tesseract, the entire Hydra base sprang into action. Various armaments, including tanks and aircraft, were swiftly transported through the spatial gateway to Death Island. Throughout this operation, Sumo was thoroughly enlightened. As one of the oldest organizations in existence, the Hydra base was undeniably rich in resources. Just the self-developed fighter jets alone numbered around 7 or 8. The array of tanks and armored vehicles was countless, complemented by a complete production line capable of manufacturing such weaponry. Thus, given sufficient funding, they could rapidly amass a force capable of waging war. The relocation project persisted throughout the day, and as dusk descended, the Hydra base stood devoid of all but one antiquated structure. The efficiency of this operation was largely due to Magneto, had it not been for his ability to transport several tons of equipment in one fell swoop. The process would have stretched over several days. With the closing of the spatial gateway, a resounding explosion echoed at the base's location, reducing the remaining building to a heap of rubble. Chapter 41. All promoted to junior warriors. The recent raid on the Hydra base yielded immense rewards. Beyond the acquisition of an arsenal of weapons and equipment, we secured a dozen research personnel and over 500 soldiers. The most significant gain, however, lay in the array of groundbreaking technologies obtained, among which was a particularly valuable energy shield technology. The researchers have successfully dismantled the device from the Hydra base and installed it on the island. The size of the shield can be adjusted based on the output power. At present, the entirety of Death Island is enveloped within this protective barrier. According to Baron Tesla, even missiles would find it impossible to breach the shield's defenses. With the incorporation of the Hydra base, the island's development has gradually aligned with a promising trajectory. Soren and his 8 companions, having heeded Sumo's instructions, arrived on the island. As the earliest followers of Sumo, their physical forms have been substantially enhanced by the consumption of beast meat, allowing all 9 of them to attain the level of quasi-warriors, with their punching power exceeding 900 kilograms. Sumo intends for them to become formal warriors and subsequently serve as instructors, training the Hydra soldiers on the island. His vision is straightforward: to identify the most talented among these soldiers, train them, and establish an assassination organization dedicated to eliminating villains, thus enabling him to accumulate points. Through careful observation, Sumo has gradually discerned the system's definition of a villain. Virtually anyone who has committed wrongdoing is classified as part of the villainous faction. Consequently, nearly 90% of individuals, upon being eliminated, would yield points. The only variation lies in the quantity of points awarded. With a brief period of transformation through beast meat, it is anticipated that they will soon ascend to the ranks of warriors, and reaching the level of battle general is merely a matter of time. The remaining soldiers, with lesser potential, will form special operations teams tasked with eradicating nefarious organizations. Although their advancement may be limited, the enhancement from beast meat makes it relatively easy to achieve the status of junior warriors. Merely reaching this level means their punching power surpasses 900 kilograms, rendering them superior to the so-called elite soldiers of the outside world. When working in unison, they could effortlessly dismantle an armed squad of several hundred. In a cleared area on the eastern side of the island, Soren and his companions sat cross-legged on the ground. "Do you all understand?" Sumo inquired, turning to face the row of 9. It must be said that instilling a complete understanding of the gene original energy cultivation method in these muscle-bound individuals proved to be a considerable challenge, primarily due to their difficulty in grasping the concepts of meridians and acupoints, which are rooted in traditional Chinese medicine. Upon seeing them all nod in acknowledgement, Sumo sighed with relief. "Very well. Let us commence the formal practice in accordance with what I have taught you." At Sumo's command, the 9 focused their minds, gradually closed their eyes, and entered a meditative state. According to Sumo's estimation, it would be quite challenging for them to perceive cosmic energy in the short term. Thus he settled down to meditate and prepare for cultivation. Currently, he had attained planetary-level prowess as a warrior, while his mentalist abilities remained at the pinnacle of divine warrior status. To ascend to a planetary-level mentalist, he needed to condense another star core within his sea of consciousness. What he needed to do now was to continuously refine his mental strength. After spending half an hour, he identified a secret technique specifically for honing mental strength, known as the God Forging Technique. As the God Forging Technique commenced, the mental energy within Sumo's sea of consciousness surged fervently, and a mysterious totem manifested within it, with streams of mental energy continuously flowing through the totem. Each time the mental energy traversed the totem, it became increasingly refined. However, this appeared to be a lengthy endeavor. After several hours, The refined mental energy amounted to less than 1% of the total. Nonetheless, Sumo remained patient. At this pace, complete refinement of his mental energy would take merely a month or two. This continued until the dawn of the following day. Among the 9 individuals seated in a row outside, changes began to emerge. A short-haired woman in her 30s seated at the edge suddenly experienced a jolt of emotion. Sumo, who was focused on refining his mental strength at the forefront, seemed to sense something as well and slowly opened his eyes. In his line of sight, tendrils of cosmic energy were gradually converging towards the short-haired woman's body, and the speed of accumulation was increasing. Vanessa? He did not anticipate that the first among the 9 to sense cosmic energy would be one of the 2 women present. Yet, there was nothing particularly surprising about this. The aptitude for cultivation and the speed at which one could sense energy did not necessarily correlate. What truly mattered was the quantity of energy one could absorb each day. It seemed that Vanessa's initial perception triggered a chain reaction. Over the next half hour, 4 more individuals sensed the cosmic energy and began their first absorption to enhance their physical capabilities. Within an hour, everyone had commenced absorbing cosmic energy. Sumo was not taken aback by this development. These individuals had previously been mercenaries, having clawed their way back from the brink of death. Their perceptive abilities were significantly heightened compared to the average person. At this moment, Vanessa, who had begun first, gradually completed her initial absorption of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she abruptly stood up, her face alight with excitement. Noticing her exhilaration, Sumo gestured for silence and indicated towards the river, suggesting she cleanse herself. Vanessa then realized that her body was covered in a layer of dark impurities, and she hurriedly dashed towards the river. Soon after, others began to awaken and made their way to the riverbank. Ultimately, only Soren remained, continuously absorbing cosmic energy. He was the second to begin this absorption, meaning he had been engaged in this process longer than anyone else. This implied that Soren possessed the highest innate talent among the group. It was not until more than half an hour later that Sauron finally stirred back to consciousness. Boss. Upon awakening, Sauron greeted his superior and stood patiently, awaiting Sumo's instructions. Sumo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Very well, first go wash up, and then regroup here. An hour later, everyone had completed their cleansing and stood once more upon the training ground. At that moment, 2 additional instruments had been set up in the arena, a force gauge and a speedometer. These were recently exchanged from the system by Sumo, possessing a modest level of technological sophistication, costing him a total of 200 points. At Sumo's command, they began testing in the order of their awakening. Eagerly anticipating her turn, Vanessa was the first to step forward. She clenched her fist and delivered a powerful strike to the punching bag. A resounding crash echoed as the bag, propelled by her force, flew back over 2 meters. Glancing towards the adjacent display screen, the reading flashed, 1,520 kilograms. Chapter 42. The Simulation Battle Room. Upon witnessing the numbers displayed on the screen, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Vanessa's expression reflected sheer disbelief. Goodness! Just a day prior, her strength barely surpassed 900 kilograms. She never fathomed that within a single night, her power could nearly double. It was utterly astonishing. Her mouth formed an O-shape. Earlier, while taking a shower, she had speculated that her strength would experience a significant surge. After all, the dramatic increase had already begun to distort her bodily movements. However, she had never anticipated such an exaggerated outcome. It is well known that as one progresses, enhancing strength becomes increasingly arduous. The 9 of them had consumed beast meat, managing to surpass 800 kilograms in just over a month. Yet, in the subsequent month, their strength had only increased by a little over 100 kilograms. To them, even this was already astonishingly formidable. In a mere 2 months, they had elevated their strength from under 200 kilograms to nearly a ton. This achievement had transcended the limits of humanity. Even during their previous mercenary careers, they had never encountered a being with such extraordinary physical capabilities. Today, however, they were met with yet another remarkable surprise. Strength had surged to an astonishing 5 tons, enabling them to lift a car with their bare hands. Moreover, from Sumo's recent explanation, this was merely the beginning. By cultivating this technique, their strength could potentially grow without bounds in the future. Standing quietly to the side, Sumo merely nodded in acknowledgement. Let us test speed, he instructed, gesturing toward the speed testing apparatus. Vanessa nodded in response. After a brief run-up, she dashed past the speed meter. 38 ms. Quite impressive, Sumo remarked, nodding in approval. As a woman, Vanessa's petite frame made speed her forte, and she was nearing the level of a mid-tier warrior. Soren, the captain, diligently recorded the results on a piece of paper. Next, Harry. Upon hearing his name, Harry eagerly approached. 1,650 kilograms. 34 ms. In the ensuing moments, everyone took their turns for testing. Most achieved strength around 1,600 kilograms, with only Soren reaching an impressive 1,960 kilograms, merely a step away from becoming a mid-tier warrior. It was likely that within days, he would ascend to that rank. On the opposite side of the island, a heated discussion unfolded. What? Appointing a new instructor for soldier training? I vehemently disagree. These soldiers have been rigorously trained under my strict special forces methodology. I doubt any instructor could surpass this. Colonel Harry's stubborn demeanor was evident as he faced Strack. Colonel, your duty is merely to execute orders. Strack sternly warned. Do not create trouble for me, or I will not hesitate to take action. Having spoken, he turned and departed from the temporary encampment of the soldiers. Although he harbored the same sentiments as the other party, his words held no weight at this moment. Observing the retreating figure of Baron Strack, Colonel Harry's countenance darkened. In recent days, Baron Strack had commanded the relocation of the base to this island, subsequently confiscating all the soldiers' weapons. It appeared that he was also poised to appoint new instructors. Each of these developments instilled a palpable sense of crisis within him. It seemed that his authority as the commander overseeing the base's soldiers was on the verge of being undermined. However, he lacked the audacity to defy orders. He silently resolved that upon encountering those so-called instructors, he would ensure they understood who was truly the most suitable leader for this contingent. After all, he had once served as an instructor for the United States Marine Corps and believed his skills at training soldiers in combat were second to none. In the Celestial Tower, Suemo stood before the entrance to the simulated combat chamber. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, where a series of devices resembling space capsules awaited. He promptly reclined into one of these capsules. As the hatch sealed, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself suspended in a void. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in his ears. Please select your combat opponent and environment. As the words faded, a selection panel materialized before him. Among the opponents, he could choose between a psychic warrior and a martial artist. Suemo opted for a planetary-level first-tier martial artist and selected a grassland as the setting. With the press of a confirmation button, he was prompted, please select your weapon. After choosing a rather weighty battle knife, a flicker of light transformed the surrounding starry scene at a dizzying pace. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on an expansive grassland, gazing at the azure sky, feeling the authentic texture of the grass beneath his feet, and relishing the gentle breeze against his face. He plucked a blade of grass from the ground, inhaling the refreshing scent of nature. It was astonishingly real. Suemo marveled. Although he knew this was merely a virtual realm, its authenticity was striking. What truly differentiated it from the real world? Just then, a figure of a middle-aged man began to materialize a short distance before him. Initially, the man's gaze appeared vacant. However, as the sound signaling the commencement of battle resonated in Suemo's ears, the man's eyes sparkled with life, and he swiftly lunged forward. Grasping his battle knife aimed at Suemo tightened his grip on his own blade and advanced to meet him. In an instant, their forms collided, resulting in a thunderous crash. Suemo's silhouette transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelled backward at an astonishing speed. His form grazed the ground, carving a long trench through the grass. Coming to a halt, Suemo swiftly regained his footing, glancing at the figure suspended in the air while massaging his already sore right arm. The opponents simulated within the system, aside from specific requirements, possess strength that epitomizes the pinnacle of their current level. Take, for instance, this particular first-tier planetary warrior before me, who stands at the zenith of the first tier, boasting a formidable strength of 2,000 tons. In terms of sheer power, this is nearly double my own. Ordinarily, with the augmentation of my mental prowess, I would not shy away from confronting such an adversary. However, warriors of this tier typically exhibit an average force fluctuation of approximately 5 times, whereas my own fluctuation hovers around 3 times. Even with the enhancement of my mental energy on my blade, I can only muster about half of my opponent's strength. It is essential to understand that the mental energy fluctuation refers to the number of weapons one can simultaneously command, each reaching its maximum potential. One cannot amplify the strength of a single weapon by multiple times. For instance, if an individual's strength is 1 ton, they can exert that force with both hands. But they cannot deliver 2 tons of force with a single punch, no matter the circumstance. The same principle applies to mental energy. With a capacity of 1,000 tons and a fluctuation reaching 12, I can simultaneously manipulate 12 weapons, ensuring that each wields a force of 1,000 tons. However, when controlling a single weapon, I am limited to that same maximum of 1,000 tons. Of course, weapons imbued with special inscriptions deviate from this norm, which underscores the purpose of mental energy weapons. Just moments ago, had I not reacted swiftly and employed my spatial freezing ability, I would have likely been vanquished in an instant. After all, possessing strength that is merely twice as great does not equate to an equivalent enhancement in overall capability. An adversary of this caliber could effortlessly contend against hundreds of warriors of my ilk without significant exertion. Chapter 43. Dreamwalking Technique. Su-mo had just risen from the ground when the opposing warrior reappeared before him. The blade in the adversary's hand sliced through the air, aimed menacingly at his neck. Swift, exceedingly swift. Just before the blade could sever his neck, Su-mo activated his ability to freeze space. In an instant, the warrior, so near, seemed to be ensnared in a time-stopping spell, suspended in midair. The opponent, sensing the unyielding grip of space, exhibited a flicker of ferocity in his eyes. Sensing the turbulent energy pulsating within his foe, Su-mo's expression shifted. He vanished from his position in a flash. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the warrior unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. Fortunately, Su-mo had already distanced himself by several hundred meters, though his speed was remarkable. The energy generated by the self-detonation was even swifter. It was only by invoking his space-freezing ability once more that he managed to mitigate the force of the explosion. Letting out a sigh of relief, Su-mo's face betrayed a hint of apprehension. One could not deny that the combat experience of warriors in that world was formidable. Coupled with his nascent stage and cultivation and limited battle experience, the disparity between him and his opponent was stark. Had it not been for his innate abilities, he would undoubtedly have been dispatched in an instant. Even though he had evaded the attack, his opponent showed no hesitation, launching another assault with relentless fervor. Ultimately, realizing there was no escape, the adversary resorted to self-detonation without a moment's pause, a brutality that left Su-mo astounded. Should he encounter such a battle maniac in reality? With his current combat experience, it was highly probable that even possessing a slight advantage in strength would not guarantee his survival against such a foe. As the battle concluded, Su-mo found himself back in the starry expanse. Please select an opponent's strength. This time, Su-mo chose an adversary of comparable prowess. He resolved not to employ his space-freezing ability. After all, his intention was to hone his combat experience. Relying on such an almost overpowered ability would utterly defeat the purpose of his training. Once selected, Su-mo's figure reappeared on the grassland. Half a minute later, he was reborn amidst the stars, his face marked by a spasm of pain. In pursuit of authenticity, he had set his pain threshold to 100%. The moment his body was cleaved in two, the agony nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Once more, after a brief respite of 2 minutes, Su-mo plunged back into battle. For an entire day, he was ensnared in a relentless cycle of combat, death, and rebirth. He progressed from being able to endure only half a minute at the start to 1 minute, then 2, by the end of his day of training. He found himself capable of withstanding his opponent's onslaught for a full 10 minutes. As the door of the simulated battle room creaked open, Su-mo emerged, rubbing his somewhat numb temples. A full day of heightened mental concentration had left a trace of fatigue etched upon his features. He turned and entered the training chamber, a place where the flow of time could be manipulated and the concentration of energy adjusted at will. However, it was worth noting that a higher energy density was not always advantageous. Excessive density would complicate the control and absorption of energy. Setting the time flow to 10-fold and the energy concentration to 100-fold, Su-mo stepped into the training room. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring only a bed and a table. He promptly assumed a seated position on the bed, engaging in the gene origin energy cultivation method, gradually absorbing energy while alleviating the mental exhaustion incurred from intense battles. In the days that followed, Su-mo maintained a routine of oscillating between the battle room to accrue practical combat experience and the training chamber to cultivate gene origin energy and divine forging technique. During brief interludes, he delved into the study of the Dark Grimoire. As his understanding of the magical arts contained within the tome deepened, he discovered a spell well-suited to his current circumstances, Dreamwalking Technique. This incantation, once employed by Wanda to traverse the multiverse, bore similarities to soul possession, allowing the caster to inhabit their parallel universe counterpart without inflicting any harm. Upon departure, the individual overtaken in the parallel realm would revert to their original state. The distinction between this and dimensional teleportation was akin to that of soul possession versus physical embodiment. However, acquiring dimensional teleportation required a staggering 100 million points. Until he amassed sufficient points, the dreamwalking technique could similarly facilitate his entry into other parallel worlds to harvest points. Nonetheless, this spell was far from a mere teleportation incantation. It belonged to the elite tier of the numerous spells chronicled in the Dark Grimoire. He would require additional time for contemplation before attempting its execution. Fortunately, this period would allow him to set affairs in this world in order. Once arranged, his subordinates could assist in harvesting points here while he ventured into parallel worlds, effectively doubling his progress and significantly accelerating his strength. He believed that by the time Thanos arrived, he would have grown to a point of overwhelming superiority. Days later in New York, Tony resided in his villa on the mountainside. "Hey, buddy, it seems marriage truly is a grave. I haven't heard a single piece of gossip about you lately," he exclaimed, pouring Suemo a glass of whiskey before plopping down onto the sofa opposite him. Previously, they had been regular features in the tabloids, yet lately, it seemed neither had made an appearance. Since beginning his relationship with Pepper, Tony had considerably toned down his antics. "All right, I don't suppose you've come to measure who embodies the ideal man today." He waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, I'm here to propose a deal." Suemo raised his glass and took a sip. "Oh, pray, do tell." Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey, adopting a pose of eager attentiveness. "I require a suit of iron armor." Of course, given Suemo's current prowess, the armor would serve him little purpose. In contrast, his vibranium suit was far more suited to his needs. This particular suit was a gift he had prepared for Wanda. Pietro had already begun his training, and considering he had attained the level of a novice warrior, he was capable of self-defense. Prior to her awakening, Wanda could only be regarded as an ordinary individual. Moreover, he was soon to attend school, thus necessitating some means of self-protection. Tony's armor was indeed a commendable option. "Buddy, are you jesting? While we are the best of friends. I previously stated at the press conference that I am one with my suit. Entrusting it to another would be tantamount to betraying myself. Do you genuinely believe I would betray myself?" After shaking his head, Tony firmly declined. Suemo had anticipated this reaction, a playful smirk gracing his features. "Tony, let us not speak in absolutes. Trust me, you will reconsider." Tony chuckled lightly. "I am a man of my word. When I say no, I mean no. Is that so?" Suemo replied, a smile dancing on his lips as he glanced at the large magnet on Tony's chest. "That magnet, if I am not mistaken, is designed to attract the shrapnel from your bloodstream?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Tony was taken aback, abruptly sitting up from the sofa, oblivious to the whiskey spilling onto him. Chapter 44. What color of armor do you prefer? Tony had never confided in anyone about the device embedded in his chest that attracted the fragments of bullets lodged within him. The sole individual privy to this secret was Pepper Potts. However, it was evident that Pepper could never disclose this matter to Suemo. So, how had Suemo come to know? Tony's eyes widened as he scanned the room. "Good heavens, have you secretly installed a listening device or camera in my quarters? Such actions are unbecoming of a good citizen." After a thorough search yielded no results, Tony returned to face Suemo once more. "Jarvis, please conduct a sweep of the villa for any network surveillance equipment." "Certainly, sir." Within less than a minute, Jarvis's electronic voice resonated in the room again. "Sir, no surveillance devices have been detected in the villa." Suemo, seated on the sofa, observed Tony's flustered demeanor with a slight smirk. "Rest assured, I harbor no such perverse inclinations, and I am utterly uninterested in what you do in your room. My knowledge of the bullet fragments comes from my unique abilities." With that, Suemo waved his right hand gently. The cutlery from the kitchen, under the influence of his telekinesis, flew through the air, ultimately hovering between them and spinning slowly. This was the justification he had meticulously devised. Moreover, the illusion of being able to manipulate only metal was a deliberate ruse to maintain a semblance of secrecy, should his capabilities be revealed. The precedent set by Magneto would ensure that people would unhesitatingly accept his supposed limitation to controlling metal. Thus, it could very well save his life one day. By the gods! Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tony's expression grew even more exaggerated. "A mutant? Magneto? Are you Eric's illegitimate child?" "Tony, mind your words. I cannot guarantee that the cutlery won't find its way into your mouth at the next moment." Suemo retorted, his gaze sharp. "I apologize. I was simply too overwhelmed." After a significant pause, Tony finally managed to regain his composure. Upon learning of the bullet fragments in his bloodstream, he had indeed contemplated how to extricate them. Conventional medicine offered no viable solution at present. As for unconventional methods, his immediate thought had been of Magneto. The image of the old mutant controlling the Golden Gate Bridge from 2 years prior was etched vividly in the minds of every American. It was well known that he possessed the ability to manipulate metal, which would allow him to extract the fragments from Tony's blood with relative ease. Unfortunately, that incident marked Magneto's last moment of glory, as he was subsequently injected with mutant serum and reduced to an ordinary old man. Tony had also sought out others with similar abilities, yet had found no leads thus far. During this period, he had already discovered that due to the arc reactor embedded in his chest, the palladium levels in his bloodstream had exceeded safe limits, and his body was exhibiting early signs of palladium poisoning. Despite having taken some precautions, if this continued, within 3 years, the toxins would inflict irreversible damage upon him. Sumo's abilities reignited a flicker of hope within him. After contemplating for less than 10 seconds, Tony let out a sigh. All right, you win. What color do you prefer for the armor? Once the two had deliberated on the details of the armor, Tony eagerly ushered Sumo to the medical room on the second floor of the villa. With Sumo's insistence, Tony agreed not only to craft a suit of armor for him, but also promised to create a new set for Sumo with each future upgrade. Sumo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors present. I don't think you need to make such a fuss. I have no intention of revealing my secret. Upon hearing this, Tony realized the gravity of the situation. Due to Magneto's reckless actions, the general populace harbored a certain bias against mutants. He could understand Sumo's desire to keep his identity concealed. Lying on the operating table, Tony waved away the doctors, licking his lips, which had become cracked from anxiety. He asked, "Are you sure we can handle this without going to the hospital?" Initially, Tony had intended to go to a hospital, thinking that it would provide a safety net in case of any unforeseen complications. However, Sumo insisted that any room would suffice, which led them to this medical facility. Observing Tony's nervous demeanor, Sumo attempted to reassure him. "Don't worry, I'm not joking around with this. Your death is inconsequential. But if no one is left to help me create armor, that would be a problem. Even for the sake of my armor, I won't let anything happen to you." Tony smirked and gave Sumo a thumbs up. You truly have a way with words. Once the room was devoid of anyone but the two of them, Sumo commenced the procedure. He first manipulated the shards of metal, guiding them into a small blood vessel in his arm, and then secured tourniquets on either side. With a thought, several small fragments shot forth, completing the entire process in under a minute. By the time Sumo placed the fragments into Tony's hands, Tony remained in a state of bewilderment. Consider this a keepsake. Sumo opened the door, addressing the group of private doctors waiting outside. You can come in now to help with the bleeding. As he spoke, his expression shifted, fixing on a familiar figure among the doctors, a playful smile gracing his face. Tony, still incredulous, gazed at the fragments in his hands. Is this it? Finished? As he touched the area over his chest, the usual feeling of pressure had vanished completely. As the doctors flooded into the room, Sumo simply turned and left the medical facility. Tony gazed at the cluster of bewildered doctors and exclaimed, "Quick, help me bandage this." Upon noticing the minor wound on Tony's arm, one of the physicians hurriedly approached, opened the medical kit, and commenced the disinfection process. Meanwhile, another doctor standing nearby observed the injury revealed after the blood was wiped away. "Mr. Tony, it is imperative that this wound be bandaged promptly." Hearing the gravity in the doctor's tone, Tony's expression shifted. "What do you mean? Is it serious?" The other doctors cast puzzled glances in his direction. After all, it appeared to be merely a trivial injury, although it had penetrated a vein. Considering its location and the volume of blood, it seemed to be a superficial minor vein, especially with the tourniquet in place. It certainly did not qualify as a severe injury. "You misunderstand. The wound is not serious." The nearby physician smiled slightly. "What I mean is, if you do not bandage it quickly, the wound will begin to heal." Upon hearing the clear jest in the doctor's words, Tony felt a surge of indignation. "Which hospital are you affiliated with? I intend to file a complaint against you." "Of course, that is your prerogative." The doctor who had bandaged him produced a business card and handed it to Tony. "I am currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You may call me Strange." With that, Strange turned and strode towards the exit. As a somewhat renowned surgeon at Mount Sinai, he had, under the director's strict orders, forfeited an important surgical procedure to attend to this case, only to find that even an intern could have easily managed the task of bandaging a wound. These individuals were truly squandering medical resources. Chapter 45. The Formation of the Special Forces, Death Island. After several days, Zaro and his companions had thoroughly acclimated to their significantly enhanced powers. On that morning, under Emma's guidance, The 9 entered the camp occupied by over 500 soldiers. At that moment, the camp had already erected numerous wooden cabins. As soldiers, outdoor survival is a fundamental skill. Moreover, this situation hardly qualifies as wilderness survival. For the camp is equipped with various construction machinery. With the blast of a whistle, all soldiers quickly assembled in neat rows in a vast open area at the center of the camp. At the front stood a wooden platform elevated half a meter above the ground. Observing that the soldiers had gathered, Emma ascended the platform. For the following period, Colonel Zaro would serve as your chief instructor, conducting an intensive training course lasting 2 weeks. Those who successfully complete this training will earn the privilege of joining the Special Forces. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire about the benefits of joining the Special Forces? A soldier in the front row raised his hand and asked after listening intently. Absolutely. Emma nodded affirmatively. Upon joining the Special Forces, not only will your salary double, but you will also receive a mysterious gift. However, the nature of this gift will only be revealed once you qualify. At this announcement, a wave of whispered excitement surged through the ranks of soldiers. Their motivation for enlisting in such a private military force was hardly driven by lofty ideals. Rather, it was the allure of monetary gain. The prospect of a salary increase by a factor of 2 was enough to ignite their enthusiasm. Colonel Harry, standing to the side, felt a heaviness in his heart as he observed the eager expressions of the soldiers. He understood all too well that this incentive was irresistible to any soldier. After all, these men had come for the promise of dollars, driven by desperation, and if loyalty were to be measured, it was the dollar that commanded their fidelity, overshadowing even him, their commander. Furthermore, with the establishment of the Special Forces, he pondered his own fate as the commander of the original unit. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. I wonder who will assume command of this Special Forces, he inquired. Emma shot him a glance, fully grasping his implication. The Special Forces will be organized and trained by Mr. Zaro, who will naturally serve as the instructor of the Special Forces. Upon hearing this, a shadow passed over Harry's face. In his opinion, he was the most suitable candidate for the role of commander, given his rank and experience. As he was the original commander of this unit, Baron Strack had not disclosed to him that they were merely spoils captured by the opposing side. Since arriving on the island, although their weapons had not been redistributed, their freedom had not been curtailed either. Over the past few days, he had wandered around the island and noted that apart from those affiliated with their base, there were hardly any outsiders. In his view, these individuals were merely new recruits gathered by Baron Strack. Unbeknownst to many, this Mr. Soren had never served in any military unit. He had merely been a mercenary. Upon hearing this, Soren let out a light chuckle and stepped out from the lineup of 9. Relieved by Soren's introduction, Harry seized the moment, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, "In that case, I believe I am far more suited to the role of commander than Soren." Emma, uninterested in wasting time, turned to Soren and said, "It's in your hands now." With that, she pivoted and departed. While Harry might possess superior training skills compared to Soren, the Special Operations team would primarily engage in solo assassinations or small unit joint operations. In this regard, Soren, as a mercenary, undoubtedly surpassed Harry, who hailed from a military background. When it came to individual combat capabilities, they were not even in the same league. This so-called Colonel Harry would likely be no more than a plaything in their hands. During this time, Emma had been preoccupied with the construction and planning of the island, leaving her little time for cultivation. Rather than watching them train, she would have preferred to devote more time to mastering the illusionary magic secret art. The more she practiced and researched, the more she recognized the profound power of this secret technique, deepening her reverence for Suemo. Observing Emma's abrupt departure, Harry's face contorted with fury, perceiving it as a blatant disrespect towards him. Soren, noticing the anger etched on Harry's face, interjected, "All right, we all understand your sentiments, but do not think you will be denied a chance. Harlina, step forward." As his words fell, a petite woman emerged from the ranks behind him. "If you can withstand Harlina's prowess for half a minute, I shall gladly offer you the position of commander." Upon hearing Soren's declaration, Harry's rage threatened to erupt. This was a tremendous affront to him, a seasoned instructor from the esteemed United States Marine Corps. "You insufferable bastard, I shall make you regret this." With that, an enraged Harry lunged at Soren like a cheetah. However, to Soren, Harry's once prided speed appeared to be in slow motion, allowing him to observe the taut muscles of Harry's arm and the quivering of his facial muscles as he ran. Seeing that Harry was oblivious to the situation, Soren saw no need for leniency. He raised his right leg and delivered a swift kick. Harry merely caught a glimpse of a phantom flash, followed by an overwhelming force striking his abdomen. He found himself uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing into a tree several meters away. Only then did he feel an excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, causing his body to curl up in agony. The murmurs among the soldiers watching fell silent, not merely due to witnessing their former commander being bested. These soldiers regarded their role merely as a job, while Harry was perceived as nothing more than a leader in the eyes of corporate employees. Would they unite in indignation upon witnessing their leader being assaulted? What a jest! It would be a stretch to expect applause and celebration. Their astonishment stemmed from witnessing, for the first time, the extraordinary ability to send a person soaring several meters away. Soren also took note of the soldiers' expressions. At that moment, he resolved to invigorate their spirits. He turned and approached a coconut tree, roughly the diameter of a bowl. With a swift motion of his right foot, a deep thud resonated as the tree shattered about a meter above the ground. As they watched the coconut tree tumble, the soldiers' expressions grew even more captivating. Are you all curious about the special rewards bestowed upon those who join the special forces? I can disclose that this reward is intimately connected to enhancing one's own strength. Once attained, each of you will have the opportunity to reach my level or perhaps even surpass it. Upon hearing Soren's words, the soldiers gazed at him with fervent enthusiasm. As soldiers, who would not yearn for immense power? Observing the fire in their eyes, Soren nodded. Henceforth, you will be divided into 8 teams. Chapter 46. One cannot possess a Lamborghini and insecurities simultaneously within the training chamber of the Star Tower. Suemo sat cross-legged, his figure levitating in the air. Before him, the dark tome radiated an aura of shadowy energy. With his eyes closed, Suemo slowly opened them. The dark tome transformed into a fleeting shadow, merging into his brow. As his floating form gracefully descended back to the ground, there still seemed to be a slight deficiency. Suemo sighed. After all, it was a magic capable of traversing the multiverse, so a higher standard was understandable. In a flash, Suemo appeared within a newly constructed 2-story villa on the southern shore of Death Island. Upon returning to the villa, he did not linger. A portal gradually opened beside him, and he stepped through it, arriving at the entrance of Tony's villa. He recalled that Tony had informed him the night prior that the armor had been completed. Hello, Ms. Potts, long time no see. At the villa's entrance, Suemo was greeted by Pepper, who was waiting for him. Their last encounter had been some time ago, and indeed it had been quite a while since they had seen each other. As the second largest shareholder of the company, her infrequent visits made their meetings quite challenging. As soon as they met, Pepper voiced her grievances. The two major shareholders, with Tony preoccupied and Suemo absent for months, had left all the company affairs in her hands. However, I must express my gratitude. After all, I have been getting along quite well with the current boss, and I am not yet prepared to consider a change in leadership. With a bright smile, Pepper led Suemo up the stairs. No need to be formal. If you find this position unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to contact me. Interestingly, Avril has also mentioned feeling overwhelmed. Poor Avril, it seems her situation is not dissimilar to mine. You capitalists are truly insatiable. As they spoke, they entered a room filled with various equipment. Hey, Pepper, discussing our shortcomings in front of me seems rather inappropriate. Tony's figure emerged from behind a table piled high with parts. However, Pepper paid no heed to his complaint. You two carry on. She chuckled lightly, turning towards a nearby coffee machine. You were quite rude to undermine me in my presence. Tony muttered under his breath, watching Pepper's retreating figure. All right. Next time, I will arrange a private conversation with Pepper. Seeing the corners of Suemo's mouth lift in amusement, Tony conceded. Fine, since we are dating. Please maintain some distance from Pepper. Despite recognizing the jest, his concern overshadowed his confidence. He felt no advantage against Suemo. Upon hearing the admission, Suemo smiled and patted Tony on the shoulder. Rest assured, I have no interest in Pepper. Let us hasten to see my armor. With Suemo's assurance, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he guided him inside, he murmured softly, it better be like this. Moments later, Tony led Suemo to a glass display case towering over them. He pointed to a set of deep blue armor within. Based on the Mark IV, I've transformed it into a portable version. Take a look. With that, the glass of the display case opened, and Tony pressed a spot on the armor. The armor contracted, ultimately transforming into a briefcase-sized case. Although some performance was sacrificed, the entire armor now weighed no more than 30 kilograms. Tony introduced it with an air of confidence. It seems quite impressive, Suemo remarked as he examined the armor in the display. Subsequently, Tony elaborated on the various functions and weaponry of the suit. After listening to the introduction, a satisfied smile appeared on Suemo's face. Once Wanda donned it, she would be more than capable of self-defense. At the very least, with the armor's top speed of 3 Mach, very few adversaries would be able to pursue her effectively. Thank you. I am very pleased with the armor. In a villa located in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro were busy packing. Ever since Wanda expressed her desire to attend school, Suemo had swiftly made arrangements. With less than a week remaining before university commenced, they needed to move closer to campus. As Suemo parked the car outside the villa and stepped into the yard, Pietro's voice of complaint echoed from within. Wanda, you know I have no interest in school. All right, Pietro, you've repeated that nearly every day for a month now. Our ride is almost here. You're not telling me you've changed your mind, are you? Wanda sealed the last box and looked at Pietro earnestly. Considering that Pietro was of the same age as Wanda, Suemo had consulted her before arranging for him to attend a school as well. However, Pietro clearly showed some resistance to university life. No. Well, of course not. I'm just a bit nervous about the impending university life. Yes, that's right, nervous. Pietro fervently attempted to explain. Upon entering, Suemo chuckled after hearing this. Don't worry, Pietro, I'm sure you will come to love university life soon. As Suemo walked in, both their faces lit up. Wanda even leaped into his embrace. Darling, I thought you had forgotten about today. After months of interaction, he had successfully elevated his status in Wanda's eyes to that of darling. Their relationship was rapidly blossoming. Suemo affectionately ruffled her hair. How could I forget such an important matter? Have you finished packing? Wanda nodded, pointing to the pile of boxes in the living room, which was nearly reaching mountains. Of course, I've been ready for a while now. Suemo surveyed the numerous storage boxes strewn across the floor. Did I not already express that it is entirely possible to purchase everything after arriving, rendering the necessity of transporting all these items redundant? Indeed. There exists no distinction among women of any nation in this regard. Each time they venture out, they seem compelled to relocate their entire household. After all, these items are essential, and once there, the time wasted in shopping would be better spent by bringing them along. Very well. Suemo nodded in resignation. The trio exited the villa, where the moving company's vehicle, arranged by Avril, was conveniently parked outside. At that moment, Wanda directed the workers to begin loading the items from the living room onto the truck. Meanwhile, Suemo approached a Lamborghini parked nearby, accompanied only by Pietro, who carried a single shoulder bag. Casually tossing the keys he held to Pietro, who stood there, momentarily stunned by the sight of the vehicle, he said, "Give it a try and see if it meets your satisfaction." Instinctively catching the keys, Pietro gazed at the bull emblem and gradually comprehended the implication, his breath quickening with realization. Wait, are you suggesting that this car is a gift for me? Indeed, Suemo affirmed with a nod. From their previous interactions, it was evident that the current Pietro exhibited a marked contrast in character since awakening his abilities. His upbringing as an orphan instilled a trace of timidity and insecurity within him. Although his confidence had started to blossom post-training, he still lacked sufficient self-assurance at this juncture. The intention behind gifting the car was to bolster his self-esteem, for it is indeed inconceivable for one to possess a Lamborghini while harboring feelings of inferiority. Chapter 47. Sonia. Although Pietro had become accustomed to various luxuries during this period, it was his first encounter with a sports car. After all, Suemo had long since tired of such things, opting instead for vehicles that prioritized comfort and safety. For a young man like Pietro, who rarely experienced luxury automobiles, the allure of the sports car ignited an exhilarating rush of hormones within him. He eagerly approached the vehicle, admiring it from every angle. It was simply magnificent. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. This treasure was far too precious. I cannot accept it. Anticipating this reaction, Suemo opened the car door and gently urged him inside. Rest assured, the car is merely on loan to you. It has been gathering dust in my garage for years, a mere relic of my past indulgences. Perhaps you would prefer a different model? As he spoke, Suemo retrieved his phone and opened the album. Take a look and see which one you fancy. There are dozens more in the garage. In his fervent obsession with sports cars years ago, Suemo had acquired an astonishing number, most of which had only seen the road once or twice, with some never driven at all. While Wanda had decisively guided Pietro towards attending university, the choice of which institution to attend was his alone. In a bid to escape Wanda's oversight, he deliberately chose a different university from hers. Wanda would be attending a state university in Pennsylvania, while he opted for Boston University. The two institutions lay in opposite directions, each about 3 to 4 hours drive from New York. Although New York boasted many prestigious universities, under Sumo's subtle persuasion, they both chose to study out of state, allowing them to distance themselves from the dangers of the city. Hesitating upon hearing Sumo's words, Pietro ultimately relented. All right, I really do like this one. His enthusiasm for the car was undeniable. The acceptance letter and housing information were tucked away in the glove compartment. Just as he finished his thoughts, Wanda emerged from the villa. Spotting Pietro starting the car, a warning smile graced her lips. I'll come visit you during the break. Upon hearing this, Pietro's expression shifted. Ever since he decided to pursue his studies, he had been in a state of torment, as he and Wanda had both dropped out of school immediately after graduating high school, leaving him with little more than a fleeting memory of his education. To ensure he would not be overwhelmed by unfamiliarity upon entering university, Wanda had been adamant about him studying with her for 4 to 5 hours each day. While she claimed she would visit him, he was acutely aware that her true intention was to assess his academic progress. Listen, Wanda, this is entirely unnecessary. I can take care of myself. That's enough, goodbye. After speaking, Pietro ignited the engine, and with a thunderous roar, the Lamborghini vanished from their sight. As Wanda watched his receding figure, she turned to Sumo. Have I been a tad too stringent with him? Certainly not. One must acknowledge that in our homeland, students dedicate over 10 hours to their studies daily. Your leniency towards him during this period has been quite excessive. Naturally, between Wanda and Pietro, he unequivocally supported Wanda. Neither of them harbored significant concerns regarding Pietro's safety. Over 2 weeks prior, he had already demonstrated the ability to lift over a ton with his bare hands, and his sprinting prowess had shattered world records. With his current capabilities, he posed no threat to others' safety whatsoever. After bidding farewell to Pietro, they proceeded to load the remaining belongings from the villa onto the vehicle. Subsequently, the two drove a crimson Ferrari, leading the way towards Pennsylvania. 4 hours later, they entered an elegantly designed villa community. The expansive area was located less than a 10-minute drive from the state university where Wanda was headed. Soon, they halted in front of a 2-story villa, resplendent in white, accompanied by a yard exceeding 100 square meters, adorned with vibrant flowers. The two alighted from the car. What do you think? If you find this unsatisfactory, there are several more nearby that we can explore, thanks to the deeply ingrained entrepreneurial spirit of the Chinese. Sumo's parents had been avid real estate investors during their lifetime. Although their estate was now merely a fraction of what it once was, they could still be considered among the affluent elite in America. Coupled with the current sluggish property market, his parents had acquired several properties across major American cities. This was one of their previous investments. Wanda's eyes sparkled as she shook her head. No need. This place is exquisite. It embodies my dream home. With that, she stepped into the yard. At that moment, with a creak, the front door swung open, revealing a woman in her 20s. Standing at approximately 1.6 meters. She possessed long golden hair and a fair complexion that complemented her somewhat voluptuous figure, exuding an alluring aura. Perhaps due to the heat, she wore a simple cotton t-shirt paired with denim shorts, radiating youthful vitality. Glancing outside the villa, her gaze lingered briefly on the red Ferrari before settling on Sumo. Are you the homeowner, Sue? Hello, I'm Sonia Simonson, the previous caretaker of the villa. You may call me Sonia. After introducing herself, she stepped forward to shake Sumo's hand. Your secretary, Ms. Averill, spoke with me over the phone and mentioned that you would be arriving in the coming days. Sumo's parents possess an abundance of real estate. If left unattended for an extended period, many of these predominantly wooden structures are prone to decay and ruin. Furthermore, according to American law, if a property remains neglected for a prolonged duration and becomes inhabited by individuals such as vagrants, disputes over ownership may arise after they have resided there for a certain length of time. Consequently, each of Sumo's parents' houses is managed by a local individual. The remuneration for this role is modest, yet it allows the caretaker to temporarily reside in the villa. Presently, Sonia evidently finds herself in such a position. Please, follow me. Sonia beckoned the two as she led them toward the villa. Observing the tidy living room, Sumo internally nodded. It seemed that the villa was well maintained. Seizing a moment while Sumo ascended the stairs to inspect the rooms, Sonia hesitated before pulling Wanda aside. Actually, I have yet to find a suitable place to live, so, she began, her face flushing with embarrassment as she continued. I was wondering if you could grant me a bit more time to search for housing. Rest assured, I shall confine myself to the servants' quarters at night, ensuring I do not disturb either of you, and during this period, I can take responsibility for the villa's cleanliness. Chapter 48 The Armored Witch, of course, Sonia exclaimed, her request seeming somewhat excessive. If it truly came to that, she could offer compensation. At this point, a look of incredulity crossed her face. Initially, she had approached the situation with a mere sense of trial. This demand appeared rather unreasonable to her, especially since she had been informed a month prior, affording her ample time to seek accommodation. Yet, unexpectedly, the landlord of the place she had arranged had rescinded their agreement just yesterday. Therefore, she felt compelled to attempt this course of action. What? Are you suggesting that you agree? Wanda smiled and nodded. Indeed, not just for these few days. You may stay here indefinitely. My husband will not be remaining, and soon this villa will be left solely in my company, so I would actually prefer your presence here. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sonia hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. However, do you not need to consult your husband? Although Wanda had already consented, Sonia was reluctant to inadvertently create discord between them. Rest assured, my husband will not object. Despite her reassurance, Wanda ascended the stairs to relay the matter to Suemo. I have no objections, Suemo replied nonchalantly. Those tasked with watching over the property have undergone rigorous scrutiny by the company. Otherwise, encountering unscrupulous individuals would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Thus, generally speaking, the character of these caretakers is commendable, which is the primary reason for my agreement. If it were a stranger, I would have immediately declined. Wanda happily rewarded Suemo with a smile. I knew you would not refuse. Suemo casually wrapped an arm around her waist. He felt it necessary to have a word with her. Although kindness is a virtue, excessive benevolence can often invite misfortune. My dear, while being helpful is commendable, I hope you will consult me before such matters in the future. The only reason I felt comfortable allowing Sonia to stay is due to the detailed information we have about her within the company. Living under the same roof with a stranger can be perilous, as they may harbor ulterior motives. After hearing Suemo's words, Wanda recognized her own recklessness. She promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand now. It will not happen again. She was fully aware that Suemo's concerns were rooted in her safety. Noticing her downcast expression, Suemo gently patted her head. All right, just be mindful next time. Come, let me show you something interesting. After greeting Sonia downstairs, the two of them exited the villa. Suemo instructed the movers to transport all items from the truck into the villa before driving Wanda in his Ferrari towards a nearby lake indicated on the map. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in a secluded spot beside a lake. After turning off the engine, Suemo extended his right hand gently, and a crimson box materialized within his grasp. Take a look, he urged, handing the box to the other person. Wanda's face lit up with a hint of curiosity. What could it be that's so shrouded in mystery? As she opened the box, a dazzling diamond ring revealed itself within. Wow, Wanda gasped, covering her mouth with delight. What occasion is this? Why are you giving me a ring? Suemo did not respond. Instead, he retrieved the ring from the box and placed it upon her left ring finger, replacing her original wedding band. Without further ado, he grasped her right hand, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the ring. Wait, is this some kind of ancient Chinese sorcery? Wanda observed Suemo's peculiar actions with a puzzled expression. Of course not, he replied, casting her a sidelong glance, marveling at her imagination. As the blood trickled onto the ring, it absorbed the essence as if it possessed a life of its own. Wanda's astonishment was palpable. However, before she could pose any questions, she felt an immense presence of space. Due to her lack of awakening, Wanda's mental prowess could not extend outward. Thus, she could only utilize the storage ring through this blood-dripping method. What on earth is this? In an instant, a blue suitcase appeared in Wanda's hands. With a mere flicker of her gaze, the suitcase vanished once more. Oh my goodness, this is simply extraordinary. Wanda reveled in the newfound marvel. Eventually, she even placed her hand on the car, and in the next moment, the vehicle vanished, causing the two seated within to abruptly find themselves on the ground. Given that the Ferrari seats were quite low, only about half a meter from the ground, Suemo made no effort to move, allowing their bodies to collapse onto the soft grass. Sorry, Wanda exclaimed hurriedly. Suemo waved his hand dismissively. So, do you like it? He shook the ring on his left hand. Of course, I adore anything you give me. The astute Wanda refrained from inquiring about the ring's origins, fully aware of its preciousness. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words into Suemo's ear. The content of her murmur ignited a spark of anger within Suemo. However, in terms of efficiency, he found himself somewhat lacking compared to Kunzi. Resorting to the same fiery response would likely mean they would be spending the night here. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of their visit today. He instructed Wanda to retrieve the battle armor that could transform into a suitcase from the ring. Guiding her, He directed her to press a button located in the center of the suitcase with her right index finger. In barely 2 seconds, a female voice emanated from the suitcase. Master identity has been bound. Would you like to activate the battle armor? After acquiring the armor, Suemo exchanged for a control system akin to Jarvis from the marketplace. In the system, a control mechanism that barely qualifies as semi-intelligent can be exchanged for a mere 300 points. With a command from Wanda, the armor disassembled in an instant and, within less than 5 seconds, adorned her form. Enveloped entirely in the suit, Wanda emitted exclamations of astonishment. It took her several minutes, under Sumo's soothing presence, to regain her composure. During the subsequent hours, Wanda began to diligently practice maneuvering the armor through the skies, guided by the control system. Initially, she collided with trees and plunged into lakes, yet the suit's comprehensive protective features spared her from any harm. It was only after 2 hours that she gradually mastered the art of flight. After soaring through the air a few times, Wanda descended gracefully before Suemo. As the helmet retracted, it revealed her flushed face, brimming with exhilaration. Well, it's getting late. We should head back. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wanda reluctantly deactivated the armor, which transformed back into the shape of a suitcase, and she stored it within her storage ring. Whenever you have time, you can come here to practice. This way, you'll be able to protect yourself in case of danger. Wanda, touched, stepped forward and embraced Suemo. Thank you, she said, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. The vehicle that had previously vanished reappeared beside them, and she opened the door, playfully ushering Suemo inside. Chapter 49, The Ascension of the Psychic Master and Disappearance. In the training chamber of the Star Tower, Suemo sat cross-legged in midair with his eyes closed. After spending 2 days in Pennsylvania to settle Wanda, he returned to Death Island. Within his sea of consciousness, the last vestige of mental power was refined further through the operation of the divine forging technique, as all his mental energy was meticulously honed. A tremendous tremor resonated throughout the sea of consciousness. An immense quantity of mental energy began to coalesce at the very center of this realm. The highly concentrated mist-like energy gradually transformed into a liquid state. Before long, a miniature water sphere began to form within the sea of consciousness. At the moment the water sphere took shape, an intense suction force surged, drawing in the surrounding mental energy and creating a colossal vortex within the sea of consciousness. The size of the water sphere expanded in tandem with the influx of mental energy. After more than half an hour, the mental power in the sea had been nearly entirely absorbed by the water sphere. Suemo understood that what remained was the most critical step to becoming a planetary-level psychic master, to compress the water sphere to form a solid, planet-like crystalline core. Condense, Suemo silently urged, channeling his mental energy to forcefully contract the water sphere towards its center. Although it had transformed into a liquid state, this mental energy still belonged to him and remained under his control. The volume of the water sphere was drastically reduced in a remarkably short time, shrinking to less than 1% of its original size. Not enough. Suemo gritted his teeth. The current level of compression was still insufficient to achieve a solid state. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to exert further pressure on the miniature water sphere. Success or failure hinged on this pivotal moment. Boom. At what seemed to be a critical juncture, the water sphere rapidly solidified, transforming into a sky-blue polygonal crystal. Once the crystal had fully hardened, an inexhaustible energy surged forth, causing his consciousness space to expand at an astonishing rate, multiplying in size by hundreds within mere seconds. In that moment, Suemo felt as though his soul had undergone a significant metamorphosis. His mind became extraordinarily lucid as he slowly opened his eyes. The jubilant voice of Xing-Ji echoed within the training chamber. Congratulations, Master, on your ascension to planetary-level psychic master. As her words faded, an abundance of colorful ribbons and confetti filled the air, cascading down and vanishing upon reaching the ground. Seeing the spectacle created by Xing-Ji, Suemo was left speechless. Who taught you this? Internet. Isn't this how celebrations are conducted in your world, Master? Oh, and there's more. In an instant, bottles of champagne appeared in the training chamber, followed by a series of pop sounds as the contents sprayed everywhere. Stop. Suemo swiftly materialized outside the training chamber, casting a disapproving glance at Xing-Ji, who stood across from him. Please refrain from such chaotic antics next time. Of course, Master. You must be tired from your training. Allow me to massage your shoulders. As she spoke, Xing-Ji approached Suemo from behind, placing her hands upon his shoulders and gently kneading them. Simultaneously, her body pressed against his back, causing Suemo to become acutely aware of her remarkable talent. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, he had attempted to retaliate, yet each time, she had chosen to retreat at the crucial moment. In essence, Xingji was adept at igniting the flames but utterly indifferent to extinguishing them. Frustrated after several encounters that left him gritting his teeth, Suemo could only strive to avoid her. Realizing that she was about to employ her usual tactics once more, Suemo promptly decided to exit the Star Tower. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon pressing the answer button, Avril's voice resonated from the other end. "Boss, something has happened to Annie." Upon hearing this, Suemo's expression shifted. Among the girlfriends he had dated over the years, Annie was the one with whom he had spent the most time. They had begun their relationship when she was still a student. However, Annie understood Suemo's character well enough to know he would not become ensnared by a single situation, and at that time, her aspiration was to become an actress. They had thus struck a mutual agreement, she, driven by ambition, and he, motivated by desire. Suemo assisted her in becoming a top Hollywood star, and in return, she accepted her role as his girlfriend, entirely unperturbed by his extramarital escapades. After several years, it would be impossible to claim that their relationship lacked any emotional depth. Avril was also aware of this, which explained why she contacted him despite knowing he was married to Wanda. Upon receiving the alarming news of Annie's predicament, Suemo could not remain indifferent. From Avril, he learned that Annie had mysteriously disappeared several days prior while filming. Her parents had already filed a police report, yet there had been no updates regarding her whereabouts. After a moment's hesitation, he scrolled through his phone and dialed a number. A moment later, the voice of Agent Hill came through the line. "Sue, it seems you're in trouble. I need to know about Annie." Sumo's inclination was to avoid extensive interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, there was no alternative. If any organization possessed comprehensive knowledge of events within the United States, it was undoubtedly them. Sumo had contemplated establishing an intelligence network of his own. The most suitable method would naturally be to procure an intelligent life form within the system. Not to mention that even a semi-intelligent life form, as defined by the system, would surpass Jarvis by several levels. If he had such an asset, the entire network of Earth would become his private domain. Unfortunately, even a semi-intelligent life required a substantial 60,000 points for redemption, a feat he was presently unable to achieve. Of course, Xingji within the Star Tower could likely facilitate this with greater ease. Yet, given his current capabilities, he could not wield control over the Star Tower, and Xingji, as its spirit, could not leave her own consciousness. For now, he had no choice but to seek assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. After hanging up, Hill hurried to Nick Fury's office. Since the last time he witnessed Sumo's remarkable abilities, Sumo's standing in Nick Fury's mind has ascended several levels. He specifically instructed Hill to report any information regarding the individual at all times. Upon hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury did not exhibit much surprise on his face. Casually, he handed Hill a document containing the information he sought. Hill's expression shifted as she accepted the document and glanced at its contents. "Were you already aware that the other party would call?" "Indeed." A profound and inscrutable expression graced Nick Fury's features. "I received a report regarding the Annie incident this morning and have already dispatched Natasha to ensure the other party's protection. This presents an excellent opportunity to forge a connection with them." Chapter 50. The Mutant Annie. Moments later, Suemo received the information sent by Hill on his phone. After perusing its contents, he waved his hand, and a portal to another dimension slowly materialized beside him. Surprised, Suemo examined his hands. It was only upon wielding magic that he realized, after ascending to the ranks of a planetary-level telepath, although his total psychic power had not increased significantly, its quality was now several times greater than before. Casting spells felt considerably easier than it had in the past. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 1, 425, 320 kilograms. Speed, 1, 360 ms. Telekinesis, 1, 260. 000 kg. Special ability, Spatial Freezing. Points, 23, 420. Level, planetary level first stage. His telekinetic strength had increased by approximately 20%. He wondered if he could successfully perform the dream walking technique now. However, this was not the time for such considerations. He needed to rescue Annie first. With that thought, he stepped into the portal before him. Palm Bay, Florida. In a dilapidated motel by a crumbling street, two figures stood by the window, observing the scene outside. Once they confirmed that no enemies had followed them, they settled onto the bed in the room. The two were none other than the missing Annie and Natasha, a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. What were those creatures? Why are they pursuing me? Annie asked, her voice trembling as she gazed at Natasha. Natasha reloaded her firearm and tucked it into her thigh holster. Those are called Sentinel robots, specifically designed to capture mutants. Upon hearing this, Annie's expression turned to one of shock. Haven't humans already established peace with mutants? Why is this happening? Do you really believe what those politicians say? Natasha remarked casually, wiping a wound on her face. All right then. Annie sat on the bed, extending her right hand. The moisture in the air swiftly converged towards her fingertip, forming a large crystalline shard of ice in mere moments. The powers of a mutant are truly astonishing. She had gone missing because, a few days prior, she had discovered her newfound ability to conjure ice out of thin air, which she could not yet control, prompting her to hide. During those days, everything she touched turned to shards of ice, leaving her unable even to contact her family. Just as she managed to gain control over her powers, she found herself targeted by a number of robots intent on capturing her. Fortunately, her abilities were not weak, and at a critical moment, this self-proclaimed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had come to her rescue. I advise you to conserve your strength, Natasha said as she lay back on the bed. The fastest reinforcements will not arrive until nightfall. For now, we must rely on ourselves. No sooner had she spoken than her expression suddenly changed. Rising to the door, I peered through the crack, gazing outside. The inn was situated by the seaside, and stepping beyond the fence that surrounded the backyard, the beach lay less than 100 meters away. At that moment, 3 Sentinel robots, each towering over 5 meters, descended slowly from the sky. This is bad. We must hurry. Natasha rushed to the window and flung it open. Follow me. Without hesitation, she leaped out. Their room was on the 2nd floor, merely 3 or 4 meters off the ground. Upon hearing her, Annie hastily approached the window as well. Thanks to her experience in action films, she too landed gracefully on the ground. Once on solid earth, the two did not linger but swiftly boarded a car parked by the street, and the vehicle accelerated towards the intersection. Behind the inn, the robots emitted a blaring alarm. Signs of mutant presence detected. In an instant, 3 figures soared into the air once more. Thanks to their mutant detection devices, the Sentinel robots captured Annie's silhouette in under 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Natasha was steering the vehicle along another coastal road. The 3 Sentinel robots showed no consideration for pedestrians, accelerating directly in front of the car, their arms crashing heavily onto the vehicle's hood. The car nearly took flight from the impact. The sudden deceleration nearly sent both women through the windows, but fortunately, the seatbelts performed their duty. Moments later, they emerged from the car, rubbing the spots where the seatbelts had constricted them. Damn, I almost choked to death, Natasha exclaimed, directing a sardonic greeting towards the Sentinel robots. However, the robots remained unresponsive, their gaze fixated entirely on Annie as they advanced towards her. Run! Natasha shouted to Annie, drawing specially designed pistols from her thighs and firing at the robots. The bullets struck the robotic bodies, only to ricochet harmlessly away, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Nevertheless, her actions did draw the attention of the Sentinel robots. Come on, you fools! After shouting, Natasha turned and sprinted in another direction. She understood well that they were no match for these Sentinel robots alone. Her only option was to buy time until help arrived. Observing the 2 women fleeing in opposite directions, the 3 Sentinel robots decided to split their efforts. One pursued Natasha while the other 2 charged towards Annie. After all, capturing mutants was their primary objective. Annie glanced back at the 2 pursuing Sentinel robots and quickly turned to run towards the beach. The choice to rest at the seaside had been made due to Annie's abilities. Although she could condense ice from the air, it required sufficient humidity to do so. In the inland areas, she risked depleting the nearby moisture with a single use of her power. At the seaside, the atmosphere was distinctly different. It was undoubtedly her domain, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. After sprinting a mere 50 meters, the pursuing robots were already within 5 meters of her. Upon realizing this, a glint of icy blue flickered in Annie's eyes. The surrounding moisture swiftly coalesced around the robots, transforming them into 2 exquisite ice sculptures within seconds. However, before Annie could exhale in relief, cracks began to appear on the surface of the sculptures. Observing this, Annie wasted no time and activated her abilities once more. The moisture within a 100-meter radius was swiftly drawn away, thickening the ice encasing the 2 Sentinel robots to nearly a meter. Despite this, Annie remained vigilant, enduring the fatigue coursing through her body as she fled into the distance. Meanwhile, Natasha, while escaping, occasionally fired a few shots behind her to draw the enemy's ire. Unlike Annie, she opted for narrow alleyways. Although the Sentinel robots wreaked havoc on the buildings flanking the path, scattering pedestrians in terror, this chaos momentarily hindered their pursuit of her. However, as Natasha emerged from a narrow path, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of 3 Sentinel robots reappearing before her. Surely, this could not be happening. Chapter 51. You will regret this. As Natasha contemplated retreating, she suddenly spotted the pursuing robot emerging from a nearby alley. Her expression shifted dramatically. Ms. Natasha, due to your obstruction of the Sentinel Special Operations, we are now authorized to arrest you. A man's voice resonated from the robot, standing at the forefront. Go to hell. Natasha paid no heed to the proclamation, charging directly toward the Sentinel robot behind her. Although the Sentinel robot was manufactured by the TRIS group, it was effectively controlled by the government's Sentinel Special Operations, a department operating at the same echelon as SHIELD. In theory, both entities belong to the government's special authority. In a mere instant, as she closed the distance, Natasha executed a sliding maneuver, gliding between the robot's legs. During her passage, she affixed a circular device onto the Sentinel robot. Zzz. The device emitted a crackling sound of electricity. After a convulsive spasm, the Sentinel robot collapsed to the ground. Without a glance back, Natasha sprinted towards the entrance from whence she came. The 3 robots stationed across the way, witnessing her escape, ceased to hold back. A needle-like projectile was launched from the central robot, swiftly piercing Natasha's shoulder, a fine wire trailing from the robot's appendage. A sharp pain shot through her shoulder as an electric current surged through her body. Overwhelmed by paralysis, she began to topple forward. Fortunately, at that moment, Annie dashed in from a nearby street, quickly removing the device embedded in Natasha and assisting her in fleeing to safety. Meanwhile, the Sentinel robot encased in ice, having failed to break free through brute force, began to glow a vivid red as it emitted an intense heat. The ice enveloping it rapidly melted away. At this stage, the Sentinel robots had not yet attained the invincibility of their later forms, which could effortlessly replicate the abilities of their opponents. Each Sentinel robot possessed only a singular, unchanging ability. Upon the initial discovery of Annie's ice-based powers, the Trisk Industries had dispatched these robots, all endowed with fire-based abilities. Once the robots extricated themselves, they immediately pursued the direction in which Annie had fled. Minutes later, 5 Sentinel robots cornered the 2 women in a dead end. Observing the blocked path ahead, anxiety washed over Annie's face. This is bad. Natasha's previously numb body began to regain its faculties, drawing 2 retractable batons from her person. She charged at the robot behind her. All her advanced weaponry had been expended, and the previous pulse bomb had been her last. Wielding the batons, she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the robot, but such efforts proved futile against the metallic form of the Sentinel, causing no discernible damage whatsoever. Natasha, returning to her original position, glanced at Annie and spread her hands in exasperation. It appears my combat skills are of no use against them. It's up to you now. Upon hearing this, Annie shook her head anxiously. No, I just overexerted myself. I cannot use my abilities for the time being. Upon hearing this, Natasha retracted her extendable baton. Then we can only pray that your ex-boyfriend and the director possess the capability to rescue us from the Sentinel Special Operations. She was well aware of Nick Fury's intention in sending her to protect Annie, which was primarily to recruit Shiomo. Of course, there might also be an ulterior motive to recruit Annie, for she had proven herself formidable after awakening her powers. Seeing that the 2 had no escape, a group of soldiers emerged from behind the Sentinel robots, led by a middle-aged man. Ms. Annie, we would like you to come with us. The man paid no heed to Natasha standing nearby. Her research on mutants held little significance, and even if they took her back, it would likely not be long before the SHIELD personnel arrived to take her away, making the endeavor unnecessary. Of course. But I wonder what crime I have committed. Do you possess an arrest warrant? At this moment, Annie had calmed down. She understood that they could not possibly have an arrest warrant. Her statement was merely a tactic to buy time. The man, upon hearing her words, wore a disdainful smile. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you are quite useful for our research at this moment. Before she could react, he gestured lightly to the soldiers behind him. Those soldiers, in response, retrieved a mutant ability suppression collar, intending to place it on Annie. Wait, Natasha interjected, halting their actions. The man, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of impatience. Ms. Natasha, you have repeatedly obstructed our operations. Out of respect for your director, we will overlook this. But I hope you do not overstep your bounds. In response, Natasha donned a nonchalant smile. I merely wish to kindly remind you that Ms. Annie's boyfriend is no ordinary individual. Should you provoke him, you may soon find yourselves regretting it. Following the incident involving Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D. had naturally initiated an investigation into his whereabouts. After some time, they had made preliminary deductions about his location, focusing their attention on Death Island. The fact that Death Island had been privately purchased by Magneto could not possibly escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny. Furthermore, during this period, they had tracked Shiomo's frequent presence on Death Island through mobile phone location data. Considering the animosity between Shiomo and Magneto, coupled with the fact that Magneto had been taken away by someone, it was not difficult to conclude that Shiomo had subdued Magneto and relocated him to Death Island. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Nick Fury's assessment of Shiomo's strength escalated significantly, categorizing him as one of the most formidable individuals to avoid provoking. After all, the destructive power unleashed by mutants like Magneto, when driven to madness, is nearly comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, as long as these individuals refrain from causing upheaval. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not provoke them lightly. Of course, these matters are deliberately made known by Suemo, as exhibiting certain capabilities can preemptively avert troublesome situations. In the case at hand, upon learning of the incident, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s initial response was to ensure Annie's safety. Upon hearing Natasha's warning, the man let out a derisive scoff. Regret? It seems that no one has yet been born who could bring our Sentinel Special Operations Division to regret. Is that so? Just as his words fell, a portal slowly materialized before him, and Suemo stepped through. Upon seeing his figure, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, casting a surprised glance at the closing portal. I thought you had abandoned your little girlfriend. Meanwhile, Annie rushed into his embrace with fervor. Chapter 52. This must all be a lie. It was not until half a minute later that Annie reluctantly withdrew from Suemo's embrace. At that moment, a glimmer of tears welled up in her eyes. It's all right. Suemo spoke soothingly upon noticing Annie's expression. In his recollection, such a demeanor was a rarity for her. She was typically adorned with a smile, exuding an air of carefree joy. After all, with Suemo as her boyfriend, she had encountered little adversity in the entertainment industry. Evidently, this incident had genuinely unsettled her. Only then did Annie become aware of Suemo's peculiar arrival. Wait, how did you get here? I thought I saw a spark-emitting hole. Are you also a mutant? That would be considered a form of magic, Suemo explained. Magic? You're a wizard, and you've never told me after all these years? A trace of disappointment crossed Annie's face. Actually, never mind, this isn't the time for explanations. I'll clarify everything when we get back. With that, Suemo turned his gaze toward a group of soldiers and several Sentinel robots before him. It seems you are truly unscrupulous in your quest for research. Not long ago, Raven had already divulged all the information she possessed to Suemo, but her knowledge was quite limited, given that she had been imprisoned as a captive. Suemo had initially intended to confront them only after advancing to a planetary-level psychic, yet he had not anticipated that they would come to him first. Upon witnessing Suemo's extraordinary entrance, those soldiers, including the leading man, felt a twinge of unease. However, the sight of 5 Sentinel robots standing behind them rekindled a flicker of confidence within the man. They were not unfamiliar with mutants possessing such abilities. There had once been a specimen within their base known as the Red Devil. Moreover, the capabilities of the individual before them were evidently inferior to those of the Red Devil, whose powers could manifest instantaneously, whisking his adversaries into the air before they could react. In contrast, the abilities exhibited by Suemo appeared to have considerable latency. You scoundrels. We are fighting for the future of humanity. Abominations like you should not even exist. Faced with the man's self-righteousness, Suemo found no desire to engage in further discourse. With a casual wave of his right hand, an enormous portal materialized beneath the soldiers. Before they could react, they plummeted through the opening. On the other side of the portal, thousands of meters above, dozens of camouflaged soldiers descended like paratroopers in freefall. The only distinction was that these soldiers lacked parachutes. Only 5 Sentinel robots activated their propulsion systems, hovering in place. Naturally, the middle-aged man at the forefront was also supported by a Sentinel robot, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. As he gazed at the soldiers in the sky, the man commanded the Sentinel robots behind him, "Save them." The remaining 4 robots received their orders and attempted to ascend into the sky. However, Suemo was evidently unwilling to grant them this opportunity. A planetary-level psychic force enveloped the robots, causing them to malfunction almost instantaneously. The remnants of the Sentinel robots that had previously besieged the White Queen had already been entrusted to the researchers under Baron Strack. Although they had yet to replicate the technology, they had thoroughly analyzed the structure of the Sentinel robots. Suemo was well aware of the location of the control center within these robots. By merely obliterating this control center, he could render the robots nothing more than scrap metal. The disabled robots slowly floated before Suemo, who collected them into his storage ring. With a new control center, these machines could transform into his loyal guardians. The middle-aged man, cradled in the grip of the robot, watched helplessly as Suemo executed his actions, unable to intervene. Once the robots vanished, he plummeted to the ground. The intense pain jolted him back to reality. An illusion? Yes, this must be an illusion you have cast. I will not be deceived. Sentinel, attack. With that, the man cleverly closed his eyes, believing that as long as he remained unaffected, the Sentinel robots would surely vanquish Suemo, for they were not intimidated by psychic abilities. Observing this scene, Suemo and his companions could only chuckle in disbelief. Who would have thought he would uncover their ruse so easily? Stepping forward, Suemo delivered a sharp slap to the man's face, knocking several of his teeth loose. How does that feel? Not painful at all, I presume? Suemo then brutally stomped down a few times on the man's groin. The man emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. An illusion. This is not real. Clutching his groin, he howled, blood frothing from his mouth. At that moment, the soldiers who had fallen from the sky finally landed successfully, the sound of their impact resonating on the ground, creating blooming splashes of crimson. Suemo's gaze shifted towards the distant sky, where shapes the size of flies appeared on the horizon. Moments later, they flew closer to the group. Once again, they were Sentinel robots, but this time there were 17 or 18 of them. At the forefront sat a young man clad in a white coat. Once the youth descended, he hurriedly approached to assist the middle-aged man. Captain Wayne, are you all right? Lyle? The man's face displayed disbelief upon seeing the young man and the reinforcements of Sentinel robots behind him. How could this be? It was only then that he began to comprehend that everything that had transpired was not merely an illusion. Gazing at the pools of blood on the ground, Wayne shot Suemo a venomous glare. Kill him! Kill him! Before the Sentinel robots could act, Suemo had already taken the initiative, striking first with unwavering resolve. After destroying the control center of these robots, he gathered them all into his spatial ring. Once finished, Suemo smiled at Wayne and remarked, "In the illusion I have created, how could you possibly harm me?" Upon hearing Suemo's words, Wayne appeared utterly deranged. This is an illusion. No, it's real. But then again, Captain Wayne, a normal individual, was driven to madness by Suemo's series of actions. The young man named Lyle, too, changed his expression. Have we entered an illusion? After all, he was well aware of the combat capabilities of the Sentinel robots. Witnessing the dismantling of the Sentinel robots was indeed absurd. Even Natasha and Annie, standing behind Suemo, found themselves uncertain about the nature of what they were witnessing. Was it reality or illusion? Natasha gazed at Suemo's figure in the distance, and at that moment, she truly found him inscrutable. No wonder Nick Fury had gone to great lengths to win him over, with such enigmatic abilities. Any adversary would surely be driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 53. The Sentinel Special Operations Office submerged beneath the sea upon witnessing the collapse of his adversary. Suemo lost all interest in further tormenting him. A colossal spatial portal manifested beneath them, and the group plummeted downwards in unison. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled Annie and Natasha, yet almost instantly, Suemo enveloped each of them in his embrace. Emerging from the portal, they found themselves suspended above an island. Natasha gazed down at the structures dotting the island, her expression transforming into one of astonishment as she looked at Suemo, who was now within arm's reach. Indeed, this was the headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations Office. Situated on a diminutive island of less than 1 square kilometer adjacent to Manhattan, the entire isle was under the jurisdiction of the office. With Suemo's affirming nod, Natasha's demeanor shifted significantly. What do you intend to do? Suemo offered no response, gently descending to the ground and releasing their forms. However, Annie clung to him tenaciously, and it took considerable effort for him to pry her away, eliciting a look of discontent from her. Wayne and Lyle, on the other hand, were not as fortunate, plummeting directly into the uppermost level of the island's main structure. This edifice served as the office building for the Sentinel Special Operations Office, and its top floor housed a vast conference room. At that moment, the conference room was filled with high-ranking officials of the office, and a massive screen on one wall displayed information regarding Annie. The discussion centered around strategies for capturing this mutant. The abrupt entrance of two figures crashing into the conference room startled everyone present. As the dust settled, the attendees cautiously emerged from their respective cover, only to discern that the two forms on the ground were indeed the dispatched agents. Oh no! The expressions of everyone in the office shifted dramatically upon seeing the fallen figures. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Everyone is here. A familiar voice echoed in their ears. It was only then that they noticed a figure had stealthily taken position by the window. Meanwhile, Natasha and Annie, positioned on the outskirts of the island, watched as the centrally located, multi-story structure began to tremble violently before slowly levitating into the air. In mere moments, the building accelerated upward, transforming into a mere speck within their line of sight. Within the top floor conference room, the attendees felt the building's ascent, their eyes betraying a mix of terror and disbelief. The structure had now soared to several thousand meters, the air growing increasingly thin. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man, seemingly the highest-ranking official, steadied himself against the table and rose to confront Suemo. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded, fully aware that this entire predicament was orchestrated by the young man before him. "To utterly dismantle your organization," Suemo declared resolutely. "No, you cannot do this. We are a government-affiliated department. Your actions will render you a criminal against the state." Upon hearing Suemo's words, the leading man issued a feeble warning. "Is that so? It matters not. What is of paramount importance is that you shall soon embark upon an exhilarating journey." Just as Suemo finished speaking, the ascending structure gradually came to a halt, only to begin its freefall descent. To ensure an adequate velocity, Suemo exerted an additional downward force. Within mere seconds, the structure's speed soared past 100 meters per second. The intense sensation of weightlessness caused all occupants to cling desperately to the ceiling, their screams piercing the air. They could scarcely fathom that, in the midst of middle age, they would experience such an extreme sport. Several older individuals succumbed to shock under the sheer speed. "Enjoy yourselves." Suemo beamed a kind smile at the people on the ceiling before vanishing from sight. On the island, as the building accelerated toward the ground, the remaining staff and the other structures were thrown into disarray. They hastily drove towards the bridge connecting to the mainland. Natasha and Annie, bewildered by the spectacle, felt a sudden tightening around their waists. Suemo had appeared behind them without their notice, swiftly grasping both of them and darting through a portal. When the trio reappeared, they found themselves atop a high-rise building. Recognizing the distant, familiar island, the two realized they were now in Manhattan, gazing across the sea at the island. Above the island, the building's descent was nearing the speed of sound. In an instant, it crashed down with tremendous force. A colossal roar followed, and a mushroom cloud erupted from the island's position. In Sumo's mind, a series of notifications echoed. Eliminated antagonist gained 142 points. Eliminated antagonist gained 156 points. The notifications persisted for a full 3 to 4 minutes before ceasing. Minutes later, as the dust settled, Natasha gasped at the sight of the island, now fragmented and slowly sinking under the immense impact. In the SHIELD headquarters in the director's office, Nick Fury leisurely sipped his coffee, observing the slowly descending island on the monitor before him. "Director, won't our inaction provoke dissatisfaction from the Department of Defense?" Coulson, standing beside him, wore a look of concern. "Of course, they will be displeased, especially since the Sentinel program has their backing," Nick Fury replied, revealing a row of impeccably white teeth against his dark complexion. "But frankly, that is of no concern to me. The White House has made it abundantly clear that mutants and ordinary humans are entitled to the same rights. It is these individuals who continuously tarnish the government's reputation. Otherwise, SHIELD would not be without a single high-level combatant." Clearly, Nick Fury opposed the Department of Defense's establishment of the Sentinel Task Force, aware that the abilities of awakened mutants varied greatly. Among them are numerous beings of formidable strength. Should these individuals be integrated into SHIELD, the agency's capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, allowing it to address supernatural cases with greater finesse. However, due to the presence of the Sentinel Special Operations, mutants harbor a profound aversion towards governmental institutions. To this day, SHIELD has yet to recruit a single powerful mutant. Nick Fury finds himself somewhat helpless in this regard. In his view, the actions of the mutants are entirely justifiable. Even if he were in their position, upon hearing of the Sentinel's deeds, he would find it impossible to expose his identity to a government entity. This has led S.H.I.E.L.D. to collaborate with Xavier's Academy when faced with particularly daunting challenges. On the rooftop of a Manhattan building, as he observed the gradually silencing island, Suemo turned to Natasha beside him. Although he was acting under the orders of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Without her intervention, Annie would likely have endured considerable hardship this time. With that, Suemo extended his right hand, and a small booklet materialized within it. Consider this a token of appreciation. However, this token is meant solely for you. Remember to incinerate it after perusal. Without waiting for a reply, he thrust the booklet into Natasha's hands and, with Annie in tow, stepped through a portal. Chapter 54. New skills unlocked. Natasha gazed at the two individuals who had just vanished from her sight, picking up the small booklet in her hand. She glanced at it briefly. The characters on the cover were unfamiliar to her. Upon opening the book, she was relieved to find that the contents were entirely in English. After casually scanning a few lines, her eyes widened in astonishment. The text described only the first 5 levels of the Thunderblade technique, which, upon mastery, could quintuple one's physical strength. Additionally, this method also promised to enhance one's physique, albeit at a considerably slower rate than consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, Natasha was overwhelmed with excitement. Her combat skills had nearly reached perfection. Her only shortcoming was her physical condition. The prospect of amplifying her physical attributes tenfold was exhilarating. She harbored no doubts about the exaggerated claims within the booklet. She had just witnessed Sumo's enigmatic abilities firsthand. It was inconceivable that he would engage in such trivial deception. With this thought, she cherished the booklet as a treasure, tucking it into her chest as she made her way downstairs. She could hardly wait to practice the Chinese martial arts contained within. Meanwhile, Suemo and Annie traversed through a spatial portal, emerging atop a towering building. He had chosen to present the Thunderblade manual as a token of gratitude because it was particularly suitable for Annie. The primary reason, however, was that it incurred no cost. He could replicate as many copies as he desired. He had limited her to 10 levels, not out of stinginess, but because his storage ring contained only this particular manuscript documenting 10 levels. He had prepared these manuals recently, intending to pass them on to Soren and his group. Having made over 100 copies, under the influence of the White Queen's mental prowess, Soren and his companions had been thoroughly brainwashed. They would not hesitate for a moment, even if Suemo commanded them to perish, by entrusting them with the manuals. Their enhanced capabilities would significantly expedite the accumulation of points for him. Annie observed the towering letters before her, Trask Industries. This was the company responsible for the creation of those robots, she realized. Having some knowledge of the history of mutants and Sentinel robots, she confirmed, indeed. Suemo nodded in affirmation. Since they had already made their move, he would leave no room for negotiation. At that moment, a deafening alarm resonated throughout the building below. Within Trask Industries, devices capable of detecting mutants were scattered everywhere. Any mutant entering within 100 meters of the building would trigger these mechanisms. Standing atop the skyscraper, both Suemo and Annie heard the alarm blaring from within. However, Suemo remained unfazed, calmly descending the stairs. In an instant, the surveillance equipment throughout the building was obliterated. As they entered the top floor, a group of armed soldiers burst forth from around the corner. Upon seeing Suemo and his companion, the leading officer aimed a device resembling a compass at them, which emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. Confirming that these two were indeed the invading mutants, the soldiers promptly directed their weapons towards them. "Crouch and cover your heads," the officer warned. However, Suemo remained undeterred and continued to advance towards them. Observing this, the soldiers hesitated not for a moment, almost simultaneously pulling the triggers of their firearms. In the aftermath of a barrage of gunfire, the soldiers were horrified to witness the bullets suspended motionless in midair. "Disperse," the officer shouted in a panic, retreating into a nearby room. Although the soldiers reacted swiftly, they were significantly slower than the bullets. After a chorus of anguished cries, only the leading officer emerged unscathed. This was not due to the opponent's quick reflexes, but rather Suemo's deliberate choice to spare him. Before the officer could revel in his fortune, Suemo appeared before him. "Where is your psychic shielding device?" To prevent the intrusion of telepaths, the Trisk group had established a psychic shielding device within this building. Mutants with psychic abilities would find their powers suppressed within this vicinity. I don't. As he began to speak, a sudden, searing pain shot through his shoulder. His severed right arm fell to the ground, while a gleaming throwing knife hovered in the air beside Sumo, devoid of any bloodstains. Ah! The man screamed in terror. Sumo regarded him with an impassive expression. I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts. I will speak. I will speak. The officer stammered in fright. Moments later, Sumo and his companion vanished from the room, leaving behind only a colossal ice sculpture. In just a few days, Annie's worldview had undergone a profound transformation. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she harbored no fondness for those who persecuted mutants. In her first act of killing, she felt no fear. Instead, there was a subtle thrill coursing through her. On the basement level of the building, Sumo gazed at a colossal apparatus towering 6 to 7 meters high, guarded by 2 sentinel robots. Upon the sudden appearance of the 2 individuals, the robots emitted a synthetic electronic voice. Identity card information not detected. Before the sentence could conclude, the red lights in the robot's eyes extinguished. Sumo glanced at the apparatus, which instantly converged into a massive metallic sphere. With the psychic shielding device rendered ineffective, a spatial portal opened nearby. On the other side, Emma, who was bathing, regarded Sumo with a look of exasperation. Calmly, she wrapped a towel around herself. Boss, next time you have business, could you at least give me a call beforehand? Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Sumo's face. I apologize. I did not anticipate that you would be bathing at noon. Women do not concern themselves with the passage of time while bathing. Nearby, Annie's eyes flitted between the 2 individuals, her feminine intuition and the calm demeanor of the other suggesting a complex relationship. Moments later, as Emma emerged from the spatial portal, donned in her attire, she assertively wrapped her arms around Sumo's. Emma's gaze swept over Annie, whose neck was arched defiantly, eliciting a nonchalant smile from her. Then, a glint of silver flickered in Emma's eyes as her mental prowess surged, scanning the surroundings fervently. The Trisk group, she murmured under her breath before inquiring of Sumo. Boss, what shall we do? Take all the technicians and data. It's quite simple. Emma nodded in agreement. Within the building, the researchers momentarily paused, exchanging glances before methodically organizing the materials at hand. During this time, the higher-ups of the Trisk group stood frozen, while those deemed inconsequential, resembling mere janitors, departed under Emma's command. Hours later, as the spatial portal sealed, a deafening roar erupted from the base of the Trisk tower, which began to collapse slowly. Upon returning to Death Island, Sumo entrusted Emma with the individuals and the sentinel robots contained within the ring, before escorting Annie back to their seaside villa. After making a phone call to family, Annie nestled into Sumo's embrace, her voice sweetly expressing gratitude. Darling, thank you. In her eyes, Sumo had obliterated the 2 organizations solely for her sake, filling her heart with profound appreciation. Sumo wrapped his arm around her soft waist, replying, You know, what I seek is not merely verbal gratitude. In response, Annie's face blossomed with a different smile. Then would you care to experience a chilling sensation? Chapter 55, Dreaming Through Parallel Universes, S-H-I-E-L-D. What? This was done by Sue? Nick Fury exclaimed, rising from his seat in astonishment. His gaze fixated intently on Natasha across the table. Of course, I was right there. Natasha nodded. From the moment Sumo escorted her to the island, she understood that he intended to display his abilities to S-H-I-E-L-D. Thus, she did not withhold this information from the director. Are you joking, Natasha? This is not amusing. Agent Hill chimed in, arms akimbo, her expression one of disbelief as she tapped on the screen in front of her. You sent the signal half an hour before the incident from Florida. How could it possibly reach the Sentinel Special Operations Center in New York within mere minutes? I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, Natasha admitted. She merely gestured in front of him, and a passage appeared before us. As she spoke, Natasha mimicked Sumo's motion with her hand. I know this sounds fantastical, but it is indeed the truth. As she continued, Natasha felt her own words lacked persuasive power. I believe you, Nick Fury interjected as he settled back into his chair. I once encountered references to such magic in a classified dossier. Exactly. Natasha's face lit up with excitement. The other party claimed it was indeed a form of magic. It seems that I have made yet another astute decision. A faint smile crept onto Nick Fury's face, the more formidable Sumo proved to be. The greater the returns on their prior investments for S-H-I-E-L-D. in the single dormitory assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Having completed her report, Natasha eagerly returned. She retrieved the booklet detailing the Thunder Blade from her pocket and began to study it intently. The more she delved into it, the more her excitement grew. After over half an hour, she made her way to the training facility located on the ground floor of the dormitory. Her rigorous combat training had honed her physical control to near perfection. Approaching the punching bag where she usually trained, Natasha recalled the method of force application described in the first level of the Thunderblade. With her right hand slowly forming a fist, she struck the bag with considerable force. However, she immediately sensed that her technique was flawed. After retracting her fist, she continued to experiment, following her instincts. 3 hours later, having thrown hundreds of punches, Natasha was on the verge of giving up. Frustrated, she unleashed a careless punch at the bag, instinctively applying the technique from the manual. The dual forces converged almost instantaneously. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the training room as the punching bag shattered under the overwhelming strength. Natasha stared in disbelief at her hands. She had truly mastered it. In her excitement, she pulled out her phone, eager to call Suemo and express her gratitude. However, she soon realized that she did not possess his contact number. In his heart, he silently resolved to express his gratitude to the other party in person in a few days. Recalling Suemo's previous instructions, she recited the contents of the booklet from memory and subsequently destroyed it. On Death Island, Suemo sat in the training room of the Star Tower. After spending a night on the island, Annie was sent home by Suemo. She had decided to remain on the island in the future, but prior to that, she needed to return home to spend some time with her parents. Many had perished at Suemo's hands yesterday, yet they were merely ordinary individuals. And the accumulated points did not exceed 50,000. To him now, these points were merely a drop in the bucket. However, with his recent breakthrough to a planetary-level mental practitioner, he felt confident that he could successfully cast the dream-walking technique. He had instructed Emma not to disturb him during this period. At that moment, as the dark grimoire appeared before him, it slowly turned to the page of the dream-walking technique. Suemo closed his eyes. The technique that had troubled him for a long time was surprisingly executed with remarkable ease. As the spell was completed, Suemo felt his soul soar out of his body. The dark grimoire before him transformed into a stream of black light, entering the center of his soul, where it formed a magical emblem upon his brow. Soon after, his soul was drawn into a vortex. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar space. Gazing into the distance, the magnificent scene before him elicited an involuntary gasp. At the end of the void, there existed a colossal sphere from which a thick, luminous line extended. After a distance, this line bifurcated, and each of the resulting branches further divided, ultimately transforming the original single beam of light into countless threads. These threads varied in thickness, resembling branches splitting from a giant tree, gradually dispersing. From the records within the dark grimoire, Suemo learned that each thread represented a parallel world, and the greater the extraordinary power of a world, the thicker the thread. Conversely, the thinnest threads indicated worlds devoid of extraordinary power. Observing the thread corresponding to his own world, he noted its substantial girth, akin to the trunk of a tree. It appeared that his world was among the pinnacle of combat prowess within these parallel realms. Suemo sighed. According to the records of the dream-walking technique, merely touching those threads would allow one to enter the corresponding parallel world. In the parallel world, his counterpart, being a perfect match for his soul, would naturally serve as the ideal vessel. For his inaugural attempt at the dream-walking technique, Suemo decided to select a world devoid of any extraordinary existence for practice. Thus, his ethereal form soared toward the thinnest thread. Upon nearing it, he immediately felt a powerful pull. The force of attraction was not overwhelming. It felt as though he could easily break free at any moment. However, he chose not to resist this pull, instead surrendering himself to delve into this new realm. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Upon regaining consciousness, Suemo found himself sprawled in a room. Beside him lay a golden-haired maiden with cascading waves. The peculiar scent that permeated the air, along with the scattered remnants of tissues on the floor, indicated that a fierce battle had recently transpired here. At that moment, the golden-haired girl rose from the bed, nonchalantly revealing her figure before Suemo. "I must leave quickly. Jim has invited me to a movie tonight." "Who is Jim?" Suemo murmured instinctively. The dreamlike state he was in was akin to a bird occupying another's nest, and it did not absorb the essence of the other's soul. Thus, it was only natural that he possessed no memories of this body. However, judging by the name, it appeared to belong to a male. Going to the movies with another man? Yet, Since it was spoken in his presence, there should be no issue between them. Upon hearing his question, a flicker of enigmatic amusement danced in the hazy eyes of the golden-haired girl. Jim is, of course, my boyfriend. What? Upon hearing this, Sumo's face was a canvas of confusion, but he quickly grasped the situation, inwardly marveling at how his parallel self still embodied the spirit of the illustrious Wei Wu. Observing Sumo's astonished expression, she exclaimed, "Enough with the pretense. I said I wanted to break up with him, and you opposed it." At these words, Sumo's pupils dilated in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 56. The Zombie World. A few minutes later, Sumo gazed at the blonde girl who staggered away. Feeling quite speechless. Sitting on the bed, he assessed his own abilities. During his recent training, he had already discovered that in this world, his physique was considerably robust compared to ordinary individuals. Otherwise, his endurance would not have exceeded an hour. Yet, that was the extent of it. His mental prowess remained intact, albeit limited by his bodily strength. Currently, he could only exhibit the capabilities of a mid-tier warrior. Although he could potentially harness greater power, his body would likely succumb to collapse in a short span. Conversely, black magic remained unaffected. After all, it was a matter of leveraging strength. As long as his soul was sufficiently potent, its execution would encounter no impediments. Thus, it became evident to Sumo that, following the use of dreamwalking, his most formidable asset was indeed black magic. Naturally, under the nurturing influence of his mental energy, his physical strength was gradually augmenting. If he were to remain in this world for a year, his body might very well attain the pinnacle of a war god. However, he did not believe he would linger in this mundane realm for an entire year. He retrieved his phone from the nearby cabinet and glanced at the time, September 6, 2008. The temporal disparity between this world and his original one was minimal. Rising, he approached the computer, which was playing a film, and began to browse the web for news, hoping to familiarize himself with this unfamiliar world. A few minutes later, he closed the web page. This indeed was merely an ordinary world, devoid of Iron Man or Stark Industries. Everything seemed to align closely with the trajectory of his past life. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Sumo donned his clothes, puzzled, and approached the door, opening it. Standing outside was a somewhat portly young Caucasian man, approximately the same age as Sumo, around 20, with short hair and a freckled face etched with urgency. "Su, come with me." Upon seeing Sumo, the young man wasted no time and seized him, leading him to a pickup truck at the yard's entrance. "Wait." Sumo discreetly extricated himself from the young man's grip. "You at least need to tell me where we're going." Though he did not recognize the individual, his demeanor suggested a close friendship. There is no time for explanations, just get in the car. The young man hastily opened the passenger door, pushed Sumo inside, and returned to the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator. The truck roared to life and surged forward into the distance. Sumo hesitated for a moment but chose not to resist, setting aside the fact that the young man resembled a friend, even if he were a villain. Sumo felt little trepidation given his own strength in this world devoid of supernatural powers. Once they had driven a short distance, Sumo began to sense something amiss. Through his observations of the surroundings, it became evident to him that the villa he inhabited was situated in a suburban area. The road in front of the house was usually devoid of traffic. However, in the brief span of just a few minutes, he had witnessed a dozen vehicles speeding past them. What on earth was happening? He cast a puzzled glance at the stout man beside him. The rapid cars seemed to provide a sense of security for the other. After gathering his thoughts, the stout man finally began to explain the rabies virus. There are countless infected individuals throughout the city, attacking anyone they encounter, and even the police are unable to intervene. Moreover, I've heard rumors online that all of Boston has succumbed. Rabies virus? A flicker of alarm crossed Sumo's eyes. Could it be zombies? Zombies? The stout man displayed a hint of confusion. What are zombies? Before Sumo could respond, he noticed two cars that had collided just around the corner, emitting thick clouds of smoke. A staggering figure slowly emerged from one of the vehicles. Could it truly be a zombie? Observing the way the figure moved, Sumo's heart stirred. As the car drew closer, he realized he had perhaps overreacted. The staggering figure was none other than the blonde girl who had left his home not long ago, and her peculiar gait was a result of his own actions. No wonder she seemed somewhat familiar from a distance. As the car approached, the blonde girl spotted the stout man and Sumo inside and hurriedly waved at them. Seeing this, the stout man maneuvered the vehicle to a stop beside her. Sumo and the stout man exited the car. The blonde girl rushed forward, embracing Sumo's arm as she explained, "I was speeding. He collided with me, but it seems he fainted during the impact. And I couldn't open the door to rescue him. Fear flickered across her face. Suemo paid no heed to her words, instead locking his gaze intently on the interior of her vehicle. Although the glass obstructed his view, he utilized his mental prowess to vividly envision the scene within. The blonde girl should indeed be grateful she hadn't opened the door. Inside the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a grotesque countenance was convulsing violently. His gaze fixed in their direction, emitting low, guttural growls. A genuine zombie. Rather than feeling alarmed, joy surged within him. Zombies posed no threat to him, given his ability to fly. Moreover, if eliminating zombies could yield points, then accruing them would become remarkably effortless. With this thought in mind, Suemo was eager to test his hypothesis. With a mere thought, a screw from within the car detached from its body, propelled by immense kinetic energy, and shot into the zombie's forehead. Targeting the brow of a zombie had become almost a matter of common knowledge. As the convulsing body of the zombie settled into stillness, a notification echoed in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host, you have slain the antagonist and earned 1 point. Is there truly a point system? A look of astonishment graced Sumo's face. Though it was merely 1 point, how many zombies could there possibly be in a world ravaged by a viral outbreak? Conservatively estimating, there must be at least 2 to 3 billion, if one could eliminate all these zombies. Of course, these were merely Sumo's fanciful musings. Given his current strength, the notion of cleansing the entire world of its undead seemed an insurmountable task, one that would likely consume an eternity. During that time, the zombies would undoubtedly sustain losses. Nevertheless, if he managed to vanquish even 1% of them, it would yield several million points. Contemplating this, a smile broke across Sumo's face, more radiant than the dawn. Nearby, the golden-haired girl noticed the upward curve of his lips and, in a fit of urgency, thumped him on the arm. Stop smiling and help save people. Her voice jolted Suemo back to reality, prompting him to turn his attention to her. I apologize. What was your name again? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired girl was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of incredulity, her chest rising and falling with indignation. You scoundrel! I am still in your presence, and you dare to ask my name? Chapter 57. The Forbidden Arts of Dark Sorcery and Necromancy. Observing the unfolding scene, the portly Harry hastily intervened, urging, Elisa, do not act rashly. It was merely a jest. It was evident that he and Elisa were well acquainted. Upon hearing his words, Elisa refrained from retorting, yet her gaze remained fiercely fixed upon Suemo. Listen to me. The priority now is to vacate this place. The city is fraught with peril, Harry implored. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of noises echoed from the distant street, resembling the sound of some primal roar. In the blink of an eye, a throng of figures materialized before the trio's eyes. Harry's expression shifted as he recognized the familiar, frantic gait of those afflicted by the rabies virus. The two leading figures were swiftly overtaken and brought down by the approaching horde of zombies, who then charged towards the trio. This is bad. We must flee, he exclaimed, rushing toward the driver's seat. The golden-haired Elisa stood frozen, her gaze transfixed on the distant chaos, while Sumo's attention was riveted on the oncoming zombies. Unlike the shambling undead he had seen in films, this group exhibited astonishing speed, comparable to world-class sprinters. Under such circumstances, relying solely on his legs offered little hope of escape from these ravenous creatures. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elisa snapped back to reality, disregarding the driver of the collided vehicle as she sprinted toward the pickup truck, pulling along the still static Suemo. Taken aback by her concern for him at such a moment, regarded her with a newfound appreciation. With a gentle push, he sent Elisa stumbling into an abruptly open portal. When she regained her bearings, she found herself seated in the back of the pickup truck. You too, leave at once, Suemo commanded, then nonchalantly strode toward the advancing horde of zombies. Harry, witnessing this audacious act, was struck with alarm. Sue, have you lost your mind? He shouted, his head protruding from the vehicle. Yet, seeing Sumo's resolute advance, Harry slammed his hands upon the steering wheel, gritting his teeth, prepared to reverse the vehicle to intercept Suemo. However, before he could press the accelerator, a chilling sight unfolded before him. With a subtle wave of his hand, Suemo summoned an array of nails from the wooden fence of a nearby villa, a veritable storm of them converging before him. With a deft flick of his finger, the nails soared toward the horde of zombies. Given their metallic composition, Suemo guided the nails to pierce through the nostrils and eyes of the undead, obliterating their brains before they ricocheted back. In less than 5 seconds, hundreds of zombies collapsed to the ground in their mad dash. Harry, seated in the vehicle, could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Sumo's actions had a profound impact on his worldview. He opened the car door, stepped out, and rushed to Sumo's side, gazing at the vast expanse of corpses strewn across the ground. "Su, just now," in his excitement. He pointed at Sumo and then at the lifeless bodies, his gaze darting back and forth between the two. Sumo turned around. This was hardly the ideal venue for a conversation. "Oh, right." Harry also realized that the earlier shout had likely attracted more of these creatures nearby. It was prudent to leave this place at once. With that thought, he and Sumo returned to the car. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle sped away. However, during the ensuing moments, Harry drove while occasionally glancing at Sumo in the passenger seat, who was lost in thought. In just a few seconds, he had accrued over 800 points. Logically, the pace of earning points was not slow. Nevertheless, given his current physical condition, he could not sustain the use of telekinesis for an extended period, unless he spent points to exchange for certain treasures to enhance his physical capabilities. He would be wasting points and expending time and effort to combat the zombies. Wait, Sumo suddenly conceived a method. The dark grimoire shot forth from his brow, flipping wildly before landing on the final pages. These pages contained a branch of dark magic, necromancy. Necromancy was arguably the most sinister branch of dark magic. In the main universe, it was safeguarded by Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, and any attempt to wield necromancy would easily attract their attention, leading to considerable trouble. This was also why such magic had never manifested in the main world. Even Sumo had only skimmed through it previously to avoid complications. However, this world was different. It was merely an ordinary realm, with neither the Ancient One nor Doctor Strange's influence. Thus, the use of necromancy posed no issues. Soon, the dark grimoire flipped to a page adorned with a hexagram. This was it. A smile of excitement spread across Sumo's face. The magic inscribed on the page was known as the Cataclysm of the Undead. It could establish a massive magical array within a certain radius. Once activated, this array could transform all living beings or corpses within its range into undead entities. He could easily set up an array that enveloped the entire city, converting all zombies within into an army of the undead. At that point, the immortal army could effectively cleanse this world of zombies on his behalf. However, establishing this array required specific materials to be placed at the 5 corners of the city as auxiliary formations. Next, he would need to gather the necessary materials for the array. After stowing the grimoire, Sumo lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the 2 individuals in the car who were intently watching him. After the peculiar book before Sumo vanished, Harry finally mustered the courage to speak. "Is this magic?" "Indeed." Sumo nodded. There was no need to conceal the truth from them, given Harry's previous actions. It was evident he was a steadfast ally. Not to mention, he had braved danger to come to his home and had driven without hesitation to rescue him when he sought to confront the zombies. Such deeds clearly indicated he was a friend worth having. Similarly, Eliza, though their acquaintance was merely cordial, had not forgotten to pull him along as she made her escape. It was only at that moment that Sumo noticed Eliza in the back seat, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. "What is the matter? Do you think I have the potential to learn magic?" "No, you are a muggle," Sumo replied without hesitation. If he were to truly entrust her with such powers, it might lead to her demise. Without the dark grimoire and reliant on borrowed magic, she would likely become a puppet of Zysorn before long. Wait, a sudden thought struck him. If Zysorn could lend magic, could he not also lend the power of the dark grimoire? With Zysorn acting as an infinite source of energy, the origin of magic would pose no issue. Perhaps those who borrowed his magic would allow him to claim a portion of the points for any villains they vanquished. After all, he would have contributed. No, he needed to devise a way to experiment with this idea. Sumo resolved firmly in his mind. Chapter 58. It's all right. Just be cautious in the next life. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Eliza's face displayed a look of disappointment. Sumo, however, paid her no mind and instead turned his gaze towards Harry, who was at the wheel. "Where are you headed?" Judging by the direction of the vehicle, it was evident that Harry had a destination in mind. The daylight would soon wane, leaving them with only an hour before dusk. Sumo intended to find a place to rest and gather materials necessary for auxiliary formations. "To the seaside," Harry exclaimed, tapping a few times on the vehicle screen, pointing at a location on the map. Based on the information they had received earlier, the safest place at present was indeed out at sea. "I have a yacht docked at that spot. Once we board it, we will be safe for the time being." Sumo nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that his friend was quite affluent, being able to afford a yacht. According to the map, they were merely 10 minutes away from that location. Moreover, there was a large supermarket conveniently along the way, perfect for stocking up on provisions. Having traversed 2 battles since his arrival, Sumo's stamina was severely depleted, and he felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach. Without needing further prompting, Harry parked the car directly outside the supermarket, clearly sharing the same thought. At that moment, chaos reigned outside the supermarket, with a throng of people pushing their carts, hurriedly emerging from within. "Wait for us in the car," Sumo instructed Eliza as he and Harry dashed into the supermarket. Inside, the shelves had been knocked askew by the frantic shoppers, and items lay strewn across the floor. Fortunately, the supermarket was sizable, and despite the frenzy, many goods remained on the shelves. The two of them each grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance and joined the mad scramble for free goods. Minutes later, they emerged with carts brimming with food. However, Harry's expression changed as he glanced toward where their vehicle was parked. Something's wrong. Without needing his warning, Suemo had already noticed the unfolding scene. A man, pushing a cart and brandishing a firearm, aimed the gun at their car window and pulled the trigger. However, the anticipated shattering of glass did not occur. Instead, with a deafening bang, the weapon exploded, severing several fingers from the man's hand, who then fell to his knees, howling in agony. This was, of course, the result of Sumo's handiwork. In an instant, the 2 men advanced. Suemo kicked the assailant aside, and they hastily dumped the contents of their carts into the bed of the pickup truck, including the items from the cart pushed by the kneeling man. Thankfully, the truck's cargo area was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the 3 carts full of food. The downed man, still reeling from the pain, attempted to resist. Without hesitation, Harry drew a handgun from his possession and pulled the trigger. It is evident that this is Harry's first experience with taking a life. After pulling the trigger, his breathing became somewhat labored, and his hands trembled slightly. However, the adversary took a few deep breaths and swiftly subdued the anxiety that accompanied his inaugural act of murder. Once they entered the vehicle, Elisa, seated in the back, gazed at Suemo with excitement. "Was that you?" Upon receiving Suemo's affirmation, her admiration for the sorcerer deepened considerably. "It is truly astonishing." Before long, the vehicle arrived at a yacht harbor by the seaside. Navigating the path etched in his memory, Harry swiftly parked beside a pristine white luxury yacht. Observing another car parked alongside the yacht and glimpses of figures flitting about within, Suemo sighed. "It seems someone has arrived before us and has claimed your yacht as their own." Harry, however, remained unfazed. "Rest assured, this yacht is equipped with the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my hand, they won't be able to move it an inch." With that, he retrieved a handgun from the car's glove compartment and handed it to Suemo. "While magic is indeed powerful, this may prove useful." Suemo accepted the firearm without hesitation. The 3 of them disembarked from the vehicle. Those in the cabin had likely noticed the commotion. A man leaned out from the yacht, declaring, "Gentlemen, this is our territory. I advise you to leave promptly." Simultaneously, several dark gun barrels emerged from the yacht's windows, evidently showcasing their strength to intimidate the newcomers. Upon hearing this, Harry shouted back, "Listen, I am the rightful owner of this yacht. You thieves should vacate my vessel immediately." His words incited a stir among those aboard the opposing yacht. Soon, the man who had spoken before reappeared. "How can you prove that this yacht is yours?" Without further ado, Harry pressed a button on the key in his hand. The glass panels on 3 sides of the yacht's deck retracted downwards, revealing the interior scene. The man's eyes brightened at this sight, and he promptly withdrew back into the cabin. Almost instantaneously, gun barrels that had extended from the cabin erupted in a flurry of gunfire aimed at them. Suemo sighed upon witnessing this. The bullets hovered mid-air, suspended in defiance of gravity. "I just told you, there is no need for mercy when dealing with these people." With a gentle wave of his right hand, all the firearms from within the yacht soared into his grasp. Aiming the weapon at the hiding place of the adversaries, Suemo commanded, "Come out." The 5 individuals in the cabin, already cowed by Suemo's earlier display, now found themselves disarmed and, in desperation, raised their hands. Trembling as they emerged from the cabin, the trio, guns trained on them, advanced slowly towards the yacht. "Disembark." Upon hearing Suemo's command, the intruders collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that the adversaries merely sought to reclaim their yacht, harboring no intent to take their lives. Upon this realization, the group held them in slightly less regard. Even in such dire circumstances, they exhibited a surprising degree of mercy. Elisa observed as Suemo allowed the intruders to depart from the yacht and hastily approached his side, whispering urgently, We cannot let them go. They just attempted to kill us. However, her words were overheard by the leader of the group, who swiftly turned, gesturing anxiously. No, we meant no harm. It was merely an accident when the glass window suddenly descended, causing our hands to tremble and inadvertently pull the trigger. A gentle smile graced Sumo's face. No worries. Just be more careful in your next life. With that, he pulled the trigger of his automatic rifle, unleashing a torrent of fire as nearly 50 rounds were discharged in an instant, transforming the distant figures into mere riddled remnants. His decision to allow the intruders to disembark was not one of clemency. It was simply to avoid sullying the yacht, as they intended to stay aboard that evening. The pervasive scent of blood would undoubtedly be rather off-putting. Chapter 59. World War Z. A group of individuals transferred all the supplies from the vehicle onto the yacht. Moments later, the yacht gradually departed from the harbor. That night, in one of the yacht's bedrooms, Sumo was diligently searching on his computer. The materials required for crafting the auxiliary magical array were few in number, primarily consisting of mithril. This substance, while straightforward in concept, is essentially silver transformed through esoteric methods. However, to inscribe an array capable of enveloping an entire city, an enormous quantity was necessary, several hundred tons of silver, to be precise. While smaller amounts could be more easily acquired, such a vast quantity would necessitate the plundering of multiple large silver storage vaults. Clearly, it was impossible to locate these vaults' exact addresses online. He would need to consult an expert in this field. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Shortly thereafter, Eliza entered, closing the door behind her and locking it securely. "Darling, do you require special services?" she inquired. "How special?" Sumo replied, tucking away the note he had been holding as he assessed her outfit. She had somehow procured an angelic cosplay costume reminiscent of an ex-girlfriend of a certain old horse, and she twirled in front of him. "It's an angelic upgrade service, dear. I can enhance your magic wand for you, elevating it to a rare purple-grade item." The following morning, Sumo was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening his eyes and glancing at the still sleeping Eliza, he rose and approached the door to let in Harry, who appeared with dark circles under his eyes. "I just received a broadcast over the radio. They reported a location claiming to be the site of the official fleet, calling for nearby vessels to join them." "What do you mean?" Sumo asked, regarding him with curiosity. "I'm not going," Harry asserted. Sumo nodded in agreement. Harry's sentiments mirrored his own. With the supplies aboard their vessel, they could sustain themselves for at least a month. Furthermore, Sumo could easily fill the entire ship with provisions if he desired. There was no need to join the fleet. In such a post-apocalyptic environment, it remained uncertain who truly controlled these fleets. Rushing into such a situation could very well place them in grave danger. Although Sumo possessed the capabilities to confront any threats, he saw no reason to seek trouble. Nonetheless, Sumo intended to investigate the ship further. Given the circumstances from the previous day, it appeared the zombie virus had only recently erupted. Thus, official agencies would likely possess the most accurate understanding of the current situations across various nations and cities. It was possible there were still cities yet to be entirely overrun by the undead. If such locations existed, he could trace the whereabouts of silver vaults beginning from local silver shops. Yet, if all else failed, he would have to resort to the most rudimentary method, systematically visiting each silver shop to gradually amass the silver he needed. After exchanging pleasantries with Harry, Sumo returned to the cabin, opened a spatial door, and stepped inside. 200 nautical miles off the coast of New York, a vast fleet floated upon the ocean. Or perhaps a flotilla would be a more fitting term. At the heart of this fleet lay an aircraft carrier, surrounded by several cruisers and destroyers, while the remainder comprised various civilian vessels and yachts. Within the aircraft carrier, in the quarters of the fleet commander, a short-haired Caucasian man in his 40s savored his breakfast. Despite the apocalypse that had unfolded, Kevin, who commanded an aircraft carrier fleet, maintained a quality of life that had not diminished. He savored a piece of medium-rare prime steak, closing his eyes to relish the explosion of flavors as the sauce danced upon his palate. Upon reopening his eyes, he found a short-haired Asian man standing before him. Kevin's expression shifted abruptly. "Who are you? And how did you enter?" he demanded, instinctively calling for his soldiers. "Shoo." Sumo placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. At that moment, a flash of black light flickered in Kevin's eyes, rendering his expression momentarily vacant. Soul captivation. A minor spell recorded in the Tome of Darkness, akin to hypnosis. Once cast, the subject would answer any inquiry truthfully. Sumo calmly seated himself beside Kevin, What is the current situation in various countries? Where does the virus originate, and how is it spreading? After a brief pause, Sumo exhaled deeply and stood up. From Kevin's lips, he learned that the military was equally in the dark regarding the virus's origin and its mode of transmission. Almost half of the cities worldwide had succumbed to the outbreak since the previous afternoon, including Sumo's own Boston. Furthermore, this morning, zombies had begun to appear in the cities that had previously remained intact. Given the trajectory of events, by midday, it seemed inevitable that nearly all cities would transform into havens for the undead. Upon receiving this information, Suemo did not hesitate and stepped directly into the spatial door. New York. On a secluded street, Suemo emerged from the portal. At the end of the street lay the renowned Fifth Avenue. Prior to his arrival, he had researched online and discovered that this street housed the largest silver jewelry store in all of New York. Just as he stepped through the spatial door, he was met with the harrowing sounds of screams emanating from Fifth Avenue. Rushing to the intersection, he found the street teeming with vehicles. Countless zombies were pursuing and tearing at the drivers who had exited their cars. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted to the right, where the silver jewelry store was located roughly 100 meters away. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he caught the attention of several nearby zombies. With a guttural roar, they lunged toward him. In response, Suemo waved his right hand gently, summoning a multitude of steel spikes that whirled around him at great speed. Before the zombies could close the distance, they were impaled by the spikes, collapsing to the ground in a slow, lifeless heap. In the distance, a family of 4, in the midst of their frantic escape, caught sight of the swirling steel nails around Suemo, their faces expressing astonishment. Upon realizing that Suemo was in no immediate danger, the man, accompanied by his wife and child, hurried towards him. "Please help us. My daughter suffers from asthma. I would give anything for a chance to escape." Suemo initially had no intention of acknowledging their pleas. However, after a fleeting glance at their faces, he was momentarily taken aback. The family appeared vaguely familiar, particularly the man with medium-length hair, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Brad Pitt. In an instant, a flash of insight illuminated Sumo's mind. Zombies, aircraft carriers, Pitt, a daughter with asthma. The title of a film materialized in his thoughts, World War Z. Chapter 60. The Fall of New York. After more than 20 years, the memories of this film have largely faded. The only recollection that remains is of the protagonists, a family of 4, being taken aboard an aircraft carrier and subsequently dispatched to various locations in search of a remedy for the zombie virus. Ultimately, the male lead discovers that the undead do not bite individuals suffering from various ailments. This revelation leads to the development of a vaccine that mimics these maladies, allowing ordinary people to evade zombie attacks upon vaccination. The specific details of this journey have eluded his memory, yet it matters little to him. The plot itself is of no consequence. Standing before him is the protagonist's family, and after a moment of hesitation, Suemo speaks up. "It is safe to follow me, but whether you can keep up is entirely up to you." With that, he pays them no further mind and, after a brief run-up, enters a nearby silver jewelry store. Inside, chaos reigns. Several zombies are hunched over a female shopkeeper, tearing at her flesh, while the unfortunate employee lies helpless beneath them. His psychic energy surges outward like a tide, and with his current mental prowess, he can only encompass a radius of 50 meters. Fortunately, although the silver store is not small, it remains within the confines of his mental reach. In an instant, Sumo spots 2 women clad in work uniforms nestled in a corner restroom, one of whom stands out distinctly from the others, presumably the store owner. With a gentle wave of his hand, several steel nails pierce the foreheads of the zombies, and subsequently, all the silver trinkets from the shop and the small storage room in the back are drawn towards him. He deftly collects them into his storage ring on his finger. Uncertain if he will find a secure location for the silver, he resolves to gather everything now that he is in the shop. This ring, acquired earlier that morning, possesses a volume of 1,000 cubic units, equal in size to his original one. Given the density of silver, a ton occupies less than 0.01 cubic meters, thus providing ample capacity for hundreds of tons. The Ren family, following Suemo, stands in astonishment at the spectacle. "How extraordinary! Where did those items go?" exclaims his wife and daughter in awe. Ren gestures for silence. As a federal investigator, he has long noted that these creatures possess remarkably acute hearing. Even the slightest noise could attract them. Although the monsters appear as insignificant as ants in the presence of this remarkable Asian youth, they are reliant upon him for survival and cannot afford to be a burden. Suemo disregards the astonished family behind him and strides directly to the restroom door. The door swings open automatically, and the two women inside, seeing the entrance ajar, scream and cower, clutching their heads. Silence. Suemo commands sharply. The two, with their eyes closed, finally realize that the figure who has entered is not one of those monsters. Upon seeing Suemo standing outside the door, both individuals exhaled a sigh of relief. Sumo's gaze settled upon the Asian woman among them, who wore her hair in a ponytail. The woman stood approximately 1.60 meters tall, her skin so fair it seemed to emit a radiant glow. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" she inquired, her expression one of confusion as she nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It was only then that she remembered to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Jean Minshi. Are you from the south?" Suemo expressed mild surprise. However, it was evident that this was not an appropriate venue for conversation. "Follow me." He turned and walked towards the wall behind him. Simultaneously, a spatial door began to open slowly upon the wall. Upon witnessing this, Jean Minshi gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Through the spatial portal, a glimpse of what appeared to be a forest could be seen. Cautiously, she approached, extending her finger towards the portal, and upon confirming the reality of the world beyond, she stepped inside. After she successfully traversed, the remaining members of the Rain family and another female employee followed suit. Once everyone had passed through, the spatial door gradually closed. Suemo turned to regard the others, excluding Jean Minshi. "For now, this place is safe. Whether you survive from here on out depends on your own abilities." Upon hearing this, Rain promptly stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, his phone rang. With an apologetic glance, he stepped aside to answer the call. Suemo looked at Jean Minshi and asked directly, "Do you know where I can find a significant amount of silver?" "Silver? Of course, I know. My family is in the silver jewelry business." Faced with the individual who had rescued her from dire circumstances, she held nothing back. "However, could you first explain what those monsters were that burst into the store and what that portal you just opened signifies?" In response, Suemo recounted the grim reality of a world now overrun by zombies. "What? That's impossible." Upon hearing this news, not only Jean Minshi, but also the other employee and Rain's wife exhibited expressions of disbelief. "Believe it or not," Suemo replied with an indifferent expression. The group, in a flurry of panic, began to pull out their phones. Due to the recent outbreak of the zombie virus, the network and signals had yet to be disrupted. They hastily dialed numbers. Only the other female employee managed to connect. However, before she could rejoice, the sounds of growling and gnashing teeth from the other end of the line caused her face to pale dramatically. No. Her expression shifted drastically, clearly indicating that the voice on the other end belonged to a very close friend. Jean Minshi's face turned ashen upon witnessing this. Just then, Rain returned after finishing his call, his demeanor grave. He was right. A friend of mine who works at the White House just confirmed this. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Suemo. "My friend will send a helicopter to pick us up tonight, taking us to the aircraft carrier, which is currently the only safe and secure place. Would you like to join us?" "No, thank you." Suemo decisively declined the offer. He then turned his attention back to the anxious Jean Minshi, who was frantically dialing a number. "Where is the silver stored?" "It is in Newark, where there is a silver jewelry company that supplies nearly a third of the American silver jewelry market." Jean Minshi stared intently at the number displayed on her phone, responding absent-mindedly. Although she was deeply anxious at that moment, she still answered every question posed by Suemo, her savior. She then provided another address. Watching the phone that remained unanswered, a look of despondency crossed her face. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she gazed at Suemo with hopeful eyes. "Could you possibly take me away?" Chapter 61. The Devil's Pact, The Magical Bond. Jean Minhee lost her father during her childhood, and her mother passed away a few years ago. Now, her only remaining kin is her younger sister, who is currently studying at a university in South Korea. She has dialed her sister's number countless times, yet it remains unreachable. Her heart is consumed by a singular conviction: to survive and return to rescue her sister. Though the frightening nature of the monsters she has encountered makes her doubt her sister's chances of survival, she refuses to relinquish hope. Even if she were to become a zombie, she would strive to see her sister once more. Having already witnessed the terror of these creatures, she realizes that relying solely on herself makes the prospect of finding her sister in South Korea seem nearly impossible, let alone escaping this city. However, she has recently been introduced to Sumo's extraordinary abilities. Aligning herself with him appears to be her best option. She is acutely aware of her own allure. Her experiences throughout her life have shown her that she possesses some degree of charm over men. To her surprise, Suemo shook his head upon hearing her plea. "I will save your life. but you must reveal the location of the silver vault. After that, we shall be even." With that, a portal opened beside him, and he prepared to step through it. Seeing Sumo's indifference, Jin Minhee hastily spoke again. "If you help me survive, I would give anything for it." The Rain couple, observing this exchange, displayed no signs of astonishment. In their eyes, making such a choice to survive was wholly understandable. Upon hearing her words, Sumo paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he appraised her. "Are you truly willing to give everything, including your soul?" Jin Minhee, catching the seriousness in Sumo's gaze, hesitated for a moment before resolutely nodding. Indeed, having witnessed his various extraordinary abilities, she did not doubt the gravity of his words. Sumo nodded in acknowledgement. The dark mark of the Book of Shadows on his forehead radiated a series of gray lights. Subsequently, a contract materialized before Jin Minhee, formed from the luminous energy. "If you agree, simply touch the contract with your body and silently affirm your consent." Without a trace of hesitation, Jin Minhee reached out and touched the contract before her. In an instant, a beam of light emanated from her forehead, merging with the contract, which then transformed into a stream of light that entered the dark Book of Shadows within Sumo's soul. Sumo closed his eyes to absorb the sensation. He felt a profound understanding that he could effortlessly extract her soul. In other words, her life and death were now firmly within his grasp. This so-called Devil's Pact was indeed remarkable. Just yesterday, he had been contemplating how to develop a network and lend out magical power. The magic within the Book of Shadows requires prior communication with the underworld, akin to requesting permission to borrow magical power. Most practitioners of magic adopt this method. Including the Ancient One, they have borrowed their powers with the permission of the Vishanti. Apart from this method, there exists another way similar to the demons like Mephisto, who bind contracts to lend their strength to humanity. The Dark Grimoire conveniently contains such a method of contract binding. Initially, he approached this with a mere sense of experimentation. Yet to his astonishment, he succeeded. Now, Jin Minhee's life is firmly in his grasp, and in return, she will gain the privilege to draw upon his magical energy. In reality, it is the energy from the Dark Grimoire that she would be utilizing. With practice, she would eventually be able to wield dark magic. The moment she touched the demonic contract, Jin Minhee successfully sensed the essence of the agreement. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of excitement flickered across her face. "Is this truly real? Will I be able to become like you?" Her initial intention was to sell her body, seeking an opportunity to have him return her to South Korea, without any hopes of him rescuing her sister. After all, considering the situation from his perspective, she doubted he would risk himself for the sake of one woman. However, she did not contemplate how to save her sister upon returning to South Korea. She could only take one step at a time. She did not anticipate that the contract he had her sign would be so extraordinary. Based on the contents of the contract, she would indeed acquire the qualifications to practice magic. Consequently, upon her return to South Korea, she might truly be able to rescue her sister, provided, of course, that her sister was still alive. As she reveled in her secret joy, his voice resonated in her ear. "Follow me," Sumo commanded Jin Minhee, stepping through the spatial portal. Now that the contract had been successfully signed, she could be considered one of his own. As for the others, they no longer held any significance to him. He was no saint. Merely bringing them along would be an act of kindness. Moreover, he had another intention behind signing the contract with Jin Minhee. Even with the undead army, cleansing this world of zombies was not a task that could be accomplished in a short time. He could not remain in this world indefinitely. Thus he required a trustworthy individual to command the undead forces. At this moment, Jin Minhee, having signed the contract, was the perfect fit. Hearing his words, Jin Minhee hurriedly followed Sumo through the portal. As the spatial door gradually faded from view, envy gleamed in the eyes of Ryan and the others. With such teleportation abilities, even in this monster-infested apocalypse, one could likely live quite comfortably. In Newark, within a warehouse on the outskirts, Sumo emerged with Jin Minhee from the spatial portal. Despite having encountered this scene for the second time, curiosity still danced across Jin Minhee's face. She even contemplated reaching out to touch the sparks surrounding the portal. "If you wish to avoid becoming disabled, I strongly advise you to suppress that damned curiosity." Sumo's voice resonated before her. Jin Minhee hastily retracted her outstretched hand, surveying the somewhat familiar surroundings. To her astonishment, she recognized that this was indeed the exterior of the silver jewelry company's factory she had previously visited on several occasions. How marvelous! A sound of wonder escaped her lips. She pondered whether the other party could teleport directly to the southern region. Observing Sumo striding towards the factory, she quickly followed suit. Inside the factory, The floor was marred by pools of blood, yet no zombies were in sight. However, as they ventured deeper into the premises, the two soon heard the distant, intermittent sounds of growling emanating from one of the factory buildings. After rounding a corner, the entrance of the factory came into view, its large doors firmly shut. Su-Mo effortlessly used his telekinetic powers to swing the door open. Peering inside, they were met with a scene teeming with zombies. Within the threshold, a female zombie clad in blue overalls was hunched over a lifeless body, gnawing at it with ferocity, the remains now grotesquely disfigured. Upon hearing the footsteps nearby, the female zombie turned her head. Su-Mo cast a fleeting glance at her. If one were to overlook the blood smeared across her face, she could indeed be deemed a beauty. The beautiful zombie, however, showed no concern for her appearance and lunged at Su-Mo with a gaping maw, dripping with blood. Chapter 62. The summoning of the undead. In a warehouse situated at a distance from the factory, two burly black men observed as Su-Mo opened the factory's grand door. John's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, that bastard. After painstakingly luring the zombies into the factory, he's about to release them. He withdrew his head from the crack of the warehouse door. Let him seek his own demise. The food we gathered from the cafeteria is sufficient to sustain us for quite some time. Perhaps we won't even exhaust it before the military arrives to rescue us. Jim remarked with a sardonic grin. It is a pity about that woman, he leered, casting a lascivious glance at Jean Minshi, who trailed behind Su-Mo. Although the distance obscured her features, her figure and fair skin stirred unsettling desires within him. Currently, the two men were confined within the warehouse. And while their provisions were ample, the lack of companionship began to weigh heavily upon them. They were uncertain how long they would remain hidden, and the absence of a woman's presence rendered their predicament rather tedious. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts. Given the number of zombies within the factory, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Inside the factory, Jean Minshi, standing behind Su-Mo, paled at the sight of the approaching zombies. Although she believed Su-Mo could handle the oncoming threat, an instinctual fear gripped her. Su-Mo remained composed, casually gesturing as a steel nail swiftly pierced the forehead of a female zombie. The creature collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. Minshi barely registered the flying nail. All she witnessed was Su-Mo's motion, after which the female zombie fell silent. The commotion quickly attracted all the zombies within the factory. The vast space spanned several thousand square meters, with rows of equipment meticulously arranged. Amidst the gaps between these machines stood countless blood-soaked zombies, conservatively estimated to number in the thousands. Su-Mo, however, displayed no surprise. Prior to opening the door, he had already sensed the situation within through his telekinetic abilities. Observing the horde of zombies rushing towards him, an array of steel nails materialized before him, swiftly launching towards the approaching throng. In a matter of moments, the zombies began to topple en masse under the relentless barrage of nails. Within less than a minute, not a single zombie remained standing in the factory. Jean Minshi's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parting in disbelief. Su-Mo, undistracted by her reaction, advanced towards the innermost machine. Come forth. After a brief moment, a crack appeared in the machine's exterior, revealing an eye peering out, surveying the surroundings. The shell then opened fully, and a figure, smeared with oil, emerged from within. The opening had been exceedingly narrow. Had the man not been of a slender build, he might not have managed to escape. Are you an employee here? Su-Mo inquired, observing the man who was now assessing his environment with a look of shock. The man nodded in response, still taken aback. Just moments ago, he had discreetly surveyed the situation within the factory, where the zombies were still lively, incessantly banging against the machine's exteriors. Had it not been for the sturdy shell, he might have already become fodder for the undead. To his astonishment, merely a few minutes later, all these zombies had been eradicated. It was evident that these creatures had met their demise at the hands of the two individuals before him. Take me to the warehouse where the silver materials are stored. This factory was dedicated to the production of silver goods, and the man, being employed here, undoubtedly knew the location of the material storage. All right, the man responded promptly, nodding without hesitation. He understood all too well that he had no right to refuse someone capable of dispatching so many zombies in an instant. Moreover, given that the other party had essentially saved his life, he felt compelled to comply with this minor request. You two, wait for me outside the factory. Su-Mo instructed the pair. Observing them leave, Su-Mo approached the center of the factory. The dark grimoire manifested before him, and his body began to levitate slowly. Waves of dark energy surged forth from the tome, transforming into a pallid hue as they spread towards the corpses of the zombies on the ground. Upon contact, the gray energy permeated the bodies. As more and more energy seeped in, The corpses began to mutate gradually. The flesh and blood of the zombies transformed into energy, infusing the skeletal remains. Over time, the flesh of the nearest zombie had entirely vanished, revealing stark white bones beneath. These bones gleamed with a translucent quality, akin to white jade, and had increased in size by a third. Various bone weapons such as swords, guns, shields, and even bows appeared in the skeletal hands. Simultaneously, the gray energy condensed within the skulls of the skeletons, until, at a certain moment, the compressed dark energy collapsed, rapidly contracting inward until, at its peak, a flicker of red flame ignited in its place. The skeletons, lying on the ground, seemed to be bestowed with life, scrambling to their feet. Necromantic summoning. This was one of the necromantic spells recorded within the Dark Grimoire. By wielding this magic, one could call forth various undead beings to fight on their behalf. In contrast to the undead calamity, this spell could only be cast upon corpses that were utterly lifeless, however. Its advantage lay in the fact that it did not require the construction of auxiliary magical arrays. There were two methods to invoke this spell. One could summon undead creatures directly from the realm of the deceased, or, as Suimo did, cast it directly upon a corpse. Compared to the former, the latter was relatively easier to execute, and since the undead were created by the caster, issues of loyalty did not arise. Nonetheless, compared to the undead from the realm of the deceased, these newly conjured beings often possessed lesser combat prowess. Standing at the entrance, the two individuals gazed in horror at the gruesome scene unfolding within, their hair standing on end. Animated skeletons, such a phenomenon, previously confined to the realms of film and television, now manifested before their very eyes. This was far more surreal than any zombie encounter. After all, zombies could be attributed to some viral infection, explained through the lens of science. But how could one rationally account for this? They certainly did not believe that a virus could animate a mere skeletal frame. It was utterly contrary to common sense. As the chilling sight gripped them, a voice broke through the tension from a short distance away. "Hey, Belle? I never expected you to still be alive." The two turned to see two men standing several dozen meters away, each wielding a fire axe. It was John and Jim, who had taken refuge in the warehouse. Upon recognizing them, Belle's face flushed with anger. "You two scoundrels, how dare you show yourselves before me?" Enraged, he charged at the two men. However, reality proved to be harsh. Given his slender build, he was at a disadvantage in a two-on-one confrontation, especially with the adversaries armed. In a matter of seconds, Belle found himself fell to the ground. Jim stood over him, his boot pressing against Belle's bloodied face. "It seems you can hardly wait to reunite with your deceased father." Chapter 63. The Skeleton Cavalry. The two individuals found themselves in a position where they could not behold the events transpiring within the factory. Initially, while they were sequestered in the warehouse, their astonishment was palpable upon witnessing the emergence of two figures outside. They were acutely aware of the considerable number of zombies lurking within the factory and harbored doubts about their own ability to escape safely from the interior. It was only when John posited a hypothesis that perhaps all the zombies had perished that their minds began to entertain this possibility. They speculated that these zombies might be the result of a virus akin to rabies, which could lead to the rapid demise of the host post-infection. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became of this conjecture. With their conclusion firmly established, their gazes fixated on the fair and beautiful Jean Minchi. Under normal circumstances, a woman of such exquisite beauty would be beyond the reach of ordinary workers like themselves. However, the current situation was markedly different. Although they were not fully cognizant of the conditions outside, they were aware that the city was rife with these infected monstrosities. Setting aside the collapse of societal order, which left no one to address these matters, they understood that even if the virus had only erupted within this city, the military would soon return to restore order. Once they had indulged themselves, they could eliminate each other and attribute the blame to the monsters, thus avoiding any repercussions. By all calculations, neither would face any consequences. With these thoughts in mind, they bolted from the warehouse. Meanwhile, Belle, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of defiance. "You two bastards! I led the zombies here for you. Why must you kill my father?" Jim, upon hearing this, wore a mocking grin. "What use is that old man? Just a drain on our limited food supplies? Besides, knowing you were forced to watch him perish in the factory, he would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for us. If we hadn't been vigilant, he might have already plunged a knife into our backs. You wretched scoundrels!" Belle's eyes blazed with fury, nearly erupting with impotent rage. John chuckled softly and raised the fire axe in his hand. "Go on, then. Go be with your dead father." With that, he swung the axe toward Belle. "Stop." At that moment, Jean Minchi, who had followed closely behind, grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that these two had used Belle's father's life as leverage to coerce him into luring all the zombies into the factory, only to subsequently eliminate old Belle. After calling out, she subtly contacted Sue Mo in the factory and began to retreat. Utilizing the power of their demonic contract, she could convey messages between them. She was not foolish enough to charge recklessly into the fray, given the disparity in size and strength between the two parties. Such an approach would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Upon hearing her shout, a lascivious smile crept across Jim's face. Rest assured, you cannot escape. With that, he prepared to chase after the other party. Within the factory, Sumo's incantation had reached a critical juncture. Among the thousands of skeletal warriors that had appeared, half of them disintegrated, transforming into a sea of white bones, which, under some arcane force, began to levitate and recombine. Moments later, the silhouette of a skeletal cavalryman materialized. At that moment, Sumo's mind flickered with a message from Jean Minchi. The flames within the skulls of the dozens positioned near the entrance blazed intensely. Subsequently, these skeletons, armed with swords and bows, advanced toward the exit. Suemo, observing the departing skeletal soldiers, withdrew his gaze and refocused on the assembling skeletal cavalry. Out of the over 500 skeletal warriors, only 36 would ultimately form the cavalry. From the emerging shapes, the skeletal cavalry stood nearly 3 meters tall, wielding bone swords that exceeded 2 meters in length, emanating an imposing presence. The souls within the scattered skulls were also gradually merging. Outside, Jean Minchi had maintained a safe distance from the adversary from the outset, making it clear that Jim would find it impossible to catch up in an instant. However, he remained unperturbed. Given their respective speeds, it was evident that the pursuit would not take long. Just then, a group of armed skeletal warriors emerged from the factory entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of excitement crossed Jean Minchi's face, while Jim, trailing behind, suddenly changed his expression, coming to an abrupt halt. He stared in disbelief at the advancing skeletal warriors. What on earth is that? After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned and ran toward the warehouse. Although he was uncertain of the nature of this creature, it was clear that it would not make for a suitable ally. In the distance, John, who had been intent on dealing with Belle, also took note of the unfolding scene. The sight of the walking skeletons left him utterly astonished. Shit, he exclaimed, discarding the fire axe in his hand and sprinting toward the warehouse. As the skeletal warriors emerged, they moved directly in front of Jean Minchi, forming a protective barrier around her. Gradually, she recovered from her initial shock at the sight of these beings, even daring to poke a finger at the arm of a skeletal warrior. However, the skeleton showed no reaction, emboldening her further. Noticing that the two had fled, she rushed toward the prostrate Belle, with the surrounding skeletal warriors following closely to ensure her safety. Upon reaching him, Belle was slowly rising from the ground, appearing somewhat tragic. Covered in dirt, his face marred with bruises, and fresh blood trickling down from his head, staining his visage with a ghastly appearance. "Are you all right?" he asked, wiping the blood from his face with a somber tone. "I'm fine," she replied, yet the hatred reflected in his gaze could not be concealed. He picked up the fire axe that John had just discarded from the ground and, with a calm demeanor, proceeded towards the warehouse. However, after taking merely 2 steps, he came to a halt. The warehouse containing the silver ingots was located in the southeastern corner of the factory area. "Given your capabilities, the door lock should pose no challenge." After saying this, he glanced at the surrounding skeletons and turned back, continuing his journey towards the distant warehouse. Jean Minchi observed the resolute expression in his eyes. It was evident that he was determined to confront those two, fully aware that he might not stand a chance against them and would likely not return alive. Thus, he took the initiative to reveal the location of the warehouse to her. Watching his departing figure, Jean Minchi's expression shifted. However, upon noticing the nearby skeleton soldiers, her eyes flickered as she attempted to issue a command to the closest skeleton. "Crouch." Chapter 64, Can the Skeleton Soldiers Evolve? Upon hearing her command, the skeleton soldier immediately crouched down. A hint of surprise crossed Jean Minchi's face. Could it truly be possible? All of them crouched down? The dozen or so skeleton soldiers around her uniformly knelt to the ground. Observing this, Jean Minchi called out to the retreating Belle, "Wait." She then rushed forward with the skeleton soldiers in tow. Not only did Belle, the person involved, deserve her ire, but she also harbored a deep-seated resentment towards those 2 scoundrels. Moreover, one of them had recently made an inappropriate advance towards her. Now that these skeleton soldiers were obeying her commands, she was determined to seek her revenge. Soon, with a throng of skeleton soldiers as her escort, Jean Minchi arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. The two individuals covertly peering through the door crack simultaneously altered their expressions. Upon seeing the skeleton soldiers encircle Jean Minhee, an ominous premonition washed over them. It was evident that the appearance of these skeleton soldiers was intricately linked to this woman. However, they found solace in the fact that the warehouse contained only finished silver ornaments, lacking windows, and that the heavy metal door was over 150 millimeters thick, providing formidable security. It seemed unlikely that an ordinary rocket launcher could penetrate it, let alone the bony blades wielded by the skeleton soldiers. Jean Minhee struck the metal door and a frown appeared on her face. Judging by the sound, the door's thickness was substantial, and opening it would not be a simple task. Nonetheless, having come this far, she felt compelled to make an attempt. She turned to a nearby skeleton swordsman and commanded, "Split it open." The skeleton soldier, upon hearing her, brandished its bone sword and stepped forward, delivering a powerful strike against the metal door. With a resounding crash, a 2 to 3 centimeter deep groove appeared on the surface of the door, but the force of the impact caused the skeleton soldier to stagger back 2 steps. The two individuals hiding within the warehouse exhaled a sigh of relief, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. Although they were aware of the door's sturdiness, facing such legendary creatures had left them feeling uncertain and uneasy. It seemed that concern over this matter was no longer necessary. Initially filled with hope at the sight of the skeleton soldiers, Bel's expression shifted. "You two scoundrels, come out." He stepped forward and struck the door with his fire axe in a frenzy. However, aside from causing his hands to go numb, his efforts bore no fruit. The two individuals inside responded with smug laughter. "Don't waste your energy. You want to be able to open that door from the outside." Hearing their mocking laughter, Jean Minhee clenched her teeth in frustration. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Once Su Mo emerged, entering would be as easy as pie. After all, the silver within was substantial, and she was confident that Su Mo would not abandon it. However, unnoticed by anyone, the skeleton soldier, after being jolted back, stepped forward once more. This time, it refrained from swinging its sword directly, instead raising its bone blade aloft. The soul's fire within the skull suddenly blazed forth, and a flicker of flame shot out from its hollow eye sockets, igniting the bone dagger in its grasp. In an instant, the entire weapon was engulfed in fierce flames. It was only then that they noticed the peculiarities surrounding this skeletal warrior. Without the slightest hesitation, the skeletal soldier thrust the blazing bone dagger towards the door. As if piercing through tofu, the dagger effortlessly sank into the metal barrier. Inside the storeroom, the two individuals witnessed the knife's tip abruptly penetrate the door, causing their previously eased hearts to race once more. Before their astonished eyes, the bone dagger danced across the surface of the door, carving an elliptical shape taller than a person. Upon seeing this, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they turned to flee deeper into the warehouse. However, they had barely taken 2 steps when a resounding crash echoed through the air as a massive chunk of severed metal hurtled inward, knocking Jim to the ground. Outside the gaping hole in the door, the skeletal warrior slowly lowered its raised foot. With a sizzle, the searing hot metal seared against its back, prompting Jim to emit a horrific scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Outside, Jean Minhee and Belle observed the skeletal warrior discard the charred bone dagger and withdraw slowly, their faces etched with shock. They had not anticipated such a formidable display from this skeletal soldier. Yet, Jean Minhee quickly regained her composure. She gestured toward the skeletal warrior, commanding it to seize the two individuals inside. A cadre of towering skeletal warriors, each exceeding 2 meters in height, bowed their heads and slipped through the opened hole. Moments later, Jean Minhee and Belle entered, discovering John and Jim being hoisted like mere chicks by 2 of the skeletal soldiers. The unconscious Jim jolted awake amid the commotion and, upon seeing the encircling skeletal warriors and the approaching Belle and Jean Minhee, terror filled his features. "Madam, spare us. I apologize." Jim shouted desperately at Jean Minhee. Apology? If apologies held any weight, why would we need the police? She was disinclined to waste further words with them and turned to Belle, saying, "It's in your hands now." She understood that Belle was far more eager to exact vengeance upon these 2 than she was. Belle expressed her gratitude and proceeded towards the 2 captives, while Jean Minhee stepped outside. The ensuing scene would be rather gruesome. Having just entered this apocalyptic world, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such brutality. Moments later, piercing screams echoed from within the warehouse, a cacophony that persisted for a full 10 minutes. When the sounds finally ceased, Jean Minhee ventured inside. The floor of the warehouse was stained with 2 large pools of blood, and at the center of these crimson patches lay the mangled bodies of Jim and John. "Dispose of these remains." Jean Min, he commanded. The remaining skeletal warriors remained still, save for the one that had incinerated the bone dagger, who stepped forward and inserted its left hand into one of the corpses, allowing a flicker of soul fire to flow into its grasp. Subsequently, the corpse rapidly succumbed to the searing flames of the soul fire, its flesh gradually melting away. Ultimately, even the bones were not spared, dissolving into liquid that was absorbed by the skeletal soldier. As the entire form of the corpse vanished, a bone knife re-emerged within the skeletal soldier's right hand. Following this method, another body was similarly consumed. After absorbing the two corpses, the skeletal soldier's stature increased once more, its bones becoming even more robust than before. Could this entity actually evolve? Witnessing this scene, Jean Min was momentarily taken aback. However, she did not dwell on it for long. She waved her hand toward the skeletons, instructing them to gather all the silver artifacts within the storeroom. To ensure the skeletal soldiers comprehended her command, she demonstrated the action herself. In an instant, the entire storeroom buzzed with activity. Chapter 65. From cavalry to infantry within the factory, the assembly of the undead cavalry had reached its final moment. As the last fusion gave rise to the soul fire, it merged into the skull of the undead knight. A palpable black mist began to spread across its surface, ultimately transforming into a solid black armor that enveloped its entire being, including the skeletal steed. Sumo's body gradually descended from the heavens. Observing the 30-odd undead knights and nearly 500 skeletal soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction. To inscribe the auxiliary array, one must be wholly devoted. With the protection of this legion of the undead, he need not fear disturbances from the zombies while engraving the array. At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through him. While casting spells does not impose strict demands on the body, in such circumstances, the density of the undead energy was overwhelming, and he could not entirely evade the encroaching spectral energy. This was a characteristic of necromantic magic. Otherwise, the necromancers would not resemble malevolent specters. However, thanks to his formidable mental strength, the dissipating undead energy was minimal. After a brief moment of discomfort, he quickly regained his composure. He leapt forward, kicking one of the undead knights from its mount, then took its place. These undead knights were his creations, entirely under his control, as the necromantic energy within them was supplied by Suemo himself. With merely a thought, he could reduce them to mere piles of bones. Thus, in an instant, he was able to immobilize the knight and separate it from its steed. Otherwise, even with his strength, a mere kick would not have been enough to budge the knight. The fallen undead knight swiftly regained control of its body, bewildered as it stood up from the ground. Upon turning to see Suemo, who had unceremoniously dismounted it, there was no protest. It obediently retrieved its great sword and returned to the rear. The transformation from cavalry to infantry had commenced. However, the undead knight could not comprehend a fundamental truth. Infantry would always be more favored than cavalry. Riding atop a formidable warhorse, approximately 2 meters in height, Suemo led the charge toward Jean Min and her companions. Before they even reached the warehouse, Jean Min and her companion emerged. The commotion caused by the cavalry was quite pronounced. As they galloped, the ground trembled beneath them. Jean Min, witnessing a line of cavalry resembling a towering wall, felt an immediate sense of pressure. However, upon seeing Suemo seated atop the central undead steed, she exhaled in relief. Suemo seemed to recognize that the presence of so many undead beings was somewhat cumbersome. Thus, with a flicker of the dark tome upon his brow, the undead creatures vanished in an instant. They were drawn into a specially designated space within the dark tome, which had automatically manifested a realm for the storage of the undead after he had summoned them. As the undead disappeared, Jean Min and Jack finally felt a lightness enveloping them. Confronted by these restless spirits, particularly the spectral knights, she felt an inexplicable weight pressing down upon her chest, akin to a colossal stone. Suemo directed her mental energy toward the warehouse, observing a towering pile of various silver ornaments in the center. "Well done," she commended softly. Stepping into the warehouse, with a gentle wave of her hand, she gathered the silver trinkets that had accumulated on the ground. Although the quantity appeared substantial, it was estimated to weigh no more than 100 tons. When Jean Min and her companion entered, their eyes widened at the sight of the vanished silver. However, having witnessed Suemo's remarkable abilities, they refrained from comment. Under Jack's guidance, Suemo swiftly made her way to the storeroom, where the raw materials were located at the back of the factory. After easily unlocking the door, the trio stepped inside. Upon surveying the room, they beheld neatly stacked special boxes, crafted from metal, each adorned with a network of coin-sized holes, allowing glimpses of the silver bricks within, each measuring nearly 40 centimeters in length. Each brick bore a weight marking of 15 kilograms. Roughly estimating, the silver bricks in the room exceeded 1,000 tons, ample for Suemo to arrange the required formation. After collecting the silver bricks, Suemo turned to Jack, stating, "My objectives have been achieved. In light of your cooperation, I shall grant you a passage." A portal to another realm opened beneath Jack's feet, and before he could react, he exclaimed in surprise as he fell through. Los Angeles, the city with the second largest population in the United States, became one of the cities most infested with zombies following the apocalypse. Given the circumstances, Suemo deemed it most fitting to select this city, rife with the undead, while New York, being the most populous, might seem the ideal location for the formation. Geographical considerations led Suemo to dismiss it. Despite its high population, New York's irregular shape rendered it unsuitable for enveloping the circular formation. Furthermore, the abundance of water bodies within the city posed a risk of spatial wastage. Suemo had plans to utilize the portal to transport more zombies into the formation, making Los Angeles, with its predominantly terrestrial expanse and regular circular layout, the most appropriate choice. In the southwest of Los Angeles, at Kinmery Park, Suemo and Jean Minchi emerged from the portal. "Where did you send him?" Jean Minchi inquired with curiosity as she stepped out of the teleportation gate. "To an uninhabited island in the Pacific, rich in resources and ideal for wilderness survival," Suemo replied. Jean Minchi felt somewhat speechless at this revelation. Nevertheless, during such times, the safest havens were indeed those deserted islands. Of course, Suemo had no intention of leaving Jack completely defenseless, having provided him with a bone knife. With this weapon in hand, he should lead a rather comfortable life on the island. The sole drawback is a degree of loneliness. If necessary, a companion could be sent to him in the future. As they conversed, a horde of wandering zombies, attracted by the scent of the living, began to howl and surge toward them. A flicker crossed Sumo's brow, and a gray vortex materialized before him. With a resounding roar, a battalion of undead knights emerged from within, dispersing in all directions and utterly obliterating the surrounding zombies. The undead creatures encountered no resistance from the zombies, who seemed entirely uninterested in the skeletal forms before them, even though there was a trace of flesh on the carcass. The skeletons, composed solely of bone, elicited no fascination from the zombies whatsoever. Following closely behind, nearly 500 skeletal warriors of various types burst forth. Suemo gestured to the surroundings. "Clear the area." Chapter 66. The Enchanted Welding Girl. Upon receiving Sumo's command, the skeletal warriors and undead knights surged forth in all directions. This location was the first site Suemo had chosen on the map to establish auxiliary magic circles, considering the vast scale encompassing the entirety of Los Angeles. Each auxiliary circle would possess a diameter no less than 300 meters. To inscribe the magic array within this expanse, the ground must be devoid of any obstructions. Under Sumo's direction, the undead beings commenced a frenzied demolition operation. The entire park was cleared of all impediments, including trees. Suemo observed the relentless onslaught of the undead, raised his right hand, and reached into a nearby open portal. Emerging from it, he grasped a tome approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. A flicker of the dark scripture emblem on his forehead signaled the infusion of a wave of black energy into the book, enveloping it entirely. As the energy encased the tome, its form began to subtly transform. The original content was erased, replaced instead by a series of magical incantations and their respective release methods. Moments later, energy began to permeate the book's interior, and its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the dark scripture. He casually tossed the book to Jean Minchi, instructing her, "This tome contains a portion of dark magic. Give it a try. Oh, and if you have questions, ponder them yourself. Do not disturb me." Ignoring her reaction, Suemo settled onto a nearby patch of ground, intent on transmuting the silver bricks into pure mithril through arcane methods. Jean Minchi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly caught the book he had thrown. Eagerly, she opened it, and upon reading the title of the first spell, Spatial Transport, her face lit up with exhilaration. Mastering this would enable her to return to South Korea and rescue her sister. With a whispered exclamation of excitement, she endeavored to calm her racing heart and delved earnestly into her studies. Meanwhile, Suemo waved his hand gently, summoning a plethora of silver adornments to the ground before him. A plume of violet flame erupted from his palm, hovering in midair. Under the influence of his telekinesis, the silver trinkets began to glide slowly into the violet flame. The entire day was consumed by Suemo's relentless practice of refining mithril. As dusk approached around 6 o'clock, the sky darkened gradually. Suemo stored the last portion of liquid mithril into his spatial ring, exhaling a sigh of relief. The repetitive actions had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Turning his gaze toward Jean Minchi, he noted that she seemed utterly absorbed in her frenzied magical training. From Suemo's perspective, the figure of Jean Minchi, with her back to him, transformed into that of a welding girl, with bursts of light flickering incessantly before her. Occasionally, small purple sparks shot forth, and she murmured incantations under her breath. Suemo did not disturb the other party, but instead turned to survey his surroundings. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the area had been completely cleared by the undead creatures. Fortunately, this location was in the suburbs, and there were not many zombies nearby. The few that existed had already been attracted by the commotion and eliminated. The debris cleared from the park had been amassed by the undead to form a natural barrier around the perimeter. At that moment, the undead were scattered within the confines of the barrier, vigilantly guarding against any potential incursions by zombies. One of the advantages of the undead creatures was their lack of need for rest. Success! An exhilarated low roar emanated from behind him. Suemo turned to look. Jean Minchi was nearly jumping with excitement as a spatial portal slowly opened before her. Upon witnessing this, Suemo hurried over and pulled Jean Minchi away from the portal's vicinity. Simultaneously, a dozen undead knights stationed outside rushed towards them at his command. With his experience, he was acutely aware that opening a spatial portal without sufficient skill could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Who knew where her spatial portal might lead? If it opened directly into a horde of zombies, Jean Minchi, standing so close, could easily become the first sacrifice to his magic. Fortunately, the anticipated scenario did not materialize. As the portal opened wide enough for a person to pass through, both individuals caught sight of the scene on the other side. It appeared to be a classroom. Judging by the inscriptions on the classroom walls, it was evidently located within a school in South Korea. Moments later, Jean Minchi excitedly pointed to a specific spot on the wall and exclaimed, "Suwon campus of Seoul University, that's my sister's school." With that, she attempted to rush into the portal, but Suemo grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. "What sister? What is going on?" Feeling a painful pressure on her neck, she finally became aware. Although she had learned a spell, her combat capabilities were not significantly different from those of an ordinary person. If she wished to save her sister, she still needed to rely on Suemo. Realizing this, she quickly recounted the situation regarding her sister. Once she finished, she cautiously requested, "May I borrow a few of those skeleton soldiers, just for one night?" Understanding the terrifying nature of zombies, she recognized that the longer they delayed, the slimmer her sister's chances of survival became. Suemo nodded in agreement. "All right, but there are conditions. I will agree to any condition." A resolute expression appeared on Jean Minchi's face. "Good, we will discuss the conditions after you rescue your sister." With that, Suemo waved his hand, and 50 skeleton soldiers rushed towards them, taking their positions behind the two. Subsequently, among the undead knights flanking them, 3 stepped forward, with one knight dismounting from his steed. Ultimately, Jean Minchi mounted a skeletal warhorse, followed by 2 undead knights and 50 skeleton soldiers as they entered the spatial portal. Given that they could successfully cast such a spell within less than a day, it was an impressive feat indeed. The individual's aptitude for the cultivation of magic is not lacking. Moreover, this presents an opportunity to hone her skills. After all, once I depart, she will need to command these undead legions to eradicate the zombies. If she cannot handle such matters, how will she exert control over the undead? Observing the slowly closing portal, Suemo decided to leave the undead knights stationed here as guardians, while he returned to the yacht. Stepping out from the portal, he found Eliza languidly sprawled on the bed. Upon noticing Suemo emerging from the portal, she immediately sprang up with excitement. Approaching him, her gaze curiously scrutinized the portal that was gradually sealing shut. "Is this also?" Suemo nodded absently. After a day of relentless activity, his physical constitution was nearing its limit. Seeing this, Eliza approached with a playful smile. "What are you doing?" Chapter 67. Prohibition of self-indulgence at dawn the next day. Suemo stepped out of his room, leaning against his waist. He finally comprehended his existence in this world, unwilling to allow Elisa to part ways with her boyfriend. Beyond merely satisfying his peculiar little whims, there was indeed a deeper reason for his reluctance. This woman was truly captivating. As a friend, occasional exchanges were manageable. However, if she were to be regarded as a girlfriend, given the original host's physical constitution, it was likely he would not endure a year. Upon reaching the deck of the yacht, Harry was gazing absent-mindedly at the surrounding waters. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned and beheld Su-mo approaching. After a moment's hesitation, a question escaped his lips. Who exactly are you? As the original host's closest friend, he had swiftly discerned, within less than a day of interaction, that the person before him was no longer the friend he once knew. Sumo's expression remained unchanged at the inquiry. He was not surprised by the other's recognition, as he had not deliberately concealed his identity. Who I am is of little consequence. However, you should understand that I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Seeing Sumo's lack of denial, a trace of melancholy appeared on Harry's face. The willingness to risk his life to rescue Su-mo was a testament to how genuinely he regarded the original host as his best friend. Could you do me a favor? After a moment's contemplation, Harry continued, could you take me to a deserted island? He speculated that Su-mo possessed the ability to vanish and reappear silently. The yacht's fuel would allow them to traverse only a few more hundred nautical miles. And to his knowledge, there were no suitable islands in the vicinity. Of course, Su-mo nodded. In the current situation, residing on an uninhabited island was indeed the safest option. With that, Su-mo snapped his fingers, and a portal slowly opened beside them. On the other side, Belle, wielding a white bone knife to chop wood, turned upon hearing the commotion. A smile graced her face as she caught sight of Su-mo. Hello, she greeted, clearly content with life on the island. Half an hour later, the portal gradually closed. Having just learned from Harry that his parents had passed away a year prior, and that he had no relatives left in this world, it was understandable why he chose to live on the island. Su-mo had ensured that all useful supplies aboard the yacht were left for them. The provisions alone would suffice for their consumption for several months. Perhaps they would not even deplete them before the zombies were eradicated. After sending Harry off, Su-mo found himself in a quandary. What should be done about Elisa on the yacht? It seemed inappropriate to abandon her. Such heartless actions were not in Sumo's character. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision. He might as well forge a pact with the demon. Remaining here could still prove to be of some utility. Upon this realization, Su-mo returned to the bedroom. The sound of the door startled Eliza awake, who gazed at Su-mo standing in the doorway, reclining on the bed in an alluring pose. My dear, shall we indulge in a morning exercise? Su-mo gently brushed his forehead, observing that she appeared far from being a magical material, resembling more of a succubus. Settle down. I have important matters to discuss with you. Subsequently, Su-mo recounted the details of the demonic contract to her. The initial signing of the contract rests in your hands. Upon hearing this, Eliza's face lit up with excitement. Yes, of course. My dear, hurry up. I can hardly wait. As the demonic contract imbued itself into Sumo's brow, the pact was officially enacted. After a brief pause of several seconds, Eliza began to scrutinize herself in confusion. Is that it? What more do you desire? At least a dramatic wardrobe malfunction would suffice. Su-mo, at a loss for words, tossed her a tome filled with dark magic. Take your time to study it. I shall take my leave now. With that, Su-mo opened a portal and departed without delay. Unfazed by Sumo's exit, Eliza immediately delved into the book. Her interest piqued by the spatial teleportation technique. Wow, this is a splendid self-entertainment skill. In Kinmari Park, the undying specter remained unyielding, exhibiting no signs of fatigue as it strictly executed Sumo's commands. The tome of dark magic manifested before him, and he swiftly flipped to the page detailing the auxiliary array required for the undead calamity. Gazing at the intricate lines, Su-mo first sketched the outline magnified 1,000-fold onto the ground, subsequently manipulating the liquid mithril he had previously concocted to trace along these contours. Success in depicting the array demanded absolute precision. Any error would be unacceptable. For an entire morning, Su-mo remained utterly absorbed in inscribing the array. As noon approached, the final stroke seamlessly merged with the previous ones, and the entire auxiliary array was finally complete. In that moment of completion, a swirling violet light began to flow along the patterns of the array, illuminating it entirely before the brilliance faded into obscurity. A smile graced Sumo's face, signifying the array's successful completion. Judging by this pace, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to complete all arrays. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su-mo decided to rest while checking on Jean Minchi's situation. Closing his eyes, he immediately sensed 2 luminous points within his consciousness. This was yet another function of the demonic contract, allowing him to observe the surroundings of the other party at any time. Clearly, these 2 light points represented Jean Minchi and Eliza, with whom he had forged the pact. Attempting to link with the more distant light point, an image materialized in his mind. In the southern region, over 100 kilometers west of Suwon City, Jean Minchi, perched atop a skeletal steed towering over 2 meters, was flanked by 50 skeletal warriors. At that moment, the size of these skeletal soldiers had increased by nearly 1/3, their bones now gleaming with a lustrous, jade-like radiance. She meticulously maneuvered her mount, striving to suppress any sound. After arriving here the previous night, she had directly commanded the Skeletal Legion to eradicate every zombie within the university. Fortunately, the institution was not situated within the urban confines of Suwon, thereby avoiding the summoning of hordes of the undead due to noise. Upon completing the purge, she scoured the remains of the zombies, relieved to find no trace of her sister, Jenny. Subsequently, she conducted a thorough search around the campus, from a bloodstain left by a vehicle at the entrance. She surmised that someone had driven westward in haste following the outbreak of the zombie virus. Traveling in that direction for 2 to 3 hours would lead one to the seashore. She speculated that these individuals intended to make their escape by sea. With no sign of Jenny in the vicinity, she could only pray that her sister had managed to leave with them. Without a moment to spare, she set off in pursuit. Thankfully, there was only one road circumventing the city leading to the coast, alleviating her fears of straying off course. Yet, now, with less than 30 kilometers remaining to the seaside, she had not yet spotted any vehicles. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Meanwhile, within the outskirts of Tian'an City, approximately 10 kilometers from the coast, a bus had broken down by the roadside. A short but exceptionally robust man stood before the rear tire of the vehicle, delivering a forceful kick to the deflated rubber. Damn it! This cursed vehicle had to fail at this moment. At that juncture, several university students clad in uniforms disembarked from the bus. Teacher Ki-jae, what is the situation? Chapter 68. The deceived Jija. The vehicle had broken down, leaving us no choice but to traverse the remaining distance on foot. Situated in the wilderness, the prospect of finding another car was evidently bleak. Jija furrowed his brow as he checked his phone. The coastline lay less than 10 kilometers away, and only by boarding a vessel there could we ensure our safety. The students were acutely aware of this reality. The zombies possessed exceptionally keen hearing and smell. Even the slightest sound could attract their attention. Last night, while resting in the vehicle, none could find solace in sleep, each plagued by anxiety, fearing that the undead would pursue them by scent. Thankfully, they had survived the night unscathed. If they were to continue living in such a state of tension, it was likely that they would succumb to madness before the zombies could consume them. At that moment, a male student in the crowd observed the worry etched on a female student's face beside him. "Li Xiu, do not fret. I will protect you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiu glanced at his spindly frame and rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You should focus on safeguarding yourself first. And from now on, please call me Jean Li Xiu." With that, she disregarded his disheartened expression and returned to the vehicle to retrieve her backpack. The others also returned to the vehicle, busying themselves with their belongings. Zhao Dongshu glared darkly at Li Xiu within the vehicle, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He had pursued her for 2.5 years, yet she had never regarded him with anything but indifference. "You wretched girl, you leave me no choice." A sinister thought crossed his mind. Just then, Jija emerged from the vehicle with a backpack slung over his shoulder. "Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Hurry and gather what you need. No one will share the hard-earned supplies with you." On their journey here, they had passed a gas station. After dispatching the few zombies lingering nearby, they had collected a substantial amount of food and water from the station's convenience store, nearly filling the vehicle to capacity. However, it was clear they could not take everything. Each would have to carry what their strength allowed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongshu quickly nodded with a smile. "All right, Teacher Jija." He then turned to head towards the vehicle's door. Yet, once out of Jija's sight, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. To execute his plan, he first needed to eliminate this inconvenient obstacle. In their group, only he and Jija were men. Without the latter, he could do as he pleased. However, devising a method to dispose of him was imperative, especially after witnessing Jija single-handedly dispatch 3 zombies. A few minutes later, 7 or 8 students followed closely behind Jija as they began their trek towards the shoreline. Though 10 kilometers was not an insurmountable distance, walking would take them nearly 2 hours. Moreover, each of these individuals bore a substantial load of provisions. In just over half an hour, the students were all panting with exhaustion. Zhao Dongshu, having long suffered from a lack of physical exertion, was nearly gasping for breath. At that moment, several of them spotted the shadow of a small town in the distance. "There's a vehicle over there." A girl's voice rang out among the group. Following her gaze, they indeed saw a pickup truck parked on the road outside the town, and curiously, there were no zombies in sight, as if they had been drawn away. The vehicle's door stood ajar, but it was too far to discern the interior scene. Teacher Jija, why don't we go take a look? If the vehicle can be started, it would save us a considerable amount of time. The girl continued. Teacher Jija hesitated for a moment. No, that location is too close to the town. If a zombie were to suddenly emerge, none of us would escape. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, with less than 2 hours remaining to the coast, there was no need to take such a risk. Once they grasped this, they gritted their teeth and continued their arduous trek toward the sea. Only Zhao Dongxiu, intentionally lagging behind, felt a flicker of determination in his eyes and gradually slowed his pace, seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted. He slipped away from the group and stealthily approached the vehicle outside the town. A few minutes later, he arrived beside the truck, gazing inside. A smile crept across his face. There were no zombies within, and the keys were conspicuously inserted in the ignition. Without hesitation, Zhao Dongxiu placed his backpack on the vehicle and attempted to start it. Given that only a day had passed since the apocalypse began, the engine roared to life effortlessly. He turned the vehicle around but did not drive away immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and pressed the horn decisively. The piercing sound echoed throughout the tranquil town. Almost instantly, chaos erupted within the small community. The cacophony of zombie growls erupted, and within 10 seconds, figures began to appear at the far end of the road, rushing toward the truck. Moreover, the horde was rapidly growing in size. Once the distance seemed sufficient, Zhao Dongxiu drove the vehicle toward his companions. At the moment the horn blared, the weary group, struggling to maintain their pace, halted and turned to face the direction of the sound. In this quiet environment, the noise was strikingly prominent. It was only at that moment that a girl screamed, Teacher Jija, Zhao Dongxiu is missing. Upon hearing this, Teacher Jija's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. He instantly realized that Zhao Dongxiu must have gone to start the vehicle, and the direction of the horn confirmed his suspicion. You all must hurry. I will go see. After giving a command, Jija intended to observe from a distance, hoping not to miss any opportunity to save each individual. However, before he could make a move, he spotted a pickup truck appearing at the end of the road. Not far behind the vehicle was a horde of pursuing zombies. The pickup swiftly caught up with the group, coming to a halt right beside Li Xiu. Quickly get in. Zhao Dongxiu feigned an expression of urgency. Upon witnessing this, Jija shot him a fierce glare. I'll settle the score with you later, he proclaimed, and despite the chaos, he approached the group of girls to assist them in climbing into the back of the truck. Once everyone had boarded, Jija prepared to follow suit. At that moment, the zombies were still 60 to 70 meters away, allowing ample time for their escape. Yet, Zhao Dongxiu, who had been watching intently in the rearview mirror, denied him that opportunity. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, the truck roared in anger and sped away, leaving Jija sprawled on the ground. Bastard! Jija shouted in fury from the ground, clearly realizing that this was a deliberate attempt on his life. Rising to his feet, he frantically chased after the direction of the departing vehicle. Chapter 69. The cunning Zhao Dongxiu sitting in the passenger seat, Li Xiu cast an angry glare at Zhao Dongxiu. What are you doing? Teacher Giz hasn't even gotten into the car. Is that so? My apologies, I wasn't paying attention, Zhao Dongxiu replied, a brazen smile spreading across his face. Upon witnessing his expression, Li Xiu quickly realized the truth. You did that on purpose? Her face contorted in disbelief. It was crucial to remember that she and her companions, including Zhao Dongxiu himself, had managed to escape from school thanks to Teacher Giz. She never anticipated that Zhao Dongxiu could stoop to such treachery, even endangering the very person who had saved their lives. Meanwhile, at the rear of the vehicle, Giz was clearly unable to catch up with the rapidly speeding car. Soon, it vanished from his sight. Damn it, he muttered, discarding his backpack and sprinting at full speed. Glancing back, he noted the distance between himself and the pursuing zombies was gradually increasing, yet he felt no joy. Although he was gaining ground, he could not maintain this pace for long, while the zombies could persist in their chase until death. Surveying his surroundings, he saw that along the empty road, only a tall willow tree stood less than 100 meters away. Without hesitation, he dashed toward it. Upon reaching the tree, he nimbly climbed up its trunk to the top. Before long, the zombies arrived, swarming and attempting to ascend the tree. Giz forcefully broke off a withered branch and began thrusting it down at the approaching undead. However, it appeared that within minutes, the sheer number of zombies would allow them to reach his height. Giz found himself at a loss. His strength was nearly depleted. If he continued to run, he would likely be overtaken in less than a minute, leaving him with no chance of survival. As he watched the zombie horde ascend, a flicker of despair crossed his face. At that moment, in the distance, a group of white figures approached, halting 100 meters from the tree. Leading them was Jean Taishi, riding on a skeletal horse. Observing the scene, she saw a man, resembling a gorilla, crouched atop the tree, occasionally using a wooden stick to fend off the zombies. The sight was somewhat comical, yet it was clear that the man would soon be overwhelmed. With a gentle wave of her hand, the skeletal soldiers surged toward the horde of zombies, like a hot knife through butter. They swiftly dispatched the hundreds of zombies surrounding the base of the tree. As Giz squatted atop the tree, his expression shifted upon seeing the skeletons. What on earth are these? He thought. Not only could the dead rise, but now even skeletal figures wielded weapons against the living. However, noticing Jean Taishi sitting atop her horse in the distance, he recognized that these skeletons were likely being controlled by her. A sigh of relief washed over him. Humans were certainly preferable to these incomprehensible monsters. Moments later, Kim Tae-hee rode her skeletal steed to the base of the grand tree. Gazing up at the figure of Ji Cheol perched atop its branches. "Did you escape from university?" she inquired directly, her face betraying a flicker of hope. On her journey here, she had encountered the broken-down bus, and given their proximity to its location, such speculation seemed plausible. At her words, Ji Cheol's eyes lit up as he hastily descended from the tree with a flurry of movement. "Indeed, I am a professor at Seoul University. And you are?" he replied. "Among those who escaped with you, is there a girl named Lee Soo?" Kim Tae-hee pressed eagerly, adding, "I am Lee Soo's sister." Realization dawned on Ji Cheol, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He recounted the events that had transpired, then pointed in a specific direction. That scoundrel took them away from this path. Upon hearing the news of Lee Soo's safety, Kim Tae exhaled in relief. Yet the implication of Jechol's words revealed that the rascal, Jo Dong-wook, harbored ill intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, she waved towards another nearby undead knight. The knight advanced, lifting Ji Cheol with one hand and placing him behind its back. Under Kim Tae-hee's guidance, they sped towards the direction of the bus. By the seaside, a pickup truck screeched to a halt at the dock's edge. The ground was stained with blood, yet no zombies were in sight. It appeared that, for some reason, they had all been drawn away. The group disembarked from the vehicle. The girls who had been seated in the truck's bed began to chastise Jo Dong-wook, who had emerged from the driver's seat. "How could you abandon Professor Ji Cheol?" One exclaimed. "Yes, there was still time." Another added, "I believe he did it on purpose." Listening to their voices, a manic expression crept onto Jo Dong-wook's face. "Silence," he barked, advancing to kick down the two loudest girls, sending them sprawling to the ground. "Speak again, and I shall cast you overboard." The remaining girls, frightened by his menacing demeanor, fell silent. Satisfied by their fear, Jo Dong-wook turned to confront Lee Soo. However, as he did, a bloodied baseball bat struck him squarely on the head with a resounding thud. The blow sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his head. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, grasping the bat as it swung towards him again and wresting it from its wielder. Lee Soo stumbled back, having lost her footing. "You wretched fool!" Jo Dong-wook seethed, rising with the bat in hand, his expression dark as he glared at Kim Lee Soo. "You foul wench! How dare you show such insolence?" Realizing the peril, Kim Lee Soo promptly turned to flee. It seemed she had overestimated her strength. Her full-force strike had not rendered him unconscious, and the bat she had retrieved was now firmly within his grasp. The inherent disparities of the body render even the most feeble of men capable of effortlessly dominating an ordinary woman. Upon witnessing his intended target attempt to flee, Zhao Dongshu swung his club with force, striking her leg. Jean Lishio let out a cry of pain as she collapsed to the ground. The remaining 5 or 6 girls, horrified by the scene, scattered in all directions. To them, Zhao Dongshu appeared to have succumbed to madness. Unperturbed by the fleeing figures behind him, Zhao Dongshu remained resolute. His primary objective was Jean Lishio. In comparison, those women with faces resembling pancakes held no allure for him. Gazing at Jean Lishio's youthful yet subtly enticing visage, he licked his lips. However, he did not allow himself to fall into hubris. Although no zombies were currently in sight, one could never predict when a horde might emerge from the shadows. Observing a fishing boat in the distance, he disregarded Jean Lishio's resistance and forcefully dragged her towards the vessel. Chapter 70. The embarrassment of Jean Minhee. As Zhao Dongshu took a few steps forward, he suddenly heard a faint sound of running from a distance. Turning his head, he was met with a chilling sight, a horde of skeletal figures, mere remnants of their former selves, racing towards him with alarming speed. At the forefront of this ghastly procession were 3 skeletal warhorses. In an instant, Zhao Dongshu and Jean Lishio's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhao Dongshu hastened his pace, relieved to find he was not too far from the vessel. Within a few breaths, he had reached the ship, allowing himself a moment of respite. His family, though modestly affluent, had provided him with some training in navigation during his vacations. While the fishing boat before him was not identical to those he had piloted, the fundamental controls were similar enough to inspire confidence in his ability to start the engine. Meanwhile, in the distance, the skeletal rider Jiaizhe watched in horror as Zhao Dongshu made his way to the ship's cabin. Panic surged within him. The distance between the two parties was still a daunting 300 to 400 meters. Should Zhao Dongshu manage to start the boat, it was likely they would escape. After all, the skeletal beings were devoid of any aquatic combat capabilities. Once submerged, they would undoubtedly sink to the depths. His resentment towards Zhao Dongshu, nearly having faced death at the young man's hands, simmered intensely within him. He longed to tear the boy apart, and the prospect of his escape ignited a furious yearning for vengeance. Seated upon a skeletal horse, Jin Minhee observed the unfolding scene with a glimmer of joy on her face. Though the distance was considerable, she could still discern the figure of her younger sister, Jin Lixiu. As long as her sister was alive, that was the most reassuring news she could hope for. The fact that Lixiu had been taken by the enemy did not trouble her in the slightest. With her ability to teleport, she could effortlessly reach the ship and rescue her sister. However, for the moment, such measures were unnecessary. She waved her arm toward the skeletal horde behind her, imparting a command through sheer will. This method of precise control over the undead was documented in the Tome of Darkness. As long as the orders were not overly complex, the lesser undead could execute them with accuracy. Of course, this applied only to lower-tier undead. Some of the higher-tier undead possessed intelligence that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of ordinary humans, rendering such intricacies unnecessary. A skeletal archer, sprinting with fervor, suddenly accelerated. Before it, two skeletal soldiers interlocked their arms, providing a launching pad. The archer leapt, using their combined strength to propel itself into the air, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. At the apex of its ascent, the skeletal archer knocked an arrow and released it towards the distance. The bone arrow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Within moments, it traversed several hundred meters, piercing Zhao Dongshu's abdomen and pinning him to the deck. Zhao Dongshu let out a pain scream. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Lixiu quickly wriggled free from her captor's grasp and slipped into the adjoining cabin. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she gazed at the terrifying creatures drawing ever closer. She was not at all like Zhao Dongshu, who possessed the skill to navigate a vessel. Her only avenue of escape was to plunge into the depths below. Drawing a deep breath, she hastily dashed out of the cabin, racing towards the side. Yet, before she could leap, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. Turning her gaze, she was startled to see among the approaching monstrosities her sister, Kim Minhee, astride a skeletal horse, leading the charge. Uni? In no time, Kim Minhee had arrived, dismounting from the skeletal steed and rushing forward to embrace Kim Lixiu. After a brief moment, they separated, and Kim Lixiu looked at her sister in disbelief. Uni, aren't you in America? How did you end up here? And what on earth are those creatures behind you? Kim Minhee began to explain. Meanwhile, Kijiol approached Zhao Dongshu, who was writhing in agony on the ground. Clenching his fist, he declared, "You little brat, now that you're in my grasp, I shall make you understand the consequences of attempting to harm your teacher." With that, his colossal fist rained down mercilessly on Zhao Dongshu's head. By the time Kim Minhee and her sister arrived, he had already drawn his last breath. Observing the pitiful state of Zhao Dongshu, Kim Lixiu felt no pity and kicked him a few more times. "You scoundrel, trying to take advantage of me." Lixiu. Upon witnessing her sister's stern expression, Kim Lixiu stuck out her tongue. "Yuni, I was wrong. I promise to watch my words from now on." Ever since their parents passed away, it had been her sister who cared for her, a bond that filled her with both love and trepidation. Kim Minhee then expressed her gratitude to Kijiol, instructing the skeletal soldiers to scour the nearby supermarket for supplies to stockpile in the ship's hold. After all, without him, her sister might have perished long ago within the confines of the school. As they watched the vessel gradually depart, Kim Lixiu inquired, "Where do we go from here?" Kim Minhee cast a cryptic glance at her. "Just follow your sister." With that, she extended her right hand, gently sliding it through the air. A portal slowly materialized before them. Eager to showcase her newfound ability, she could hardly contain her excitement in front of Lixiu. Indeed, upon witnessing this spectacle, Lixiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing her sister's expression, Kim Minhee felt a surge of satisfaction, returning home in splendor, like a fine garment in the night. With such a power at her disposal, How could she not indulge in a display before those familiar to her? However, as the portal continued to open, her expression faltered upon glimpsing the scene on the other side. The portal revealed an endless expanse of ocean beneath them. Li Su, too, observed the sight with confusion. Yinny, will we be fed to the fish if we go through? Kim Minhee swiftly closed the portal with a wave of her hand, feigning calmness as she replied. I spent the entire night searching for you, and perhaps due to my fatigue, I made an error. Let us try again. With determination, she focused her mind, inhaled deeply, and once more glided her right hand through the air. Once again, a spatial portal manifested before the two individuals, gazing at the frigid, snow-laden landscape on the other side. Along with a few bewildered penguins staring at them, Li Xiu could no longer suppress her doubts, casting a questioning glance at her companion. Sister, are you truly capable? After 2 consecutive blunders, Jean Minhee could hardly maintain her composure, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Just then, another portal opened less than 2 meters away on the Antarctic glacier, leading directly to the square where Su Mo was situated. Oh, what is happening? Jean Li Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. Observing this scene, Jean Minhee was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. This was undoubtedly Su Mo's way of alleviating her awkwardness. She restored her calm demeanor, wiping away the beads of sweat that had formed on her brow due to her earlier anxiety. I merely thought you looked too warm, so I assisted in cooling you down. With that, she boldly stepped toward the teleportation portal. As she crossed the threshold, clad only in a light garment, she shivered from the sudden chill. Chapter 71. How to Use Spatial Teleportation. Su Mo gazed at the emerging Jean Minhee from the spatial portal, a subtle smile gracing his features. Upon noticing his expression, Jean Minhee's face briefly registered an awkwardness. Li Xiu, approaching with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings, her gaze falling upon Su Mo as he rose from the ground, revealing a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Is this the man whom my sister spoke of? The one who bestowed her with extraordinary abilities? Su Mo, sensing her scrutiny, turned his attention toward her. The ever-fearless Jean Li Xiu, caught in his gaze, quickly lowered her head. After all, he was the legendary demon. Jean Minhee had elaborately recounted the details regarding the contract to her. Although Su Mo possessed the power to prevent her from divulging such information, he chose not to intervene. His intentions were straightforward. He needed Jean Li Xiu to enter into a contract as well. This was a condition he had long contemplated concerning the borrowing of souls. It was not that he coveted anything from her. Rather, he understood Jean Li Xiu's significance in Jean Minhee's heart, perhaps even above her own. This presented a potential instability for Su Mo. After all, Jean Minhee would undoubtedly choose Jean Li Xiu over the constraints of the contract when their safety was at stake. There was no necessity to eliminate her. Instead, he sought to secure Jean Li Xiu's soul under his control. This way, Jean Minhee would unconditionally follow his commands. Upon returning, the army of the undead would be entirely under his command, yet he could not constantly oversee the situation. This was a matter involving millions of points, allowing no room for error. Su Mo conveyed his terms through the power of the contract. Upon hearing them, Jean Minhee's expression shifted. She could accept any fate for herself, yet she wished for Jean Li Xiu to be spared from such an agreement. However, after a moment's contemplation, she nodded in acquiescence, setting aside the futility of her refusal, which would only provoke Su Mo and jeopardize their fates. She realized both of them would face dire consequences. Even if he spared them, she could not overcome her internal conflict. After all, without Su Mo, neither of them would have survived. Jean Li Xiu might even become a plaything for others, leading a life worse than death. In comparison, surrendering her soul to his control seemed trivial. After pondering this, she turned and led Jean Li Xiu aside, intending to persuade her. Is it truly possible? To her astonishment, upon her suggestion, Jean Li Xiu's face lit up with an eager excitement, as if she perceived this as a monumental opportunity. No. Listen carefully. You must offer your soul, and thereafter, with but a thought, you could render your existence unbearable. So what? Jean Li Xiu replied, her demeanor exuding an air of inevitability. To gain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. Otherwise, why would he lend you his power? Do you think it's because of your looks? Do not jest. If one possesses such abilities, would they concern themselves with a woman like you? If they so wish, the entirety of the world's women would be at their disposal. Even if they were to forcefully claim you, what could you possibly do? Upon hearing these words, Jean Minhee suddenly comprehended the situation. Her thoughts had lingered in the pre-apocalyptic era, unaware that Li Xiu's insights surpassed her own. Very well. It seems I have been rather superficial. Moments later, a similar contract was signed. As for the matter of magic, you shall provide him with a copy of your tome. Furthermore, both of you should first practice the magic of spatial teleportation. Strive to master this spell within a few days. As for her, we shall see how her talent unfolds." With that, Suemo paid no further heed to the two and approached the amassed corpses of the undead outside. Necromantic summoning. He was preparing to set up the next array. During this period, the completed arrays could not remain unguarded by the undead, to prevent them from being disrupted by zombies or surviving humans. After a span of several minutes, over 1,000 skeletal warriors and more than 30 undead knights stood in orderly formation before him. He opened a spatial gate and led these undead soldiers through. The ensuing 3 to 4 days saw Suemo traversing various directions within the city, until one day, with a flicker of light, the final auxiliary array was completed. After leaving a host of undead to guard it, Suemo made his way to the Wilshire Center in the heart of Los Angeles, the tallest building in the city. At this moment, Jean Minhee and her sister were temporarily residing in a hotel room on the top floor. The two were seated in the living room, practicing spatial teleportation on the balcony, ensuring their safety even if the other end of the portal was teeming with zombies. Jean Li Xiu and Jean Minhee possessed nearly identical talents, successfully casting the spatial teleportation spell almost on their first day. When Suemo learned of this, he was taken aback. He even took the time to return to the ship, discovering that Eliza had also mastered the magic. While an individual might possess such high talent, the fact that all three had achieved this made Suemo certain that it was likely unrelated to innate ability. He speculated that it might stem from some characteristic of the contract or the uniqueness of this world. He instructed the two to vacate the building. Then Suemo flew out of the window, hovering beside the rooftop. With a gentle motion of his right hand, a colossal portal materialized atop the building. On the other side of the portal lay an enormous cruise ship. Since a third of the portal opened beneath the water's surface, the seawater surged toward it. Consequently, the cruise ship was propelled toward the portal by the ocean's currents. Moments later, the ship burst forth from the portal, crashing violently onto the rooftop. The tremendous impact caused the ship's bottom to embed itself into the building's summit, firmly establishing the vessel atop the structure, with all but its lowest portion extending beyond the building's edge. Due to the sloping bottom of the ship, the zombies had little chance of climbing from the exterior of the building to the deck of the cruise liner. Standing atop a nearby building, two sisters gazed at the scene, utterly astonished. "Can this portal really open so wide?" Li Xiu inquired of her sister. "It should be able to, right?" Despite being immersed in practice day in and day out, their psychic abilities still limited them to creating a spatial portal with a diameter of only 5 or 6 meters. The portal before them, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, was beyond comparison. After the task was completed, Suemo instructed the two to position themselves at the edge of the massive yacht's deck. "You two continue your practice. Try to open the spatial portal in areas with a higher concentration of zombies." With that, Suemo entered the yacht where Eliza was located. Upon entering the room, he was met with a sight that even someone as peculiar as he was found difficult to endure. Seeing Suemo walk in, Eliza quickly shut the portal that had been positioned between them, approaching him like a child caught in wrongdoing. "You can't blame me. You've been gone for several days." Suemo looked at her in speechless disbelief. He had instructed her to diligently practice spatial teleportation, and she had indeed followed his advice. However, her method of practice was undeniably explosive. Chapter 72, The Cataclysm of the Undead Approaches. Elisa was cast onto the rooftop of a cruise ship. Suemo made his way to the United States Department of Defense, seeking a means to rid the world of zombies using the undead while simultaneously addressing a looming threat: nuclear weapons. It was imperative to prevent any high-ranking officials from perceiving the undead as a threat and resorting to nuclear weapons during the process of transforming the undead or eliminating zombies. Thus, the nuclear arsenal must be dismantled first. Although many cities had already severed their networks, satellite communications remained operational. The launch of nuclear weapons relied heavily on the transmission of information via international satellite networks. Of course, a significant portion of weapon launch systems were not connected to external networks, necessitating Suemo to methodically dismantle them one by one. To facilitate this, he had exchanged for an intelligence system akin to Jarvis. Throughout the course of a single day, Suemo traversed various nations possessing nuclear arms. By nightfall, he stood upon the deck of the cruise ship, glancing at his watch. It was time. As soon as his words fell, he witnessed several white beams soaring into the sky. Upon reaching outer space, these beams culminated in a brilliant light. This spectacle unfolded across nations armed with nuclear weapons. From that moment onward, the existence of nuclear weapons was erased from the face of the earth. Suemo turned to the three individuals standing behind him and declared, "Let us commence." As he spoke, they approached the edges of the deck, donned headphones draped around their necks, and waved their hands to cast a spell. A spatial portal, several meters in diameter, slowly materialized. Suemo ascended into the air, and as the dark grimoire emerged, three enormous portals, each approximately 50 meters in diameter, appeared in the distant sky. Originally capable of creating only one portal of such magnitude, Suemo, empowered by the dark grimoire, managed to open three simultaneously, all leading to some of the world's most populous cities. With all portals activated, Suemo pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. A resounding foghorn echoed from the cruise ship. On the other side of the portals, an entire horde of zombies from Los Angeles surged towards the building with frenzied haste. The 9 portals in the air acted like sluice gates, unleashing an unrelenting tide of zombies. However, as these undead emerged from the portals suspended in midair, they plummeted to the ground below. Soon, the ground transformed into an ocean of the undead, with countless zombies scrambling up the exterior walls of the skyscraper. Yet, the building's glass facade offered no purchase for the zombies to grip. As the numbers of the undead swelled, they began to stack around the building, quickly accumulating to a height of several meters. However, this height was trivial compared to the towering structure that soared over 300 meters. Suemo gazed down at the chaotic mass of zombies below, his heart filled with an awe that stirred within him once more. In the realm of the undead, these zombies instill a profound sense of despair in the hearts of ordinary humanity. With heightened auditory and olfactory senses, they are relentless in their pursuit, drawn to sound with an insatiable tenacity. Little can obstruct their advance, their only apparent weakness being an inability to swim. Within the American Pacific Carrier Fleet, Admiral Wells sat solemnly in the conference room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just moments prior, the nation had launched its entire arsenal of nuclear weapons into the cosmos. Originally intended as a last resort against the undead, now inexplicably unleashed. At that moment, a soldier approached, whispering urgent words into his ear. "What?" Wells' expression shifted dramatically, and he gestured for silence. The soldier nodded and returned to his station, swiftly manipulating the computer. Soon, an image was projected onto the large screen at the front of the room. Eyes turned towards the display, revealing the exterior of the Wells Center building. Gasps rippled through the assembly as they beheld the scene. My God, am I seeing this correctly? How on earth did that cruise ship come to rest atop the building? What on earth is that portal? It's utterly unbelievable. Hearing the astonished murmurs, Admiral Wells clapped his hands, instantly silencing the room. Reports indicated that several other cities were experiencing similar phenomena, and intelligence suggested these portals functioned like gateways, drawing the zombies from various cities into Los Angeles. As he spoke, additional smaller images appeared on the screen, showcasing the portals from other cities, where countless zombies surged towards them. The camera zoomed in, revealing a few figures atop the building, though their features remained indistinct. "What should we do?" Wells inquired. Moments later, an officer spoke up. "I believe this presents an opportunity for us." Capturing the attention of the room, he continued, "While we cannot ascertain their intentions, the current circumstances seem favorable for our cause. Our ship is burdened with a substantial population, and resources of food and water are running low. One of the cities from which zombies are being drawn appears to be New York. If they are luring the undead away from New York, this could be our prime chance to gather supplies." He paused strategically to take a sip of water. "Moreover, I recommend that we avoid provoking them, treating them as though they do not exist. Their capabilities are beyond our means to confront. They could simply open a portal to the city center, and we would fall victim to the horde." The room resonated with unanimous nods of agreement. Admiral Wells concurred with his sentiments. "Very well, dispatch a message to all remaining fleets within the territory. No one shall provoke the other without cause." A similar assembly transpired among all nations possessing satellites, remarkably unanimous. Every nation arrived at a decision akin to that of Wells. The spatial gates persisted for an entire day. During this interval, they periodically altered the destination of the spatial channels. Suemo gazed down at the zombies, now amassed beneath the hull of the ship, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the amalgamation of the vessel and the towering structures rendered it impossible for these undead to ascend. It was nearly time. The number of zombies within the city of Los Angeles was conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million, almost 4 to 5 times the original count. Uncertain of whether the necromantic magic, which transformed zombies into undead beings, would yield any points, he resolved not to press further. After all, should it not count towards his score. He would incur a significant loss. Regardless, the corpses of the deceased zombies could still be reanimated. An army of over 10 million transformed undead was already ample, especially considering that the ranks of the undead army would only swell with time. Contemplating this, Suemo turned and escorted the nearly exhausted trio outside the confines of the magical array. It is worth noting that within this array, distinctions between friend and foe were rendered moot. All beings would succumb to the taint of necromantic energy. The portals he had opened began to close gradually. Simultaneously, his body began to levitate slowly, rising to approximately 50 meters above the cruise ship. A series of intricate and arcane incantations escaped his lips. The energy from the dark tome before him began to fluctuate violently. With the utterance of the final spell, a tidal wave of energy surged forth from the dark tome, a pillar of obsidian light reaching skyward. Concurrently, the 5 magical arrays surrounding the city were activated, each producing a corresponding pillar of light. A pervasive aura of gray-black energy enveloped the entire city. The calamity of the undead has arrived. Chapter 73, The Lich, The Return concludes. As the magic circle was completed, a vast black barrier emerged, delineated by the auxiliary formation, enveloping the entire city. Subsequently, an endless stream of gray energy surged forth from the dark tome, expanding wildly. In no time, it permeated the entirety of the city. Outside, the 3 women gazed in astonishment at the spectacular sight before them. From their vantage point, only a murky haze of the barrier was visible, obscuring the specific occurrences within. They could only discern a few zombies near the protective shield, whose flesh melted away like snow upon contact with the gray energy. A hint of worry crossed Zhangyi's face. Would the boss be safe inside? After signing the contract, they had intended to address him as master, but were rebuffed by Suemo, who insisted they call him boss. After all, referring to him as master would render them akin to perverts, despite the reality being not far removed. Only Eliza would occasionally call him that. Fear not, Eliza said with a charming smile, patting her own talent reassuringly. From my recent experiences, the boss is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Zhangyi's face flushed. Jin Min he shot her an angry glance, but refrained from further comment. After days of interaction, she had come to understand Eliza's character. Perverse barely scratched the surface of her true nature, compared to the antics Eliza had exhibited aboard the ship in recent days. This was already a significant restraint. Within the barrier, beneath the pallid energy, the city had descended into utter silence. All the zombies lay motionless on the ground. Their flesh completely vanished. A sweeping glance revealed streets littered with towering heaps of bones. As each zombie's flesh dissolved entirely, an almost imperceptible thread oozed from their remains, coalescing into the sky. Gradually, a swirling gray sphere began to form above. The gray energy continued to seep into the skeletal remains, the process enduring for over an hour. In the heart of the city, Suemo felt the creeping coldness enveloping him, his expression darkening. He had perhaps overestimated his mental fortitude. Such an immense energy was beyond his complete control. Thankfully, with the aid of the Dark Tome, he could roughly manage the energy's trajectory. However, without precise control, some of the energy had begun to dissipate, gradually encroaching upon his body. In truth, this situation was nearly inevitable. Only with a sufficiently strong mental capacity could one mitigate the effects of such circumstances. Otherwise, it was no wonder that nearly all necromancers appeared as desiccated mummies, their bodies ravaged by the energy of the undead. Yet, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Suemo could only grit his teeth and persevere. At that moment, the bones that lay scattered across the streets seemed to have absorbed sufficient energy. Flashes of spectral fire ignited within their skulls. Nearly half of these skeletons slowly rose from the ground, brandishing various weapons as they began their march towards the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, the remaining skeletons disintegrated completely, only to reassemble into a myriad of more powerful undead creatures. Countless bones gradually coalesced in various areas: undead knights, skeletal kings, and bone dragons. In truth, there exists a vast assortment of undead beings, phantoms, corpse witches, liches. However, these creatures are born from the transformation of souls. The zombies, clearly devoid of any soul, resulted in the emergence of primarily skeletal undead. Yet, for dealing with these zombies, the physical prowess of the skeletal undead was more than sufficient. As time passed, the gray energy in the atmosphere began to wane, largely absorbed by the skeletons. The transformation of various undead beings reached completion. The city was now teeming with skeletal soldiers. with close to 100,000 undead knights and hundreds of skeletal kings towering nearly 30 meters high near the center. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons, each exceeding 100 meters in length, flapped their membranous wings, endlessly circling above. Sumo's condition, however, appeared dire. His body had withered to a mere semblance of flesh over bone, devoid of any sensation, resembling a skeletal figure shrouded in skin, exuding an air of lifelessness. Only his eyes still glimmered with a flicker of vitality. He understood that the spell was far from over. The remaining energy within the entire magical circle began to surge violently toward the swirling gray energy sphere in the sky. As the energy accumulated, the sphere gradually split apart, ultimately forming 10 orbs of nearly identical size to the original. In the instant of their division, the orbs commenced a dramatic transformation. In a brief span, they morphed into humanoid entities. These beings appeared to lack a physical form, composed solely of pure energy. In the position of their heads, 2 crimson eyes emanated an eerie glow. Upon the emergence of these 10 figures, they autonomously floated towards Sumo, who hovered in the air before them. Master. As he beheld their forms, the name of an undead creature surged into his mind, Lich. According to the records in the Tome of Darkness, liches are classified into 2 types. One is an undead being transformed from a necromancer, while the other, like the ones before him, is born purely from malice. This type of lich possesses a greater affinity for necromantic magic than those transformed by necromancers, as if inherently destined to become a master of the undead, capable of wielding virtually any necromantic spell. With the emergence of these liches, the ability to incessantly invoke necromancy upon the cadavers of the undead has been secured, thereby augmenting the ranks of this spectral army. As the 10 liches came into being, the radiant sigils enveloping the entire city began to gradually fade, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. Sumo's figure gently descended from the heavens, and upon his corporeal form making contact with the ground, it disintegrated into fine ash, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this spectacle were Jean Minshi and her companions, who had returned through the spatial portal at his behest. Their expressions shifted dramatically. "Boss," they exclaimed, stepping forward. As his physical form vanished, Sumo's soul, aglow with a cerulean light, manifested at the very spot. He had not anticipated that casting this spell would obliterate his body. Yet, he found solace in the fact that the incantation had ultimately been successful. The remaining tasks could now be executed by the 3 women and the 10 liches. Furthermore, should the need arise, he could effortlessly return to this realm. Although his counterpart in this parallel universe had perished, he could still harness the power of the pact, using the 3 women as conduits to inhabit any of their forms, thus allowing his presence to grace this world once more, albeit in a manner of corporeal domination. Admittedly, the incompatibility of their bodies would hinder the full expression of his abilities. However, with the legion of undead at his disposal, his own intervention would not be requisite. He turned to the 3 women, imparting a few final instructions, before gradually fading from sight. Chapter 74, 10 million points, Third Order Force Battle Suit within the Star Tower. Sumo's body hovered before slowly opening his eyes. He then descended to the ground. System, open the attribute panel. During the recent casting of magic, he had been wholly focused on manipulating energy and having silenced the notification sound for acquiring points. He now found himself uncertain whether the undead he had transformed would count towards his score. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a transparent attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 1,495 tons, speed, 1,410 ms, mental power, 1,280 tons, special ability, spatial freezing. Points, 11, 538. 200, level, planetary first stage. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in the points column, Sumo was nearly overcome with excitement. Over 10 million points. The total points he had previously accumulated did not even exceed 200,000, barely scratching the surface of this new figure. The sudden influx of points filled him with a sensation akin to overnight wealth. Eager to explore the marketplace, he sensed someone entering the room outside the Star Tower. Temporarily abandoning his intention to redeem items, Sumo vanished from the Star Tower, abruptly appearing in the villa. His eyes immediately fell upon Annie, who sat in the living room with a forlorn expression. Sensing movement behind her, Annie turned abruptly, and upon seeing Sumo standing behind the sofa, a radiant smile broke across her face. She leaped from the sofa and, after a couple of hurried steps, threw herself into his embrace. "My dear, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Noticing a hint of distress in her demeanor, Suemo gently stroked her head. What's wrong? Has something happened? Annie shook her head, breaking free from his embrace to scrutinize his face intently. A smile replaced her previous melancholy. No, I just missed you a bit. Hearing this, Suemo let out a sigh of relief, his face brightening with a smile. It's just been a few days. Look at how anxious you've become. Few days? Annie murmured in confusion. Observing the expression on her face, Suemo's heart sank with an ominous premonition. He raised his gaze to the clock on the wall of the living room, and upon seeing the date inscribed there, he was taken aback. October 28th, 2008. Had more than 2 months truly passed? A look of astonishment crossed Suemo's features. He distinctly remembered that Wanda's university had commenced in August, and that he had performed the dream walking technique during that same month. He had only spent a week in the other world at most. How long have I been gone? Suemo inquired, turning to Annie. 73 days. She replied without hesitation. So, it seems the time ratio between the two worlds is roughly 10 to 1. Suemo mused quietly, simultaneously feeling fortunate that he had not lingered too long in that other realm. Otherwise, who knows how many years might have passed by the time I returned to this world. My dear, and roused Suemo from his contemplative state. After more than 2 months apart, don't you have anything you wish to do? Upon hearing her words, Suemo noticed the intensity in her gaze, and he feigned a look of realization. Indeed, after such a lengthy absence, the flowers at home certainly required his care. Hearing Suemo's response, and cast him a sidelong glance, her expression turning fierce. It's not just the flowers at home that need tending. With that, she unceremoniously pushed him onto the sofa. When Suemo returned to the Star Tower, it was already the following morning. It felt good to be in his own body. Refreshed, Suemo approached the training room. His combat prowess was incomparable to that of his counterparts in other realms. According to Captain America, he could endure against them indefinitely. Just as he was about to enter the training room, Star Princess appeared beside him, beaming. Master, wouldn't it be a bit dull to train alone? Do you need a sparring partner? One that can customize outfits, perhaps. As she spoke, she twirled, her attire changing constantly throughout the process. Black silk office lady, lowly costume, sailor suit, nurse uniform. The options were endless. Suemo's expression darkened. You should refrain from browsing such nonsense online during your free time. With that, he turned and entered the training room. Star Princess gazed at the closed door, her face marked by confusion. But wait. I thought people online quite enjoy this sort of thing? Once inside the training room, Suemo suppressed his restless emotions. Having an overly powerful physique is not always advantageous. For instance, he had completely lost the ability to enter sage time. After a moment of reflection, Suemo calmed down and began to earnestly browse the shop. His first priority was to find items to enhance his strength. Before achieving immortality, he need not spend time slowly accumulating energy. Each stage had corresponding treasures for strength enhancement, and the number of items capable of boosting planetary-level power was considerable. After a brief search, a myriad of treasures appeared before him. Dragon grass, crimson flame fruit, starleaf cold dew. These treasures dazzled Suemo ultimately. His gaze fell upon an item named Planetary Nutrient Pod. Planetary Nutrient Pod. Equipped with a special spiritual liquid, it can elevate a first-stage planetary level to the 9th stage in 1 month's time. Required points for exchange, 500,000. To ascend from the 1st to the 9th stage in just 1 month was the shortest duration among all the treasures he had seen. After a moment's hesitation, Suemo made up his mind. Purchase. With over 10 million points, Suemo could be considered quite affluent. After exchanging for the nutrient pod, Suemo continued to browse through the virtual marketplace. The nutrient chamber enhanced his physical prowess, yet he still needed to elevate his mental prowess to the 9th tier of planetary rank. Ultimately, Suemo selected a liquid essence known as Azure Wave Essence. This liquid was valued at a staggering 100,000 points per drop, and to ascend from the 1st to the 9th tier of planetary rank, he required a total of 10 drops. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Azure Wave Essence 10, expending 1 million points. After exchanging for these 2 items, Suemo did not rush to utilize them. Instead, he continued to peruse the system's marketplace. Enhancing combat capability encompassed various dimensions, beyond personal strength. Another crucial aspect lay in weaponry and equipment. Before long, a notification resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3rd-tier force battle suit, the Feather Divine Armor, at the cost of 2,600,000 points. The Feather Divine Armor bore resemblance to the Dark Divine set, possessing the ability to alter its appearance at the behest of the wearer as will. It was not that he yearned for a higher-tier battle suit. Rather, At his current planetary force level, he could wield only up to a third-tier armor and weapon. In a moment of inspiration, a white object resembling a feather, measuring over 50 centimeters in length, materialized in Sumo's hand. He squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip onto it. In an instant, the magnificent feather transformed into a viscous liquid that adhered to Sumo's body, swiftly spreading across its surface. In no time, under Sumo's command, it morphed into a suit that enveloped his entire form. Chapter 75, Fair Competition. The battle suit transformed in accordance with his thoughts, ultimately taking the form of a tailored suit that adorned his figure. Similar to the Black God suit, the Feather Divine armor could diminish power by 90%. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the Feather Divine armor possessed a higher threshold. It could still mitigate up to 90% of attacks even from domain-level powerhouses, while the Black God suit's defensive limit capped at stellar-level assaults. Having familiarized himself with the Feather Divine armor, Sumo felt no urgency to exchange for items just yet. Most psionic weapons required a certain amplitude of mental power, so he resolved to calm his mind and dedicate some time to training. Once all the points from the apocalyptic world were credited to him, he would deliberate on what treasures to procure. Given the steadily increasing number of the undead army, he anticipated that within a month, he would be able to clear all the zombies from that world. Even with a tenfold time disparity between the two realms, it would amount to roughly a year in this world. At Penn State University, within a certain academic building, Wanda descended the stairs, clutching a few books. "Wanda, wait up." A man hurried down from the upper floors, calling out to her. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wanda's face. She pretended not to hear, hastening her descent. Nevertheless, a figure quickly caught up and positioned himself in her path. The man wore a plaid shirt and denim jeans. Coming to a halt, he retrieved 2 concert tickets from his messenger bag. "Wanda, I have 2 tickets to a concert. Would you like to join me this evening?" Glimpsing the man blocking her way, a momentary annoyance flashed in Wanda's eyes. "Scott, I've reiterated this numerous times. Please address me by my surname. We are not on such familiar terms. In America, it is customary to refer to others by their last names, reserving first names for those with whom one shares a closer relationship. Also, I am married, and I love my husband dearly. I have no interest in attending any concert with you. Please refrain from harassing me in the future, or I will not hesitate to involve the authorities." With that, Wanda ignored the man's disgruntled expression, grabbing a classmate beside her and maneuvering past him as she continued her descent. Scott watched her retreating figure, took a deep breath, and regained his composure, a hint of a smile returning to his face. He then pursued her once more. From the moment he first laid eyes on Wanda stepping out of the crimson Ferrari, he had resolved to win her over. After all, he believed that during his college years, he would have the rare opportunity to engage with a woman as beautiful and affluent as she. As for her claims of marriage, he dismissed them entirely. He had already conducted his inquiries and discovered that Wanda was merely a freshman this year. At that age, it seemed implausible that such a wealthy woman would have ventured into the institution of marriage. This is merely an excuse for the other party to reject him. He firmly believes that if he perseveres, he will eventually move the other person. As for the current embarrassment, what does it matter? If he ultimately fails to sway the individual, he may have to resort to desperate measures. Downstairs, Wanda had just stepped out when she noticed a familiar figure not far away. Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she dashed forward and leapt into his arms. This person, of course, was Sumo, who had just arrived. "Darling, what brings you here?" Sumo presented her with a bouquet of flowers. Regardless of age, any woman receiving flowers experiences a significant uplift in mood, a lesson he had learned over the years. "It's simply because I missed you." Sumo gently caressed her head, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wanda pecked him lightly on the cheek. Then, as if remembering something, she reached out and pulled over the girl who had been standing beside her. "Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Sky." After this, she also introduced Sumo to Sky. At that moment, Sumo turned his gaze toward the girl. The instant their eyes met, their expressions shifted simultaneously. Sky immediately recognized him as the individual who had once spied on her while she was bathing through a peculiar portal in her bathroom. "Indeed, I am Wanda's husband." Sumo, recalling the situation from before, quickly grasped the finger she had extended toward him. Sky, now fully aware, realized that although she had been caught in an embarrassing situation last time, his expression suggested it was unintentional, as they had never met prior. After all, who would spy through a hole large enough for one person? Wanda, observing Sky's demeanor, asked with a hint of confusion, "Do you two know each other?" Snapping back to reality, Sky quickly shook her head. No, he just looks somewhat familiar. Wanda, feeling slightly awkward, shot Suemo a glance and remarked with a hint of irritation, "Indeed, my husband used to be a regular in the Playboy magazines." To Wanda's comment, Suemo did not argue, but instead redirected the conversation. "All right, let us not dwell on unpleasant topics. It's getting late, and we should go grab something to eat." Both Wanda and Sky nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure approached from behind. Scott, having caught up, looked at Suemo and the flower-bearing Wanda, his expression shifting. "Who is this?" Wanda, sensing his lingering interest, displayed a hint of anger. "What is it to you? Do we know each other well?" With that, she wrapped her arm around Suemo and prepared to leave. Suemo cast a cold look at the man as the events from upstairs replayed vividly in his mind. Originally, there were intentions to send someone to handle the matter further. However, it was unexpected to discover such audacity in the individual involved. Contemplating this, he turned to Wanda and said, "Should any similar troublesome situations arise in the future, please inform me, or feel free to contact Avril. She will assist you in resolving these issues." Upon hearing this, Wanda quickly interjected, "I merely felt it unnecessary to trouble you. And I was under the impression that once I declined the other party's advances, they would relinquish their pursuit." Suemo gently reassured her, then approached the man. Upon seeing Suemo advance, a fleeting look of panic crossed the man's face, yet he promptly regained his composure. "Brother, let us engage in fair competition." At this remark, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. He would not allow such an unstable element to linger around Wanda. "If you relish competition so much, I shall grant you the opportunity to compete for a bar of soap in prison." With that, a peculiar shade of purple flickered in Sumo's eyes. Scott, facing him, momentarily froze, then vacantly turned and departed. Chapter 76. Planetary level 9th rank. As Wanda and Suemo turned away from each other, a sigh of relief escaped their hearts. However, she did not anticipate that Suemo could so easily let the other person go. After all, based on their previous encounters, he was not someone who was particularly easy to get along with. After bidding farewell to Sky, Wanda drove the Ferrari away until the car vanished from sight. "Do you know Sky already?" she inquired while navigating the vehicle. "No, of course not," Suemo promptly denied. This statement was not a lie, as he truly did not recognize him. Had he not noticed the subtle change in the other's demeanor, he would have failed to identify the person clad in clothing. Wanda appeared somewhat skeptical but chose not to press further. After dinner, within the confines of the villa, Suemo produced a palm-sized black glove and extended it towards Wanda. "What is this?" she asked, puzzled as she accepted it, and regarded Suemo with curiosity. "Just drip a drop of blood on it." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wanda's eyes lit up. The last time she needed to use her blood was for the storage ring still adorning her finger. Clearly, this was yet another artifact of a similar nature. Without hesitation, she retrieved a dagger from her storage ring and made a gentle incision on her finger. As she furrowed her brow, a drop of crimson blood fell onto the black glove, which eagerly absorbed it. In an instant, the glove transformed into a liquid, flowing towards her. Shortly thereafter, a crimson trench coat materialized around her. "My dear, this is simply astounding." After spending 2 days with Wanda, Suemo finally took his leave. At the villa's entrance, Sonia watched him depart, rubbing her darkening eye circles, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Ultimately, under Wanda's persuasive insistence, she had decided to stay. It was only then that she discovered that she and Wanda were students at the same university. However, during the past 2 days, she had endured sleepless nights. Each evening, the sounds from the neighboring room had made it impossible for her to rest. Coupled with the need to wash the sheets in the morning and attend classes during the day, she was grateful that the visitor had only stayed for 2 days. Otherwise, she would surely have reached her breaking point. Before long, Wanda returned from outside, and upon entering the living room, she noticed Sonia's dark eye circles. A flush of embarrassment crossed Wanda's face as she spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry for causing you to lose sleep these past 2 days." Sonia quickly waved her hand in dismissal. "No, it's your home, and I'm the one who has intruded upon you." After saying this, Sonia observed the slight flush in Wanda's cheeks, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was truly something remarkable at play. As a dedicated player of handcrafted skills, she began to feel a twinge of curiosity. Should she delve into Wanda's memories to uncover the truth? Sonia had long concealed a secret. She was, in fact, a mutant. Her ability lies in the manipulation of others' memories. She even adopted a moniker for herself in private, reminiscent of Magneto and Mystique, the Dreamweaver. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she hastily dismissed it. No, Wanda had kindly taken her in, How could she intrude upon another's privacy so casually? As she pondered this, Wanda, sitting opposite her, suddenly gasped while holding her phone. Without waiting for a question, she presented the device before her. Take a look at this. Sonia glanced at the news displayed on the screen. A freshman from the state university named Scott had been arrested for bank robbery and was expected to face 25 years of imprisonment. Is this the person who had been troubling you before? Sonia asked, astonished. Wanda had mentioned this incident in passing, and thanks to her remarkable memory, she immediately recognized the name. Wanda nodded. On Death Island, Suemo returned to his seaside villa and immediately entered the Star Tower. Once in the training chamber, he accelerated time tenfold and retrieved the nutrient pod. The pod, gleaming silver and over 3 meters in length, radiated a sense of advanced technology. After studying the manual for some time, Suemo finally grasped the pod's functionality. He pressed a button on one side, causing the door to open. Inside, approximately 50 centimeters deep, a light green liquid filled the chamber. This liquid was the key to elevating him to the 9th tier of planetary level. Stripping off his clothes, Suemo reclined within. As the door sealed shut, the liquid within the pod seemed to activate, rushing into his body. Suemo closed his eyes, beginning his training with the Divine Demon Codex. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Death Island underwent a profound transformation. A vast array of buildings now occupied the center of the island, although the population had significantly dwindled. Over a year ago, soldiers who completed their training, under the leadership of Soren and others, ventured across the globe to hunt, aiding Suemo in earning points. After more than a year of rigorous training, all 9 of Soren's team had ascended to the rank of battle generals, while their soldiers had reached at least the level of junior warriors. After all, consuming beast meat daily had transformed even a teacup dog into a formidable opponent against a tiger. Now, only a dozen mutants, including White Queen and a handful of researchers, remained on the island. All sentry duties had been reassigned to robotic sentinels. In the training room of the Star Tower, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Although merely a year had elapsed in the outside world, the accelerated time within the Star Tower had granted him the experience of a full 15 to 16 years. In just 2 months, both his mental acuity and physical prowess had reached the 9th tier of planetary level, yet he had endured the passage of over a decade. Thunderblade has already ascended to the 20th level, while the Divine Demonic Codex has reached the 40th level. Yet, he remains ensnared at the pinnacle of planetary rank, unable to make a breakthrough. This predicament is understandable. According to the principles of devouring, relying solely on external forces for advancement inevitably leads to such a situation. The transition from the 9th tier of each level to the subsequent tier is exceedingly challenging. It is not uncommon to be trapped for decades. Upon reaching the stellar level, barring unforeseen circumstances, one may find themselves unable to ascend to the cosmic level for a lifetime. The reason why Lord Luo has been able to enhance his abilities swiftly through the nutrient chamber is attributed to the presence of the Golden Horn doppelganger. With the Golden Horn as the primary entity, as long as the inner world of the Golden Horn flourishes, the growth of his human form encounters no obstacles. Suemo had anticipated this scenario long ago and had already devised a corresponding strategy. After more than a year, the zombies from the other world have been entirely eradicated. Contemplating this, Suemo quietly intones, System, open the attribute panel. Chapter 77, 6 billion points. The birth of the beast god avatar. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar attributes panel materialized before him. Name, Suemo, age, 21, strength, 300. 000 tons, speed, 100, 000 ms, mental power, 300, 000 tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 6003, 538, 200, level. Planetary level 9, gazing at the points displayed. Sumo's face revealed an expression of astonishment. 6 billion points. It exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, according to the information obtained from that world. When the zombie virus outbreak occurred, the global population was merely around 67 billion. This implies that following the outbreak, approximately 6 billion humans succumbed to the virus and transformed into zombies. Initially, he harbored concerns about insufficient points to exchange for the abilities he had already set his sights on. However, this was no longer a worry. With this thought in mind, he accessed the marketplace and located the ability he had long desired. Talent ability, avatar creation. Ignoring any rules, it allows the creation of 5 avatars, each equivalent in level to the original. and as long as one avatar remains alive, the others can be rapidly reconstituted. Points required for exchange, 5 billion. This remarkable talent required a staggering 5 billion points. Such points could almost be exchanged for an ordinary supreme treasure. Yet, in Sumo's eyes, this ability far surpassed any ordinary treasure. The crux of its strength lay in its ability to disregard any rules. Whether it be flesh, energy, or embodiments of rules, all could be birthed as avatars. While the Golden Horn Behemoth also possessed a talent for creating an avatar, it paled in comparison to this. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo proceeded to exchange for this ability. Congratulations, host has acquired the talent, avatar creation, consuming 5 billion points. In an instant, a peculiar wave enveloped Sumo. Within moments, this wave dissipated. Nonetheless, Sumo felt intuitively that he had acquired the ability to birth avatars. Having completed this exchange, Sumo did not pause, but instead searched the marketplace for a genetic sample. Space-Time Beast God Genetic Sample. The Space-Time Beast God, one of the innate beast gods, embodies the fusion of time and space loss. Points required for exchange, 1 billion. This was the combination he had envisioned. Utilizing this avatar ability, he aimed to birth one of the innate beast gods, the Space-Time Beast God. Upon reaching the stellar level, he would be able to initially comprehend the loss. Coupled with the time and space gemstones of this world, Sumo did not hesitate to choose the path of merging the two laws. Although this path was relatively arduous, it was also the most powerful. If one cannot achieve the pinnacle even with enhancements, what is the purpose of such advantages? It is worth noting that the Space-Time Beast God is the natural embodiment of the fusion of time and space laws. In the primordial universe, it inherently stands as the sovereign of the cosmos. While it would emerge as a planetary-level being after being birthed through the talent ability, it would still share a fundamental connection with its original essence. However, it is evident that the other party's affinity for the two laws of time and space will undoubtedly remain unchanged. Coupled with the existence of this uniquely extraordinary life form in the cosmos, boasting a perfect genetic level of 10,081 times, even a planetary entity could potentially rival a cosmic one solely through its divine body. The initial decision to exchange for the ability to create a clone was also made to facilitate the cultivation of the sacred tome, 9 Calamities Secret Manual, which enhances genetic levels. It is important to note that the 9 Calamities Secret Manual, a method capable of breaking through genetic levels below that of a realm master, limited to 100 times, poses immense challenges for cultivation. Moreover, each failure in cultivation results in the direct collapse of one's genetic structure. Without the cloning secret, even possessing hundreds of lives would not suffice to endure the losses. After depleting another billion points, Sumo gazed at the mere 3 million points that remained, shaking his head in resignation. A staggering 60 billion points had been nearly exhausted in an instant. Yet, every sacrifice was worth it. In his hand appeared a test tube containing a peculiar liquid. Was this the gene sample of the beast god? Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo extracted the sample and activated his innate ability. Instantly, countless streams of light began to swiftly converge around the liquid. In less than 5 minutes, a colossal cocoon with a diameter of 2 meters manifested before him. As the cocoon continued to expand, Sumo hastily contemplated summoning Star Princess. However, the moment the thought crossed his mind, she had already appeared beside him. As the spirit of the Star Tower, she could not miss any disturbance. She had sensed the activity as soon as Sumo began to nurture his clone. Star Princess gazed in astonishment at the enormous cocoon, her eyes widening as she discerned its essence. Nurturing a clone? A naturally born beast god? Even she, whose strength was unknown, felt a tinge of surprise. She had witnessed the seizing of a naturally born beast god before, but witnessing its cultivation through cloning techniques was a first for her. Nevertheless, now was not the time for contemplation. The giant cocoon had expanded to the size of a room. If she hesitated any longer, it would inevitably touch the walls of the training chamber. With a swift wave of her hand, the surrounding scene transformed instantaneously. The two of them, along with the enormous cocoon, found themselves amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, providing ample space for its growth. Several hours later, the cocoon had expanded to over 30 kilometers in diameter, at which point it gradually ceased its expansion. Once the expansion was complete, the cocoon stabilized. Yet streams of light continued to flow into it. After waiting for half an hour, the cocoon showed no further signs of change. It appeared that this nurturing process would not be completed in a short span of time. Sumo then intended to return to the training chamber but was halted by Star Princess beside him. "How did you achieve this?" she asked, astonishment evident in her gaze. "A secret," Suemo replied, relishing the opportunity to keep her guessing. Upon returning to the training chamber, Suemo surveyed the paltry sum of just over 3 million points that remained. In a bold move, he directly expended 3 million points to exchange for a third-tier superior psychic weapon, the Qianji disc. The Qianji disc is a metallic disc nearly 1 meter in diameter, intricately assembled from 10,081 miniature swords. It possesses 3 distinct forms. The first form, the Rift Sword, requires a psychic amplitude of at least 20 to wield. It can amplify psychic power by 5-fold. For instance, with his current psychic power at 300,000 and an amplitude of 40, the total impact force could reach 12 million tons, which, after the Rift Sword's amplification, would escalate to 60 million tons. The second form, the Star Shield, necessitates a psychic amplitude of 35 or higher for mastery. The final form, Qianji, demands an amplitude of 80. Meanwhile, as Suemo was engrossed in studying the Qianji disc, in the heart of Death Island, within a training hall, Raven cast a malevolent glance at Magneto. At that moment, Magneto, Eric, lay on the ground, battered and bruised. As a condition of his membership, Raven would administer a beating to Magneto once a month, in a situation where he could not utilize his powers. Magneto's combat abilities paled in comparison to Raven's. At that moment, Eric, struggling to catch his breath on the floor, observed a spatial portal slowly opening a short distance away from them. A man with purple skin emerged from within, followed closely by a woman clad in a purple bodysuit with a red belt, her long black hair tied back. Upon seeing this, Raven halted his poised kick, regarding the two intruders with wariness. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man, upon hearing the question, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Me? I am here to rescue you." Chapter 78. Apocalypse and Psylocke. Upon witnessing the scene, Eric rose from the ground. Unlike Raven and the White Queen, who were mutants capable of decelerating their aging process, he and Professor X had succumbed to the ravages of time, their bodies resembling those of ordinary elderly individuals. Had Raven not recently held back, he likely would have remained incapacitated. Nevertheless, the mere act of standing took him a painstaking 10 seconds. Observing Magneto's condition, the man approached, sensing disappointment looming ahead. At that moment, Emma's silhouette entered from outside. With her current telepathic prowess, she sensed their presence on the island the instant they arrived. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Emma inquired cautiously, feeling the immense energy emanating from the stranger. After searching her mind for quite some time, she found no information regarding the man. However, she was not unfamiliar with the figure behind him, Psylocke, a fellow mutant endowed with telepathic abilities, albeit with a different focus, as her powers leaned towards the manifestation of psychic energy into weaponry. Upon seeing Emma, the man's eyes lit up. "I can sense your power. It is astonishingly formidable," he exclaimed. "Enough of this nonsense," Emma replied, her impatience evident. To her, the man seemed to be rambling incoherently, speaking in riddles. A glimmer of silver flashed in her eyes as her psychic abilities activated. Simultaneously, Psylocke, standing behind Apocalypse, initiated her own telepathic powers. While their focuses differed, Psylocke believed she could withstand the White Queen's control, particularly before the latter had mastered the secret techniques bestowed by Professor X. However, upon engagement, Psylocke's expression shifted dramatically. The telepathically enhanced abilities of Apocalypse proved insurmountable, and she found herself overwhelmed in less than half a minute, her countenance growing vacant. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, as one of the most ancient mutants, stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the White Queen in the realm of the mind, feeling the immense pressure she exuded. "We are not enemies. I have come to lead you in reclaiming the world that has been taken from us by those inferior humans," he explained. Listening to his bewildering words, the White Queen regarded him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool. "You would do well to save such explanations for my superior," she retorted, unleashing a flurry of silver threads towards Apocalypse. Feeling the scorn in her gaze, Apocalypse's sense of authority was challenged, igniting a surge of fury within him. "You foolish mutant. It seems that over the years, my might has been forgotten." His words trailed off, unfinished. His body was ensnared by those silvery threads. Apocalypse remained unperturbed. "You know nothing of my power." Upon uttering these words, his form rapidly expanded, attempting to break free from the constraints of the threads. The White Queen recognized the familiar phrase, the last one to utter such words. Had their ashes scattered long ago if not for their lingering usefulness. However, Apocalypse, having lived for millennia, was evidently not merely boasting. As his body swelled, the threads binding him gradually began to fracture. Emma, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a hint of astonishment on her visage. After over a year of training in the illusionary arts taught by Professor X, she could confidently claim the title of the foremost telepath, even against Professor X himself. She believed she could assert control within 3 minutes. Yet, the mutant before her managed to escape her grasp. Nonetheless, judging by his method of liberation, it was evident that he lacked the finesse she possessed, relying solely on sheer mental strength. Observing this, Emma's expression turned serious. However, in contrast to her, Apocalypse appeared even more astonished. As the first mutant, he had encountered countless telepaths throughout the years. He too possessed abilities in this domain. Yet his powers were more inclined towards mind reading and consciousness transfer. Despite this, he was no less adept than any specialist in wielding control over another's mind. Yet, this was the first time he felt threatened by a telepath. As he beheld the multitude of threads surging toward him once more, a flicker of retreat crossed his mind. His consciousness was trapped here, while his physical form remained outside, surrounded by the opponent's forces. He had been ensnared within the realm of consciousness. Unless he expelled his adversary, he could not regain control of his body. With this thought, a glint appeared in his eyes. He detonated a portion of his mental energy, at the cost of inflicting damage upon himself, to expel the White Queen from his mind. Upon regaining clarity, Apocalypse wasted no time activating his teleportation ability. A portal materialized, and he swiftly leapt through it. The White Queen's expression shifted as she watched the spot where he had vanished, letting out a sigh. It was still too brief a period of training. Faced with an opponent whose mental strength far surpassed her own, she found herself unable to fully suppress him. Glancing at the still-dazed Psylocke, Emma instructed the 2 staff members behind her. Place a power-inhibiting collar on her, and we shall devise a plan once the boss returns. The 2 promptly nodded and approached, fastening a black collar around Psylocke's neck. Also, ensure she is restrained at her limbs. Her abilities are rather extraordinary. Just as she was about to exit, the White Queen reiterated her instructions before finally turning to leave. Unbeknownst to her, Apocalypse possessed the ability to enhance the powers of other mutants. Yet she had sensed this during their brief encounter. 2 individuals, ensnared by mutant suppression collars, were unceremoniously cast into a nearby chamber and confined. The Grand Hall was left with only Raven and Eric. Raven regarded the elderly Eric, devoid of the inclination to engage further, and turned to stride towards the exit. A day later, Suemo emerged from the Star Tower. After a fortnight of diligent practice, he had adeptly mastered the first tier of the Chenji disc and was now capable of wielding the second tier as well. In an instant, he found himself hovering above the sea, several kilometers from the island. Gazing at a small island, roughly 1 square kilometer in size, the Chenji disc materialized beside him. As his mental energy surged within, the disc swiftly fragmented into 81 small swords, which then reconfigured into a colossal sword exceeding 3 meters in length. With his mental energy fully unleashed, the intricate patterns adorning the surface of the giant sword flickered to life before it vanished from sight in a heartbeat. 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant island. Under Sumo's gaze, the island was utterly obliterated, disintegrating into fragments that cascaded within a 5-kilometer radius, gradually sinking into the depths below. Chapter 79. The slave ship. The sudden commotion instantly stirred the inhabitants of Death Island. However, with the White Queen's soothing presence, the islanders gradually regained their composure. The sheer magnitude of the disturbance, unnoticed by them yet so powerful, led the White Queen to surmise that it was orchestrated by Suemo. Suemo himself had not anticipated such a force. The first tier of the Cracking Sky Sword comprises 2 modes of attack, impact and penetration, each emphasizing different aspects. The impact mode, as demonstrated earlier, involves the giant sword. Upon contact with an object, the smaller swords arranged upon it rise like scales, augmenting the resistance between the giant sword and the island. Simultaneously, it disperses its mental energy in all directions, generating tremendous impact force, which primarily focuses on collective destruction. Conversely, the penetration mode maintains a streamlined form, concentrating its power at the sword's tip to achieve maximum single-target damage. However, against larger adversaries, it inflicts penetrating damage. Pleased, Suemo nodded thoughtfully. Moments later, he found himself in the White Queen's chamber on the island. What a ruckus he had stirred upon his return. Emma, holding a wine glass, regarded Suemo with a languid expression. By the way, A man and a woman intruded on the island yesterday. As she spoke, the White Queen handed Suemo a dossier. The woman is a mutant named Lingdai, from our era, previously under the employ of the mutant intelligence broker Caliban. It remains a mystery how she ended up here. The other individual is also a mutant, yet I could find no information about him. Moreover, his power is formidable. Even I was unable to detain him. Upon hearing this, Suemo opened the document and gazed at the photograph revealing a blue visage. Apocalypse? Egypt. In a pyramid ruin. Apocalypse wore an expression of existential doubt. At that moment, he felt a lingering weakness within his consciousness, having been trapped beneath the pyramid for millennia. It was only the arrival of a few archaeologists that granted him the chance to see the light of day once more. He had initially anticipated reassembling the four horsemen and staging a triumphant return, yet before he could gather them, he found himself ensnared here, reduced to a prisoner. Once a paragon among mutants, virtually invincible in this world, the only one seemingly capable of subduing him was the White Queen, who practiced the illusionist's secret arts. Unfortunately for him, upon his emergence, he had unwittingly sought out the White Queen first. It was not a matter of incompetence, but rather ill fortune. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Knowing of his adversary's formidable mental prowess, he resolved to devise a strategy accordingly. In the laboratory of Death Island, Suemo observed Lingdai, restrained by several control collars. Clad in a purple outfit reminiscent of a ninja's garb, she undeniably captivated the gaze of men, compelling them to steal a second glance. As for Suemo, there was little he felt compelled to inquire about. According to the narrative arc of the X-Men, Apocalypse was supposed to be unearthed by a team of archaeologists following a timeline reboot. Subsequently, he would seek out Storm, Psylocke, Angel, and the old Magneto to reconstitute the four horsemen of the Apocalypse, intent on reclaiming dominion over the world. However, it appeared that he had emerged for reasons unknown at this juncture. After assimilating Psylocke, he sought out Magneto, only to be repelled by the White Queen. In a decisive move, she produced a slave chip, drew a drop of Psylocke's blood, and let it fall upon the device. Upon absorption, the chip transformed into a luminous essence, merging into Psylocke's forehead. Slave chip, a product of mechanical race technology. Upon fusion, complete control is exerted while retaining all original memories, fostering unwavering loyalty to the master. Required points for exchange, 1,000. Observing the slave chip integrate into her being, Suemo gestured behind him. Two laboratory personnel approached and removed the power suppression collar from her neck. Psylocke stood, stretching her limbs, and bowed respectfully to Suemo, addressing him as master. Witnessing this exchange, the White Queen, Emma Frost, who had trailed behind Suemo, displayed a flicker of astonishment. From her gaze, she discerned Psylocke's genuine submission to Suemo, evidently a result of the chip's influence. Suemo inquired about her condition, and, unsurprisingly, his assumptions were validated. After instructing his subordinates to escort Psylocke away for arrangements, Suemo and the White Queen returned to their chamber. Upon entering, Emma eagerly posed her question. "What exactly did you fuse with her?" With a nonchalant tone, Suemo replied, "A slave chip." Emma's expression shifted at the revelation. The name alone conveyed its ominous nature. Internally, she marveled at the myriad of peculiarities Suemo possessed. After a moment of contemplation, she softly asked, "Why did you not install such a device on me? Given that my entire faction is under my control, do you truly place such unwavering trust in me?" Suemo, noticing her earnest demeanor, chuckled lightly. "As my woman, of course I trust you." The primary reason, however, lay in the fact that in comparison to Suemo, their powers were considerably inferior. Coupled with his mastery over mental abilities, they posed no threat to him. Emma, touched by his words, experienced a fleeting moment of emotion. 2 hours later, as Suemo emerged from the room, he spotted Annie standing a short distance away. Her expression tinged with indignation. "I knew it wasn't as simple as it seemed between you two," Annie muttered, though she chose not to elaborate further. Having been Suemo's girlfriend for several years, she had encountered such dynamics before. Moreover, all of this had been clearly articulated when the two became romantically involved. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Suemo refrained from offering an explanation and instead inquired, "When will you return?" At that moment, it seemed inappropriate to voice any sentiments. The most prudent course was to shift the conversation. "The day before yesterday, I heard they mentioned your return, which prompted me to seek you out," Annie replied with a smile. Although he was in seclusion, Suemo would emerge approximately once a month. After all, under the 20-fold acceleration, nearly a year had elapsed outside during what felt like merely a month for him. He needed to come out to interact with others. Once Annie discerned his pattern, she frequently sought out Wanda during this period, often lingering for nearly a month each time. Their bond continued to strengthen. Upon returning to the villa, after Sue Mo helped her identify a set of the Black God armor, Annie marveled at its remarkable versatility, her face lighting up with delight. "How extraordinary!" she exclaimed involuntarily. Chapter 80. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is nestled within a private estate on Staten Island, New York, encompassing over 300 acres of lush greenery. The central building is surrounded by gardens and verdant lawns, and to the east lies an expansive artificial lake covering thousands of square meters. As the school bell rang, students of various ages emerged from the classroom building, clutching their books and gravitating towards the shaded area by the lakeside. At that moment, a portal materialized in the open space before the building, from which a figure clad in a helmet and possessing dark purple skin emerged. It was Apocalypse, who had just departed from the Isle of the Dead. To shield himself from the mental influence of the White Queen, he had crafted a helmet designed to block psychic abilities. Yet, he remained somewhat uneasy and resolved to seek additional aids. The existence of the X-Men and Xavier's Academy was hardly a secret in the world, thus, it was natural for him to gravitate towards this place. The students regarded Apocalypse's sudden appearance with little astonishment, as the majority of them were mutants, and unusual appearances were commonplace among them. At this juncture, a male teacher noticed the unfolding situation and approached. "Hello, may I ask whom you are seeking?" Apocalypse cast a fleeting glance at the man, recognizing him as an ordinary individual. Although all the students at Xavier's Academy were mutants, a significant portion of the faculty, aside from those instructing them and controlling their abilities, consisted of ordinary people recruited by Professor X. Upon realizing the teacher's status, a hint of disdain crossed Apocalypse's features. With a mere flick of his gaze, the 30-something man was suddenly engulfed by the earth beneath him, leaving only an arm exposed. After a brief struggle, the arm fell limp. Witnessing this, the surrounding students gasped in shock and promptly fled in all directions. In the principal's office, located on the top floor of the estate, Professor X sat in his wheelchair behind his desk, conversing with Aurora. Just then, his expression shifted. As one of the most powerful mutants, he could easily sense the emotions of the students below. Maneuvering his wheelchair to the window, he looked down and locked eyes with Apocalypse. Seeing Professor X, Apocalypse's face lit up with excitement. He could sense that the other's abilities bore some resemblance to those of a woman he had previously encountered. By usurping this mutant's power, he believed that, with his vast mental strength, defeating the woman would be a trivial matter. Despite wearing the helmet that safeguarded him from psychic intrusion, he considered it a humiliation to rely on it to conquer her. In the office, Aurora gazed at Professor X by the window and inquired with curiosity, "Is something amiss?" As she spoke, she moved toward the window. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a portal materialized beside her, and the figure of Apocalypse emerged. Aurora, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. She swiftly turned and approached Professor X, her expression betraying a sense of vigilance. "Who are you?" Apocalypse glanced at her. "Someone who can help you unleash your true potential." With that, his eyes turned white, heralding the activation of his powers. Aurora's demeanor shifted dramatically as she felt the energy within her surge uncontrollably, causing her to levitate. Professor X's expression changed drastically at this sight. The helmet worn by Apocalypse rendered him incapable of influencing the situation. Observing the escalating chaos surrounding Aurora, he attempted to maneuver his wheelchair forward to intervene. But the tempestuous energy enveloping her thwarted his approach. It was not until a minute had passed that Aurora's body finally descended back to the ground. Regaining her composure, she bore an expression of astonishment. In that brief span of time, she sensed her powers had amplified at least twofold. Her gaze, filled with incredulity, fixated on Apocalypse. "Who on earth are you?" "This world was originally ours, mutants. It was humanity that seized it from us. I intend to lead you in reclaiming it." Upon hearing this, Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair forward. "No, this world belongs to all of humanity." Apocalypse disregarded him, his eyes glinting with intent. Under his control, Professor X's wheelchair levitated. A portal opened behind Apocalypse. "Follow me," he instructed Aurora, guiding the wheelchair as he moved toward the portal. Yet, Apocalypse evidently overestimated his own charisma. A bolt of lightning struck before him, obstructing his path. Surprised, he turned to see Aurora, who was clearly no longer the naive girl he had once manipulated after enhancing her powers. "Release the professor." Aurora's body lifted once more. bolts of lightning dancing around her as she conjured a barrier of electricity between Apocalypse and the portal. Apocalypse's face contorted with rage and humiliation. Very well. It seems that after all these years, you mutants have become mere pawns of humanity. It's time for you to awaken. As his words echoed, the walls of the room shattered into debris, hurtling toward Ororo and sending her flying. At that moment, Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman received the distress signal and arrived in the room. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Apocalypse and the professor held captive, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Logan clenched his fists, adamantium claws extending from his fingertips, and without hesitation, charged alongside Colossus. However, before they could close the distance, they were struck by a barrage of rubble, sending them sprawling. The icy blasts unleashed by the Iceman were thwarted by the protective barrier surrounding Apocalypse. Provoked repeatedly, Apocalypse felt a surge of rage, and the humiliation of his earlier defeat at the hands of the White Queen washed over him. Embrace the wrath of the divine, he proclaimed, sweeping his hands dramatically. The entire structure began to gradually disintegrate into sand, which then transformed into a barrage of razor-sharp grains, soaring towards the surroundings. Like blades, the sand shards sliced through Wolverine's neck as he leaped once more. His body, having returned to the ground, emitted a rasping sound from his throat, wounded by the laceration, yet the injury swiftly began to mend itself. Fortunately, following the preceding chaos, the students within the academy had already fled to safety. Moments later, the entire building was reduced to swirling sand under Apocalypse's formidable powers. Storm, Colossus, and Wolverine found themselves at a distance, unable to approach the epicenter. However, the flying sand quickly advanced towards them. After several evasive maneuvers, they were all enveloped by the swirling grains, leaving only their heads exposed. Subsequently, their forms were drawn towards the center. The tempest of yellow sand in the sky gradually subsided. Damn it, put us down. Wolverine Logan shouted at Apocalypse. Fear not. I shall, once you have become my loyal servants. His plan was straightforward. After seizing Professor X's abilities, he would manipulate them with his mental powers. With that, he intended to lead them into a portal. At that moment, a purple spark flickered nearby, and another portal opened. Looks like quite the spectacle. Suemo stepped out from the portal. Chapter 81. Capturing Apocalypse. Upon learning that Death Island had come under the scrutiny of Apocalypse, Suemo could not simply stand idly by. Should he be absent, and the prepared adversary come knocking, the White Queens on the island might not be able to handle the situation. The only one capable of posing a significant threat, the White Queen, could easily find herself countered. After all, Suemo was acutely aware that Apocalypse possessed the ability to create helmets that rendered one immune to mental powers. Locating him would not prove arduous. Aside from the pyramid ruins in Egypt, where he had transferred his body, the most likely destination for Apocalypse was Xavier's academy. Indeed, upon arrival, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Observing the helmet atop Apocalypse's head, Suemo wore an expression of predictable realization. Professor X, upon seeing the emergence of the portal, initially felt a surge of joy, but his countenance shifted to one of anxiety upon realizing that only Suemo had stepped through. Quickly, go find Daniel the Guardian. Possessing the ability to read others' memories, Professor X was well aware of the existence of a group of sorcerers in the world. He had personally visited the Guardian Daniel at the New York Sanctum and had witnessed the marvels of magic. Now, seeing this familiar mode of arrival, albeit with a slightly different hue to the portal, he could not discern the intricacies and still associated the two. Although he had never encountered this particular sorcerer, he understood that, generally, the mastery of magic deepens with age. Thus, observing the youth before him, seemingly in his 20s, it was implausible that he was a grand sorcerer, prompting Professor X to call out. Upon hearing the voice, Apocalypse turned to look. Upon spotting Suemo, he instantly sensed that the latter was not one of their kind, merely a lowly human, unworthy of even being his servant. With that, Apocalypse commanded the sands beneath him to slice towards Suemo's neck. As the sands approached, Suemo remained motionless. Professor X's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Given the circumstances, it was evident that this sorcerer had no means of escape. A hint of contempt crossed Apocalypse's features. Originally, he had thought the calm demeanor of his opponent indicated a formidable figure, only to realize he was a mere weakling. With this thought, Apocalypse turned to enter the portal behind him. However, as he spun around, he was startled to find Suemo standing directly before him. When had he moved? He was aware that his abilities included enhanced dynamic vision, yet he had not perceived Suemo's trajectory. An ominous premonition gripped him, compelling him to retreat hastily. Yet, It was evidently too late. Before he could fully comprehend Sumo's actions, the latter's fist had already reached him. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to conjure a purple protective shield. Sumo's fist struck the shield, shattering it instantly, and then his fist, imbued with the force of 1,000 tons, crashed into Apocalypse's shoulder. Boom. Apocalypse's body plummeted from the air with the impact of Sumo's strike. A vast crater, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, had been created upon impact with the ground. This was merely a consequence of Sumo exerting only 1/3 of his strength. Had he unleashed the full force of 300,000 tons, it is likely that a single blow could have rendered his opponent lifeless. Even with just 1/3 of his power, after being mitigated by the protective shield, the colossal force still managed to knock Apocalypse unconscious. As he fell into the gaping pit, Sumo effortlessly lifted the already dazed Apocalypse with one hand. At that moment, Apocalypse's condition was rather pitiful. His chest had caved in, suggesting that his internal organs and bones had been utterly shattered. Had they not been tethered by skin, he might have been severed in two. The armor he wore was nowhere to be seen, likely shattered and scattered. Fortunately, his remarkable regenerative abilities were present. Otherwise, this blow could have cost him his life. Is he really that fragile? Sumo murmured, observing the tattered state of his opponent's body. In his perspective, this being, as the progenitor of mutants and possessing a plethora of mutant abilities, should at least have withstood a bit longer in combat. To his astonishment, he was dispatched in a mere flick of Sumo's wrist. This was not entirely his fault. After all, Apocalypse had displayed capabilities that seemed almost unfathomable, effortlessly manipulating sand to create a colossal pyramid. Yet, these powers, akin to those of Magneto, were of a special nature and bore no relation to physical resilience. Much like Magneto, who could manipulate massive structures like the Golden Gate Bridge through magnetic control, he would still falter against a physical confrontation with Mystique. Apocalypse, endowed with super speed and super strength, was indeed formidable. His physical prowess could rival that of the Hulk. Surviving under such immense power was a testament to Apocalypse's strength, not a reflection of his weakness. After all, in the early stages of the Devouring Law, direct combat was his forte. Meanwhile, Professor X and his companions, having fallen to the ground, exchanged glances upon hearing Sumo's mutterings. A meteorite crater had been formed, and yet he questioned his opponent's durability. Even Wolverine, known for his sharp tongue, refrained from speaking, uncertain if he could withstand such a blow himself. Professor X stared blankly at the unfolding scene, recalling Daniel, the Guardian, mentioning that these mages were not adept at close combat. Was this truly what one would call a lack of proficiency in close quarters? Even a legendary dragon would likely be met with a few severe slaps. Sumo produced a slave chip, allowing it to absorb a trace of Apocalypse's blood. The rate of recovery appeared to be swift. Within moments, Apocalypse's chest began to rise again, as the chip transformed into a stream of light and entered his forehead. Sumo let his grip on Apocalypse's neck slacken and turned to face Professor X. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Professor X promptly maneuvered his wheelchair closer. "Thank you for your assistance. Please extend my regards to Daniel, the Guardian." Upon hearing these words, a look of confusion crossed Sumo's face. Earlier, he had heard Professor X mention a name, Daniel. Now, the professor was again bringing up this individual and even urging him to convey greetings. Daniel, the Guardian, the Temple of New York. As he recalled the portal he had conjured, Sumo suddenly grasped the situation. It appeared that the other party had mistaken him for one of the sorcerers from Kamartaj. Yet, this misunderstanding was somewhat reasonable. After all, to an outsider, his spatial gate bore nearly no distinction from those of Kamartaj, save for its coloration. With this thought, Sumo did not refute the notion. Casting a glance around at the chaotic scene, he remarked, "It seems you all will be quite occupied for a while. I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he stepped through the portal, carrying the Apocalypse with him. Chapter 82. Lies inflict no harm, but truth is a sharp blade. New York. A private yacht marina. The vehicle carrying Sumo and Tony gradually came to a halt. Upon spotting a short-haired woman waiting by the yacht, a flicker of recognition crossed Sumo's face. The woman was none other than the Black Widow, Natasha. Noticing the way Sumo gazed at Natasha, Tony proudly introduced, "This is my new assistant. What do you think?" However, speaking from my own experiences, I advise you not to entertain any notions about her. At this point, Tony's expression shifted, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. An assistant? Sumo smiled slightly. It appeared that the storyline of Iron Man 2 had commenced. Natasha's eyes brightened upon seeing Sumo descend from the vehicle. For over a year, it was as if Sumo had vanished, leaving no trace. After hearing about the Stark Industries mission, she had willingly taken it upon herself, hoping to uncover Sumo's whereabouts. To her surprise, she had indeed found him here. Under Tony's guidance, Sumo and Natasha proceeded towards a luxurious yacht docked at the marina. As they passed by Natasha, Tony introduced them. Sumo was already aware that, at this time, Nick Fury had begun planning the formation of the Avengers. Natasha's decision to conceal her identity while working at Stark Industries was primarily to assess Tony and determine if he possessed the potential to become an Avenger. With no malicious intent, therefore, he had no intention of exposing her true identity. As their hands gradually parted, Natasha took the initiative to inquire, "I wonder if I might have the honor of dining with you this evening?" Before Sumo could respond, Tony interjected, "What? Why, Ms. Natasha? I have asked you out 3 times, yet you never agreed, and now you are the one asking, Sue?" For a moment, Tony found himself questioning his existence. It was well known that he had effortlessly charmed countless actresses and models with his charisma, but here he was, thwarted by his new assistant. Despite numerous invitations, she had consistently turned him down. What am I lacking? I was assembling circuit boards at 4, building engines at 6, and earned 2 doctoral degrees by 17. Feeling his confidence wane, Tony stared at Natasha, babbling incessantly. Calmly, Natasha responded, "Do you really need me to spell it out?" At her composed remark, Tony's words abruptly halted, and he lowered his hands. "All right. I wish you both a delightful dinner, but we truly have no time." With that, he unceremoniously pulled Sumo towards the yacht. Observing Tony's dejected demeanor, Sumo nearly burst into laughter. Even as the yacht set sail from the marina, a hint of indignation lingered on Tony's face. I must say, her taste in men seems to be somewhat questionable. Although he had to concede that there was a certain disparity in appearance between himself and Sumo, he would never admit it aloud. Would he? Sumo held a glass of champagne, a playful expression gracing his features. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? Tony lifted his glass and took a sip. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Tony remained silent. As the yacht glided into international waters, Tony's spirits lifted considerably at the sight of a boat filled with bikini-clad models. The two sat atop the yacht on the observation deck, surrounded by a dozen or so 20-something models laughing and frolicking in their bikinis. The yacht, naturally, was a fitting companion to the swimwear. Although the models appeared to be engaged in light-hearted banter, they were subtly showcasing their figures to the 2 men, well aware that they were among the affluent elite of America, while they did not aspire to become their girlfriends. Merely sharing a fleeting moment with either of the 2 could significantly alter their lives, sparing them years of hardship. If one of them took a liking to one of the models, maintaining contact could ensure a lifetime without financial worries. Sumo and Tony enjoyed the picturesque view while engaging in casual conversation. By the way, next month I will be heading to Morocco for an F1 race. Would you care to join me? Tony casually inquired. Not interested. Sumo shook his head, fully aware that this was the very race during which he had been attacked. Although he knew that everything would ultimately turn out fine, as a friend, he felt compelled to issue a gentle warning. This type of racing seems rather perilous. I believe it would be prudent for you to don your armor during the event. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. Are you joking? Setting aside whether it is permitted during the race, do you truly think I would be incapable of controlling a mere race car? Tony felt that Sumo was questioning his competence, undermining his professionalism. After all, he could maneuver a suit of armor, which was exponentially more complex than handling a racing car, with ease. Observing Tony's agitation, Sumo shook his head. Very well, since you insist, let us change the topic. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tony settled back down. If I recall correctly, Pepper is the beneficiary of your will, is that not so? At this, a wary expression crossed Tony's face. Why do you ask? Oh, no particular reason. I simply thought how fortunate Pepper would be if something were to happen to you. Not only would she be spending your money. Stop. Tony interjected hastily. All right. Sumo raised his hands in mock surrender. You have successfully persuaded me. You certainly possess a unique talent for convincing others. Sumo chuckled softly at this remark. May I interpret this as a compliment directed towards me? Certainly. Throughout the morning, the yacht gracefully drifted upon the open sea. As per the itinerary, the vessel was destined to remain at sea for the entirety of the day. Aside from a dozen young models, only a handful of crew members were present to navigate the yacht. It remains uncertain whether Tony's actions were deliberate. Other than the 2 of them, including the crew, there was not a single male aboard. After midday, the deck was devoid of any presence. Following tradition, the yacht was to engage in leisure activities during the morning and return to port in the evening. As for the afternoon, it was, of course, designated as a time to savor seafood. The life of the affluent is remarkably unpretentious. Chapter 83. The indomitable Natasha in a Western restaurant nestled in Manhattan, New York. I had mentioned that the gesture was a token of gratitude for your protection of Annie. There was no need for you to go to such lengths. Suemo nonchalantly remarked as he shoved a piece of steak into his mouth. That is absolutely not acceptable, Natasha replied, her expression earnest. I am compensated by S.H.I.E.L.D. for my protection of Annie. That is an entirely different matter. Moreover, your gift is exceedingly lavish. The more she practiced the secret technique that Suemo had imparted, the more she became aware of its formidable power. With her current prowess, she found it effortless to contend with even 10 of her former selves. As an agent, this undoubtedly enhanced her survivability significantly. Suemo, upon hearing her words, remained noncommittal. The first 5 levels of the Thunder Blade technique he had entrusted to her did not encompass the guidance technique or the cultivation methods of genetic primal energy. Certainly, training solely through the Thunder Blade methodology could gradually augment one's strength, albeit to a limited extent. It was likely that reaching the level of a novice warrior would be considered a remarkable feat for most. Even with the amplification of force, one could at best emulate the strength of a mid-level warrior. Encountering a soldier who had just ascended to the mid-level might pose a challenge. After taking a sip of red wine, Suemo tentatively inquired, "Have you ever contemplated changing your occupation?" Natasha paused at his words, then a smile graced her lips. I presume you are not referring to the position at Stark Industries, so you are suggesting I resign from S.H.I.E.L.D. to work alongside you? Suemo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, his reason for bestowing upon her the Thunderblade technique was to draw her into his fold. Although she was merely an ordinary individual at present, her ability to navigate the technologically advanced and diverse world of the Avengers as an ordinary person spoke volumes. Should she acquire a cultivation method, her strength would undoubtedly be among the elite of her peers. If she were to receive the Super Soldier Serum, Captain America would stand no chance against her. Likewise, the Black Widow, endowed with Spider-Man's abilities, would certainly overpower the young web-slinger. After all, the inhumane training conducted in the Red Room had forged them into natural warriors. Noticing Sumo's sincere demeanor, Natasha began to contemplate seriously. One of the primary reasons she had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was due to her bond with Hawkeye, who felt more like a brother to her and had rekindled a sense of family she had long missed. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head. I appreciate your kind invitation, but I have no intentions of leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. Suemo did not display any expression of surprise at her response. If the other party could acquiesce so easily, she would no longer be the Black Widow. He was merely planting a seed in her mind. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. disbands, she would inevitably contemplate this matter. After dinner, Suemo escorted Natasha back to her residence. Upon exiting the vehicle, Natasha hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Shall I come in for a while? Is that convenient? Suemo feigned hesitation as he inquired, Of course, it's just me at home, so there's no inconvenience at all. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock. Faced with such an overt invitation, Suemo had no reason to refuse. Currently, she was covertly residing near Tony and could no longer stay in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dormitories. Hence, she had rented a modest apartment in Manhattan. As Suemo surveyed the tidy surroundings of the room, Natasha had already fetched a bottle of red wine. Would you like to have a bit more? Certainly. An hour later, after consuming 2 more bottles of wine, Natasha's cheeks had taken on a slight flush, and her gaze towards Suemo was imbued with an inexplicable significance. Rising to sit beside Suemo, she remarked, I have certainly learned a great deal about your past endeavors. What, are you interested in me? Suemo regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. Natasha smiled softly. Indeed, there is a modicum of interest, but merely a modicum. As she spoke, she lightly brushed her hand across Suemo's face. How could Suemo allow her provocation to go unchallenged? He swiftly pulled her onto his lap. No worries. After tonight, it won't just be a modicum. A sleepless night ensued. It was not until the sun began to rise that they finally sank into a deep slumber. However, they had barely been asleep for long when the shrill ring of a mobile phone broke the silence. Suemo, still groggy, answered the call. Who is it? Suemo? Came Tony's incredulous voice from the other end. At the top of Stark Tower, Tony stared incredulously at the number on his phone. He had not dialed incorrectly. It was indeed Natasha's number. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Sumo and Natasha must be together, and from the sound of Sumo's voice, it was clear he had been roused from slumber. Tony needed no further contemplation to surmise what had transpired the previous night. Initially, he had intended to call and inquire why Natasha had yet to arrive for work at such an hour, but he had not anticipated this situation upon connecting. In his mind, he vividly imagined the wildness of the previous night between the two. Otherwise, they would not still be asleep at this hour. The envy and jealousy swelling within Tony was almost overwhelming. Sumo, you are utterly excessive. You still hold shares in the company. How can you allow personal matters to disrupt your colleagues' work? This is a severe interference with the company's normal operations. Before Tony could finish his sentence, he heard the beep of the line disconnecting. Infuriated, he nearly hurled his phone across the room. Sumo ended the call and turned to Natasha, who had been roused from her slumber. At that moment, Natasha's face was etched with exhaustion. She glanced at her phone and confirmed it was already 10 in the morning. Since last night, she had managed to sleep for less than 2 hours. Had it not been for her years of rigorous training and the fortitude gained from practicing the Thunderblade technique, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Observing Sumo, who appeared invigorated and alert after waking up, a surge of frustration welled up within Natasha. Her indomitable spirit compelled her to rise and pin Sumo beneath her. "What are you doing?" Sumo inquired, gazing at her with bleary eyes. "Since you taught me the technique of exertion, you must be quite proficient at it." Upon receiving a nod from Sumo, a mysterious smile graced Natasha's lips. "Then you shall experience it firsthand and see if my method of exertion is indeed correct." Chapter 84. The invitation from Kumar Taj. By the time Sumo departed from Natasha's residence, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He drove directly to the Empire State Building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan, where the New York branch of his Fox Film Company was situated. After assuming control of the company, Sumo had relocated its headquarters to Los Angeles. Upon reaching the designated floor, he encountered a young Asian woman at the reception desk. Standing nearly 5 feet 7 inches tall, her long silver hair was elegantly tied back in a ponytail, exuding both professionalism and a youthful vibrancy. Upon noticing Sumo's entrance, she stood up and inquired, "Sir, whom are you looking for?" Sumo, realizing he was indeed at his company's location, stepped back to check the floor number and the door outside before responding, "Are you new here?" The girl nodded in response, her expression turning slightly perplexed as she asked, "And you are?" At that moment, a voice emerged from within the office. "He is our boss." Avril, clad in a sharp business outfit, stepped out, seemingly on her way out. Upon hearing Avril's words, the girl quickly apologized to Sumo, her face flushing red with embarrassment for having inadvertently blocked the boss at the door. Sumo waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her, "It's quite all right. You did well and were diligent." He then proceeded into the office, with Avril trailing behind him. Along the way, he greeted his employees, who all acknowledged him warmly. Once inside the office, Sumo sank into the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, exclaiming, "It seems there are quite a few new faces in the company." Avril, with a hint of irritation, replied, "You haven't visited the company in nearly 2 years. Aside from the receptionist, everyone has been here for at least over a year." "Has it been that long?" Sumo felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. It appeared that since awakening the system, he had scarcely set foot in the office, delegating all responsibilities to Avril. Although he had previously visited the company occasionally once it was on the right track, he had not done so in quite some time, leading to a situation reminiscent of Tony Stark's complete detachment. It was no wonder Avril's tone carried a trace of resentment. Having been college classmates, Avril joined the company as Sumo's assistant after graduation. She was meticulous in her work, yet they enjoyed a camaraderie that allowed for light-hearted banter during their private moments. This was precisely why Sumo felt comfortable entrusting the company to her. While they were engaged in casual conversation, the receptionist from earlier knocked and entered the office. "Boss, there is someone outside claiming to be Daniel looking for you." "Daniel?" The name sparked a vague familiarity. Suddenly, Sumo recalled. Was he not the sorcerer mentioned by Professor X? It was likely he hailed from Kumar Taj. After all, it appears that the sorcerers of this world, save for dark wizards like himself, predominantly hail from Kumar Taj. A few minutes later, in the company's reception room, Sumo encountered the sorcerer named Daniel, a robust bald man of African descent, clad in a sleeveless gray tunic that revealed his powerful arms. Sumo found it challenging to reconcile the imposing biceps before him with the image of a sorcerer. Indeed, when most people hear the term sorcerer, they envision a genteel, white-bearded elder. Interestingly, It seems that the sorcerers in this world often possess a strong physique, potentially linked to their magical attributes. After all, in the realm governed by the Ancient One, practitioners of white magic focus on supportive spells rather than offensive ones, leaving them to resort to physical confrontations when necessary. Even the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, is not an exception. Only in later times does Doctor Strange exhibit a somewhat different prowess, possibly due to his late entry into the mystical arts and lack of combat training. This was merely Su Mo's conjecture, yet he felt it bore substantial weight. Who would prefer to engage in acrobatics when one could effortlessly vanquish foes with a mere gesture? As the imposing figure of Daniel seated himself before Su Mo, he extended his hand. Daniel, from the Sanctum in New York, a guardian of the Sanctum. Su Mo reciprocated the handshake. His memory of this individual somewhat hazy after so many years since his cinematic experiences. It was not surprising that Daniel had tracked him down. During his time at Xavier's Academy, he had not obscured his identity. With the capabilities of Professor X and his associates, discovering his true identity would not pose a challenge. Professor X is my closest friend. Thank you for your assistance to him last time. Daniel expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, it was merely a coincidence. Su Mo waved dismissively and got straight to the point. Surely, the guardian of the Sanctum hasn't he come merely to express thanks? Su Mo surmised Daniel's intentions, presuming they revolved around his use of dark magic. Given that Daniel had obtained precise information from Professor X, he was undoubtedly aware that the spatial portal Su Mo had conjured was not a spell from Kamartaj. Indeed, Daniel replied with a smile. I have been sent by the Sorcerer Supreme to invite you to Kamartaj. Oh? Su Mo responded, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Given the Ancient One's character, it was unlikely that she would rely on another to convey such a message. The matter of the spatial portal alone did not necessitate a messenger to extend an invitation to Kamartaj. With a smile, Su Mo inquired, the Ancient One invites me. And yet it requires you, a guardian of the Sanctum, to relay this message? In response to his skepticism, Daniel's eyes briefly betrayed a flicker of unease, though he quickly suppressed it. Certainly not. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you in person. Is that so? A hint of amusement flickered across Su Mo's face. He effortlessly detected the momentary panic in the other party's eyes, leading him to suspect that a falsehood was being uttered. Very well, I shall accompany you to Kamartaj. With a shift in tone, Su Mo readily accepted the invitation, intending to discern the other's true intentions. Given his current prowess, there was little for him to fear. Even if the Ancient One were to intervene personally, he had no doubt he could evade capture. Not even the formidable Dormammu posed a threat to him. In fact, he would welcome an encounter. If he could retreat into the Sanctum Sanctorum, the adversary, unaware of the true nature of his defenses, might mistakenly target it, prompting the Star Sorceress to take action. Should such a scenario unfold, it might even yield him additional volumes of the Book of Vishani, crafted from the materials associated with Dormammu. Moreover, he was eager to witness the magical sanctity of Kamartaj. Upon hearing Su Mo's acquiescence, Daniel's face lit up with excitement. After expressing his doubts, he had anticipated a refusal from Su Mo. Yet to his surprise, the latter accepted the invitation despite the lingering skepticism. This way, please. Daniel brandished the hovering ring in his hand, tracing arcs in the air, which conjured a portal within the room. Su Mo did not hesitate and stepped through the portal after him. Moments later, a secretary clad in black stockings entered the room, bearing a tray of coffee, only to find the space utterly devoid of occupants. Where has everyone gone?